July 10th, 1987. Today marks the joyous occasion of Zhao Xiaoshuang's wedding, with vibrant decorations adorning both inside and outside the courtyard. Yet, the family members were expressions of deep concern. As preparations were underway for the slaughter of a pig, an unforeseen mishap occurred. The rope securing the swine suddenly snapped. Weighing over 300 pounds, the hefty pig broke free, frolicking wildly through the courtyard. In a stroke of ill fortune, it collided with a makeshift awning, striking the village's sole cook, Li Weiguo, and leaving him with a gruesome head injury. As noon approached and the feast was to commence, the cook was preoccupied dealing with the pig's antics. An urgent search for another cook from a nearby village ensued, but the question of availability, coupled with the need to gather ingredients, rendered the situation hopelessly time-constrained. What to do now? The groom, Zhao Xiaoshuang, with his flamboyant hairstyle, appeared a chaotic mess. Li Shi, the event coordinator, was in a state of frantic perspiration. Just when despair threatened to engulf the crowd, Li Chun, who had been reluctantly dragged into the fray by his father, Li Weiguo, stepped forward. Everyone, stop dawdling. If we delay any longer, it will truly be too late. Uncle Shi, please find someone to take my father to the clinic for treatment. I will take charge of the cooking for the feast. Despite his confident declaration, Li Chun was met with silence and skepticism. Not surprisingly, everyone in the village was all too familiar with his reputation. Fishing, foraging, petty theft, and brawling. These were his areas of expertise. However, when it came to serious matters, he was utterly unreliable. Having earned a notorious reputation as a rascal in town, he was now 22 and still unable to secure a partner. He was still grappling with his own life. How could anyone expect him to be of assistance? Li Chun felt a flush of embarrassment as he glanced at his father. Dad, don't you trust me? Yet his father shot him a fierce glare. Be quiet. This is not your concern. Chun's frustration simmered. Fine. Consider me meddling. It's not like I'm the one sitting idly. Let's go. I'll take you to the clinic. As he reached to pull Li Weiguo along, Zhao Wujuan, the father of the groom, intervened. Wait, Li. Why not let a Chun give it a try? What? At this suggestion, every pair of eyes widened in disbelief. Even Li Weiguo questioned his sanity, wondering if his injury had caused hallucinations. You want my son, who lacks any sense of responsibility, to give it a go? What on earth are you thinking? If he messes this up, it will be a disgrace for the Zhao family. I recall that a Chun has helped you before. Let him give it a shot. What other options do we have? It seemed that during previous gatherings, Li Chun had indeed assisted Li Weiguo, and he was likely familiar with the basics. As for cooking, surely he could manage better than the village's elderly women. As the head of the family, it was imperative to make a decision. With no professional chef available, it seemed the rascal would have to lead the charge. It was a last resort indeed. Li Weiguo's lips twitched. While his son had assisted him once, it was a one-off occurrence. He could cook, but could he handle a banquet for hundreds? If it went awry, he would be the one to bear the blame. However, Zhao Wujuan had made his choice. To oppose him would be to undermine the family. Reluctantly, Li Weiguo nodded. A Chun can indeed whip up a few dishes. If Zhao dares to utilize him, let's see how it goes. I'll have his mother come help afterward. Turning to Li Chun, he cautioned, be steady and don't be careless. Since you, Li Chun impatiently interrupted. All right, I know what I'm doing. Hurry to the clinic. If you don't stop the bleeding, you'll lose too much blood. Uncle Shi, please arrange for someone to take my father to the clinic. With Li Weiguo sent off, Li Chun clapped his hands and shouted. Stop looking so glum. That was merely an accident. This is what we call a grand opening, a sign of prosperous business. As Li Weiguo stepped outside, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance, further deepening his sense of unease. Laughter finally erupted in the courtyard, easing the tense atmosphere. Cousin Li, who laughed and called out, Second brother, we're celebrating a wedding, not launching a business. Li Chun retorted, don't sweat the small stuff. We should be joyous on such an occasion. Uncle Shi, continue with the pig slaughtering, and let's get the awning back up as soon as possible. Everyone pitch in, sisters and aunts, wash the vegetables and prepare the fish. Gentlemen, set up the tables and chairs. Huzi and Balan, you two go fetch the tofu from the tofu shop. Seeing Li Chun organize everything with such efficiency, Zhao Wujuan's furrowed brow relaxed a bit. Gentlemen, I entrust this to you. Rest assured, uncle, this is in my capable hands. On this joyous day, let's keep smiles on our faces. Zhao Wujuan rolled his eyes. Smile. With such calamities befalling us, I'd be lucky to avoid tears. How could I possibly smile? Let's hope your skills are as firm as your words. Otherwise, the Zhao family's reputation may be irreparably tarnished. Damn it! How could the old lady have chosen such an inauspicious date? What terrible luck! Ugh, with a piercing scream, the hefty pig met its fate. Under Li Shi's direction, the awning was promptly reassembled. Chun also set up 2 temporary cooking stations, adjusting them to his height. Kindling the fire with wood and igniting the charcoal, he glanced at the day's menu: 4 cold dishes and 8 hot ones, totaling 12 dishes. Cold appetizers: shredded scallions with bean slices, fried peanuts, silver fungus with hawthorn, and roasted chicken. Hot dishes: stir-fried meat with green peppers, stir-fried meat with black fungus, stir-fried meat with onions, soup with kelp. Spicy and sour shredded potatoes for happiness: meatballs, pork stew with vermicelli, and braised carp. Oh wow, in the 1980s, this spread was indeed impressive. The Zhao men were all bricklayers, working under the village contractor Yang Wanfu, earning a considerable sum throughout the year. For an average family, this would be quite a financial burden. Zhao Wujuan was well-liked in the village, and he had invited nearly half the village. As per his wishes, they prepared 22 tables, along with 2 additional ones. This was no small task. Yet for Li Chun, it was entirely manageable. In his past life, he had spent over 6 years as a cook in a labor camp's dining hall due to his involvement in brawls, learning a few culinary skills from the head chef there. After his release, he worked in his sister's small restaurant, cooking. Later in life, under the influence of his niece, he even became a food broadcaster, amassing over 100,000 followers. Having been reborn for a week now, he felt surrounded by opportunities, yet few suited him. With only his pseudo-middle school education and limited exposure in his previous life, he recognized that his best chance lay in the familiar realm of culinary arts. Li Chun was clear in his thoughts. Becoming a village chef was an excellent opportunity. With his past experiences and culinary knowledge, he was poised to excel in this era as a village cook. Gradually building a reputation and popularity would ensure that whenever a large banquet was held in the surrounding villages, he would be the first name that came to mind. With a solid reputation and community support, prosperity would undoubtedly follow. To be honest, he harbored no grand ambitions, striving for financial freedom within a decade, allowing the remaining time to be spent exploring the magnificent landscapes of my homeland and savoring the exquisite delicacies of the world. That truly embodies the life I desire, establishing goals. Affirmative, wait. Who is speaking to me? Ding. Detecting that the host's life goals are clear and their determination unwavering. The Dream Assistant is now activating. Activation successful. This system will wholeheartedly assist the host in realizing their aspirations. Commencing with the provision of an automatic food safety detection feature, a second-hand assembled tricycle, and a personalized apron for lifelong exchange and renewal. Chapter 2. Cohesion. Upon establishing the objective, a sequence of systems followed suit, akin to the timely arrival of a pillow for a weary head. Li Chun's face flushed with excitement as he eagerly began to explore. The system was currently in its rudimentary version, offering solely a lottery feature. Each lottery draw required the expenditure of 1,000 satisfaction points, which were derived from the diner's contentment with the dishes he prepared. Next, he examined the novice rewards. The food safety automatic detection function was particularly noteworthy. It would promptly alert him to any health hazards present in the ingredients he handled. This was of utmost importance, and Li Chun expressed considerable satisfaction with this feature. There was also a personalized apron, essentially a standard full-body apron that could be adorned with custom labels, albeit limited to text for the time being. As he was merely a temporary stand-in, he struggled to think of any unique phrases and decided to don the apron for now, leaving the labels for later. Moreover, this item could be exchanged for a new one, and there was no need for him to wash it when it became soiled, which was rather delightful. The final item was a tricycle. When Li Weiguo hosted large banquets, he had to transport all the kitchenware using a wheelbarrow. Having a tricycle for loading goods would undoubtedly be far more convenient. However, receiving a second-hand tricycle felt rather stingy, given the host's current meager resources. A second-hand vehicle is justifiable, the system stated. Li Chun found himself at a loss for words. He had a mere 63 yuan to his name. Acquiring a brand new tricycle would be difficult to explain, especially to his mother. Nevertheless, the most pressing matter was to establish himself, allowing his father to retire early while he took charge. He would return to discuss it with his father at a later time, to gain the villagers' acceptance and recognition. Today's banquet had to be executed flawlessly, leaving a lasting impression. Having just reviewed the menu, he realized that with a few minor adjustments to certain dishes, he could achieve commendable results. Before long, the pig had been cleaned, its flesh separated from the bone. He retained the necessary portions for the day, intending to sell the remaining meat and offal. Li Chun selected 7 to 8 jin of minced meat to hand over to Chinyali. Sister-in-law, please chop this meat. I will be frying meatballs shortly. All right, Chinyali responded, taking the meat at a measured pace. Li Chun paused briefly before handing the bones to Yang Shikai. Big Kai, please break the bones and blanch them in the large stove in the west room. You can handle that, right? Yang Shikai nodded lightly, his gaze fixed on the bones as he prepared to leave. Noticing this, Li Chun furrowed his brow. The attitude of those assisting him seemed off. Apart from those he was particularly familiar with, Aunt Zhang, Sister Qiuyan, and his own brothers Li Hu and Li Bao, others displayed an unsettling demeanor towards him. Chinyali appeared to be deliberately avoiding him, while Yang Shikai and the others exhibited clear signs of fear. They were all overly submissive, which was unacceptable. Big Kai, wait a moment, everyone else, please pause as well. I have something to say. Li Chun called out, capturing everyone's attention. I have noticed that some individuals harbor biases against me, and I feel compelled to address this matter. Outsiders have slandered me, branding me as a tyrannical brute, which is nothing but malicious gossip and an affront to my character. We hail from the same village, and all of you are well acquainted with me. As long as I am not provoked, I, Li Chun, have never taken the initiative to bully anyone, have I? Li Chun, saying this, turned to Yang Shikai. Kai, why are you ignoring me? Have I ever wronged you? Yang Shikai, startled, took a couple of steps back, shrinking his neck as he muttered softly, you've bullied me. Haven't you? When we were kids, you even snatched my boiled egg. With a burst of laughter, the crowd erupted in merriment. Damn, Li Chun couldn't help but exclaim. You've got quite the memory. It would be a waste of talent if you just stayed home farming instead of attending university. That was ages ago. Can we really count the playful tussles of childhood? After speaking, he looked at the crowd. Regardless of my reputation outside, I pride myself on being straightforward in our village. Today marks my first time hosting a feast, and to the sisters assisting me, as well as you, Kai, who are serving the oil dishes. We are all part of the same team, and I hope for your support. We have at least 22 tables to manage, and time is of the essence. I will rely on each of you, so let us work swiftly and collaboratively. Our family has been in this business since the days of communal cooking. I am well versed in the rules, and certain tasks are not to be neglected. In conclusion, I humbly ask for everyone's cooperation. The villagers, rarely seeing Li Chun so earnest, were taken aback. Then, Yang Qiuyan was the first to voice her support. No doubt about it. You are the master chef, and I will follow your lead. So will I. Both Qiuyan and Aunt Zhang, local homemakers, especially Qiuyan, who is closely acquainted with Li Chun due to their neighboring families, were eager to lend their support. Finally, even Kai chimed in. As long as you don't bully me, I'm on board. A smile crept across Li Chun's face. Then let us all get to work. All right. In that moment, the atmosphere in the kitchen transformed dramatically. Many among them were the village's go-to helpers for large gatherings. Adept and enthusiastic, whom everyone preferred to enlist for assistance. Once Li Chun secured his position, these individuals would form his foundational support. As a village feast chef, having a reliable team is crucial. Without them, a single chef could never manage the workload. However, mere presence without cohesion would not suffice either. If someone slacked off or didn't contribute, it would lead to inefficiency, ultimately placing the blame on the chef. This time, as the master chef, Li Chun needed to unite everyone, and his earlier words had evidently achieved that goal. Observing this scene, Zhao nodded approvingly, though his family remained concerned. Occasionally lingering near Li Chun. Once the tasks were delegated, Li Chun approached the manager, Li Shi, to gather oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and other seasonings. The chef would prepare a list in advance detailing the quantities needed, and once the items were purchased, they would be handed over to the manager for safekeeping. When required, the chef would request them back from the manager. This arrangement was all above board, eliminating any room for suspicion. Such is the custom. Retrieve the spices according to the list, and in the end, a slightly bulging cloth bag remained in the cupboard, piquing Li Chun's curiosity. Uncle Shi, what's in the bag? Li Shi opened it and took a glance. Sesame. Li Chun's eyes lit up, and a new possibility began to form in his mind. Can I use the sesame? After a moment of contemplation, Li Shi nodded. Sure, as long as you can make use of it, I'll arrange it for you. Chun, you must be mindful, do not falter. Otherwise, the Zhao family will be embarrassed, and your father will lose face. Enough of that. Listening to you, it seems you still don't trust me? With your previous careless demeanor, do you think you're worthy of my trust? Li Chun felt offended. Old Deng harbored a significant prejudice against him. In his past in town, he never acted tyrannically in the village. Occasionally, he might have stolen a chicken, but that was merely retribution against those with whom he had grievances. So, does that mean you don't want my chickens, old dang? Chapter 3. Sesame Peanuts. Li Chun carried the chopped pork to the main kitchen and began to stew it. He heated oil in the pan to caramelize the sugar. Without rock sugar, white sugar would suffice. Once the sugar turned a rich brown, he poured in a large bowl of over 20 pounds of pork all at once. Ding! Newbie task. During your first hosting of a grand feast, achieve a satisfaction value of 10,000. Exceeding the task will yield additional rewards. 10,000 satisfaction points. With 22 tables and 8 individuals at each, counting helpers, no more than 200 people would dine, meaning each person must contribute at least 50 satisfaction points. At this moment, Li Chun had no concept of how much satisfaction each individual could provide. To complete the task, he needed to showcase some real skill. Sizzle. The pork hit the hot oil, releasing steam. Together with Sichuan pepper, star anise, and cinnamon, he sautéed them all. If Li Weiguo were to stew the meat, he would simply add water after a few stir-fries, without rendering the fat, resulting in a greasy dish. However, in this era, people were generally short on oil. Merely being able to enjoy stewed meat was a luxury, even if it was half-cooked. Li Chun was still plotting for a coup to gain fame. He had to excel, ensuring that once people tasted his dish, they would never wish to eat Li Weiguo's stewed meat again. Old Li, your unchanging technique is outdated. It's time for you to pass the torch to your son. He chuckled to himself, continuously sautéing for over 20 minutes, until a layer of grease formed at the bottom of the pan, its color becoming increasingly vibrant. He added scallions and ginger, seasoning with salt and soy sauce, and the aroma wafted immediately. Ding! Detected instability in the iodine content of the salt. Frequent consumption may lead to various disorders, including thyroid enlargement and cretinism. Ding! Detected excessive bacteria in the soy sauce, containing living proteins. Li Chun shook his head with a bitter smile. This food safety detection function was indeed thorough. Yet, this was a characteristic of the age. He was aware that consuming such salt could lead to a thick neck, but people had lived this way for generations. It would take at least another 7 or 8 years for iodized salt to become widespread. And as for the soy sauce, the corner store sold loose soy sauce. If there were no maggots in it during the summer, he would be embarrassed to call it proper soy sauce. Such conditions were simply the norm. The system, henceforth, need not issue warnings unless there are severe safety hazards such as violent vomiting or diarrhea. Due to the limitations of available ingredients, I find myself at a loss. Behind me, Li Hu swallowed hard, giving Li Chun a thumbs up. Indeed, it is my second brother. After the last incident of pilfering from Li's chicken coop, I knew your stewed chicken was truly delectable, but I never imagined your stewed meat would be equally impressive. Li Chun glared fiercely. Nonsense. When have I ever stolen a chicken? Do not fabricate lies. Li Hu paused. Then, in a moment of realization, raised an eyebrow at Li Chun. I see. You didn't steal from Li, but from old Zhao. Get lost, you fool. Damn it, this rascal has revealed all my secrets. If anyone hears this, how am I to explain the missing chickens? What a simpleton. Dismissing Li Hu, I poured an ample amount of boiling water into the pot, waiting for it to reach about 80% doneness before adding the vermicelli. Turning with an empty basin, a face suddenly appeared before me, nearly colliding with it. Crash! The iron basin hit the ground, causing my heart to race in fright. Upon recognizing it was Zhao Wu's eldest son, Zhao Xiaoping, I felt a surge of anger and kicked the iron basin out the door. What the hell are you doing? The loud noise attracted the attention of everyone in the courtyard. Seeing my intense reaction, Zhao Xiaoping awkwardly scratched his head and forced a grin. Oh, nothing. I just came to take a look. Li Chun widened his eyes. Nonsense. Do you think I am a 3-year-old child easily deceived? You were just loitering around me. And now it seems you have no intention of leaving? You need to understand that my bustling about here is out of assistance to you, not out of desperation. If it weren't for Zhao Uncle's good relationship with my father, do you think I would willingly step forward? Your family's troubles are none of my concern. Li Chun turned to Zhao Wu and said, Uncle Zhao, give me a straightforward answer. If you don't trust me, I shall leave immediately and spare us this discomfort. Damn it, you should know better than to take advantage of my goodwill. My current status is that of a rogue. Have you ever met a rogue with a pleasant temperament? Zhao Wu's face turned crimson, and he kicked Zhao Xiaoping. What are you doing here, being a nuisance? Get lost. To be fair, after hearing Li Chun's earlier words and the well-organized tasks he laid out, Zhao Wu felt completely reassured. This was not his doing. After sending his son away, he quickly explained, and with Li Shi's assistance in persuading him, Li Chun finally agreed to continue helping. Nonetheless, he still felt a bit discontented. And as he passed by the large basin of goods, he discreetly took some pork belly and a piece of lard. A chef does not steal, grains are not harvested. If you treat me this way, I will still wish your Zhao family an abundant harvest in the coming year. That is quite generous of me. Returning to the shed, both stoves were ignited simultaneously. In a frying pan, I poured in raw oil, adding scallions, ginger, cilantro, and Sichuan pepper to prepare the flavored oil. During this period, The most commonly used cooking oil among northern households was freshly pressed soybean oil, which carried a potent bean aroma. This method I employed would effectively enhance the flavor, making the dishes distinctly different when using flavored oil. While it may have been somewhat impractical to seek perfection in rural dining during this era, I endeavored to ensure that my preparation was meticulous and refined. In another pot, the sesame seeds were roasted to perfection and set aside, followed by the frying of peanuts. 10 pounds of peanuts rolled about in the hot oil as Li Chun diligently stirred with a large ladle, keenly observing their progress. As they began to change color, he swiftly scooped them out to drain the excess oil. The peanuts, laden with oil, continued to cook internally due to the residual heat, a state that would be just right once they cooled completely. Utilizing the hot oil, he proceeded to fry the tofu, and as the peanuts cooled slightly, the women could no longer resist their temptation. Crunch. Perfectly done. Li Chun's eyes lit up. Was there already a satisfaction score? Though it was merely in single digits. It was understandable, as frying peanuts was a common skill, lacking any remarkable flair. Nevertheless, it filled him with confidence. Patience, comrades. This is but a semi-finished product. Once I complete the next steps, it will be even more delectable. Isn't everything already fried? What more is there to do? Li Chun replied with pride. Today, I shall prepare something you have never tasted before. Aunt Zhang, please assist me in frying the tofu, and I shall begin. Wiping his hands, he cleaned the large, 60-centimeter double-handled wok, adding a spoonful of water and a pound of white sugar, stirring continuously. As the moisture evaporated, the sugar transformed into a thick syrup, into which he poured the freshly fried peanuts. With swift motions, he ensured each peanut was coated in syrup, finally mixing in the roasted sesame seeds before taking it off the heat. With a grand flourish, Li Chun called out, "Come, taste this." Chapter 4. Where did the apron come from? Everyone stood in awe. Who would have thought fried peanuts could be prepared in such a manner? Eagerly, they pinched a piece and placed it in their mouths. First came the fragrance of sesame, followed by the sweetness of sugar, and finally the crunch of the peanuts, a harmonious blend of aromas and textures that was simply divine. Wow, this is incredibly delicious, crunchy and fragrant. Brother, you are amazing. What was once a common snack had now astonished everyone, and satisfaction scores soared, with the majority reaching a perfect 100. Li Chun calculated that a score of 100 was the maximum, and each dish could only yield one satisfaction score per person. Yet, in such a short time, he had already amassed over 1,000 points. At this rate, completing the task seemed well within reach, especially since he had prepared additional highlights. As the peanuts cooled, they became even more delectable, and the women, unable to contain their enthusiasm, pushed the men aside, munching voraciously, their cheeks puffed like hamsters, their hands greedily reaching into the bowl. Li Chun, in a fluster, rushed in, cradling the large bowl protectively. Just a taste will suffice. There are 22 tables to serve. Goodness, these women were insatiable. In mere moments, the bowl visibly diminished, with at least a pound devoured. Seeing the dwindling supply, the women reluctantly paused. Yet their eyes continually darted toward the bowl of sesame peanuts, yearning for more. A cunt, who did you learn this from? Even old Li doesn't have such skills. Yang Qian inquired. Li Chun smiled with pride. Do you think I've been idling away my time? I possess numerous abilities, if you all follow my lead diligently. Surprises will frequently unfold. Aunt Zhang exclaimed, what? Are you saying you won't be wandering aimlessly anymore? Li Chun nodded earnestly. No more idling. I am no longer a child. It's time to engage in some serious work. Oh, Akan, it's good that you think this way. If your father hears you say this, he'll be overjoyed. The women erupted into laughter, while Li Chun wore a sheepish expression. Aunt Zhang, please either call me Akan or simply use my name. I kindly ask you not to refer to me as old heir. Amidst the laughter, those who had previously held reservations about Li Chun felt a wave of relief. With his wit and culinary prowess, working alongside a young man like him was far preferable to dealing with Li Weiguo, that stubborn fellow. With spirits lifted, they worked with ease. The men washed dishes while the women chopped vegetables and peeled garlic. Li Chun was also busy, frying meatballs, frying fish, and simmering fish and kelp, constantly moving between the stoves. While the other dishes were straightforward, the meatballs required his special attention. The traditional 4 happiness meatballs were the size of a fist, with 4 per plate and flavors adapted to local tastes. However, due to the constraints of the times, the auspicious traditional 4 happiness meatballs had been drastically altered. Ordinary families lacked the means to use meat and were forced to substitute entirely with tofu. The tofu meatballs, when fried, became hollow, if made too large. They wouldn't hold their shape, thus they had to be crafted into smaller, slippery meatballs. Today, with the Zhao family slaughtering a pig, Li Chun had room to maneuver. Chen Yali prepared the minced meat, adding egg whites and starch, vigorously mixing in garlic and crumbled tofu. The key was to ensure the oil was hot. The large meatballs needed to be swiftly shaped as they hit the hot oil and retrieved when golden orange, followed by steaming on the larger stove. From the outset, Li Chun intended for this dish to be the highlight of the day. The sesame peanut dish was a last-minute inspiration after finding some sesame seeds. With the preparations nearly complete, guests began to arrive, writing checks, and sharing pleasantries over tea. Everyone knew that the Zhao family had killed a fat pig for their son's wedding, eagerly glancing towards the makeshift kitchen. When they didn't see the head chef, Li Weiguo, they were surprised to find Li Chun busily at work. Hey, where's old Li? TSK, you don't know? I just heard that old Li was gored by the pig. Come on, don't joke around. Be careful, or old Li might get angry. No, really. The pig collapsed the shed and hit old Li on the head. He was taken to the health clinic for stitches. What? Then who is cooking this meal? Someone pointed towards the shed. Old Li's second son is in charge today. A Chun, can he manage? The Li family knows how to cook. If the Zhao family trusts him, it means he must be capable. As for how it tastes, that remains to be seen. Over at the makeshift kitchen, as Li Chun added charcoal to the stove, he lit a cigarette and took a satisfying drag, just as his mother, Wang Huilan, rushed in. Chunner, how is it going? Can you handle this? Upon learning her second son had volunteered to take charge in old Li's stead, Wang Huilan was momentarily stunned. Can you really manage serious tasks? She, as a mother, could hardly believe it. And Li Weiguo too. How could he have agreed to such a thing? Wasn't he the sheer folly? What if it all went awry? Accompanying Li Weiguo to the clinic, Wang Huilan felt an unsettling anxiety throughout the journey. After tending to old Li's injuries and sending him home, she hastily made her way back. However, the scene that greeted her was utterly unexpected. Laughter and chatter filled the air. Everything was proceeding in perfect order, completely contrary to her preconceptions. Before Li Chun could utter a word, a group of women began to sing praises. Oh my, why wouldn't it be good? I reckon a Chun's skills rival those of any restaurant chef. One exclaimed, look, this is made by a Chun. I've never tasted such delicious peanuts before. Wang Huilan, still in a daze, instinctively picked up a peanut and popped it into her mouth. Upon biting into it, her eyes sparkled with delight, her satisfaction soaring. Chunner, did you truly make this? Li Chun, with a leg crossed and a proud grin on his face, replied, can there be any doubt? Everyone is watching. When did you learn this? Learn? There was no need. Just like Uncle Shizi when he saw sesame seeds. I pondered a bit, and voila. What do you think? Your son is exceptionally talented. Hurry and praise me, so we can join forces to impeach old Li. Where did you get that apron? Oh, why are we discussing the apron now? Wang Huilan tugged at a corner of the apron and sighed in exasperation. You have an old apron at home that you refuse to wear, yet you insist on donning a new one. It's like putting a pig's nose on a green onion. How can you embarrass me like this? And a white one at that. It won't he wash clean if it gets dirty. Li Chun felt overwhelmed. He couldn't possibly reveal that it was a reward from the system. So, he quickly shifted the conversation to Li Weiguo's injury. Li Shi and the women approached to inquire, and he managed to evade the scrutiny. Suddenly, the sound of firecrackers echoed. The bride had returned. A few firecrackers popped, and a group of children bounced around the newlyweds, chattering excitedly and clamoring for sweets, creating a lively atmosphere. In the 1980s, local wedding ceremonies were quite simple. They involved stepping over a fire basin and bowing to the elders. Then, an elder from the groom's side would stand and offer polite words about eating and drinking well, followed by everyone gathering to feast. As the new bride arrived home, Li Chun and the others had no time to revel in the festivities. They began preparing cold dishes. The local dupi, twice the thickness of northeastern dried tofu, naturally salty, was combined with shredded green onions and a spoonful of oil, creating a refreshing dish beloved by the locals. The hawthorn preserves had long been opened, and after mixing with the pre-soaked tremella, they were ready to be plated. When it came to the sesame peanuts, one of the women discreetly popped a couple into her mouth, but quickly covered her mouth upon noticing Li Chun's gaze. Li Chun couldn't do much about it. Had there been more sesame, he wouldn't have minded preparing some snacks for the women. The final cold dish was a store-bought roast chicken. Shredding it apart and arranging it took no time at all, 2 chickens yielding 5 plates. Knowing her son's fondness for chicken bottoms, Wang Huilan swiftly tore one off, removing the lymph nodes, and directly stuffed it into Li Chun's mouth. Li Chun, overjoyed, gave his mother a thumbs up, but upon tasting it, his expression twisted in dismay. The local roast chicken is marinated and exceedingly salty, with the flavor of the marinade overpowering the natural succulence of the chicken itself. People regard roast chicken as a delicacy, primarily due to limited access, making it a rare treat. In future generations, such a mediocre roast chicken would be unworthy of even a complimentary offering. This further solidified Li Chun's conviction. The purpose of hosting grand banquets was to build a reputation and ensure customer satisfaction. Relying on meager tips from patrons to achieve wealth was nothing short of a pipe dream. To generate profit, it was essential to develop ancillary industries, such as marinated delicacies, sausages, and spiced peanuts, small snacks that pair well with drinks, each of which could thrive in the market, potentially even bundled with the grand banquets. Li Chun had a fondness for chicken and had dedicated considerable time to perfecting chicken dishes in his previous life. During his time as a culinary live streamer, his homemade smoked chicken received widespread acclaim, often leading to bulk orders from upscale restaurants. In this era, the market would surely flourish. Yes, it was imperative to expedite the production of the smoked chicken to start earning money as soon as possible. At that moment, Prime Minister Li approached. How are the preparations coming along? Initially, Li felt uncertain. However, witnessing Li Chun's meticulous attention to detail and secretly tasting the braised meat, his worries dissipated. And he even contributed a wave of satisfaction points to Li Chun. Everything is ready. We are just waiting for you to signal the start of the banquet. Li clapped Li Chun on the shoulder and smiled at Wang Huilan, giving her a thumbs up. Sister-in-law, your second son has been a tremendous help today. Wang Huilan felt a bit dazed. With only 2 sons, the elder was a taciturn fellow, incapable of expressing himself, while the younger was rather aimless. After all these years, she finally experienced the joy of having her son praised in person, her smile brighter than the sun. Well, since we are here, as long as we haven't delayed things, that's what matters. Li nodded with a smile. All right then, things are almost ready on that side. I will get the banquet underway. Guests gathered around the tables, with infusion bottles filled with assorted dishes, 2 bottles per table. Prime Minister Li shouted at the top of his lungs, "Let the banquet begin." Over at the shade structure, Li Chun flicked away his cigarette, butt, and stood up. "Bowl trays," he called out, and the assisting staff echoed in unison. "Spirit." With a grand gesture, Li Chun commanded, "Cold dishes to the tables. Here they come." The local helpers, collectively referred to as oil trays, took pride in their role, delivering with confidence and poise. Sister Qiu Yan, please ensure the new couple's table is well stocked, with the chicken carefully selected for plating. The new couple referred to the bride's escort team, who were to be treated as esteemed guests. Typically, the family would send 1 or 2 representatives, along with a few articulate individuals known for their drinking prowess to accompany them. Anyone who couldn't hold their liquor and collapsed was deemed insincere. Yang Qiuyan nodded. "Rest assured, I will handle it." With all instructions given, Li Chun plugged in the electric stove, igniting the flames, and set both burners in motion. He began frying oil, with his left hand preparing spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and his right hand stir-frying onions with meat. Wang Huilan was taken aback by her son's swift actions. Li Weiguo had hosted grand banquets for many years, but had never dared to operate in such a manner. On his inaugural attempt at cooking, the young Li Chun decided to take on 2 stoves simultaneously, seemingly on the brink of madness. Spring, do not be reckless. Cook 1 dish at a time. There is ample time. Rest assured, there is absolutely no issue. The vigorous young Li Chun had the strength to manage both stoves, provided he was careful not to misplace the ingredients. Although it may appear somewhat ostentatious, it also serves to showcase his capabilities. He aimed to demonstrate to the villagers that he, Li Chun, possessed exceptional skills, rising above the norm, and that in future, they could confidently seek his assistance for any occasion. As the cold dishes graced the table, guests eagerly began to indulge. In the countryside, at a grand feast, those who are swift are rewarded, while those who hesitate miss out. Today's marinated bean slices were delightful. The scallions were not bitter, and the seasoning was perfectly balanced. The silver fungus was also commendable. Unlike the last event at Old Wang's, where a mere jar of canned goods was mixed with a basin of silver fungus, diluted with a ladleful of water, resulting in a tasteless broth. "Oh, what is this?" "Sesame balls." Picking one up and biting into it, the fragrance of sesame, the sweetness of sugar, and the crunchiness of peanuts melded harmoniously. Those who tasted it were astounded. "Wow, there are peanuts inside. This is absolutely delicious. Who would have thought peanuts could be prepared this way? How ingenious. Hey, don't snatch them all. Leave me a couple." From Gao Yuelan's satisfaction rating of 95 and Lu Zuejuan's rating of 100, the conversation continued. "Sister Yuelan, your Erlin is also hosting an event soon, right?" "Indeed. On the 24th of the lunar calendar, next Sunday, coinciding with my husband Lao Zheng's day off. Everyone is welcome to join the wedding celebration." "Sister, will you have a concater for your event as well?" Gao Yuelan hesitated. Such talk should not be taken lightly, as it might reach Li Weiguo's ears and seem dismissive. Let us just say it. After all, they are family, and it matters not who attends. At the main table, Zhao was sharing drinks with several village officials and respected elders. After sampling the sesame peanuts, everyone was left in awe, their satisfaction levels soaring. Village Chief Zhao Weiman glanced over at the industrious Li Chun and remarked to Zhao Wu, "Did this all come from the second son of the Li family?" "Indeed." Zhao Weiman responded, TSK, this lad appears unreliable at times, yet I never anticipated he possessed such remarkable culinary skills. If he could focus and dedicate himself, the Li family's legacy would undoubtedly continue." Zhao Wu, too, was taken aback by Li Chun's talent. Just this one dish had significantly enhanced his own reputation. Thankfully, he had the courage to place his trust in him for once. Meanwhile, the expressions at the newlywed table were equally captivating. The bride hails from Yanyingzi village, renowned for its prosperity, boasting more than double the per capita land ownership compared to their own Zhuangtuing village. With such favorable living conditions, it was expected that the banquet on the groom's side would be no less splendid than that at home. However, the arrival of the sesame peanuts shattered their pride. As for the male representatives, their enthusiasm for toasting was uncertain, yet as the representatives of the bride, they felt compelled to maintain a semblance of restraint. However, with the introduction of the sesame peanuts, they could no longer contain themselves. Crispy, fragrant, sweet, and crunchy, just one bite rendered them unable to stop. A plate of peanuts was swiftly devoured, with reluctant tongues licking the sesame clinging to the corners of their mouths. All eyes turned toward the male representative, their gazes filled with unfulfilled desire. The clang of the spatula against the wok rang out with a crisp sound. The dish was served, stir-fried onions with meat. Here it comes. Slowly turning around, Wang Huilan smiled, saying, "Son, let me help you with the pot." "All right, thank you for your hard work." The mother and son worked in perfect harmony, enhancing their efficiency. Li Shi, drenched in sweat, rushed over. "Gentlemen, your fried peanuts were snatched away the moment they were served. Forget about the other tables. Please prepare another plate for the new guests." Li Chun looked troubled. "Uncle Shi, we have only that much sesame. If we prepare another plate for them, we won't have enough left." "What? Not even a little surplus?" Li Chun thought to himself. Initially there was a surplus, but the women couldn't resist pilfering. If I hadn't intervened, they might have taken the entire bowl. The women, feeling a bit guilty, avoided eye contact. Li Shi, exasperated, tugged at his hair. Who could have imagined that a simple fried peanut could be so popular? What to do now? The new guests must not be neglected. It would be troublesome if they took offense. Glancing at those who were helping, Li Shi hesitated and said, "How about this? Could I borrow the last plate from your table? We expect 22 tables in total, and will prepare 2 additional tables for the helpers." Serving the same dishes as the others, Li Shi intended to requisition the peanuts from the reserved table, but before he could finish, the women, who had been feeling guilty, suddenly protested. "No way. If we give them our portion, what will we eat?" "Goodness, you are practically throwing your calculations in my face. Show some decorum. If you dare use ours, I'll scratch your face." The women transformed into fierce protectors of their food, and Li Shi recoiled in fear. "What do you suggest we do? They are new guests and have requested another plate. It would be unreasonable not to serve them." Ultimately, it was Wang Huilan who proposed a solution. During the final 2 rounds of plating, they would serve slightly smaller portions, thereby managing to squeeze out an additional plate for the new guests. Now, the women dared not steal any more. If they did, there would truly be nothing left. Li Chun hadn't anticipated such a fervent response to the fried peanuts. Within a short span, the satisfaction level had soared above 6,000. It seemed that by the end of this round, the task would be nearly complete. Everything felt splendid. The peanuts on every table were almost instantly devoured. However, the guests were not left disappointed for long, as each subsequent dish exceeded their expectations in taste and texture. In his previous life, Li Chun had been a semi-professional chef, and his mastery over ingredients and cooking techniques was far beyond that of Li Weiguo, who was self-taught. Especially with the use of oil that masked the raw bean flavor of the cold-pressed soybean oil, the dishes underwent a remarkable transformation, making them irresistible. As time progressed, only 2 dishes remained in the first round. The Braised Carp was the grand finale, while the 4 happiness meatballs made their debut. Following Li Chun's instructions, the steamed large meatballs were finally brought out at this moment. Steam wafted through the air, infused with a rich aroma of caramelization and garlic. Wang Huilan was taken aback at the sight of the fist-sized meatballs. "Son, how did you make such large meatballs?" Li Chun chuckled. "This is the authentic Sishi meatball. Just wait and see. Sister Qiuyan, please plate them, 4 per dish." All right. As the preparation continued, everyone was thoroughly convinced of Li Chun's culinary prowess. Following his instructions without hesitation, Li Chun heated oil in the pan, sautéing ginger and scallions before pouring the broth collected in the steaming tray into the pan. This was the essence. He added a splash of water, a pinch of salt, some soy sauce for color, a touch of sugar to enhance the flavor, and a dash of vinegar to elevate the aroma. After sampling a spoonful, he nodded in satisfaction. He mixed starch with water to thicken the sauce, then drizzled a spoonful of fragrant oil around the edges of the pan, pouring the glossy, thickened sauce over the meatballs, garnishing with a sprinkle of cilantro. All set. Oil the tray. Spirits high. Serve the Sishi meatballs. All right. As Wang Huilan helped her son wash the pan, she dipped her finger into the sauce and tasted it, her eyes lighting up. "Chunner, your skills are commendable. Why didn't I know you could cook so deliciously before?" Li Chun rolled his eyes. "At home, you always complain that I use too much oil and never let me cook." Wang Huilan fell silent, realizing the truth in his words. "Mom, be honest. How does my cooking compare to Dad's? Yours is delicious. Then when you go home, tell Dad that if there are any feasts in the future, I would like to be the one to prepare them, all right?" "What did you say?" Li Chun waved his hand dismissively. "Let's focus on the task at hand. We can discuss the impeachment of Li Weiguo later. It's better to do so in private." as there are many ears here, and a disagreement between us could become a source of amusement for others. Meanwhile, he continued to prepare the sauce for the braised fish. While the sushi meatballs were served, causing a stir among the guests. The younger attendees were momentarily stunned by the size of the meatballs, but the older guests explained that in the past, large households would serve sushi meatballs in this manner. The guests nodded in understanding. The glossy sauce enveloped the 4 substantial meatballs, which looked far superior to the previous smaller versions. Upon tasting, everyone nodded in approval. The robust garlic flavor, complemented by a perfectly balanced sweet and salty sauce with a hint of acidity, was simply delectable. In an instant, Chun garnered a wave of satisfaction from the guests. However, the satisfaction level for the sushi meatballs was slightly lower compared to the previously served marin peanut dish, mostly around 60 to 70 points. After all, the astonishment brought by the marin peanuts far surpassed that of the sushi meatballs. As the final dish of braised carp was presented, the first round of 12 dishes was complete. The guests wielded their chopsticks eagerly, indulging to the point of greasy mouths, with some even giving Chun a thumbs up. Chun grinned. I love seeing your amazed expressions. Enjoy your meal, and don't forget to spread the word when you return. Anyone hosting a feast should come to me. I guarantee I'll deliver. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. This is not thunder, but rather the sound of firecrackers exploding at the village-run enterprise, the red brick factory, during the midday break. This indicates that the workers have finished their first shift and the second round of dining is about to commence. Chapter 7. Is this leftover food? The villagers, having indulged in the first round of feasting, returned home with a sense of lingering satisfaction. Aside from the new relatives at the table, as long as they could endure, they could drink continuously. The village head, Zhao Weiman, strolled into the shade, his hands clasped behind his back. He wore a tattered short-sleeved shirt with a frayed collar, faded gray shorts, and a pair of well-worn cloth shoes. His attire remained as modest as ever. However, whether his demeanor matched his appearance was something Chun understood better than anyone else. Zhao Weiman gave Chun a thumbs up. Chun, work hard, but don't get into any trouble outside. Quickly find yourself a wife, and I'll allocate you a good plot of land to build a house. Chun, who had a poor reputation outside, was now showing signs of reform, and as the village head and an elder, Zhao felt it necessary to offer encouragement. Chun wiped his hands and, with enthusiasm, stepped outside to light a cigarette for the village head. With your words, I feel reassured. You haven't had too much to drink, have you? If so, I can have Huzi take you home. Just look at this attitude. Chun had never been this polite, even to his own father. This is what they call lowering oneself to seek favor. Sooner or later, this old fellow would prove to be quite useful to him. No, this little bit of wine is nothing. When you get married, I'll drink even more than this. Wang Huilan smiled broadly. That's wonderful. I'm counting on you for my son Chun's homestead. When the time comes, I'll find the best drinker to accompany you. Zhao Weiman waved his hand dismissively. It's all trivial. You two get back to it. I'm off to catch a nap. Once Zhao Weiman had departed, Wang Huilan's smile gradually faded as she fixed her gaze intently on Chun. Chun felt a bit uneasy under his mother's watchful eyes. Mom, what is wrong with you? Wang Huilan waved her hand in front of him. Son, you haven't been possessed by something unclean, have you? You seem like a different person today. Chun nearly choked on his own laughter. What is wrong with that? Is it a problem for your son to be doing well and acting properly? Should I just go play cards instead? Wang Huilan clutched her son's arm tightly, refusing to let go. No. It's better this way. It's better this way. After exchanging a few playful words, Chun stoked the fire in the stove. The women carried empty bowls, eagerly heading to clear the table, but when they returned, each wore a long face, grinding their teeth in discontent. Chun was perplexed. What is going on? Damn it. They look like they've been beaten by hungry ghosts. Not a scrap is left, and the plates are cleaner than their faces. Zheng Shufan shot Chun a significant eye roll. It's all because Akan's cooking is too delicious. If it weren't so hard to chew, they would have devoured the plates as well. They had arrived early in the morning to help, their feet never resting, leaving them utterly exhausted. What was their motivation? Helping out was not without its merits. Those who assisted would not need to contribute to the gift-giving, and this included the cooks as well. Moreover, after a hearty meal, they could take some leftover food home in their baskets. Each had brought 2 large, empty food containers, ready to fill with leftovers. Yet they found everything had been devoured clean, leaving them understandably frustrated. Chun laughed heartily. Not at all, not at all. This matter has been on my mind for quite some time. With that, he turned and lifted the curtain by the wall, revealing a small pot of stewed meat beneath. Purely stewed meat. Aside from a few strands of potato and some slices of fresh wood ear mushrooms floating on top, there were no noodles to be found. Beside it, in a water bucket, lay 6 or 7 pieces of blood tofu, soaking in cool water. The eyes of everyone nearly popped out in astonishment. Wow, Chun, when did you prepare this? Have you been secretly saving up so much? Is that even feasible? Chun shot a glare. Nonsense, don't spread unfounded rumors. These are clearly leftovers. Haven't you noticed the remnants of potato and mushrooms on top? Once the three-wheeler finishes its rounds, I'll add the blood tofu and noodles to the pot for a hearty stew, and we'll divide it evenly among us. I've also saved a few pieces of tofu to simmer in fish broth, and we'll split that along with the fish scraps. Additionally, I'll fry up some extra meatballs for everyone. Hooray! Chun, you are fantastic. Brother, you are amazing. Who would have thought that Li Chun had such a hidden talent? Indeed, the remnants of potato and mushrooms were still raw, yet the excitement was palpable, and cheers erupted. Remember, we're only dealing with leftovers. So let us keep this under wraps. The crowd exchanged knowing glances. Understood, it's all leftovers. Li Chun smiled and waved his hand. The brick factory is about to finish its shift. The second round will begin soon. So let us get moving and prepare. All right. The workers, beaming with smiles, returned to their respective tasks, invigorated by the prospect of the meal. Wang Huilan couldn't help but twitch her lips. Only our second son could pull something like this off. He is quite bold. However, since it was all leftovers, they might as well enjoy it. Before long, the brick factory workers began returning one by one. Among them was Li Chun's elder brother, Li Hai, a robust man standing just over 6 feet tall, with bronze skin that was only slightly lighter than Li Chun's. Honest, simple, and shy were the words that defined him. Since the establishment of the brick factory in 1982, each family could send one strong laborer to work there, and naturally, the opportunity fell to the eldest son of the Li family. However, due to Li Hai's overly honest nature and reluctance to compete, he was only assigned the task of pushing bricks, which required grueling 3-shift work. Li Chun knew he wouldn't last a minute in such a role. Li Hai approached the shaded area with a worried expression. Mom, I heard that Dad was injured. How serious is it? Wang Huilan handed him a damp towel to wipe his sweat. He has a cut on his ear that required 3 stitches. He has been given an anti-inflammatory injection and will need to rest at home for a week before the stitches can be removed. Relieved, Li Hai smiled at Li Chun. Chunner, I've heard people say that your skills surpass Dad's. When did you learn all this? We had no idea. Li Chun offered his brother a cigarette. I've learned by observing and eating out. Brother, you should venture outside more. You hardly leave the village throughout the year, and that won't do. Wang Huilan interjected. Don't tempt your elder brother. He is just fine as he is. In the household, there exists a source of constant worry, which is already burdensome enough for me. If you lead your older brother astray, I might as well cease to exist. One day, while the 3 of us were chatting, an elderly, frail man staggered into the courtyard. Upon seeing him, the villagers wore expressions of disdain, whispering and pointing. Li Shi furrowed his brows tightly. Old Zhao, your father is on the verge of passing. Instead of staying home to look after him, you have the audacity to come out and beg for food and drink? Old Zhang's face twisted with displeasure. What do you mean by that? Is it wrong for me to visit and congratulate Zhao Wu's family on their joyous occasion? Moreover, I, Zhang Fulai, have never been one to shy away from contributing. Whenever I attend a wedding, I always bring a gift. Chapter 8. Old Zhang, to be a capable leader, one must possess charm, eloquence, and a pleasant disposition. Yet, upon hearing Old Zhang's words, Li Shi could not help but curse under his breath. This old miser was truly repugnant. At every village celebration, Old Zhang was always present, contributing a mere dime while consuming enough food for 3. A dime. After 3 years of calamity, not a single villager had offered a dime in gifts. This was more contemptible than begging for food and drink. What was infuriating was that no one could find fault with him. After all, there were no rigid rules prohibiting a mere dime. Even when insulted, he remained unfazed, his skin thicker than the walls of a city. When the host seeks to celebrate an occasion smoothly, they must endure such characters in silence. Today was no different. Zhao Wu's anger was evident as the veins on his forehead bulged, yet he still had to comfort Li Shi. Never mind, brother Shi, he is a guest. Old Zhang, make yourself comfortable. Old Zhang raised both thumbs in approval. Look at the host, Shi. This is what we call generosity. And then look at you. With such a lack of refinement, how could you aspire to be a leader? Ridiculous. At your age, how can you still behave like a dog? Li Shi, incensed, felt his nose flare with indignation. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront him. Zhao Wu hurriedly intervened, pulling him aside to avert a conflict. In the shed, Wang Huilan, upon seeing Old Zhang, felt a surge of resentment. That old scoundrel. Last autumn, when his second son married, he shamelessly coerced your father into catering. He brought a heap of worthless dishes, leaving your father distressed over preparing 10 courses. In the end, the bride's family criticized the food. And Old Zhang had the gall to blame your father, leaving him with not a single coin. Old Zhang's character was well known, with his father nearing death. It was certain that no one would come to his aid when that time arrived. After Li Weiguo returned home, he was so furious that he went 2 days without eating, his mouth blistering with sores. Little did they know, Li Chun had already avenged his father. Over the course of 2 days, he stealthily pilfered 3 hens from Old Zhang's home, recovering his losses swiftly. He even contemplated stealing the remaining 3. But little did he expect that old Zhang would be vigilant, guarding the henhouse for an entire week in a tattered cotton coat. Ultimately, Li Chun could not outlast him and abandoned his plans for further revenge. As the second round commenced, everyone busied themselves once more. Li Hai lingered in the shed for a while, offering his gift. The other tables were already crowded, leaving him no choice but to sit with the unwelcomed old Zhang. Others around the table wore expressions of resignation, feeling discomfort in the presence of the old man. The enjoyment of their drinks had been diminished. 4 exquisite cold dishes were presented, and everyone eagerly exchanged toasts and began to feast. From a nearby table, some villagers remarked on the delightful taste of the sesame peanuts, prompting nearly every pair of chopsticks to reach out for them. While the other tables were harmonious, the moment Li Hai and his companions were about to dig in, old Zhang suddenly jerked his head up, his eyes wide, and bellowed towards the back mountain. "What on earth is that?" Startled by his sudden exclamation, nearly everyone instinctively turned to look, but alas, there was nothing to see. When they turned back, Li Hai and his companions were astonished to find that one dish had mysteriously vanished from their table. Upon closer inspection, they realized the plate of sesame peanuts was gone. Without anyone noticing, old Zhang had produced a cloth bag from who knows where and swiftly packed away the entire dish of sesame peanuts. Then, in full view of Li Hai and the others, he casually tucked the bag into his trousers, nonchalantly picked up his chopsticks, and shoved a large piece of mushroom into his mouth, raising his cup to take a satisfying sip. Watching old Zhang's antics, Li Hai and his companions were infuriated. "Old Zhang, what on earth are you doing?" they demanded. Old Zhang smacked his lips, feigning innocence. "What's wrong?" he replied. "Why are you upset?" "I thought I could save some for later." Realizing the gravity of the situation, he grinned sheepishly and rummaged through his trousers, eventually retrieving the cloth bag and slapping it onto the table. "Shall I pour it out for you to taste again?" The group nearly erupted in disbelief. "Where did you pull that from? How can we eat now?" "Old Zhang, you absolute scoundrel. You're unbelievable. Don't hold me back. I'm going to confront him." Laughter erupted from the other tables. This old rascal was truly incorrigible. It was amusing to witness, even if they weren't the ones suffering. Old Zhang, undeterred, retorted, "You think you can intimidate me? Just raise your arm, and I'll drop down." He boasted about eating at their house for half a year, saving his family food expenses in the process. Li Hai and his friends were infuriated, yet they dared not retaliate. In these times, instances of extortion were rare, but old Zhang was certainly capable of such antics. "You just wait," they muttered among themselves, huddling together to plot. When the next dish arrived, one person was tasked with blocking old Zhang, while the others swiftly dragged the plates to their bowls. In a matter of seconds, the once bountiful feast before old Zhang was reduced to an empty plate, devoid of even the soup. Now it was old Zhang who was left dumbfounded. As the braised meat was served, the group intended to repeat their strategy. However, this time old Zhang was determined. He stood up, craning his neck forward, and with a shake of his head, a shower of food remnants and sesame seeds covered the entire table. The group stood frozen in shock, their expressions vacant, utterly petrified. Zhang Laoku, my goodness, this ruckus lasted several minutes, and those big gentlemen were on the verge of tears. Zhao Wu's face turned as dark as a charred pot. Yet he gritted his teeth and contained his anger, working alongside Li Shi to placate the others, rearranging tables and chairs to accommodate everyone. Zhang Laoku, with a sheepish grin, addressed Zhao Wu. "My apologies, I truly couldn't hold back." Zhao Wu, grinding his teeth, replied, "No worries, old Zhang. Take your time to enjoy your meal. But do be careful not to choke." Li Hai, being a straightforward man, felt somewhat awkward squeezing in at another table, unable to compete with the others. Wang Huilan, feeling sympathy for her son, called him over to the cool pavilion, saving him portions from each dish and even fetching a bowl of meat for him. Fortunately, Zhang Laoku refrained from further mischief. Each person claimed their own table, contentedly indulging in the abundant dishes before leaving with hands clasped behind their backs. Watching his retreating figure, Li Chun felt a surge of displeasure. The food she had prepared for this old miser was hardly worth feeding to a dog. Moreover, he had taken advantage of her elder brother, which made it all the more unacceptable. With this thought, Li Chun beckoned to Li Hu, who lived next door to Zhang Laoku and had kept a close watch on the family. "Huzi, have you heard them mention that old miser's father is on his last legs?" "Yes, indeed. He hasn't been able to eat for a long time. He's looking quite unwell. It could be just a few days now." "Ah, I see." Li Hu suddenly grasped the implication, pointing at Li Chun with a mischievous grin. Chapter 9. Chef's Gratitude. Li Hu's lewd demeanor made Li Chun uncomfortable. "What do you understand? Second brother, you must be planning to steal some of their chickens when the old man kicks the bucket, right?" Li Chun. "Second brother, let me tell you. They've caught 10 more chickens this year. The old miser has been feeding them maggots and grasshoppers, and they're getting quite plump. Let's not wait. Let us make our move tonight." Before he could finish, Li Chun delivered a sharp slap to the back of his neck. "Stop babbling nonsense. Am I that kind of person? Just keep an eye on them, and notify me the moment he passes, quickly, if possible." Li Hu was left bewildered. Are you really considering giving them a parting gift? Get lost. After the second round, Li Chun checked his satisfaction level, which was nearing 20,000. The task was complete. But he wondered how much he could exceed by the end of the banquet. In high spirits, he anticipated what kind of bonus the system would bestow upon him. At that moment, the newlyweds table finally dispersed, the bride's family emerging from the room, their faces aglow from the drinks. Zhao Wu grasped the hand of the bride's uncle, shaking it warmly. Dear-in-law, did you enjoy the meal? The uncle laughed heartily. Indeed, it was splendid. Thank you for your warm hospitality. The dishes were authentically prepared. The bride's family expressed their satisfaction, particularly praising the sesame peanuts and the 4 happiness meatballs. After bidding farewell to the newlyweds, Zhao Wu's face lit up with joy. What he had initially thought would be a disaster turned into a delightful surprise, thanks to Li Chun, who had saved the day. Aside from Zheng Laoca's antics, it was nearly perfect. Xiaoshuang, your second brother really came through for you today. Without him, we would have been in quite a predicament. Later, you two should raise a glass to him. The newlywed couple was filled with joy, nodding in agreement. Dad, we understand, they said. Li Shi took the time to tally the attendees. Some may have been unable to come due to prior commitments. Including those who assisted, 6 additional tables would suffice. Li Chun and the others skillfully coordinated, presenting the final round of dishes. As they were nearing the last 2 dishes, Zhao Wu and his wife, beaming with smiles, entered the kitchen. Zhao Wu's wife cradled a large tray covered with a red cloth, containing the customary gift of gratitude for the chef. This token of appreciation is typically presented by the groom's parents. If they are no longer around, a relative from the family is invited to do so. As per local tradition, Zhao Wu clasped his fists and gave a slight nod to Li Chun. Master Chef, your hard work is appreciated. We have prepared a small token for you. Please accept it. Li Chun, feeling a bit shy as it was his first experience with this custom, scratched his head. However, having partaken in such gatherings since childhood, he understood the protocol. He extended his hands to receive the tray and called out loudly, "Thank you, esteemed host." At this moment, he had to unveil the red cloth in front of everyone, not only to see the contents but to announce them aloud, as it was a moment to honor the host. "Thank you, esteemed host. We received 2 towels, 2 jean of sugar, 2 bags of tea, and 2 packs of Eugen cigarettes. Wishing you prosperity and many descendants." Bravo! Zhao Wu and his wife led the applause, with others joining in the cheer. The gifts were always the same 4 items, yet the quality could vary significantly. Take the Eugen cigarettes, for instance, a pack cost 50 cents. And most families would hesitate to part with them. The well wishes that followed were traditional, echoing the sentiments of Li Chun's grandfather and Li Weiguo. However, given that family planning had been in effect for 5 years, the hope for many children seemed rather implausible. On the spot, Li Chun opened a pack of cigarettes and distributed them, causing Wang Huilan to feel a pang of regret, hastily collecting the other items. After packaging the leftover dishes for everyone, the banquet came to a satisfying conclusion, and Li Chun removed his apron, clutching it in his hand. System. How does one exchange the old for the new? As long as the host touches the apron, the system will automatically operate when a replacement is needed. Would you like to proceed with the exchange now? Li Chun's eyes lit up. This was quite convenient. However, he decided against it for now. Knowing his astute mother was not easily deceived, the guests gathered around the table, sipping on the potent 56-degree Baiqing liquor, basking in compliments and the rising satisfaction levels. At that moment, Li Chun felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. The newlyweds toasted, and the groom presented a red envelope to Li Chun with both hands. "Second brother, thank you for your hard work. After we return to visit, we will surely come to see you." Very well. This was his first time earning a little money since his rebirth, and Li Chun couldn't help but smile widely. However, as he turned around, he was taken aback. His mother, Wang Huilan, was covertly extending her hand from behind the table and winking at him. A sudden pang of realization struck him. "That's mine." Wang Huilan beckoned with her finger. "Hurry up. As long as you are not married, this house is under my rule. Enough chatter. I'll save it for when you find a wife." Wang Huilan was not intentionally putting Li Chun in a difficult position. According to past patterns, as long as this lad had some money in his pocket, he would promptly vanish from sight. He would either seek out his raucous friends for indulgent feasting or find a place to gamble. Today, after finally accomplishing something meaningful, Wang Huilan genuinely worried that upon encountering money, this boy would fall back into his old ways. She didn't need his meager funds, she merely feared his arrogance. In a bustling environment filled with chatter, Li Chun, reluctant to prolong his entanglement with his mother over the red envelope, could only reluctantly place it in her hands. Wang Huilan was preoccupied with the injured family member at home, hastily shoveling some food into her mouth before taking the meal Li Chun had packed and heading back. Li Chun stayed with the others, drinking for over an hour before the gathering concluded. After the feast, everyone pitched in to clean up. Li Chun tidied his belongings, loading them onto a unicycle cart, and bid farewell to the Zhao family as he made his way home. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully presided over your first wedding banquet. In this event, the host has accumulated a satisfaction value of 243 million, allowing for 24 opportunities for a basic lottery with a 100 chance of winning. Congratulations on exceeding the task by more than double. You are rewarded with a basic channel card. Wow, there's a prop card. How does one utilize this? Basic channel card. Upon reading the description, Li Chun was filled with immense joy. Indeed, this was a remarkable item. In essence, using this card would enable Li Chun to establish a supply channel related to food products, consistently providing him with supplies at the lowest wholesale prices nationwide, all while ensuring quality and food safety. The range includes dried goods, packaged foods, kitchenware, tools, vessels, beverages, grains, and more. However, the fresh produce channel was limited to fresh ingredients within a 50-kilometer radius of his location. This was truly impressive. One must understand that in the 1980s, the North faced severe shortages of goods and transportation difficulties. Even with money, many items were unattainable. Having a stable supply channel was exceedingly rare. The only downside was that the system provided the channel, but transactions still required cash payments. Satisfaction values could not be substituted. Chapter 10. It's a wrap. By the way, I haven't drawn the lottery yet. System, commence the 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations. You have drawn a pack of bottom matches. Congratulations. You have drawn a pack of bottom matches. Li Chun, is this what you call a 100 chance of winning? A pack of matches retails for merely 2 dimes. My mother could use them for a year. Can I get something a bit more substantial? Congratulations. You have drawn a set of 12 cast iron pots. Nice. Finally, something worthwhile. He had previously contemplated selling smoked chicken, and now he had the large pot sorted out. Such an item would not be cheap at the supply and marketing cooperative, and the system rewarded him with a complete set, including the lids. This system is quite generous. He hadn't yet figured out how to utilize that channel card, but now with the large pot, Li Chun had already made up his mind. After completing the 24 draws, the results were a mixed bag. A pound of 5-spice seasoning, each. There are still 4 pounds of white sugar and 2 pounds of brown sugar, with 12 opportunities remaining, all of which have yielded matches. Goodness gracious. Mother, we shall never again worry about lacking matches. Li Chun had never anticipated that, while financial freedom remained a distant dream, he would first attain a state of match freedom. It is evident that the system compensates for the odds of winning with matches. In future draws, these will undoubtedly be in abundance. Since they cannot be exhausted, he might as well accumulate them and sell them off in bulk later. Much like the gifts Chef Zhao once brought back, towels, tea, and white sugar were simply too much to use, all of which mother exchanged at the local shop for cash. Over the course of the year, that amounts to a significant income. Li Chun also noted that all the items drawn earlier had already been placed on the shelves. Once the prizes are depleted, they can be purchased directly with satisfaction points, at a ratio roughly equivalent to 1:0,001. What a ripoff. There is utterly no cost-effectiveness. However, he had no intention of selling off the prizes. These are indeed useful items, especially the various spices, which are top-grade products sourced from the country, and currently. In Heha City, even possessing wealth does not guarantee one can acquire them. Except for the matches. Ding. The host's reward for this occasion is 20 yuan. Based on this, future banquet commissions must not be below 20 yuan. Happiness faded within 3 seconds as Li Chun's expression suddenly froze. 20 yuan. Zhao Xiaoshuang gifted a red envelope containing 20 yuan. My father charges merely 5 yuan for a banquet, and you offer me 20? Are you out of your mind? System. You must not comprehend the significance of 20 yuan in the 1980s. The best pork was merely 1 yuan and 80 cents. And new rice cost only 2 jiao per pound. You expect me to demand 20 from them? A banquet requires 100 pounds of rice. It's akin to robbery. Wait, that's not right. It's entirely abnormal for the Zhao family to give 20 yuan. I understand now. My father was injured at their home, and most of this must be compensation for him. System, you cannot impose all of this upon me. System, respond. This is unacceptable. Despite his incessant inquiries, the system remained unresponsive. After a while, Li Chun gradually calmed down and asked, what if I insist on 5 yuan? Below the minimum standard. The host will be unable to acquire satisfaction points. The host must upgrade the system promptly. The next upgrade requires the accumulation of 1 million satisfaction points. Li Chun's brow furrowed in frustration. Upgrade the system? At this rate, it would take ages. How many ordinary households are willing to spend 20 yuan to hire someone for a banquet? It is utterly daunting. I have barely begun my entrepreneurial journey, and it is already crumbling. What a disaster. Zhao Xiaoshuang, you prodigal creature. I am truly at my wit's end. Satisfaction points from Li Weiguo, 100. Satisfaction points from Li Nan. Suddenly receiving satisfaction points contributed by family members likely stems from them savoring the leftovers brought back by mother. Father's satisfaction points filled to the brim, which serves as the highest affirmation of his culinary skills. Thus, perhaps it would be easier for him to step back and allow another to take the lead. However, at this moment, Li Chun found himself wavering in his aspirations for a coup. He mentioned that starting a banquet would require 20 yuan, and whether others could accept it remained uncertain. It was likely that his father would not hesitate to act with righteousness against his own kin. Ding. A satisfaction value of 100 from Han Wenli. Li Chun. Who on earth is Han Wenli? According to the past division of the production team, Zhuangtuing village was divided into 6 small teams, separated into eastern and western parts by the highway and the only railway line of the Rihe River. The western side bordered the river, characterized by flat terrain, housing the village's prime farmland. The first 3 teams, along with the primary school and team headquarters, were clustered there. The latter 3 teams were situated in 3 small ravines carved by the eastern waters. The Li family resided in the east ravine of the 4th team. Adjacent to the brick factory, the path into the ravine was steep, with 32 households scattered along both sides of the gorge. The Li family, positioned on the northern side, enjoyed a bright abode facing south. Li Chun, burdened with thoughts, returned to the east ravine, and from a distance, he could hear a cacophony of noise coming from the vicinity of the large willow tree. Feeling irritated, he muttered, "What kind of madness is this? In the middle of the day, instead of resting, they're bickering. Do they not fear falling ill?" However, as he drew closer, he realized that the loudest voices belonged to none other than his mother, Wang Huilan. At that moment, the area beneath the willow was bustling with activity. Nearly everyone at home had gathered to witness the commotion, forming a substantial circle. Within this circle, Wang Huilan stood at the forefront, rallying her younger sister, Li Nan, and her nephew, the little one, Li Zihui, in a fierce confrontation with the Han matriarch and her 3 generations of descendants. Wang Huilan, hands on her hips and brimming with spirit, was spitting words at the old Han woman. "Your kid, Tai Dan, stole peanuts from my daughter, Xiao Wei, and even knocked us over. And you dare claim righteousness?" The old Han woman was equally undeterred. "It's only natural. Your child, when presented with delicious food, should consume it at home instead of flaunting it outside. If my grandson hadn't been tempted, would he have needed to steal hers?" Wang Huilan rolled her eyes. "Goodness. This is the first time I've encountered such shamelessness. As for my belongings, where my granddaughter chooses to eat is none of your concern. Just because your grandson is greedy doesn't he give him the right to pilfer from others. There are plenty of tasty snacks at the corner store. Why doesn't he go and steal those?" The old Han woman remained obstinate. "Nonsense. Your things belong to the Zhao family's banquet. You accept red envelopes for catering and then sneak back with their dishes. You are the one lacking in shame." In a fit of rage, Wang Huilan was ready to confront the old Han woman directly. Meanwhile, Li Chun finally squeezed into the crowd and embraced his mother. While his mother was formidable, the old Han woman was no pushover. That woman was sharp-tongued, having clashed with nearly every family in the East Ravine, and her combat experience was extensive. Li Chun would be heartbroken if his mother were harmed, even if just a single hair were pulled. Chapter 11. Barbecue Mom, calm down. What on earth is going on? Wang Huilan, pulled back by her son, felt her impulsive fervor dissipate as she recounted the events with a dark expression. The leftover dishes from the banquet had received unanimous praise from the family, and Li Zihui, who was just about to take a nap, was instantly energized upon seeing the delicious food. His elder brother's family lived in the 2nd team and would send their child over daily to be looked after by Wang Huilan. Do not be deceived by the fact that this little girl is merely 2.5 years old. She exhibits an audacious confidence, not only feeding herself, but also snatching 2 peanuts to flaunt outside. Tai Dan, resembling a 5 or 6-year-old, is the sole male descendant of the Han family in this generation, indulged to the point of becoming insufferable. When he demanded something from Li Zihui and was denied, he resorted to force, shoving her to the ground. Upon witnessing his niece being bullied, Li Nan promptly retaliated, toppling Tai Dan as well. The old Han matriarch sat comfortably in the shade, failing to intervene when her grandson tormented Li Zihui, but she was incensed when Li Nan pushed Tai Dan, berating Li Nan for her lack of decorum. Li Nan, having just graduated from elementary school, was already a striking young lady at the tender age of 13, standing at a height of 1.60 meters, largely due to the family's affluence stemming from Li Weiguo's profession. Confronted by the unreasonable old Han matriarch, Li Nan remained undaunted. Exchanging sharp retorts, the commotion drew out the Li family members, escalating the conflict. With her lips pursed in indignation, Li Nan exclaimed to her elder brother, "Brother, the old Han matriarch is utterly shameless. She claims that children should resolve their own disputes, and as an elder, I should not intervene. Yet her Tai Dan is a boy and much older than Huir. Is this not blatant bullying?" Little Li Zihui clung to her aunt's leg, gazing up at Li Chun, exclaiming, "Exactly. They bullied me until I cried." Li Chun nearly burst into laughter. "Cried, you say? I see no trace of tears upon your cheeks." This clever little girl was more mischievous than any boy, having been reprimanded often by her aunt, to the point of developing resilience to minor setbacks. It was evident she was merely seeking trouble. Then, observing Tai Dan with sesame seeds stuck to the corner of his mouth, It dawned on Li Chun that this little rascal was indeed Han Wenli. Despite residing in the same neighborhood for years, Li Chun was oblivious to his full name, only aware that he was the sole male member of the younger generation in the Han family, excessively pampered, leading to the rather unflattering nickname of Tai Dan. Little did she realize that the system had an additional benefit. It could automatically identify true names. The old Han matriarch, unashamed, retorted, "Children can fight without consequence, Li Nan. Being from an older generation, should not have intervened." Li Chun chuckled. "So, your implication is that only peers are allowed to engage in such altercations?" The old woman affirmed. "Indeed, it is bullying for an elder to strike a junior." Li Chun nodded. "You make a valid point. My sister's act of pushing your grandson was indeed inappropriate." Li Nan was taken aback, wondering why her brother was siding with outsiders. However, Li Chun's subsequent statement dispelled her doubts. "Since I am of the same generation as your son, it would not be considered bullying if I were to discipline him, would it? Han Jigang, where the devil are you?" Li Chun had already set her sights on Tai Dan's father, Han Jigang. Despite Han's elder brothers being older, they had often faced Li Chun's discipline in their youth. The old Han matriarch, unable to act herself, thought it might be beneficial to vent her frustration by reprimanding her son. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Han Jigang had vanished, infuriating Li Chun, who erupted in a torrent of curses. "Han Jigang, I curse your ancestors. If you have the audacity, don't return home. I shall make sure you regret it." At this, the old Han matriarch felt a chill of fear. One tends to engage in trivial disputes, yet the second son of the Li family is an absolute scoundrel. If he were to fixate on my son, it would spell disaster. "Kun, do not be unreasonable. My Jigang has done you no wrong." Li Chun shot a glare. "And my Huier has provoked your grandson, has she? You claim that peers can fight freely. I shall await his return. And if you possess any courage, ensure he does not come home." The old Han woman was filled with trepidation. "That simply cannot be. Children may squabble. But you are all adults. If you unjustly harm my Jigang, I will report you to the village committee." With that, she seized Tai Dan and strode homeward without a backward glance. This was a clear sign of concession. Wang Huilan spat vehemently. "Huh? And you say fighting among peers is acceptable? My family has over 100 brothers. Gather them all, and one spit from each could drown you. What nonsense." Laughter erupted among the onlookers at her words. Wang Huilan was not exaggerating. The Wang family was the most prominent clan in Taiping's Wang village, flourishing and robust, with more than 100 brothers to rally. It was said that during their wedding, over 100 brothers-in-law and kin had confronted Li Weiguo, leaving old Li utterly terrified. This incident had become a village joke, known to all. Li Nan and Li Zihui surrounded the venerable matriarch, celebrating her triumph. Yet, Li Chun had no intention of letting the matter rest. Such people, particularly that little brat, must be taught a lesson to deter them from bullying Huier again. Just like his father, Han Jigang should keep his distance. Upon returning home, Li Chun stored the cooking pots in the pantry, and his mother swiftly took his apron for cleaning. He had anticipated this. His astute mother had an impeccable memory. In his lunchbox, he discovered the heart-protecting meat he had brought back, which he diced and marinated in soy sauce. He ventured to the hillside to gather suitable branches from the locust trees, stripping the bark and sharpening one end. He cut the netting into small pieces to wrap the heart-protecting meat before threading them onto skewers. "Urge, what are you up to?" Li Nan inquired curiously. Li Chun grinned. "Come, I'll take you to have some barbecue." He handed the skewers to Li Nan while carrying a large bundle of dried brambles. Li Zihui, with her short legs, hurried after them. "Second uncle, little aunt, wait for me." The little girl was always keen when it came to food. Under the large poplar tree, Li Chun gathered a few bricks to create a makeshift grill. Bricks were plentiful at the brick factory by Donggo. He ignited the dry kindling atop the bricks, flames soaring and generating a wave of intense heat, prompting Li Chun to quickly pull them back. The roaring fire attracted all the children at home. Tai Dan, accustomed to his boisterous nature, was unafraid and followed along. "Second uncle, how do you start a fire? You're not planning to roast Tai Dan, are you?" Laughter erupted as Li Chun waved his hand dismissively. "Stay back. We are barbecuing, and there is none for you." Upon hearing barbecue and seeing the large handful of fresh meat in Li Nan's grasp, the children could not help but salivate. "Second uncle, what kind of meat are you grilling? Why does it look so dark? What flavor is it? Is it delicious?" "Uncle, just last week, I ran an errand for you to buy cigarettes. Could you spare me a skewer to taste?" The pleas of the children went entirely unheeded by Li Chun, who stole a glance at Tai Dan, whose mouth was watering profusely. Chapter 12. Oh my. The willow branches burned quickly, leaving behind a small pile of flickering embers. Li Chun arranged the meat skewers on the grill, and as they cooked, the fat began to melt, dripping onto the coals, which sent up plumes of fragrant smoke, enticing all who were near. "Oh my goodness." The aroma was irresistible. "Uncle, please, just one skewer," the children implored. "I'll trade you a cigarette from my dad for a skewer." The group of 8 or 9-year-olds were nearly in tears from desire, with Tai Dan stretching his neck longingly, desperate to catch a whiff of the delightful scent. Though mischievous, he dared not provoke Li Chun, a man who could even take on his father. Thus, he could only stand by, hoping that Li Chun would take pity on him and share a skewer, but alas. Li Chun paid him no mind. Li Weiguo was already entranced, drooling as she struggled to escape her aunt's embrace. Let me go? I want to eat. Queer wants meat. Wait, it's not done yet. There's plenty for you. Li Chun could not help but swallow hard at the sight. The charred edges of the meat were a favorite from his past life, though he lamented the lack of cumin, which would have added the finishing touch. Perhaps today's lottery would yield some spices, and he would certainly get cumin in the future. The meat pieces were cut small and grilled to perfection within 7 or 8 minutes. Li Chun first handed a handful to Li Nan, instructing her to savor it slowly while he tended to Li Weiguo. Li Nan could hardly contain her eagerness, tearing off a piece and biting into it, crispy on the outside, tender within, with juices bursting forth. What a delightful experience. Though her second brother had previously grilled fish and sparrows for her, nothing compared to this heavenly meat. Delicious. Satisfaction level from Li Nan, 100. After savoring a piece, she eagerly offered another to Li Chun. Brother, you should eat too. Li Chun chuckled. Only my sister can be so generous. However, Li Weiguo was not pleased. When her uncle tore the meat into smaller pieces, her aunt fed him first, significantly slowing down the process of tearing the meat. Li Weiguo stamped her feet and clapped her hands, on the verge of tears. I want to eat. Hurry up, uncle. With her impatience palpable, she finally got a piece of meat into her mouth, her excitement causing her to jump for joy. So good. I want more. Satisfaction level from Li Weiguo, 100. The three of them were enjoying their meal, their faces glistening with grease, while the children watching nearby were beside themselves with envy. The little one from the Zhao family was truly in tears. Uncle, please, just a bite. I'm begging you. I'll even call you Dad. Li Chun nearly choked on his food, astonished at their lack of shame in the face of such delicacies. After indulging in some skewers, Li Chun lit a cigarette and remarked, You all must have heard the saying, no merit, no reward, since you haven't aided me in any way. Why should I share my bounty with you? The young ones appeared bewildered, but the astute Wang Shui's eyes suddenly sparkled. Uncle, how can I assist you? Li Chun settled himself on a brick, casting a mischievous glance at the still sniffing Tai-Dan. Right before me, I find that little brat quite irksome. Wang Shui instantly grasped his uncle's intent. In his eyes, Tai-Dan now resembled a sizzling roast. With a vigorous leap, he exclaimed, Uncle, save some roast for me. I shall return shortly. Hey, you little rascal, prepare to face me. Li Chun chuckled with delight. You're quite perceptive. Within 3 seconds, Wang Shui had Tai-Dan on the ground, straddling him and throwing punches. Tai-Dan cried out, and the commotion attracted the formidable old Han, who stormed out brandishing her broom. Wang Shui, you little monkey, how dare you bully my Tai-Dan? I'll make you pay. Li Chun quickly interposed himself before old Han. What are you doing, Aunt Han? The children are merely playing. As an elder, you shouldn't interfere. Old Han was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? You said so yourself. Are you going to backtrack now? If you dare intervene, I'll head straight for your son. Old Han was left speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Shui intensified his assault. And soon the other children joined in. Uncle Wei. Li Chun waved his hand dismissively. I can still produce 3 more skewers. Hey, Tai-Dan, don't run away. I shall duel with you for 300 rounds. Upon returning home, Li Nan distributed the roasted meat among his family and recounted the earlier events, prompting hearty laughter from Wang Huilan. After a long day beginning at 5 in the morning, Li Chun felt utterly exhausted. You all continue chatting. I'm off to rest for a bit. Brother, aren't you going to substitute for Binzi tonight? What time will you leave? Li Nan inquired. No rush. I'll depart after dinner. Wang Huilan added. Will it be too late to not delay little Bin's matters? If it were anyone else, I'd be concerned. But with Zhang Bin, there's no issue. Zhang Bin, raised under Li Chun's protective wing, was quite reliable. His father, Zhang Baokai, once the director of the Nanyuan grain store, had fallen from grace and was sent to work in Zhuangtuing village, residing in a dilapidated straw hut at the mouth of Donggo. Not only was he exhausted from labor, but he also frequently faced beatings. All while Zhang Bin's mother was pregnant. It was a dire situation. Unable to bear the sight, Li Weiguo would occasionally sneak food to their family. When Zhang Bin was bullied by the village children, Li Chun stood by him like a true brother. Years later, when Zhang Baokai was vindicated and reinstated in the city, the Zhang family bore a grudge against everyone in Zhuangtuing village, except for the Li family, for whom they felt immense gratitude. Despite the passing years, the bond between the two families remained strong, with the Zhangs frequently providing the Lis with extra grains. Even now, Zhang Baokai has ascended to the esteemed position of director of the Municipal Grain Bureau, yet every Lunar New Year's day, he continues to bring his family to pay respects to the Li family. Presently, leveraging his brother-in-law's connections, Zhang Bin has established a stable life, setting up a pool table on the 2nd floor of the train station. Li Chun chuckled. What is the fuss? His mother misses him, and he'll surely return home to sleep tonight. I'm off to bed. I'm utterly exhausted. Unbeknownst to Li Chun as he retired to his room. His reputation was beginning to gain traction. It was hardly surprising that he had become a focal point of conversation in the village. Even friends from neighboring villages, invited by Zhao Wu, returned praising him. In Yanyingzi village, at the home of the bride's uncle, Yin Yonghui, neighbors and friends gathered in droves, clamoring to inquire about the bride's family. In rural areas, where traditions abound, wedding festivities often invite scrutiny and criticism. With limited entertainment options, gossip is the preferred pastime of villagers. If they were to hear negative tidings about the bride's family from Yin Yonghui's home, it would surely delight them. However, the outcome was disappointing for them. Not only was Yin Yonghui pleased, but all those who accompanied the bride were exceedingly satisfied with the bride's family. Hey, the Zhao family's banquet was splendid. There was an abundance of fish and meat, and they even had roasted chicken, exclaimed one. The chef they hired was exceptional. I've never tasted such delectable dishes. What was that dish called? Oh yes, the sesame peanut. Yes, that sesame peanut was simply divine, crispy, sweet, and utterly delightful. The neighbors rolled their eyes, puffed. It's just peanuts. No matter how good they are, they're still peanuts. You don't know what you're talking about. Those peanuts were coated in sesame and were sweet, crispy, and absolutely delicious. Another chimed in. My father couldn't get enough. He shamelessly asked for another plate. Yin Yonghui remarked, is it truly that good? Let us see. I might just have to try it myself. Not only were there peanuts, but they also served Shishi meatballs, made in the traditional way, for large meatballs in a delectable broth. Honestly, their culinary skills surpassed those of our village esquukai by a considerable margin. Next time we go there, let us find out the name of that young chef. When we host events in our family, perhaps we can invite him to cater. It would surely enhance our prestige. Chapter 13. Price increase. The Li family's dinner consisted of leftovers packed from the previous meal, and Wang Huilan had prepared a pot of cornmeal porridge. As the family gathered around the table, the couple from the second team, Zheng Qiming and his wife, arrived. Wang Huilan and Li Weiguo quickly rose to greet them. Qiming, come in quickly. Oh dear, you've caught us mid-meal. I just got off work and heard that old Li was in trouble, so I couldn't help but come over to check on him. Li Nan rose to brew tea and pour water, while Li Chun, holding his bowl, greeted Zheng Qiming and his wife. Uncle, Aunt, please chat. I'll eat first. I need to head to the city soon, and I fear I might be late. Zheng Qiming and his wife were no ordinary couple. They held a respected status in the village. Zheng Qiming inherited his family's carpentry skills, and when the crankshaft factory was established in Dashimiao town, he successfully secured a position there due to his craftsmanship. His character was impeccable, though he possessed a stubborn streak and a hint of pride. Nevertheless, this is entirely understandable, for he is, after all, the only formal worker in the village to date. A fact that indeed merits pride in this era. His wife, Gao Yuelon, is warm-hearted and eloquent, yet particularly gullible. She serves as a key member of the village gossip committee, and any stirring in the neighborhood invariably reaches her ears. Li Chun, while eating, pricked up his ears to listen. However, as he absorbed the conversation, his appetite waned. It turned out that on the 19th, his younger brother, Zheng Felin, was to marry, and today was a visit to check on Li Weiguo's injuries and confirm whether he would be able to attend the event. Moreover, the couple incessantly praised Li Chun's culinary skills, subtly implying their desire for him to participate in preparing the feast. Seeing that his father was about to acquiesce, Li Chun hastily set down his chopsticks. Wait a moment. Everyone turned to him in unison. Li Weiguo's expression darkened as he coldly inquired, What's the matter? Do you have plans for that day? Presently, there were no arrangements. Li Weiguo continued, Then come with me. You're not a child anymore. What's the point of just wandering about? Spend a couple of years working alongside me, and when the time comes, I'll hand over our affairs to you. While it may not lead to wealth, it will provide you with a means to earn a living. Li Chun scoffed. Dad, you charge 5 yuan for each feast. With over 200 households in our village, how much can you possibly earn in a year from weddings and funerals? If we factor in losses, can we even net 200? You can farm, but catering can only be considered a side job. If I were to rely on that paltry sum to support a family, I would surely starve. The others were taken aback. His calculations were rather meticulous. Li Weiguo retorted. Then you could also farm in your spare time. Isn't that how I've lived my life? Li Chun shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum. I will never farm. It is simply out of the question. What? You, a farmer, disdain farming? Li Chun replied, It's not that I disdain it, but rather that I simply cannot do it. Zheng Qiming and his wife could not contain their laughter. Wang Huilan, exasperated, pointed her finger and poked him sharply on the head. How dare you say such a thing? This lazy good-for-nothing has never set foot in a field. The mere mention of farming makes him ache all over, or he scurries off without a trace. Li Weiguo has broken countless sticks over him, yet to no avail. Even now, it is his sister-in-law who tends to the land, and he likely doesn't even know where his own plot is. It is precisely because the Li family has few children that Wang Huilan feels there is still hope for the second son. In a family with more sons, with such conduct, He would have been cast out long ago to fend for himself. Li Weiguo trembled with fury. So what do you wish to do? Do you think you can simply roam about as before and manage to provide for a family, to become prosperous? Li Chun, having left the field, quickly offered his father a cigarette. Look, why are you getting angry while we're having a pleasant conversation? What I mean is, participating in the feast is not out of the question. I rather enjoy preparing the meal for the Zhao family today, but I believe the rules need to be amended. Li Weiguo was taken aback. How should they be amended? Li Chun gritted his teeth. The system had presented him with this dilemma, which he must face sooner or later. I want to raise the price. Zheng's second son is organizing a banquet. While it is permissible for him not to attend, it is imperative that he raises the price if he chooses to hold the event. The entire village is watching. According to tradition, the Zheng family would charge 5 yuan. And it is unreasonable to expect others to accept a price increase. A raise? The parents were taken aback, and Zheng Qiming and his wife could not muster a smile. Hearing that his son intends to raise prices for his own event feels profoundly unsettling. Zheng Qiming furrowed his brow and inquired, "Akan, how much do you plan to increase it?" Li Chun did not respond immediately, but glanced at his mother, Wang Huilan. "Mother, how much was the red envelope from the Zhao family today?" Wang Huilan wore a guarded expression, but before she could respond, Gao Yuelon had already provided the answer. 20. Li Chun gasped, clearly impressed by Aunt Gao's prowess in gathering information. "Aunt Gao, how did you find out?" Gao Yuelon rolled her eyes. Zhao Wu's wife has been boasting about it. Now the whole village is aware of the generous 20 yuan red envelope. Their family must be quite affluent. The last 2 words were pronounced with a hint of sarcasm. Li Weiguo remarked, "Given such a sum, it must be related to my injury at their home this morning." Li Chun chuckled. "Whether that is the case, I cannot say, but I am certain that Zhao Wu's wife would not disclose it that way." Gao Yuelon nodded emphatically. "She didn't mention it. That woman is shrewd. She only referred to it as your hard-earned money, which sounds both flattering and respectable." Li Weiguo felt somewhat stifled and quickly shifted the topic. "What does this have to do with your price increase?" Li Chun nodded. "It is absolutely relevant. With Zhao's 20 yuan as a precedent, I might as well raise my price to 20. From now on, anyone seeking my services for a banquet will have to pay a minimum of 20 yuan. Coughing, the others in the room stared at him incredulously. "Hold second. Have you lost your mind? Akun, do you know how much you can buy for 20 yuan? My uncle's monthly wage at his job is barely over 40 yuan. You are asking for half a month's salary for a single banquet. That is excessive." Gao Yuelon exclaimed in agitation, while Zheng Qiming's face darkened as he stood up to leave. "To propose such a price increase in front of me is one thing, but to jump straight to 20 yuan? Are you treating the Zheng family as fools?" Li Weiguo's eyes scanned the room for something to vent his frustration. Sensing the brewing storm, Li Chun quickly interjected, "Everyone, please let me finish speaking. I am merely stating that anyone who wishes to hire me for a banquet will need to pay 20. If that seems steep, they can always hire my father. He is cheaper." Li Weiguo retorted, "Why does that sound so off? Aunt Gao, you also attended the banquet at the Zhao family today. You witnessed our culinary skills. Not to mention the exquisite sesame peanut and the 4 happiness meatballs. Zhao Wu certainly gained face from it. His 20 yuan was undoubtedly worth it. Additionally, I have many more standout dishes like the sesame peanuts. Although my prices may be higher, the value is guaranteed, at the very least. One's reputation will be well upheld. Uncle Zheng, Auntie, you have watched me grow up. It has been said that I was a scoundrel in my youth. But now I wish to settle down and engage in earnest endeavors. As my elders, your support is essential. However, I shall not impose my will. If you believe my asking price is excessive, feel free to let my father handle it. There is no need for us to let trivial matters disrupt our harmony. It is not worth it. If you find my culinary skills satisfactory, I kindly ask you to invest this modest sum of 20 yuan. As my inaugural client, I assure you that you will not suffer any loss. Not only will the dishes be exquisite, but I will also strive to economize on the ingredients as much as possible. Do not mistake my confidence for arrogance. Take today's peanuts as an example. I merely added a hint of sesame, and the result far surpassed even that of braised meat. I possess such abilities. Chapter 14. An unpleasant departure after Li Chun's speech. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Wang Huilan gazed intently at her son, feeling that he was still under the influence of something unclean. Gao Yuelon, on the other hand, found Li Chun's demeanor sincere and his arguments quite reasonable. Yet Zheng Qiming's expression remained ominously dark. Our visit today was primarily to check on Brother Li's condition. Now that it appears there are no significant issues, we can rest easy. We shall not delay your meal any further. Yuelon, let us take our leave. With that, Zheng Qiming turned and walked away. Gao Yuelon smiled and hurried to catch up with him. Li Weiguo shot Li Chun a fierce glare, while Wang Huilan delivered a sharp slap to her son, both parents ushering him out. Li Chun could only shrug in resignation. He genuinely wished to secure the Zheng family's business, and with a couple of remarkable dishes, he could gain considerable respect in the future. Alas, circumstances did not align. Having articulated his position so clearly, He found himself at an impasse with Zhang Qiming's refusal. 20 yuan was indeed too steep. Families like Zhang's, among the village's elite, could scarcely accept such a price, let alone ordinary households. Unable to break the deadlock, he resolved to explore whether he could find another avenue among the employees of prosperous enterprises. Once outside, Li Weiguo attempted to console Zhang Qiming, saying, "My son has never faced hardship. He is overly ambitious, always seeking instant success. There is no need for you to be angry with him. Rest assured, on the day of the event, I will certainly ensure everything is in order, even if I have to take responsibility for any shortcomings." Zhang Qiming nodded with a smile. "Brother, do not worry. I am an adult, after all. How could I be upset with someone so much younger? Please, do not see us out. Return to your meal." As they parted ways, Zhang Qiming muttered under his breath, "For heaven's sake, what an ungrateful soul. Demanding 20 yuan as if I were a fool. Keep your voice down." Gao Yuelon nudged Zhang Qiming, gesturing towards the old elm tree where a group of women had perked up their ears, craning their necks to listen. "What is the matter? Are we not using a Chun anymore?" Zhang Qiming gritted his teeth in frustration. "Why on earth would we?" He scoffed. "So he can prepare a couple of dishes? Look at how arrogant he is. Even if every chef in Dashimio town were to vanish, I would not employ him." Gao Yuelon lightly pushed him, saying, "Do not speak in anger. If we do not engage him, and our banquet pales in comparison to Zhao Wu's, what will the villagers say? It is not only the villagers, there are also 10 tables from your workplace. A splendid banquet enhances your reputation, does it not?" Zhang Qiming expressed his disbelief, asserting that no matter how exceptional someone might be, the disparity could not be so vast. Gao Yuelon, with a dismissive curl of her lip, thought to herself that he had yet to experience the culinary delights crafted by a Chun, which were truly unparalleled. Meanwhile, Li Chun donned a fresh set of clothes and retrieved a well-suited tool from the woodshed. It was a 1-foot-long 6mm pipe, the front of which was affixed with a 20-centimeter black rubber hose. This weapon was of his own design, substantial yet easy to handle, proving to be remarkably effective. The journey from home to the town spanned 15 miles, during which he would pass through the long-abandoned wartime airstrip enveloped by poplar trees. A desolate expanse where no residents lingered, a notorious area for criminal activity. Li Chun had fallen victim to robbery 4 times in that stretch, thus preparation was imperative. 3 iron hooks were affixed to the horizontal beam of his bicycle, perfectly accommodating the pipe without hindrance. Additionally, a meter-long iron chain coiled around the handlebars served the dual purpose of securing the bike and acting as a weapon should trouble arise. Lastly, nestled within the spring of the brake handle was a 20-centimeter screwdriver, rendering him fully equipped for any eventuality. As he was about to depart, Li Nan dashed out after him. "Second brother, I want to go too." Li Chun shot him a stern look. "What do you intend to do? I know your little schemes. The roller rink is closed at night, so you won't be able to play." Li Nan stamped his foot, pouting in discontent. "It's too late. I can't take you today. I'll buy you some sakama on my way back." Li Nan's mood shifted instantly, brightening at the promise. "Thank you, second brother, don't forget." I know, Li Chun replied, pushing the bicycle out of the courtyard and veering towards the back mountain, eventually joining the main road at the brick factory. Li Weiguo and his wife were returning from dropping someone off, and were just preparing to confront Li Chun when they realized he had already vanished, prompting Li Weiguo to vent his frustration with loud curses. The distance from the village to the town was a total of 2 miles. Passing by 2 establishments, one was the town's veterinary station and slaughterhouse, while the other was the Municipal Vegetable Research Institute. Despite being labeled a research facility, the villagers merely referred to it as the seed station since it primarily sold seeds and plastic film. In truth, the institute did conduct research. However, the villagers simply could not comprehend the nature of their studies. As Li Chun passed the Vegetable Research Institute, he coincidentally encountered the director, Dai Qingyuan, who was escorting a guest. Upon spotting Li Chun, Dai Qingyuan promptly waved him over. "Akun, where are you headed?" Dai Qingyuan, with his gentle demeanor, was well acquainted with Li Chun, who had also shared a desk with his daughter, Dai Yingjia, in middle school. When Li Chun first met Dai Yingjia, she was stunningly beautiful, a sight unlike any he had ever seen, stirring an incessant desire within him to engage her in conversation. However, she was a diligent student, often indifferent to his advances. Nonetheless, Li Chun possessed a tenacious spirit. He frequently lingered around the research institute after school, primarily because their family residence was situated within the institute's compound. Although he failed to win Dai Yingjia's affections, he did cultivate a friendship with Dai Qingyuan. By the latter half of the second year of middle school, Li Chun ceased his pursuit of Dai Yingjia, as she had suddenly developed an unusual affliction, growing facial hair that surpassed his own, which was quite alarming. Currently, Dai Yingjia seems to be working in Beijing and seldom returns. "Uncle Dai, I'm heading to the city. Do you need me to bring anything?" Upon hearing the mention of the city, Dai Qingyuan chuckled and gestured towards a middle-aged man pushing a bicycle beside him. "This happens to be my friend. You can call him Uncle Lon. He is also going to the city, So you two can accompany each other on the way. Lan Quan squinted at Li Chun and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, young comrade." To be frank, Li Chun was not particularly pleased. The man was tall, with a square face and an agreeable appearance, seemingly a good person, yet it was evident he had indulged a bit too much in drink. It is well known that inebriates tend to be bothersome. Already running a bit late, the last thing he wanted was to be burdened with a drunkard. However, since Dai Qing Yuan had spoken, he felt compelled to respond with a smile. "I'm Li Chun. You can also call me Khan." Lan Quan grinned widely. "All right. The young man is straightforward and quite handsome too." As Lan Quan spoke, he inadvertently noticed the weapon hanging from the beam and paused in surprise. Why does that look so familiar? Chapter 15. The drunkard Li Chun chuckled. "It's getting late. We should set off soon." Indeed. Before departing, Dai Qing Yuan added one last piece of advice to Li Chun. "Listen, Lan Quan has had his share of drinks, but he must return home for matters of importance. Please be accommodating on the road, I beg of you. Rest assured, Uncle Dai." Thankfully, although Lan Quan had drunk quite a bit, he was still able to ride his bicycle, albeit a bit wobbly and slow. Moreover, the common affliction of the inebriated, excessive chatter, became apparent. "Are you from around here?" Li Chun replied casually. "Yes, I'm from Zhuangtuing village nearby. Now that we have a contract responsibility system, farming is not too bad," Lan Quan remarked. Indeed. Li Chun thought to himself, "What do I know about farming? I don't even know where my land is. What a joke. Is my old comrade being treated well here? No one is bullying him, right? What did you say? Uncle Dai is your comrade. He served in the military?" Li Chun was taken aback, given Dai Qing Yuan's scholarly demeanor. He hardly seemed the type to have served, nor had he ever heard of it before. Lan Quan chuckled. "Of course. He was our instructor. He only transitioned out due to an eye injury. No wonder he wears tinted glasses. It turns out his eyes had been injured." "Uncle Lan, which unit were you in?" That cannot be disclosed." "All right, I won't pry if you can't say." A minute later, "Young man, are you from around here?" Li Chun felt a sense of impending trouble. Glancing at Lan Quan, whose eyes were nearly closed, he thought, "Goodness, this is a recipe for disaster. Are you all right?" "Uncle Lan, we haven't gone far. Let me take you back to the research institute, and you can stay at Uncle Dai's tonight." Lan Quan struggled to open his eyes and resolutely shook his head. "No, my situation is special. No matter what happens, I must return home tonight." Li Chun rolled his eyes. "Knowing your situation is special, yet you still drink so much?" Lan Quan laughed. "I haven't seen my instructor in many years. I got carried away and had a few extra drinks. But don't worry, it's not a big issue. With things as they are, it's still not a big issue." Amen. At this point, only stubbornness remained. Li Chun accompanied him, swaying unsteadily. Typically, the journey to the town would take merely 2 or 3 minutes by bike. Yet today they traversed for over 10 minutes. Li Chun bore it patiently. However, after passing through the town, Lan Quan could no longer endure. Stumbling off the bicycle and staggering to the roadside to unleash a torrent of vomit. Oh my heavens! The stench. It was more repugnant than excrement. Even from 6 or 7 meters away, Li Chun nearly retched. Nevertheless, out of respect for Dai Qing Yuan, he pinched his nose and approached, patting Lan Quan's back. Once the retching subsided, the situation did not improve. Instead, Lan Quan appeared even more inebriated. "My friend, let us push the bicycle and stroll for a bit." Li Chun felt tears welling up. "Uncle Lan, perhaps I should escort you back to the town? I can pay for a room at the grain station's guest house. And you can return once you sober up tomorrow." "No way. Even if the sky falls, I must return. A soldier must remain steadfast in belief and charge forward." Good heavens. This was enough to drive a person to despair. With no other choice, Li Chun resigned himself to accompany him. Yet, even while pushing the bicycle, Lan Quan could not walk in a straight line. He swayed and stumbled, occasionally falling and spewing once more. As dusk approached, the two had barely covered 5 miles. Today was simply today, and Li Chun completely relinquished his struggle, silently apologizing to Zhang Bin in his heart. "Brother, I am truly sorry. It seems we may not arrive anytime soon." Meanwhile, in the second-floor hall of the train station, Zhang Bin had packed his accumulated dirty laundry and gifts for his mother. Reclining on a counter chair, sipping a sports drink while listening to about winter, feeling no sense of urgency. Since Li Chun had promised, he would surely come. Whether early or late did not matter. Just then, 2 officers clad in green uniforms approached, tapping on the glass of the counter. "Xiao Zhang, good to see you again." Upon seeing these two, Zhang Bin's expression soured. Brother Zhang, what is going on? Another incident?" They were old acquaintances. The 2 officers were Li Xiangfeng and Zheng Yan from the precinct. Whenever a fugitive or a criminal on the run was reported, the police would invariably come to the station for roll call. They had visited countless times throughout the year. Familiarity had bred comfort. Zheng Yan offered an apologetic smile. "There's no helping it. Several inmates escaped from a prison in Inner Mongolia yesterday. According to reports, 2 of them might have fled in our direction. Here's the notification for your cooperation. It appears you'll have to take another break today." Zhang Bin could only chuckle in resignation. "All right, let's close up shop. You really have impeccable timing. If you had come earlier, we wouldn't have, suddenly. Zhang Bin jumped from his seat, seizing the notification and scanning it anxiously. Brotherly, are we certain these two fools have fled to our area? Li Xiangfeng was taken aback, not understanding Zhang Bin's intense reaction. We aren't certain. That is what they reported from Inner Mongolia. We are merely following protocol. Pack up. Pack up. Secure everything. It's south time to close for the day. Zhang Bin's brother-in-law, Chao Hongwei, was the head of the train station's locomotive section. His sister, Zhang Yunxia, had contracted the entire second-floor hall of the station in 1984, employing individuals to sell souvenirs and small goods. Zhang Bin has established a modest space here, setting up 4 billiard tables while also selling cigarettes, alcohol, and refreshments, thereby earning money while assisting his sister in managing the shop. In the absence of Zhang Yunxia, Zhang Bin holds the reins. The employees, receiving fixed salaries, eagerly anticipate the end of their shifts, exhibiting remarkable efficiency in closing down. Zhang Bin stepped outside to make a phone call to the village and learned that Li Chun had already left home but had yet to reach the station, which heightened his anxiety. Upon returning, he yelled at a few young men still engrossed in their game. Dalin, go to the restaurant and ask Meng Xianwei for a few bicycles. Daozi, gather a few people and take some weapons. We're going to meet my brother. Dalin and Daozi were taken aback, having never seen Zhang Bin so agitated. What's wrong, Binzi? Zhang Bin pursed his lips, originally. My second brother was supposed to come help me at the stall today, but he hasn't arrived yet. I just heard that there are roaming criminals in our area, and I'm genuinely worried. Take some people with me to greet my brother. Everyone knew who Zhang Bin referred to as his second brother. Dalin scratched his head and chuckled. Is it really necessary? Second brother always carries a weapon. Who would dare to cause him trouble? You don't understand. There are frequent incidents in the small woods by the airport. My brother has had bad luck there, having been robbed 4 times already. Really? Such tales of misfortune had never been mentioned by Li Chun before, and they found it quite fascinating. This was indeed sensational news. Zhang Bin became increasingly anxious. Stop dawdling. If something happens, it will be a real problem. Hurry up and gather people. All right, I'll arrange it right away. Chapter 16, quite ruthless. Meanwhile, Li Chun, accompanied by the inebriated Lan Quan, finally made their way to the small woods near the airport. By this time, the sky had completely darkened, and Li Chun had not anticipated the delay, of course, having forgotten to bring a flashlight. As for the drunken Lan Quan, he was even less prepared. Feeling the cool breeze, Li Chun grew increasingly tense. He pulled Lan Quan aside and said, Uncle Lan, the small woods ahead often see trouble. You need to stay alert. If something goes wrong, I want to know how to explain it to Uncle Dai. As the saying goes, alcohol emboldens the timid. Lan Quan, unconcerned by Li Chun's worries, replied, What is there to fear? With a man like me around, what is there to worry about? Who dares to cause trouble? Let us deal with them. Moving forward, the responsibility of a soldier weighs heavily. My goodness. Li Chun felt he might go mad from Lan Quan's bravado. All right. You're impressive. You're the boss. Of course, let us just get on with it. With no streetlights, the surroundings were engulfed in darkness. The gentle flow of the Wuya River accompanied the rustling leaves in the wind. Li Chun widened his eyes, perked up his ears, and heightened his alertness. As they entered the small woods, Li Chun deliberately engaged Lan Quan in conversation, speaking loudly. This was a tactic to intimidate any potential threats. Lan Quan, in high spirits, rambled on about humorous anecdotes from the military, and Li Chun, intrigued, listened intently, momentarily relaxing his vigilance. After advancing another half-mile, sudden footsteps echoed from behind them. The pace was rapid, and by the time he discerned the sound, it had already approached closely behind them. Years of experience in brawling and grappling enabled Li Chun to react swiftly. Grasping the iron rod with his right hand, he exerted all his strength to push Lan Quan to the ground, while simultaneously lowering his head and lunging forward. In this manner, his shoulder was grazed. Yet the injury was minor. Damn, he had encountered a formidable opponent. Typically, highway robbers would position themselves in front of their victims, uttering a few intimidating remarks to instill fear, and if the victim showed any sign of timidity, they would readily comply. In truth, even the robbers were filled with trepidation. If the victim possessed even a modicum of courage and sensed an opportunity to counter, they could potentially scare off the assailant with sheer luck. However, Li Chun and his companions faced a ruthless adversary, one who engaged without uttering a word, launching an immediate assault. Once they had incapacitated someone, their lives were forfeit. In such scenarios, fatalities were not out of the question. Li Chun was not one to sit idly by, having anticipated the confrontation. He deftly rolled to his feet and turned to see 2 shadowy figures standing dumbfounded. Clearly, they had not anticipated Li Chun's rapid response. This moment of hesitation provided Li Chun with the perfect opportunity for retaliation. Without a second thought, he charged forward, swinging the rod with forceful intent. Bang! The blow landed squarely on one of the assailants, precise details obscured, yet the individual toppled over like a felled tree. The second robber, sensing imminent danger, abandoned his companion, and fled. Unfortunately for him, he stumbled over the bicycle that Lan Quan had fallen beside, tumbling headfirst in front of Lan Quan. In the wake of this sudden turn of events, Lan Quan's senses were awakened, and he comprehended the situation. He sprang to his feet and leaped toward the fleeing figure, shouting a resounding battle cry. "Where do you think you're going? Uncle Lan, be careful, he's armed." Li Chun shouted urgently as he dashed after them, delivering a forceful kick to the assailant's head, rendering him motionless. 5 minutes later, the two robbers lay side by side on the ground, bound by the hemp ropes from their trousers, compliant and seemingly asleep. Li Chun and his companion sat nearby, smoking and catching their breath. Lan Quan chuckled. "Bro, you hit hard." Li Chun rolled his eyes. "If we hadn't taken them down, we'd be the ones lying down." Lan Quan nodded in agreement. "We must strike our enemies with the ruthlessness of autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Show no mercy." "Stop. I can't listen to this any longer." Li Chun interjected hastily. "Let us focus on the pressing issue. What do we do with these two?" Lan Quan appeared bewildered. "Where are we?" Li Chun retorted. "What do you mean where? This is the small woods by the airport. This place is notorious for trouble." Lan Quan responded, "I genuinely don't know. I was just transferred from the surrounding area." After a moment's contemplation, Li Chun suggested, "How about this? You stay here to watch them while I head to the police station for assistance, all right?" Lan Quan, showing remarkable courage, assured him it would be no problem. Li Chun entrusted him with the iron chain and screwdriver before pedaling back with urgency. This area marked the boundary between Dashi Temple Town and Hongshiluan, where Li Chun had acquaintances at the local police station. He certainly did not intend to let this opportunity go to waste. After riding for more than 2 miles, a bright beam of headlights approached, accompanied by the distinct sound of a motorcycle. It swiftly came to a halt beside him. "Akun, what brings you here?" Li Chun recognized his familiar acquaintance, Lu Qingfu, the deputy chief of the Dashi Miao police station. Lu Qingfu was the son-in-law of Zhuang Tuiying, married to Yang Qiuhong, who happened to be the elder sister of Qiu Yin and a longtime neighbor of Li Chun's family. Before her marriage, Sister Qiu often played with Li Chun, treating him like a younger brother. In a previous life, when Li Chun got into trouble and was arrested, his family sought Sister Qiu's help, and Lu Qingfu intervened, reducing Li Chun's sentence by 2 years. Thus, this couple had been his benefactors. Li Chun briefly recounted the incident, causing Lu Qingfu to be visibly alarmed. "You were robbed again? Are you hurt?" Li Chun rolled his eyes, thinking to himself how he wished Lu Qingfu hadn't mentioned the word again, as it was quite embarrassing. Rubbing his shoulder, Li Chun replied, "Those two used branches. I got brushed on the shoulder, but it's nothing serious." "Deputy Lu, what brings you here?" On the motorcycle with Lu Qingfu was a young police officer named Tian Limin, whom Li Chun recognized as a rookie who joined last year and was Lu Qingfu's apprentice. "Tonight, Xiao Tian and I are on duty. We received a notification from Inner Mongolia about a fugitive on the run who may have come our way. Could it be the two you encountered?" Li Chun furrowed his brows. "It's quite possible. Both were bald, and their clothes didn't fit well. One of them even had pants that were oddly cut. Definitely stolen." Lu Qingfu's eyes sparkled with urgency. "Then let us head over there quickly." They returned to the scene where one of the robbers had already regained consciousness, with Lan Quan straddling him, delivering a flurry of punches. "How dare you rob me? You're really asking for it." Li Chun's lips twitched, and he rushed to pull Lan Quan away. "Brother, you're back so soon?" "Brother?" Lan Quan chuckled. "You're still not sober?" "I've been awake for a while. It's been ages since I had a fight. I must say, it feels invigorating to stretch my muscles. Akun, from now on, we're comrades in arms. You shall be my brother, and you must call me Big Brother." Li Chun replied, "All right, Big Brother it is. As long as you don't cause a ruckus. You can even call me Uncle." Chapter 17. Human Relations and Social Affairs. Throughout the journey, Li Chun felt exhausted by Lan Quan's antics and was too weary to argue. "Allow me to introduce you. This is our town's Lu Chief, and this is Comrade Tian Limin, whom I encountered on the way. I'll leave these two to you." Lu Qingfu greeted Lan Quan and, shining his flashlight on the ground, exclaimed with excitement, "Zhang Sihua, Su Liang." The conscious man jolted awake, realizing the gravity of the situation. There's no escape. These are the two escapees mentioned in the notification. "Xiao Tian, cuff them." Tian Limin approached to place handcuffs on the two, noticing their injuries and gasping in shock. The awakened Su Liang had a swollen lump the size of an egg on his head, while the unconscious Zhang Sihua was in a worse state, with a swollen temple on one side and blood oozing from his ear on the other. "Wow, master, Akun sure hits hard." The left temple served as the focal point, while blood oozed from the right ear. A concussion had rendered any chance of escape futile. It was likely that an ear perforation was imminent, and it seemed improbable that he would regain consciousness anytime soon. Lu Qingfu's eyes widened. A prison break, fleeing, robbery, death would be no injustice. It seemed he had indeed taken liberties with a certain woman's trousers, had he not? This only added another charge of theft to his list. Ahem. Li Chun cleared his throat and addressed Tian Limin. "Comrade, are you perhaps mistaken?" Tian Limin was taken aback. What do you mean, mistaken? Li Chun continued. What do you mean I acted ruthlessly? We were merely traveling at night when we encountered robbers. And it was the patrolling Lu and you who successfully rescued us. The criminals, desperate and vicious, fought back, but through the cooperation of the police and civilians, we managed to subdue them. That is the truth. Lu Qingfu had served in the police force for 9 years, 4 of which he spent as deputy director. Every time promotion was on the horizon, various complications seemed to arise. In his previous life, he had a prime opportunity for advancement, but due to someone secretly aiding him, a report had been filed against him, and he missed that chance. He owed a tremendous debt of gratitude to that person, now presented with an opportunity to achieve merit. Li Chun was uncertain of its impact, yet he was determined to assist him in any way possible. Upon hearing this, everyone present, including the conscious robber Su Liang, was left bewildered. Lu Qingfu felt utterly embarrassed. Chun, stop it. Li Chun retorted, what's wrong? I am merely stating the facts. Brother Lan, would you agree? Thankfully, at that moment, Lan Quan had sobered up and was thinking clearly. Given the rapport between Li Chun and Lu Qingfu, it was evident that they shared a good relationship. Li Chun had helped him, and now it was time to reciprocate. Indeed, what my brother said is the truth. Li Chun nudged Tian Li Min with his shoulder and whispered, on the merit badge, half belongs to your master and half to you. Do you understand? Tian Li Min was not foolish. His demeanor shifted immediately as he grasped Li Chun's hand, exclaiming excitedly, thank you, comrade Li Chun, for your cooperation in our operation. Ah, such understanding. Li Chun laughed heartily. No need for thanks, no need for thanks. It's simply our duty. Lu Qingfu felt his face burn with embarrassment, fortunate that it was nighttime. Concealing his blush, just as he hesitated to decline further, Zhang Bin arrived with a dozen others, racing on bicycles. Good heavens! A dozen young men, most bare-chested, wielding kitchen knives and iron pipes, charged forward, startling Tian Li Min, who quickly drew his baton. Stop! What is the meaning of this? Li Chun hurriedly restrained him. Wait! They are all our people. Hear from me. Zhang Bin paid no mind to anyone else and rushed straight to Li Chun's side. Ergo, are you all right? You nearly scared me to death. Li Chun looked skyward, feeling a mixture of emotions. You have no idea what I have been through. This journey was more arduous than that of Tang Sung seeking scriptures, especially with Lan Quan's relentless psychological attacks, which nearly drove him to madness. Feeling warmth in his heart as he saw his good brother bring so many people to find him, Li Chun felt a surge of gratitude. After so many years of mingling in the world, Li Chun had countless friends, but only Zhang Bin could be called a true brother. No worries. Thanks to Lu and the others arriving promptly, they swiftly apprehended the wrongdoers. How did you all get here? Zhang Bin recounted the incident involving the assistance notice. And Li Chun suddenly understood. He expressed his gratitude to De Lin and Dao Zi, offering them cigarettes. You guys have worked hard. I'll arrange a meal for us when we have the time. Zhou De Lin and Dao Zi, both small-time delinquents and pickpockets at the station, had grown familiar with Zhang Bin and Li Chun ever since Zhang started playing billiards on the second floor. The pickpockets had become listless, spending their days there. And Zhang Bin and his friends did not mind their criminal status. As long as they played, bought things, and did not cause trouble, it was of no concern to him. Zhou De Lin chuckled. What are you talking about, second brother? We're all friends. This little matter doesn't warrant your expense. Dao Zi also chimed in. We're all brothers, second brother. Don't be so polite with us, or it'll seem like you look down on us. Exactly. Second brother, in this situation, we should be the ones to ease your worries. We can drink whenever we want. There's no need to find a reason. And as for easing worries, this is already the 5th time second brother has been robbed. He must be accustomed to it by now. Li Chun interjected. Come on. Don't talk nonsense. When have I ever been robbed 5 times? The 2 criminals needed to be immediately escorted to the precinct. And both Li Chun and Lan Quan, the involved parties, were to accompany them. Zhang Bin decided to head home along the way, while Zhou De Lin and the others opted out, feeling their legs cramping as they passed by the precinct. Lu Qingfu and Tian Li Min worked together to hoist Zhang Sihu into the vehicle, synchronizing their pace with Li Chun and the others. Just after a crackdown, some nefarious characters were beginning to stir again. It was already past 9, and the precinct remained brightly lit, with duty officers bustling in and out. After parking the car, they turned around to find a hapless individual with one side of his face grotesquely swollen, shackled to the railing in the carport. This unfortunate soul was positioned awkwardly, unable to stand straight or crouch down, grimacing in discomfort. Lu Qingfu got out of the car and dealt a resounding slap across the unfortunate fellow's face. Stand straight. The hapless man's face swelled further, yet he dared not exhale, clearly accustomed to such treatment. In fact, such situations were quite common in this era. Lu Qingfu approached, and Zhang Bin also indulged himself. Don't be foolish. The unfortunate man looked dazed and somewhat aggrieved. What gives you the right to hit me when you're not in uniform? Before he could ponder this, a young man dressed in dark attire with a mischievous grin approached, causing him to retract his neck in fear. Big brother, you smack. Li Chun's slap was even louder than Zhang Bin's, leaving his hand tingling. Chapter 18. The strange woman with tears welling in his eyes. The unfortunate man looked at Li Chun and managed to squeeze out 4 words through gritted teeth. Why hit me? Li Chun glared. Why aren't you wearing a hat? The unfortunate man replied, while Zhang Bin and Lan Quan exclaimed, what the hell? Is this even a reason? You could just say you wanted to hit me. That would be a better excuse. This is utterly flimsy. When it was time to take the statement, Li Chun and Lan Quan recounted the events in detail. The police officer taking notes commended their act of bravery. However, Li Chun seemed indifferent to the praise. To everyone's surprise, it turned out that Lan Quan was the newly appointed secretary and director of the Rihe distillery. Although the distillery was not particularly profitable, it was a legitimate municipal enterprise, and its director held a proper deputy division chief title. Who would have thought that this seemingly unassuming man was actually a big shot? Lu Qingfu pulled Li Chun aside and whispered, I still need to stay here for a while longer, so you should head back. In a few days, come over to my place and let your sister cook us a couple of dishes. We can enjoy a drink together. His excitement was palpable. This recognition was evidently quite beneficial for him. Li Chun, not one to be overly sentimental, nodded and bid farewell to Lu Qingfu. With the criminal apprehended, Zhang Bin would also be able to resume his business. Outside the precinct, Zhang Bin suggested, since the place is closed anyway, why don't you just come home with me? Not going. Li Chun replied firmly. He had a tumultuous relationship with Zhang Bin's sister, Zhang Yunfei. Every time they met, they ended up clashing, and it was better to avoid unnecessary conflict. Give me the keys. I'll head to the station. Zhang Bin chuckled and handed the keys to Li Chun, saying, I'll come by after lunch tomorrow and bring you something nice. All right, you go ahead. I'll take brother Lan home first. Lan Quan waved his hand dismissively. No need for trouble. I've sobered up and can return by myself. It's getting late. You should rest. Brother, thank you for today, Li Chun replied. No need for that. I promised Uncle Dai I would ensure you get home safely. Let us go? It won't take long. Li Chun was surprised to find that Lan Quan had rented 2 small houses next to the family quarters of Tally Street No. 1 high school. For someone of his rank, one would expect the city to provide suitable accommodation, so why was he renting a place outside? Upon reaching the door, just as Lan Quan was about to retrieve his keys, a middle-aged woman opened the door. Upon seeing Li Chun, she instinctively stepped aside with a wary expression. What an odd woman. She was beautiful, not in a seductive way, but rather with an air of elegance and cleanliness, though her pallor suggested she might be unwell. One would assume that when with one's partner, common courtesy would dictate a greeting, yet her behavior was puzzling. Was she guarding against intruders? Or did she simply disdain him? He hadn't asked for her partner's assistance, so why the frosty demeanor? Li Chun felt a twinge of annoyance, but kept it to himself. Brother Lan, you've arrived home safely. My duty is fulfilled. I'll take my leave now. You've come all this way. At least come in for a cup of tea, Lan Quan urged. Hey, Akan, don't go. Li Chun waved his hand without turning back and departed. As he walked away, Lan Quan stood there in a daze, contemplating. Sun Shooting cautiously inquired. Who is that young man? Lan Quan smiled at his wife and replied, Li Chun, he is from Uncle Dai's side. We happened to return together. He is quite an interesting young man. We encountered some robbers on the way, and if it weren't for him, I fear the outcome would have been dire. He had no intention of hiding this incident from Sun Shooting, nor could he. This evening, a statement will be recorded at the precinct, and it will soon become common knowledge. Tomorrow, certain concerned individuals will undoubtedly come to express their sympathy, rather than allowing my wife to be oblivious. It is wiser to inform her directly. Upon hearing this, Sun Shooting anxiously scrutinized Lan Quan, her voice laced with worry. Are you hurt? Wasn't it agreed that you would return before dark? You nearly gave me a fright. With the current state of public safety, it is better to refrain from going out at night in the future. Lan Quan gently patted his wife's hand, reassuring her, do not worry. I merely tripped and sustained no injuries, thanks to Li Chun. Sun Shooting lowered her gaze and, grasping Lan Quan's arm, whispered, since he helped you, do you think he is upset with my earlier demeanor? I apologize. I am not well acquainted with him and did not expect visitors at this hour. Lan, perhaps you could invite him over tomorrow? I would like to apologize to him in person. Lan Quan wrapped his arm around his wife's shoulders and smiled knowingly. His wife may have her quirks, yet it is precisely for this reason that he must always return home, regardless of the hour. Now, hearing her express such sentiments brings him great solace. Rest assured, Li Chun is not the petty type. He will not take offense. Nonetheless, he did save me, and it would be remiss not to show some gratitude. The day after tomorrow is Sunday. I plan to ask Lao Dai to accompany me to express my thanks. Would you like to join me for a stroll? Sun Shooting pondered for a moment before gently nodding. That sounds wonderful. Li Chun, indeed, would not take offense at Sun Shooting's attitude, as he had no intention of engaging deeply with such a crude drunkard as Lan Quan. His companionship was merely a matter of fulfilling a trust, a service to a friend. At that moment, he had returned to the station and encountered Delin and others. Although they had long been frequenting the station, they did not board the vehicles. Rather, They squeezed into work during busy times and otherwise had no specific destination. Since last year, when Zhang Bin began setting up a billiard table, they had finally found their niche. Has the second brother returned? Is everything settled on that end? Though several in their group were older than Li Chun, they all referred to Zhang Bin as second brother, a title Li Chun had grown accustomed to over time. All settled. Where are you all headed now? De Lin replied with a wry smile. We were just discussing that. We are so used to playing billiards at Binzi's place. Li Chun contemplated for a moment and suggested, why not join me upstairs? Tonight's billiards are complimentary. But any purchases must be paid for. The group's eyes brightened at the prospect. Is that appropriate? Li Chun waved his hand dismissively. Let us go. I would be bored alone. Given his relationship with Zhang Bin, he had the authority to make such arrangements. He still owed them a favor for the evening. And this small benefit could be considered interest. De Lin and his companions followed him cheerfully to the second floor. Upon entering, Li Chun casually locked the door, ensuring that the establishment remained closed for business that night, allowing De Lin and the others to experience the privilege of a private venue. Second brother, what have you been busy with lately? It has been quite a while since we last saw you, Zhao inquired. Upon this topic, Li Chun felt invigorated. He was currently in the nascent stages of his career, eager to cast a wide net and gather resources. The more people who became aware of his business, the better. After all, should these acquaintances encounter significant events worthy of feasting, they might just become his clientele. Li Chun handed a cigarette to Zhao and recounted his recent venture into catering, along with the pricing details. Upon hearing this, Zhao nearly choked on his smoke. Catering? Come on, second brother, let's not jest, please. Li Chun shot him a glare. Who the hell is joking? What I'm saying is entirely true. Zhao could no longer contain his laughter and turned to his friends playing basketball, exclaiming, listen up. Second brother claims he has catering in the village. Can you believe that? What a turn of events. The notorious ruffian from Dashi Temple, who had been idly loitering for weeks, suddenly claims to have turned over a new leaf and is cooking for large gatherings? The incongruity of it all was astonishing. The others burst into laughter. Second brother, stop fooling around. Have you been causing trouble again? We're all friends here. You can confide in us without fear of mockery. Damn it. Li Chun swore, irritated. These fools are hopeless. Just because they're miscreants doesn't mean I can't aspire to something better. My family has been in the catering business since my grandfather's time. If you don't believe me, ask Binzi when he returns tomorrow. I'm serious about this. I want to pursue something legitimate. From now on, if anyone in your family has a wedding or a funeral, you can count on me to cater. I assure you, my skills will bring you prestige. I have some matters to attend to in the coming days, but soon I'll be cooking at Lao Meng's place. We'll have a little gathering, and you can all experience my culinary prowess. When Li Chun proposed to treat them, Dalin and the others felt a bit bashful. But seeing Li Chun's earnest demeanor, they were curious to see if he was indeed boasting. All right, let us see what second brother can do. If he truly possesses talent, we'll surely invite him for future events, just to support him. Li Chun smiled. I'm giving you a heads up. Make sure everyone is included. Sure, Dalin responded, preparing to return to the game when Li Chun called out to him again. By the way, do any of your relatives or friends have experience with masonry and budgeting? As soon as the words left his mouth, Ma San raised his hand, holding a cue stick. Second brother, my uncle is quite skilled. Our village has formed a construction team, and all the budgeting is handled by him. Li Chun's eyes brightened. Does your uncle have time? Could you ask him to help me with some calculations? Ma San replied. Their construction team doesn't have much work at the moment, so he is at home. Just let me know when you need him, and I'll arrange everything. Li Chun was overjoyed. In this day and age, every village has a handful of masons, but those knowledgeable in budgeting are rare. He was troubled by this issue, and serendipitously, he had asked the right person. That is wonderful. The day after tomorrow is Sunday, right? It'll be cool in the morning, and it won't take long. I'll treat your uncle to lunch. Sounds good. I'll head back tomorrow night, and we'll come over together the following morning. The night passed without incident. The next morning at 8 o'clock, 6 employees arrived punctually for work. These employees were familiar with Li Chun, who asked Sister Zhang to assist them. He then went out to enjoy half a gene of pine branch dumplings. Upon returning to the second floor, he boiled a pot of water on the electric stove, steeped the Longjing tea he had procured from his brother-in-law, and leaned back in his chair, turning on the tape recorder. That feeling can be encapsulated in a single word: comfort. Li Chun could not help but reflect on the significance of one's birth in this life. His elder brother, Li Hai, toils at the brick factory, pushing a cart loaded with 200 bricks, weighing a staggering 1,000 pounds. In a single shift, he must make countless trips. Working through 3 shifts, and even when afflicted by cold and fever, he refrains from taking leave, earning merely 28 yuan a month. In stark contrast stands Zhang Bin. Born into a family of officials, with a formidable brother-in-law and 3 sisters who are formidable figures in their own right, having never once fretted over financial matters throughout their lives. Such is fate. Old Dan's adage rings true: the comparison of lives and the value of goods reveal a harsh reality. Contemplating these disparities, Li Chun rose slowly and discreetly switched off the recorder. Unlike Zhang Bin, he possesses no background to lean upon, thus he feels unworthy of indulgence at present. He purchased a notebook from Sister Zhang and meticulously outlined his forthcoming endeavors. Li Chun resolved to remain in the city for several more days to thoroughly investigate the market, food supplies, prices, distribution channels. The purchasing power and desires of the common folk, all must be comprehensively understood. Moreover, he requires startup capital. Relying solely on the meager sum he currently possesses would yield little. Additionally, he must swiftly find a suitable residence in town to establish stability, enabling him to focus solely on earning a living. With great seriousness, Li Chun clarified every detail and recorded them in his notebook. The entire morning was consumed by these contemplations, aside from the occasional sale and collection of money. After lunch, he relished a warm bath at the bus station, and upon exiting, he sought a secluded alley to retrieve the second-hand tricycle dispatched by the system. With a loud thud, the tricycle hit the ground. Li Chun rolled his eyes, taken aback by its dilapidated condition. The blue paint had nearly all peeled away, and the frame was riddled with rust. What a shoddy piece of machinery the previous owner had constructed. Yet, there were redeeming qualities. All 3 tires were in remarkably good condition, and the cargo area had been reinforced with angle iron and steel plates. Eagerly, Li Chun mounted the tricycle for a test drive. Oh dear! With a sudden jolt, as he applied pressure to the pedals, the handlebars veered sharply, crashing into the wall of a nearby building, provoking an outraged outburst from within. What on earth is going on out there? Are you trying to disturb our afternoon nap? Startled by the unexpected outcry, Li Chun surmised that the woman inside must be a widow, her temper evidently fierce. He dared not provoke her further. Hastily, he pushed the tricycle away. This contraption has a peculiar nature. Those unaccustomed to riding bicycles may find it easy to ride, while the opposite holds true for those familiar. One feels an incessant struggle to maintain control, as the handlebars seem to veer uncontrollably. Though Li Chun had ridden a tricycle in a past life, years of disuse rendered him initially unsteady. However, after a brief moment of adjustment, he regained mastery over it. Contrary to appearances, this second-hand tricycle, while lacking an aesthetic appeal, proved to be surprisingly nimble, akin to riding a bicycle, with brakes that were remarkably responsive. Quite satisfactory indeed. After cruising along the road for a while, Li Chun parked the tricycle in the rear courtyard of the railway guest house. There, the manager, Meng Xianwei, was polishing a brand new Dongfeng 3-wheeler, igniting a pang of envy in Li Chun. In this era, the Dongfeng Senmatsi can be likened to the formidable raptors of later generations, boasting robust horsepower, impervious to the elements, effortlessly hauling over 1,000 pounds. Riding this contraption for transport is an exhilarating experience. However, the price is indeed daunting. Nearing 7,000 yuan, nearly enough to purchase 2 Happiness 250 motorcycles, well beyond the means of an average household earning 10,000. Yet, the railway hotel, being a tertiary unit of the station, has never been short on funds. In the 1980s, the inland regions faced transportation challenges, and the train station held a preeminent status. Whether for units or individuals, shipping goods, managing freight cars, or booking sleeper trains for business travel, one had to seek the assistance of the railway hotel. Various organizations frequented the railway hotel as a mess hall, visiting every few days to ingratiate themselves with the leadership, ensuring smoother dealings in the future. Consequently, the railway hotel thrived, and as the manager, Meng Xianwei found it effortless to approve the purchase of a Senmatsi. Chapter 20. Obsessed with money, old Meng looked up and spotted Li Chun along with that dilapidated tricycle, a smile creeping across his face. My goodness, where did you acquire this worn-out contraption? TSK, it's falling apart. Meng Xianwei, in his early 40s, was closely associated with Zhang Bin's brother-in-law. Every time Li Chun visited Zhang Bin, the two would dine together, having grown quite familiar and often jesting with one another. Li Chun circled the Senmatsi, snorting disdainfully. You've barely switched from a bird gun to a cannon, and look at you flaunting it. Ha! Old Meng laughed heartily, then paused to offer Li Chun a cigarette, inquiring, by the way, whose tricycle is this? It's from the repair shop by Old Ju's place. I saw it looking decent as I passed by, and decided to buy it. Don't be fooled by its shabby appearance. The cargo box has been reinforced, making it quite nimble, far superior to your previous one. You bought it. Old Meng raised an eyebrow in surprise. What use do you have for this? Don't you already own a bicycle? I bought it for hauling goods. I'll be hosting a banquet in the village, you know, pots and pans, and such. Old Meng's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. You? Hosting a banquet? Don't be ridiculous. Damn, Li Chun exclaimed, frustrated. Why does everyone react this way? Can't I do something legitimate? Li Chun briefly outlined his plans. And Old Meng nodded frequently, his expression growing increasingly serious. Finally, he clapped Li Chun on the shoulder, stating earnestly, Damn, have you truly figured this out? I even bet with Big Brain that if you keep wandering aimlessly, you'd eventually be seen at a public trial in the square. That would mean I'd lose the bet. Come on, Old Meng, can't you wish me well for once? They shared a few more jests, and old Meng said, "I'll go inside and fetch some sandpaper for you. Clean up the rust on the cargo box. I'll have someone ride it over to the freight section for a coat of blue paint. It'll be as good as new by tomorrow." Li Chun's eyes lit up. "Now that's generous. You're still my Mengu. Stop the nonsense. You were just glaring at me." Zhang Bin called for him, which essentially meant keeping an eye on things, ensuring no disturbances occurred. Such incidents were unlikely during the day. As for selling goods and collecting payments, with Sister Zhang and her team present, there would be no issues. It was a rare opportunity for Old Meng to offer assistance, and Li Chun knew he couldn't let it slip away. Old Meng procured some sandpaper and found an apron for Li Chun. The two engaged in their respective tasks, all the while indulging in casual conversation. "Old Meng, where do you source your supplies for the restaurant?" Li Chun inquired. "The vegetables are delivered, while we purchase fresh meat from the nearby butcher. For cooked dishes, we must go to the Yuhua Road Market," replied Old Meng. "Do you personally go to the market for supplies?" Li Chun asked. "Of course, I wouldn't trust anyone else with that." Old Meng chuckled. "Mainly, I just can't rely on others." "I see. You simply don't want anyone touching your prized items," Li Chun teased. "Old Meng, in a few days I plan to invite Binzi and the others for dinner. Would it be possible to use your kitchen? You're cooking yourself?" "Indeed. It's a trivial matter. Just need to avoid peak meal times. It's a good chance for me to sample your culinary skills and see if you're just boasting." Li Chun spent over 2 hours polishing the rusty 3-wheeled cart until it gleamed. Old Meng provided a note, allowing an apprentice from the restaurant to take it to the transport department for a fresh coat of paint. Grateful, Li Chun returned to the second floor of the bus station. Zhang Bin returned around 3 in the afternoon, carrying a large bamboo basket. "Brother, how did you sleep last night?" Li Chun asked, to which he nodded. "Quite well. It's not my first time. What's in that basket of yours?" Zhang Bin grinned and lifted the newspaper covering the contents, revealing 5 packages of a new instant noodle brand from the food factory. "I brought these back for Nan Nan and her friends. These instant noodles, essentially bulk packaged, contain 10 noodle cakes and seasoning packets per package, totaling 50 in all. Nowadays, what child doesn't relish instant noodles? At 35 cents per bag from the local shop, Wang Huilan would hardly splurge on them. This bounty was more than enough for Li Nan and Huier to enjoy for a while, and being of genuine quality, it was a rare find. Accessible only to someone like Zhang Bin. "Thanks, I'll leave them here for now. I need to stay in the city for a couple more days to handle some matters. After that, could you book me a room at the guest house?" Booking a room at the railway guest house was a simple affair for Zhang Bin, a routine from his previous visits to the city. He handed Li Chun a cigarette. "All right then, let us have a drink tonight. By the way, has Li Nan started her summer vacation? Why didn't she come with you?" "She wanted to. Still dreaming of roller skating, but it was too late for her to join this time," Li Chun explained. "Good thing she didn't come. Otherwise, last night could have been quite precarious." Reflecting on the previous night's events, Zhang Bin felt a shiver of apprehension. That isolated area was notorious for trouble, and it wouldn't be safe for Nan Nan to venture there alone during the day. She only wishes to skate. Just wait. The skating rink is located at the railway club's small square, and my second brother-in-law has influence there. Zhang Bin stepped out briefly, returning shortly with a newspaper-wrapped package containing a nearly new pair of roller skates. During this period, roller skates featured 4 wheels with adjustable lengths, generally fitting most sizes unless exceptionally large. Li Chun accepted them without hesitation, promptly stashing them in the bamboo basket. Before dinner, Li Chun made a phone call to the village, asking accountant Chen Yuqing to inform his family that he would be returning home a couple of days later. Just before hanging up, Chen Yuqing inquired, Chun, I heard that in the future, hiring you for a banquet will cost an additional 20 yuan. Is that true?" The village has been abuzz with gossip about this matter, with many venting their frustrations towards him. With a modicum of skill, he has become quite arrogant, demanding 20 yuan for a meal. It's as though he has gone mad with greed. Li Chun's eyes sparkled. Aunt Gao's promotion was indeed effective. In just half a day, even Chen Yuqing, who spends all day at the team headquarters listening to the radio, had learned of it. Indeed, it was true. Our friend's culinary prowess was undoubtedly worth the price. By the way, is there anyone in the village still unaware? Why not use a loudspeaker to announce it? Chen Yuqing rubbed his forehead. Must we really broadcast it? The whole village has already heard me say you charge 20 yuan for a meal. That's rather ruthless, isn't it? Li Chun replied, what does it matter to you? Your son is already 5 years old. Do you still wish to be like Chen Shimi? Enough of the chatter. Hurry and deliver my message. I'm hanging up. After ending the call, Li Chun chuckled to himself. He could already imagine what the villagers were saying about him. He was indifferent to their opinions. A few words would not cost him a thing, and it saved him from having to speak himself. On the contrary, he preferred to be the subject of conversation. Regardless of whether the remarks were positive or negative, having a topic of discussion would yield attention. The more people paid attention, the more they would delve into the subject. Eventually, when comparing the 5 yuan meal with the 20 yuan one, the value would become apparent. Of course, this referred to those with the means and a penchant for appearances. They were Li Chun's potential clients. However, Li Chun misunderstood Gao Yuel on this time. At that moment, She was vocally expressing her discontent in the village. She certainly did not claim that Li Chun had gone mad with poverty, and she would not take the blame for him. Chapter 21. A fair assessment. The following day was Sunday. Li Chun rose early and headed to the backyard. The blue paint on the tricycle had dried thoroughly, making it appear as good as new, and Li Chun was quite pleased with the transformation. After having breakfast, Ma Sen arrived as promised, accompanied by his uncle, Ma Fa. However, his uncle wore a perpetually constipated expression, seemingly displeased. Li Chun took out a cigarette and greeted him warmly. "Uncle, have you eaten yet? The buns here are quite good. Shall we grab a bite before heading over?" Ma Fa did not even take the cigarette, coldly huffing. "No need, let us get down to business." Li Chun glanced at Ma San, who managed an awkward smile. And Li Chun seemed to understand. "All right, since uncle is not hungry, let's get in the vehicle. I'll take you over." Without further ado, Ma Fa climbed onto the tricycle, followed by Ma San, who kept a considerable distance from his uncle, his gaze filled with disdain. Li Chun chose not to say much more, pedaling the tricycle to the outside of the Nyo Zhuanzi Go Primary School, pointing at several rows of brand new classrooms. "Uncle, I plan to build a house like this. Could you help me calculate how many bricks we would need for this row of classrooms?" Ma Fa curled his lip, speaking in a sarcastic tone. TSK, your line of work certainly brings in quick money, doesn't it? A house of this size is beyond the means of ordinary families." Upon hearing this, Li Chun slightly furrowed his brow. This incessant prattling was worse than that of a woman. Ma San, despite his shortcomings, should at least afford his uncle some dignity in front of others. "For heaven's sake, if it weren't for your being Ma San's uncle, I would not hesitate to confront you." Ma San's face was nearly as flat as a pancake. "Uncle, why are you rambling on about useless things? Just tell me if it can be calculated." "Silence yourself." Ma Fa shot a fierce glare at Ma San. "If it weren't for your aunt's persuasion, I wouldn't bother engaging with you at all. Let me be clear, this time is the last. Do not dare to come to my home again, as I find it distasteful. Just wait." With that, Ma Fa leapt from the car and strode towards the school. Ma San pulled out a cigarette and lit one for Li Chun. "Don't take it to heart. My uncle is just like that. He thinks you are like me." Regrettably, Ma San agreed to Li Chun's request. Yesterday, when he visited his uncle's home, Ma Fa adamantly refused him entry, standing in the courtyard, hopping and cursing. The words were quite unpleasant. Ultimately, it was his aunt who, out of consideration for his mother, managed to persuade Ma Fa to agree to this venture. However, the condition was that Ma San must never set foot in his house again. Li Chun waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. Your uncle is just straightforward. Not a bad person. By the way, have you ever considered doing something else?" Among this group, Li Chun was more familiar with Lin and Dao Zi, while he couldn't even recall the names of Ma San's companions. Nevertheless, despite the strained relationship with his uncle, Ma San still managed to enlist his help, which speaks to his loyalty. Ma San smiled wryly. "I only started doing this last autumn. There was no choice. The family suddenly needed money." He turned his head away, taking a deep breath. "Once the family matters are settled, I will definitely change my line of work." Li Chun could see that Ma San was troubled but refrained from asking further. After finishing a cigarette, Ma Fa had yet to return. Ma San inquired, "Brother, was what you said the other night true?" "What did I say?" "That you could prepare a feast." Li Chun chuckled. "I won't boast about everything, but when it comes to preparing a feast, I can assure you we are more than capable. Whenever your family has an event, count on me to handle it with dignity and grace. However, 20 yuan is non-negotiable. That's the rule, even when it comes to Binzi's affairs." Ma Sen nodded with a smile. "All right, I will definitely seek your help when needed." Meanwhile, the Lan Quan couple set out early in the morning, gifts in hand, riding their bicycles to the Vegetable Research Institute. Lan Quan recounted the events from the previous night, and Dai Qingyuan and his wife were filled with trepidation. "Thankfully, you weren't harmed. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain it to my sister-in-law. From now on, you should drink less." Sun Shooting nodded repeatedly. Lan Quan smiled. "It's truly thanks to Li Chun. However, that lad is quite ruthless. He took down those two robbers in just a couple of moves. The last one fell right before my eyes, and with one kick, he knocked that fellow out cold. If he were to enlist, he would undoubtedly be an excellent soldier." "Old Dai, today we plan to visit and express our gratitude. I would like to understand more about Li Chun's family situation first." Dai Qingyuan replied. "Li Chun used to come to my place often, so I know him fairly well, though I'm not very clear about his family circumstances. As for Li Chun, he has good character and is quite loyal, but he is just too playful. As a farmer, that lad has never tilled the earth, spending his days fishing, catching shrimp, hunting birds, trapping rabbits, digging for badgers, and capturing scorpions, which somewhat reflects his lack of diligence. Moreover, the boy has always been domineering, unable to accept defeat, and frequently embroiled in fights. His reputation in town leaves much to be desired." Given their relationship, Lan Quan inquired, and Dai Qingyuan was bound to provide his most candid assessment. Under normal circumstances, anyone hearing about Li Chun's past would be somewhat put off. However, The expressions of Lan Quan and his wife grew increasingly animated and bright. What was the reason for this? Exchanging knowing glances, they asked, "Old Dai, has Li Chun married yet?" "Married?" Dai Qingyuan chuckled. "With a reputation like Li Chun's, would you be willing to marry off your daughter to him?" Nevertheless, he continued, "Regardless, the boy's character is not in question. If you truly wish to express gratitude, it would be wiser to secure him a stable position once you assume your role at the distillery. That would be far more valuable than anything else." Lan Quan gently shook his head. "We'll discuss that later. From what I gather, there are significant issues at the distillery, and it might be quite challenging to navigate them at this moment. In any case, since you have some free time, please guide us to visit Li's family." Dai Qingyuan replied, "I only have a general idea of the location. I'm not entirely sure which house it is. We can inquire further when we arrive." "Very well. Let's proceed." The trio made their way to Donggo, where they encountered old Han, who was watching children beneath a large willow tree. With a smile, Lan Quan approached her and asked, "Sister, could you direct us to Li Chun's home?" "Looking for Li Chun?" Old Han scrutinized Dai Qingyuan and the others, her eyes gleaming with mischief. "Has he gotten himself into trouble again?" She scoffed. "I told you, a dog doesn't change its ways. Li Chun isn't home right now. You won't find him if you go. If his family learns of your visit, they'll surely warn him." Chapter 22. A fortunate event at that moment. Wang Huilan appeared, leading Li Zihui, and upon hearing this, she became immediately incensed. "Old Han, shut your foul mouth. My son is in the city handling business. When has he ever caused trouble? If you dare to speak such nonsense again, I will tear that mouth of yours apart." Unfazed, old Han placed her hands on her hips, smirking with a face full of schadenfreude. "Stubborn, are we? People are knocking at your door, and you still deny it? This is Li Chun's mother. If you wish to apprehend him, it would be wise to first control this woman, lest she warn him." The three of them, with expressions of disdain, circumvented old Han and approached Wang Huilan. Lan Quan intended to greet her as aunt, but changed his words at the last moment. "Greetings, madam. I am a friend of Li Chun, here to pay you a visit. Is this woman perhaps suffering from some grave ailment?" Last night, a section of the earthen wall by the eastern wall collapsed, injuring Li Weiguo, who had summoned Li Hai and his spouse to assist in clearing the debris. Amidst the bustling activity, Wang Huilan rushed back, exclaiming, "Stop what you're doing. Come home at once. Nan, hurry, brew some tea and bring out the good tobacco." Recognizing Dai Qingyuan, she was taken aback during their introductions. The brewery director holds a significant position indeed. When one arrives bearing gifts, it is only fitting to extend a warm welcome. The three were invited into the house, and Lan Quan presented the gifts with both hands. The offerings he brought were substantial. 2 boxes of Jurenli pastries, 2 cans of malt extract, 2 bottles of Fingio liquor, and a tulip, totaling no less than 20 yuan. Wang Huilan's face beamed with joy. After all these years, solely due to the second son's altercations, she had been the one to offer gifts and speak well of others. Little did she expect that in her lifetime, she would witness a return on her investments. This was even more delightful than the New Year celebrations. Originally, there were whispers in the village about the second son's misdeeds, and she had been harboring a great deal of resentment. However, now, all those trivial matters seemed to vanish into thin air. Lan Quan expressed his gratitude repeatedly, recounting the perilous encounter from the previous night. To his surprise, the Li family exhibited little reaction. Over the years, Li Chun had either been the aggressor or the victim. They had grown accustomed to such scenes. After a lengthy exchange of thanks, as they were about to leave, Lan Quan grasped Li Weiguo's hand and sincerely remarked, "Brotherly, I have just been transferred here and am not well acquainted. Let our families cultivate a friendship. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to assist." Li Weiguo and his wife had no particular thoughts about this. After all, it was their first meeting and they were still strangers, attributing Lan Quan's words to mere pleasantries. Unexpectedly, the elder sister-in-law, Hu Lijun, interjected, "Well, Director Lan, if it is not too much trouble, could you arrange a job for my daughter Chuna? She is getting on in years, and having a stable job would facilitate her prospects in finding a partner." Upon hearing this, Li Weiguo and Wang Huilan exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with excitement, eager to give a thumbs up to their daughter-in-law. In this day and age, rural folk envy workers, for if one could secure a stable job, why would they settle for anything less, let alone a mere 20 yuan? They would not even consider a 30 yuan endeavor. Such menial tasks are reserved for those lacking ambition. The events of the previous evening were indeed the second son's fault. Yet Wang Huilan still felt disgruntled over Zheng Qiming's disdainful treatment. If only her son had a reputable job, those petty issues would no longer exist. In the next moment, the entire family looked at Lan Quan with hopeful anticipation. Without a moment's hesitation, Lan Quan nodded affirmatively. "No problem, I will take care of it. However, I have not officially started my duties yet. Once things settle down, I will certainly make it happen." Given his position, arranging a job for Li Chun would be a straightforward task. Lan Quan had previously discussed this with Dai Qingyuan without making a commitment. And now that the Li family shared the same sentiment, it was only fitting to arrange something as a gesture of goodwill. Wang Huilan was overjoyed, grasping Lan Quan's hand. At a loss for words. "Oh my goodness, I cannot thank you enough, Director Lan. You mustn't leave. Please stay for lunch. We will make dumplings." Lan Quan quickly declined, saying, "Sister-in-law, please do not call me Director Lan. Just refer to me as Old Lan. I have just arrived and have a myriad of matters to attend to. Let us gather another day, shall we?" Ultimately, Lan Quan and his companions did not linger, and the Li family escorted them to the edge of Donggo before returning home. Their spirits lifted. The neighbors, noticing her expression, were curious to inquire about it. "What joyful event has befallen you, Urchin's mother? Your face seems to bloom with delight." Wang Huilan pressed her lips tightly together, suppressing the urge to divulge too much. "Hee, it's indeed a splendid affair, a truly marvelous one. I can't reveal anything just yet, but in a few days, you shall all be enlightened." Upon returning home, Wang Huilan sat on the edge of the Kong, slapping her thigh in glee. "Haha. The eldest daughter-in-law has spoken quite aptly today. As soon as your second aunt received a letter, she prattled excitedly to me. Now our family is going to have workers too. Let me tell you, despite the second son's previous lack of direction, I have always known he would amount to something. When I gave birth to him, it was precisely at the onset of spring, just a couple of days ago. The north wind howled and snow fell heavily. Yet, at the moment of his birth, the wind suddenly ceased. And your grandfather remarked that the eastern sky was ablaze with color. What was it called again? On their way back, the couple, Lan Quan and his wife, were in high spirits. Old Lan, this family is quite pleasant and very warm-hearted. Li Chun's sister-in-law may possess a bit of cunning, but it is commendable that she can speak on behalf of her younger brother-in-law." Lan Quan nodded. "Indeed, handle Li Chun's matters with care. Keeping her close will allow for careful observation. As the saying goes, time reveals a person's true character." "Understood." "Oh, shooting. Guess what I saw the other night from Li Chun's bicycle?" Meanwhile, Li Chun was lost in thought, contemplating the figures calculated by Ma Fa. She had never anticipated that her kind elder brother would come to visit and even help arrange her work. "Uncle, is this number accurate?" Ma Fa replied coldly. "That's the standard for a 3-7 wall. The quantity of bricks per square meter is fixed. If you doubt it, feel free to seek another opinion." "Come on, uncle. Can't you speak more civilly?" Ma San, witnessing his uncle's demeanor, was nearly driven to frustration. "Damn it." Ma Fa kicked his nephew down and sternly admonished, "You little rascal. Who are you talking to?" Li Chun hurriedly intervened to separate the two. "Hey, what on earth are you both doing? Uncle, you've been a tremendous help this time. Come, let me treat you to a meal." Ma Fa, with a haughty demeanor, retorted, "No, I can't afford your money." "Humph." He strode away, his attitude dismissive. Ma San, feeling apologetic, said, "Second brother, I truly regret this. I never expected. What are you saying? Without you, this would not have gone so smoothly. Now it's just the two of us left. Drinking seems pointless. Let us go have some pot stickers instead." Chapter 23. Unfamiliar faces in the following 2 days. Li Chun remained in the city to survey the market. Rising early the previous day, she ventured to the city's meat processing plant and slaughterhouse around 2 in the morning. The slaughterhouse primarily handled pigs, cattle, and sheep, akin to the town's slaughter facility, with the only distinction being the larger volume, while the prices remained the same. Additionally, she focused on the largest vegetable market in Heihe, assessing the quality, pricing, and turnover of the cooked food at the Yuhua Road Market. There were 3 stalls specializing in cooked food, predominantly featuring pork offal, priced slightly lower than external vendors. Yet the quality was rather mediocre. Many items were only partially cooked, significantly minimizing weight loss during sale, resulting in no noticeable loss in profit. This echoed the old adage, what is bought is never as shrewd as what is sold. During this period, individual purchasing power was somewhat lacking, even when selling meat. There was a preference for the fatty pork with a higher fat content. However, Li Chun noticed that the sales volume of the 3 cooked food stalls was quite substantial. State-run and individual restaurants, as well as unit canteens and those hosting large banquets for weddings and funerals, frequently sourced their supplies from this area, with Old Ming also procuring goods here. The purchasing volume from restaurants and canteens remained relatively stable, while the demand for large banquets was not to be underestimated. On Monday morning, Li Chun observed 2 individuals arriving with horse-drawn carts, purchasing items according to their lists, spending over 170 yuan. The following day, Li Chun arrived even earlier and spent the entire day at the market. On non-holidays, at least one of the 3 cooked food stalls sold over 200 yuan. If we consider a profit margin of 30%, that equates to a potential income of 10,000 yuan in half a year. Li Chun's eyes sparkled with excitement. This industry had great prospects. Early Wednesday morning, Li Chun returned to the slaughterhouse to purchase several ingredients. After familiarizing himself with the market over the past few days, he intended to host a banquet for Lin and others before heading home. After leaving the slaughterhouse, he visited the large market to buy a 5-kilogram carp and some vegetables. Carrying the fish, he was filled with mixed emotions. To recount, fishing was his greatest skill. For the past 20 years, he had never spent money on fish. Now, to enjoy a simple fish, he had to reach into his pocket and pay someone. A feeling that was indescribably disheartening, more intense than the sense of loss felt after leaving a bathhouse. At the south entrance of the large market, there was a row of 8 outdoor snack stalls, one of which offered beef dumplings that Li Chun had sampled a few times during his previous visits to the city and found quite delectable. At this hour, the crowd was sparse, so Li Chun sat down and ordered half a kilogram of dumplings, pouring vinegar into a small porcelain dish and peeling 2 garlic cloves. Just as he looked up, he suddenly spotted 4 familiar faces 2 stalls away at a noodle stall: Zhao Pengyue, Yang Sherman, De Man, and Hu Zhuang. These boys, aged 16 or 17, were all from his village, having graduated from junior high and now idly wandering around. The shortest among them, with a notably large mouth, was Zhao Pengyue, the son of the village chief, Zhao Weiman. This lad constantly sought to accompany Li Chun to the town and would cling to him whenever they met. Much to Li Chun's chagrin. What were they doing here so early in the morning? Such unusual behavior surely hinted at something amiss, but Li Chun was disinclined to inquire. He preferred to keep his distance from Zhao Pengyue. If it weren't for the fact that the dumplings had already begun to be wrapped, he would have surely left. Now, he sat at the innermost edge with his porcelain dish, trying his best not to draw their attention. As he continued to peel garlic, he kept a watchful eye on the group. Upon closer observation, he was taken aback. Each of them had a large bowl of noodles before them, yet they had not begun to eat. Instead, they were brandishing jars filled with chili peppers at one another. Zhao Pengyue exclaimed, "Look at you all being so cocky. When it comes to spicy food, I fear no one. Care for a challenge?" Hu Zhuang replied, "Come on. Whoever backs down is a coward. Let's do this." With that, Zhao Pengyue took a generous scoop of chili powder and added it to each of their bowls, then added some to his own, triumphantly asking, "Still dare to add more?" The other 3 adopted a fearless demeanor, urging him on to continue. As the 4 of them gathered around, they began to share the contents of a jar of chili powder, with each taking their turn. Before long, each bowl was heaped with a small mountain of the fiery spice. Setting down the now empty jar, they exchanged knowing glances and commenced their feast. From Li Chun's perspective, as the 4 took their first bites, their faces contorted from the heat, yet whenever anyone glanced their way, they immediately feigned composure. After a few mouthfuls, Zhao Pengyue set down his chopsticks. Hu Zhuang chuckled mockingly. "What's wrong? Can't handle it?" Zhao Pengyue pouted defiantly. "I think it's not spicy enough." With that, he grabbed another jar of chili from the back table, heaping 3 more spoonfuls into his bowl, and boldly declared, "Are you scared? Not a chance. Let us keep going." Under Zhao Pengyue's enthusiasm, the 4 divided yet another jar of chili powder among their bowls. Now, the chili outnumbered the noodles, and just the sight of it made Li Chun's stomach churn, prompting him to instinctively shift away. At that moment, his dumplings arrived, and the vendor, noticing Li Chun's unwavering gaze toward the group, inquired, "Do you know those boys?" "No, not at all." Li Chun vehemently shook his head, as if trying to dispel the very notion. Even if they recognized him, he could never admit it. The embarrassment would be too great. He felt a sense of shame for those 4 foolish boys, as they were from the same village, even the same town. The vendor poured a bowl of dumpling soup for Li Chun, remarking, "Those rascals have been making quite the racket, piling on so much chili. What a waste. Just look at old Wang's face at the noodle stand. He must be furious." Li Chun glanced over, and, indeed, old Wang's expression was darker than the pot of boiling noodles, his face twitching in barely contained rage. Meanwhile, the 4 boys stared at their bowls, a look of concern dawning on their faces. Zhao Pengyue bravely took another bite, tears streaming down his cheeks, resembling a flushed guan yu, and began to hiccup uncontrollably. The others fared no better. Each tentative taste was met with an inability to swallow. After a half-minute of staring blankly at their bowls, the man was the first to concede. "All right, you win. I give up." Yang Sherman pushed his bowl forward, exclaiming, "I give in too. It's far too spicy to eat." Zhao Pengyue, feeling the weight of the situation, added, "Jokes aside, if we get too spicy, it's not worth it. Let us go find a place to grab some buns and settle our stomachs," he suggested, and they all prepared to rise. Just then, a gleaming kitchen knife crashed onto their table with a resounding thud, sending chili oil splattering from their bowls. The vendor, old Wang, glared at them with furrowed brows, his voice a thunderous growl. "What the hell do you think you're doing? Sit down and finish every last bite. If I see even a drop of soup left, I swear I'll chop you all up." Zhao Pengyue and his companions stared at the knife embedded in the table, swallowing hard, yet determination surged within him. "We paid for our noodles. What are you going to do about it?" he retorted defiantly. Lao Wang extended his large hand resembling a fan, seizing Zhao Pengyue's neck and forcefully pressing him onto the stool. With a fierce countenance, he bellowed, "Are you trying to act tough with me? Back in the day, you wouldn't even have dared to step over the threshold." Drawing a kitchen knife and brandishing it before the 4, he continued, "Damn it. Your mischief has now brought trouble to my doorstep, and I'm fed up with your bad habits. Sit down and eat. If you can't finish, none of you will leave. His saliva splattered Zhao Pingyue's face as he spoke. This young man had often exerted his influence over his peers in the village and even dared to show off at the #1 residential compound of the crankshaft factory. Yet, in the face of Lao Wang's predatory glare, Zhao Pingyue felt a twinge of fear. Yang Sherman and the others were even more terrified, their legs trembling with anxiety. Brother, can I pay for the peppers? Zhao Pingyue stammered. Stop the nonsense. I don't need your trifling coins. Today, I'm here to straighten out your bad behavior. Let me ask you one thing. Are you going to eat or not? The man nudged Zhao Pingyue with his elbow, whispering, why don't we just eat? Zhao Pingyue rolled his eyes at Lao Wang, feeling somewhat indignant. But compelled by the menacing demeanor of the vendor and the glint of the knife, he finally gritted his teeth and replied, fine, I'll eat. Lao Wang then turned to Yang Sherman and the others. Are you going to eat or not? The trio, too frightened to utter a sound, complied and sat down, trembling as they picked up their chopsticks and took small bites. As they ate, Yang Sherman's tears began to flow, unsure if it was from the spice or sheer fright. In the distance, Chun, who had been watching, found their suffering utterly delightful. Oh my! This dumpling is absolutely delicious. After they finished eating, the four were left in tears, barely managing to consume a morsel. Chun lit a cigarette and stood up. Just as he turned, Zhao Pingyue happened to look up and instantly recognized him, waving excitedly and calling out, second brother, I'm here. It's me, Pingyue. However, Zhao Pingyue's calls failed to capture his brother's attention. In fact, it seemed as if Chun was walking even faster. Pingyue, who are you calling? Yang Sherman asked softly. Second brother, it's Chun. He was over by the dumpling stand. The three paused in shock. You must be mistaken. It can't be him. It's absolutely second brother. Damn it, what is he doing here? If he goes back to the village and mentions this, we'll never show our faces again. The man rolled his eyes, retorting, why worry about that? You should be more concerned about how you'll feel after finishing this bowl of noodles. Damn it, he recognized me after all. Yet, in this situation, there was no point in calling out to second brother. Even if he were to address him as an ancestor, Chun would not respond, unwilling to associate with them. Especially not with Zhao Pingyue, who was nothing but a fool. Although he wouldn't dare act out in the city, he might have caused quite a ruckus in the village and town. It was said that after Chun was released from prison in his previous life, this young man had already passed away, and under tragic circumstances. Chun pretended not to hear, not looking back, and quickened his pace. At 10 in the morning, Chun, Zhang Bin, and their group arrived at the railway hotel, where Zhang Bin felt as if he had returned home. I procured a large table and unearthed the tea leaves secretly hoarded by old Meng, brewing a pot while engaging in conversation with De Lin and the others. Chun exchanged pleasantries with old Meng before heading to the kitchen with the ingredients. The restaurant's chef, Lu Xiangyang, nicknamed Big Head Lu, was a formal employee at the station. During this idle period, 3 large stoves simmered meat, with an apprentice attending to the fire. Leaning back in his chair, he cradled an enamel mug, sipping tea while humming a segment from Sha Jiabang. Big Head Lu lifted his eyelids to glance at Chun and inquired, this is a restricted area. How did you manage to enter? Chun was quite familiar with him. Whenever he visited Zhang Bin, it was typically after meal times. The two often dined together and indulged in drinks with Big Head Lu. With a clang, Chun placed the basket on the counter and replied, I'm just preparing a few dishes. You carry on humming. You can cook too? Lu scoffed, huh? I bet I'm better than you. Chun retorted while rummaging through the ingredients. No wonder you look so unattractive. It seems I've ruined your charm. The apprentices and 2 women at the counter burst into laughter, unable to contain themselves. Big Head Lu's face turned pale with anger. He wanted to retaliate, but found himself at a loss for words. Seeing the apprentices laugh, he stood up and unleashed a torrent of curses. Chun chose not to continue the banter and began preparing the ingredients. Given the limited time in the restaurant's kitchen, Chun specifically purchased some fresh offal for a quick stir-fry, perfect for drinking. At the slaughterhouse, he acquired 2 pairs of pig kidneys, a pig liver, and 4 pieces of salmon liver. Initially, he intended to buy a pig's stomach as well, but he stumbled upon an even more exquisite ingredient, pig heart tubes. Goodness! In my previous life, such prized ingredients were sought after, often fought over, yet during this period, they were discarded without a second thought. Witnessing this during the slaughter made Chun's heart ache. He meticulously observed the dissection at the slaughterhouse and collected as many as 19 tubes, ensuring a delightful feast for today. In addition to these 4 awful dishes, he planned to prepare sweet almonds and fish. The sweet almonds, known as Depien, were the perfect match for the sesame paste, but were significantly more expensive than peanuts, rendering them less cost-effective. Daozi, here he comes. Daozi rushed in energetically. Second brother. What is up? Can you clean the fish? Who can't do that? Chun replied. All right then, help me clean it thoroughly. Wow, such a big one. How heavy could it be? Chun grinned. 5 pounds and 7 ounces. With so many people, we can't afford to have less. Big Head Lu stretched his neck from his chair. Chun, We don't have a fish platter that big here. I want tea serve it whole. I'll just place it in a basin. Daozi, do you have any dietary restrictions? Daozi tilted his head, pondering. Does it count if Liuzi doesn't tea eat excrement? Get lost. Li Chun laughed, playfully teasing, while Big Head Lu was laughing louder than anyone. The pig liver was cut into large chunks, cleaned, and placed in a basin with scallions, ginger, garlic, dried chili, Sichuan pepper, star anise, and a generous amount of salt. The key was to add enough water to completely submerge the liver, then steam it for 15 minutes. This method renders the pig liver exceptionally tender, if time permits. Soaking it in the seasoning overnight enhances the flavor even further. Subsequently, attend to the other ingredients. The pig's heart should be cut into inch-long segments, while the sand liver, which refers to the pig's spleen, is even simpler. Just slice it into diamond-shaped pieces and set aside. The most challenging task is preparing the pig's kidney. Although Li Chun's knife skills may not suffice for a position in a Lanzhou noodle shop, he is certainly adept at this. In Chapter 25, Waterboiled Fish, De Zue raised his eyelids and observed Li Chun fussing with a pile of offal, muttering, I say, why not just fry some vegetables with meat? Offal has a strong flavor, and without proper skill, it's nearly inedible. Li Chun chuckled. That may be true for you, but if I were to fry it, they would lick the plate clean. Go ahead and boast. De Zue replied. Just watch. Li Chun deftly cleaned a large carp, then filleted it, preparing it for the dish he intended to create, the remarkable water-boiled fish. With all the ingredients at hand, he first prepared the spicy broad beans. De Zue, a regular employee with a fixed schedule, earned a steady salary, indifferent to whether he worked more or less. He enjoyed his leisure time and had no desire to learn from Li Chun, preferring to sip tea and enjoy performances until retirement. After all, even if he excelled, what advancement could he expect? Li Chun purchased 5 pounds of broad beans, producing a large bowlful, while the pig liver steamed to perfection and cooled in the seasoned water. The next step was to execute the water-boiled fish. Typically, fish is a substantial dish and often served last. However, circumstances dictate otherwise. The other dishes, being offal, must be consumed hot, hence the more laborious water-boiled fish was prioritized. Li Chun favored using pickled peppers for his fish, but alas, the restaurant lacked any. During his market visits in recent days, he noted that the only dried chili variety available at the hot river market was the local injuring tiao, with not even a trace of the more fiery varieties. Thus, he resorted to stir-frying with Pixin de Banjiang. For the vegetable base, he employed seasonal produce, Chinese cabbage, loofah, and firm tofu. Such an unusual combination. Yet the vegetable base is merely a matter of personal preference. Whatever the chef deems delicious can be used without error. After blanching the vegetables, he adjusted the broth seasoning and gently placed the marinated fish fillets into the pot, swiftly retrieving them once they turned opaque. He arranged chopped scallions and minced garlic in a bowl, then heated 2 generous tablespoons of peanut oil in the pan. Into the hot oil went the Sichuan peppercorns and dried chilies, which he then poured over the fish fillets. The sizzling hot oil instantaneously released the aromatic essence of the garlic and scallions, filling the entire kitchen, causing De Zue's apprentice and the women picking vegetables to salivate. The fragrance was indeed enticing. What a marvelous preparation, it looked delectable. De Zue's eyes widened in surprise, yet he remained obstinate. How fresh, with so much oil. It wouldn't matter if it were fish or shoe soles, it would still be delicious. You truly do not regard yourself as an outsider. The woman remarked, TSK. This is rather extravagant. At home, we could not afford such lavishness. Just how many dishes could be prepared with all this oil? Upon overhearing the women's hushed discussions, Li Chun merely smiled. In this era, such a method of preparing boiled fish is indeed unacceptable in an ordinary household. If he dared to use this much oil at home, he would not only face reprimands, but also endure his mother's incessant nagging for half a year. However, in Lao Ming's establishment, Li Chun felt no pressure. After all, it was public funds. Ahem, let us serve the dishes. Lu Zi hurriedly entered, and upon seeing the pot of fish, his eyes widened. Second brother, did the oil bottle fall into the dish? His words elicited laughter from the women. Li Chun shot him a glare. What nonsense. This is called boiled fish, and that is precisely how it is prepared. You will taste it soon. If it's delicious, that is all that matters. TSK, Lu Zi pouted, as he carried the dish to the door, muttering softly. What a wasteful extravagance. Li Chun felt a few dark lines appear on his forehead. Is it true that even pickpockets are so adept at living these days? The big head, in agreement, chimed in. Indeed, such wastefulness. 15 years ago, if someone dared to indulge like this, they would surely be taken away. Enough. Li Chun quickly interrupted his rambling. Don't dawdle. Go outside and wait. Dinner will be ready shortly. The big head adjusted himself in his chair. All right then. It's rare to enjoy a ready-made meal today. Lu Gu, let us see what you've got. I'm curious about your skills. I'm sure I'm better than you. Li Chun retorted. Huh, you certainly do have a way with words. Off you go. The remaining dishes had already been prepared and seasoned, with the main and supplementary ingredients mixed in a small bowl. He heated oil in the pan, and once the temperature was optimal, he swiftly added the pork kidneys along with chili, green pepper, scallions, ginger, and other ingredients. Li Chun stir-fried rapidly, the oil splattering and flames rising, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Within mere seconds, the pork kidneys were perfectly cooked and ready to be served. His method was akin to that of the salt-enriched cuisine, emphasizing timing and a complex bouquet of flavors, making it an excellent accompaniment for drinks and meals alike. Dishes are ready. Spicy pork kidneys. Here it comes. Half a minute later. Next up, garlic-flavored liver. Wow, that was quick. Indeed, speed is of the essence. Hurry back. The next dish will be even faster. Now serving, spicy stir-fried heart. In less than 2 minutes, 3 dishes had been completed, leaving the kitchen staff astonished. It was not only them. The patrons outside, sipping tea, were equally taken aback. Especially the big head. His round head displaying a look of disbelief as he craned his neck, eyes wide, fixated on the 3 dishes. They appeared quite impressive. Aside from the excessive use of oil, there seemed to be no faults. In truth, even if there were flaws, he would not be able to discern them. The big head had previously been a cook at the unit's cafeteria, adept at stewing but utterly clueless when it came to stir-frying. Moreover, he had never encountered these dishes before, leaving him at a loss for critique. Furthermore, the enticing aroma and glossy appearance were utterly appetizing. Having seen and tasted such dishes before, Lao Meng was salivating, and along with the big head, he instinctively reached for chopsticks, only to be swatted aside by Zhang Bin. Hey, my second brother hasn't even sat down yet. What is the rush? The big head's face flushed with embarrassment. What are you saying? You Lu. Have you ever tasted anything? The speed at which the dishes are served is astonishing. I merely wish to ascertain whether they are thoroughly cooked. Old Meng, with a beaming smile, exclaimed, ah, indeed. Sliced pig liver, accompanied by garlic dipping sauce. In addition to the 6 dishes prepared by Li Chun, we ordered stewed ribs with green beans, tofu with dipping sauce, beef stewed with potatoes, and chicken stewed with mushrooms. 10 sumptuous dishes graced the table, their quality undeniably exquisite. Alongside Old Meng and the big-headed one, Zhang Bin took charge of pouring the wine, while everyone gazed at the fragrant dishes, barely able to suppress their salivation. Yet, Li Chun insisted on speaking further. Old Meng was beginning to grow impatient. What is there to discuss? Let us dig in, soon enough. We shall have no time to eat. The big-headed one nodded in agreement. Exactly. Li Chun rolled his eyes. What nonsense. You two should consider yourselves fortunate to be able to sit here and enjoy a few bites. Old Meng retorted, damn. Ha ha. Chapter 26. We must drink everyone. Binzi is my brother, with whom I have played since childhood. It is only right that he assists me. Your presence here is a testament to our camaraderie, and I, Li Chun, cannot let you all leave empty-handed. Let us not dilly-dally. Let us eat and drink well, for everything lies within the wine. Let us begin. To be frank, Li Chun had little affection for them. In his previous life, he had looked down upon their profession. Among them, he was most familiar with Dalin and Daozi. Daozi, whose real name is Chun, became a friend due to the amusing story behind his nickname. Initially, he intended to tattoo a trendy character for ninja on his arm. But after enduring the pain of the first character, Knife, he could not muster the courage to continue. Zhao Dalin was their leader. Shortly after Li Chun was incarcerated in his previous life, Dalin followed suit and ended up in the same prison block. With a shorter sentence, Dalin became a close companion after 3 years of camaraderie. Aside from them, he could hardly recall the names of many others. Their presence at this gathering was merely a favor from Zhang Bin. Li Chun's invitation to this meal was a means of repaying that favor. Thus the terms must be clear. Ergo was rather formal. Let us dispense with pleasantries. We are all brothers. Dalin and the others exchanged a few courteous remarks before eagerly diving into the feast. Wow, what is this? It is simply delectable. Previously, the kidney dishes I had were bland, but this preparation by Ergo is tender and succulent, albeit a tad spicy. Delicious and utterly satisfying. Hey, you must try this flat fish. It is truly delightful. Satisfaction level from Zhao Dalin, 100. Satisfaction level from Ma Liying, 100. I must say, this fish is swimming in oil. Can it truly taste good? It's rather unpalatable, excessively oily, and surely will lead to discomfort later. You ought to eat something else. Wow. Liuzi, how dare you deceive me? This fish is so tender and devoid of any fishy taste. It is absolutely delicious. Satisfaction level from Chun, 100. The table was a whirlwind of activity, with no one pausing to catch their breath, and satisfaction levels soared, with over 90% achieving full marks. Especially the big-headed one, who ate with unparalleled fervor, fixating on the pig's heart. His chopsticks moving with such speed that they left shadows in their wake. Chun, what is this? It is crunchy and utterly delightful. Li Chun found himself amused as he sliced the pig's heart open, only to realize he couldn't even recognize its large head, evidently indicating that no one had consumed such a delicacy in quite some time. If it tastes good, indulge yourself. Why concern yourself with what it is? He jested. What? Afraid I might steal your culinary secrets? Li Chun laughed heartily. Oh, come now. With your cooking skills, any fine dish would be wasted on you. After a moment of silence, the large-headed man huffed disdainfully. I am not like you. Humph. The laughter erupted again. As Li Chun took a bite, preparing to raise his cup for a toast, he noticed that everyone had liquor in their glasses except for Ma San, who had a bottle of soda. Ma San, why are you behaving like a woman, drinking soda? Ma San chuckled sheepishly. I can't handle alcohol. One beer, and I'm done for. I fear that if I drink too much, I might embarrass myself in front of you. The group didn't believe him. In their line of work, one must maintain composure. Thus, they rarely indulged in alcohol, and were unaware of Ma San's capacity for drinking. Stop it. Even the kids from the Yuhong class can handle a beer. What are you, less than a child? One remarked. I hadn't noticed earlier. Everyone is drinking baijiu, and you're the odd one out. Come on. Switch to the real stuff. Youngsters love to stir up mischief, and soon they were all rallying against Ma San. He pleaded for mercy. I truly can't drink. Please. No baijiu, it's lethal for me. Brother Air, can I just have a beer to join in? Li Chun wasn't one to pressure others to drink. Having witnessed the consequences of such behavior in a past life, he understood that Ma San might be allergic to alcohol, so he didn't insist on the matter. If he wanted soda, so be it, as long as everyone was happy. However, the others disagreed, and after much persuasion, they poured him a glass of beer. Ma San held the glass with trembling hands, as if it contained poison, panting heavily. With a determined glare, he stood up. All right, today I will drink with you all. Cheers. Good. That's the spirit. We're all brothers. Why should you be treated differently? Liu Zai, fill Ma San's glass again. They all took a sip, continuing to eat and chat, while Li Chun kept a close watch on Ma San, ready to react should anything go awry. As Ma San downed the drink, his face visibly reddened, but it seemed more from the food than any allergic reaction. Li Chun decided to let them enjoy their revelry. Noticing that Old Meng was relishing his meal, Li Chun quietly asked, how does the ma rin de bien taste? Old Meng, nodding enthusiastically, replied, delicious. I never knew you had such culinary skills. Let us discuss. Perhaps you could teach the large-headed fellow. We should feature this dish at our restaurant. It would surely attract customers. Old Ming glanced at the large-headed man and leaned closer to Li Chun, whispering, our menu is rather limited. The leaders have mentioned several times that we need to diversify. You know how it is with old Lu. If we add more dishes like ma rin de bien, customers will be satisfied, and the leaders will have something to report. Today, the dishes prepared by Li Chun astonished Meng Xianwei immensely, were he to open a restaurant. He would undoubtedly wish to invite Li Chun as his head chef. Alas, this is a station's tertiary industry unit, and they can only employ their own workers. Luda now, clearly disheartened, still aspires to improve himself. Li Chun, being an outsider and having a decent rapport with Danao, would be a splendid choice to teach him a few recipes to handle his responsibilities. Li Chun rolled his eyes, thinking, you can't even handle Danao and expect me to take on the villain's role? Meng is quite the talker. Was I supposed to meddle in your affairs? Just as Li Chun was about to decline, Ma San suddenly stood up across the table. With a resounding clap, he slammed his hand on the dining table, causing the wine bottles to topple over, startling everyone and leaving the room in stunned silence. Ma San, swaying slightly, fixed his bloodshot eyes on Li Chun and exclaimed, second brother. Li Chun was taken aback. What is the matter, brother? Second brother, you weren't exaggerating. Your cooking is even better than my mother's. When my mother passes, you must cater the feast. You owe me this favor. The crowd, Lu Zi, sitting nearby, slapped Ma San and whispered, what the hell are you saying? Are you really that drunk? Ma San swayed, glanced at Lu Zi, waved him off, then sat down heavily. He drained his empty glass in one gulp and suddenly collapsed onto the table, sobbing uncontrollably. Oh my God, my mother! Li Chun, the crowd, Chapter 27, Ma San's obsession. Everyone was bewildered. In the vast restaurant, the only sound was Ma San's heart-wrenching cries. Li Chun facepalmed. Ma San truly couldn't hold his liquor. He was worse than the average woman. It took less than 2 cups for him to be utterly incapacitated, and his drinking etiquette was on par with that of a common buffoon. As he wept, Ma San gradually fell silent, and upon closer inspection, it became evident that he had fallen asleep. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. They had been genuinely frightened moments ago. Daozi looked at Li Chun awkwardly. Second brother, I apologize. I had no idea Ma San had such a low tolerance. Li Chun waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, when one drinks excessively. They lose control, it's normal. However, he shouldn't make jokes about his mother. Li Chun resolved not to associate with someone who spoke such words. He had many friends, including rascals, ne'er-do-wells, pickpockets, and even streetwalkers. He firmly believed in one principle. As long as a person harbored no ill intentions towards him, their profession was inconsequential. Yet, he had a bottom line. He would never associate with the unfilial. What Ma San said was tantamount to cursing his mother to an early grave. He was indeed a scoundrel. Second brother, it's not as you think. Ma San's mother is in the late stages of stomach cancer, waiting to die at home. If Ma San weren't out working tirelessly to earn money and bringing back black dates, she would have passed long ago. Upon hearing this, Li Chun and Zhang Bin were taken aback. They had been completely unaware of the dire situation at Ma San's home. Reflecting on what Ma San had said outside the school that day, Li Chun began to comprehend. Ma San's actions were driven by a desire to earn money for his mother's medical treatment. What the knife referred to as black dates is, in fact, the medicinal paste known as Li Weiguo, which possesses analgesic properties. It is evident that Ma San has put considerable effort into locating such an item. Why then does he not return home, especially with his mother in such distress? Zhang Bin inquired. The knife shook his head. I have asked him, and he confessed to being afraid to go back. Hearing his mother cry out in pain causes him great anguish. Currently, he is under the care of his elder brother. Second brother, Ma San is a decent fellow. You may not be well acquainted with him, but surely you have heard of his elder brother, said the knife. Who? Li Chun asked. Ma San's name is Ma Liying, and his elder brother is Ma Liqing, nicknamed Erqingzi. A sharp intake of breath escaped not only from Li Chun, but also from Lao Ming and Dao Dai upon hearing that name. Erqingzi was once the notorious pickpocket of the station. Delin was merely his lackey in those days. Despite being a thief, Erqingzi was known for his loyalty and strong sense of national pride. In 1983, when a few Japanese arrived in the city, recalling the national grievances of the past ignited Erqingzi's fury, leading him to seize over 70 yen from the Japanese. Unfortunately, he encountered a crackdown shortly thereafter. As targeting foreign friends proved to be a grave error, within a month, Erqingzi faded into history, and this incident became widely known. It was unexpected to learn that Ma San is the younger brother of Erqingzi. Ma San hails from Lama Temple Village. Initially, he was merely a small-time thug outside his home. In spring, when his mother was diagnosed with stomach cancer, he sought to make money and approached the knife and Delin at the station. Out of respect for Erqingzi's past, the two took Ma San in, allowing him to assist with transactions while they awaited their share. The term transaction is a colloquialism. In organizations like theirs, tasks are clearly divided. Skilled workers handle the dirty work, and once the goods are procured, they must be swiftly transferred. Those responsible for the transfer are known as transaction handlers. To speak candidly, Delin and the knife showed considerable kindness towards Ma San. Li Chun, upon hearing this, was deeply moved. They decided to take Ma San back to rest. As the restaurant would soon be bustling with customers, his presence would undoubtedly disrupt business. Once he sobered up, they would inform him that catering for his family's event was feasible, but they would adhere to their established customs. Second brother, Delin asserted, your culinary skills are indisputable. In light of the unfortunate situation with his family, it is our duty to support him. I will cover 20 yuan. If you can take this job, it will be a significant help to us. The knife and others readily agreed. Li Chun nodded. Let us defer other matters for now. First, we must ensure he gets back to rest. We can continue drinking after. Lu Zi and the knife helped Ma San to his feet, and in his dazed state, he lifted his head, searching for Li Chun. Second brother, where are you? Li Chun also stood up. I am right here. You should go back and sleep for a while. We can talk later. Ma San replied, second brother, please do me a favor and help with the catering. Li Chun agreed. All right, I'll take care of it. Ma San grinned and gave the knife a thumbs up. Second brother, you are truly generous. Enough. The knife replied with a look of disdain. Second brother is over there. But Ma San paid no heed to the others, focusing solely on the knife. Second brother, your cooking is exceptional. It would bring me honor if you could cater for my family's event. The knife responded, yes, yes, yes. Stop dilly-dallying and hurry back to sleep. Ma San added, I'll say this one last time. When catering for my family, please refrain from serving boiled fish. It's far too costly in oil. Laughter erupted as Li Chun felt a wave of embarrassment, hastily gesturing for them to escort Ma San away. Despite having indulged to such an extent, they still found time to critique the boiled fish. What an obsession they had. Once they departed, the remaining guests expressed their sympathy for Ma San's family, but soon enough, they set the matter aside and resumed their lively banter, exchanging toasts and merriment. As noon approached, the restaurant bustled with patrons, leaving old Ming and the big-headed fellow no choice but to set down their chopsticks and get to work. Among the guests, over 80% were from various organizations, here for a work meal. Many were acquainted with Zhang Bin, often purchasing sleeper tickets through him, and they greeted his brother-in-law with the utmost courtesy. Upon noticing the array of novel dishes on their table, they were instantly delighted. Old Ming, have you introduced new dishes? One inquired. What kind of fish is this? It looks quite delectable. Old Ming, bring us a platter of that fish for our table too. Another chimed in. And a plate of those kidneys as well. Old Ming, feeling a bit flustered, replied, I apologize, everyone, but our restaurant is still serving the original menu. This table's feast is prepared by them. What? The group turned towards Zhang Bin, who laughed heartily. Indeed, it's my second brother who made it himself. Care to join us and taste? Impressed, the guests could only express their admiration. For it would be rather presumptuous to suggest that Li Chun prepare a similar spread for them. Such scenarios unfolded with nearly every new arrival. And Old Ming's explanations became increasingly fervent. When the crowd settled, he sought out Li Chun once more. Li Chun, I was just about to speak with you before Ma Sen interrupted. He began, detailing Li Chun's desire to sell prepared dishes. Old Ming, don't hold your breath for other dishes. Even if I teach the big-headed fellow, the result would be subpar. However, for the sesame flatbread, you can come directly to me for supplies. I assure you, the flavor will satisfy, and you'll be able to add variety to your offerings. Oh, and I've made a bit extra of the sesame flatbread. Please serve a small dish to each table for them to sample. If the response is lukewarm, consider it as if I never mentioned it. This was Li Chun's second motive for hosting. Chapter 28. Chicken stolen from the village. The railway restaurant was expected to thrive for many years, representing a stable clientele. Moreover, the patrons dining here were influential figures from various organizations. If they enjoyed their meal, perhaps their unit's cafeteria would also become a customer, thus broadening the possibilities. Old Ming's eyes brightened at the prospect. Not bad, brother. Are you aiming to become a big boss? Come now, selling prepared dishes hardly makes one a big boss. Li Chun chuckled. Huh, don't worry, as long as what you offer is at least comparable to others, I guarantee I'll source from you. We must look after our own. Right? By the way, where's the remaining flatbread? I must attend to those esteemed gentlemen first. We shall continue our conversation shortly. 20 minutes later, Old Ming hurriedly approached Li Chun. Brother, when do you plan to start selling? At 3 this afternoon, Li Chun replied, as he pedaled his tricycle homeward. The bicycle's frame precariously balanced atop the cart. In these times, no one seemed to mind, as long as one was cautious enough not to collide with others. This afternoon's meal was truly worth the invitation. I assisted Zhang Bin in repaying a favor and also made a reservation at the renowned Ma San's banquet. The greatest reward, however, came from the railway restaurant. Old Ming served a small dish of sesame flatbread to each table, receiving unanimous praise, which earned Li Chun over 3,000 satisfaction points. When Old Ming approached him and learned that there would be a delay before they could start selling, he became quite anxious. How much longer must we wait? This group has just enjoyed their meal and has specifically requested to return tomorrow. If you don't sell, where shall I procure food for them? After some deliberation, they agreed that from now on, the restaurant would receive a daily delivery of 5 pounds each of sesame flatbread and peanuts for trial purposes. As for the prepared foods, there was no immediate solution, but Li Chun assured him it would be expedited. The sesame flatbread was priced at 1 yuan 4 per pound, and the sesame peanuts at 80 cents. Despite the differing prices, the profit margin remained around 20 to 30 cents. Each delivery of 10 pounds could yield a profit of approximately 3 yuan, significantly surpassing the labor costs. Yet, accumulating satisfaction points this way felt rather sluggish. With the contributions from Li Nan and her associates, the total had barely exceeded 7,000 points, and Li Chun was too disinterested to hold a lottery. The prospect of winning just a few packs of matches seemed frustrating. He preferred to wait until they amassed 10,000 points for a more satisfying 10 consecutive draws. Alas, they still needed to devise a way to undertake banquet services. After lunch, Li Chun made another trip to the market to procure peanuts, flatbreads, and sesame seeds. Unfortunately, with limited funds, he had to buy and sell on the go. Upon returning to the restaurant, he prepared 5 pounds of each item for Old Ming, thus initiating deliveries from the day after tomorrow. The return journey went smoothly, and he was not robbed while passing through the small grove. It must be noted that this second-hand tricycle is remarkably nimble. The journey back felt even easier than riding a bicycle. However, upon reaching Donggo, which was an uphill path, Li Chun had to dismount, using one hand to grip the handlebars while pushing the vehicle uphill with the other. After returning, he needed to rig a rope harness on the carriage to facilitate easier pulling. Under the big poplar tree, a large group of people gathered to enjoy the shade and chat. Li Weiguo was playing chess with Qiu Yan's father, Yang Zhitian, while the women comforted Wang Hui. Sister-in-law, don't let that person get to you. It's not worth it. She hadn't said anything particularly offensive. We can all attest to that. So what is there to fear? Wang Huilan shot back. Didn't you see her? Those eyes were scanning the courtyard, and she even lifted the lid of my pot. She clearly has her sights set on my home. I've been in a good mood these past 2 days, and 1T stooped to her level. Just make sure I don't hear any gossip, or I swear I'll tear her mouth apart. Oh, my second child is back. Oh my goodness. Why are you back so late? Her son was to become a worker, which was a momentous occasion. She had never felt such glory in her life. Wang Huilan had been itching to boast about it, but felt a bit uncertain, waiting for Li Chun to return and confirm whether Lan Quan was indeed reliable. Li Chun had been away for several days, leaving her quite restless. What she had previously considered a simple 20 yuan banquet now seemed daunting, and she was worried about facing reprimands upon his return. Hearing her mother's words made her anxious, and she quickly locked the brake on the bike. Mom, is something wrong at home? Seeing Li Chun in a state of anxiety, Wang Huilan quickly offered an explanation. There's nothing amiss at home. And since you've been away these past couple of days, you might not be aware that several chickens have gone missing from our village recently. This afternoon, Lu Shui's wife came by our house, and judging by her demeanor, she certainly suspected you of theft. It's infuriating. My son is certainly not the type to steal from others. Wang Huilan almost let slip a thought, but quickly corrected herself, asserting that her son would never engage in such wrongdoing. The thought of the missing chickens brought to Li Chun's mind the four little rascals, Zhao Panyue's children, whom she had found suspicious that very morning. It seemed evident to her that they were involved. The image of them being forced by old Wang to eat spicy peppers, potentially provoking a fierce reaction, made her want to laugh. She wondered how those little scamps were faring at that moment. They must be quite energetic. Mom, did we lose any chickens? She inquired. No. We haven't tea, Wang Huilan replied. By the way, where did you get that tricycle? Li Chun had already prepared her justification. I borrowed it from Binzi since I had too much to carry, and my bicycle couldn't accommodate it. Wang Huilan frowned. Why do you borrow everything? That's quite an expensive piece of equipment, and it looks so new. What if you damage it? Li Chun chuckled, giving the cargo area a couple of playful kicks, startling the women around her. The restaurant has plenty of these. They've long been out of use and are practically rusting. This was just repainted the other day. Old Ming from the restaurant said I could use it freely. If it breaks, just return it. Wang Huilan did not press further, her mind occupied with her son's employment situation. The tricycle was of little importance. The unpleasant encounter with Lu Shui's wife was also insignificant. She eagerly urged Li Chun to return home. Wait a moment. I need to unload the tricycle first. The slope by the large willow tree was relatively gentle, but it would become burdensome to push so many items home. On such a hot day, it would be far more efficient to make 2 trips. Wang Huilan willingly helped, unloading the bicycle. What's this? She exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she lowered her voice. Instant noodles? There are such noodles? Did Xiaobin give these to you? Indeed, Li Chun replied with a grin. That child is truly thoughtful. He always thinks of us when he has something good. As Li Chun pushed the bicycle, Wang Huilan placed the bamboo basket on the rear rack for support and called out to Li Weiguo, who was still engrossed in a game of chess. Old Li, stop for a moment and keep an eye on the tricycle. Don't let the children bump into it. To the children of Donggo, the tricycle was a rather novel object. Just as Li Chun and Wang Huilan were about to leave, a large group of children rushed over, bouncing around the tricycle with exuberance. If left unattended, who knew what mischief they might cause? A fall could lead to troublesome injuries. Seeing that he was about to lose his chess match, Li Weiguo stood up, ready to address the situation. I understand. I'll shoo the children away. He began to inspect the tricycle, which Li Chun often rode, although he had never tried riding one with 3 wheels himself. Mom, I can push it myself. You can chat with them, Li Chun suggested. What do you mean chat? I have something serious to discuss with you. What is it? Oh, let us talk about it at home. On that day, in the tranquil courtyard of the Li family, Li Nan was washing clothes in the shade, while Li Zihui, holding a small bottle cap, was playfully watering an ant nest beside the basin. Suddenly, upon spotting Li Chun entering the yard, she tossed the bottle cap aside and scampered over with her short legs. Second uncle, do you have any treats? Li Chun, propped up on his bicycle, burst into laughter. You only think about food. Nan, come and see what delightful treasures I've brought back. Wow, Sakuma from Jiren. Did you really buy this for me, second brother? And sesame balls. We have sesame balls to eat. Wang Huilan, feeling anxious, quickly pushed the 2 aside. Go play somewhere else. I need to speak with your second uncle. Chun, come inside with me. Li Chun furrowed his brow. Mom, what's the matter? Isn't it just village gossip? Let them talk. My prices are clearly marked. It's not about that. Come inside to talk. Just as Wang Huilan pulled her son toward the house, a sudden cry emerged from the direction of the large willow tree. Oh my, what happened to you, old Li? Oh my heavens, you're bleeding. Huilan, Akun, come out. Your father has bumped his head and is bleeding. Li Chun's heart raced as he dashed outside, with Wang Huilan closely trailing him. By the big eye well, Li Weiguo had already been helped up by the crowd, his head covered in blood, and his crossbar vest stained crimson. The tricycle lay tilted by the well, its right rear wheel now resembling a dumpling. Li Chun was taken aback. What happened here? Aunt Zhu pointed at the tricycle and exclaimed. He rode the tricycle and crashed into the edge of the well. He nearly fell in. I was puzzled. Old Li can ride a bicycle with 2 wheels, yet how did he manage to tip over on 3? Just as Li Chun and his mother had left, Li Weiguo gazed at the tricycle, a surge of curiosity igniting within him. He had never ridden a tricycle before and felt compelled to experience the thrill. Satisfied, he hopped onto the tricycle and released the brake. Before he could gather his strength, the tricycle unexpectedly began to slide down the slope. Caught off guard, both feet slipped off the pedals, and as he attempted to steer, he realized the sensation was entirely different from riding a bicycle. Before he could react, the tricycle curved sharply, heading directly toward the well at the bottom of the slope. Li Weiguo's mind went blank, leaving him with nothing but a desperate shout. Yet, his feeble cries could not alter the tricycle's course. In an instant, The rear wheel grazed the well's edge, and the inertia flung Li Weiguo from the seat, causing his head to collide with the edge of the well, stunning him just as he began to feel the pain. Yang Zhitian quickly pulled Aunt Zhu aside, urging, "Stop with the chatter. Chun, hurry home and ride your bicycle to take your father to the clinic in town for stitches. With all this blood, it must be a serious wound." Li Chun nodded and turned to run back. Wang Huilan rushed over, her face pale with fright. "Oh my heavens! How did you manage to cause such chaos in just a moment while watching the tricycle? Sister-in-law, don't say any more. Old Li has been quite unlucky these past few days. The wound on the ear has yet to be stitched up, and now another injury has opened on the head. Could it be a result of encountering something foul? My goodness, it is indeed possible. Huilan, quickly find someone to examine Lao Li. Repeated bleeding is something no good person can withstand. Here they come, a Kun has arrived. Hurry to the clinic." Li Chun rode his bicycle furiously towards them, while Yang Zhitian assisted in removing Li Weiguo's vest and pressing it against the wound, helping him onto the bicycle. "Son, do you have money in your pocket?" Wang Huilan asked anxiously. "Yes, I do. You hurry home to prepare a meal. I've checked the wound. It's not serious, so don't worry." Li Chun pedaled off, racing towards town, with Li Weiguo clutching his head on the back seat, grimacing in pain. "What kind of piece of junk is this? You haven't even pedaled yet, and you're already sliding back. The handlebars are impossible to maneuver." Li Chun, drenched in sweat, rolled his eyes. A tricycle is different from a bicycle. If it's your first time riding, find a flat place to practice. If you release the brakes on a slope, how can you not roll back? Li Weiguo pouted, feeling somewhat guilty. "Well, I noticed the wheel is damaged. Fixing it will cost a pretty penny, won't it? My goodness, and you're still thinking about that at a time like this? Don't talk now. We've already inhaled enough dust." Without the hindrance of a drunken fool like Lan Quan, Li Chun exerted himself fully, reaching the clinic in under 5 minutes. He abandoned the bicycle and guided his father to the treatment room with ease. Upon entering, Dr. Chi Dan paused upon seeing the duo. Li Chun was a familiar face, as he frequented the clinic more often than not, either for his own injuries or for those inflicted upon others. Although he did not recognize Li Weiguo, he was familiar with that face. He had treated the left ear just days prior, and it was not yet time for the stitches to be removed. How had it turned into a bloody mess again? Was this also the result of Li Chun's antics? Settling his father into a chair, Li Chun urged, "Stop dawdling. Hurry and treat the wound. There has been quite a bit of blood loss on the way here." "Oh right, this is my dad. Your father?" Chi Dan had not anticipated this relationship. "I thought as much. I'll treat the wound first. You go and get a number." When Li Chun returned, Chi Dan was discussing hair issues with Li Weiguo. To stitch the wound, it was necessary to clear the hair around it. Some had already been removed from the left side of the head days ago. This time, with the wound atop the head, Chi Dan suggested taking a little extra time to trim all the hair for a more uniform appearance. However, Li Weiguo was somewhat reluctant. Li Chun imagined just a partial haircut and nearly laughed, so he decisively opted for a complete shave. After administering a tetanus shot, local anesthesia, a haircut, stitching, an anti-inflammatory injection, and prescribing medication, a whirlwind of activity ensued for an hour and a half, nearly reaching closing time. As they exited the clinic, Li Chun admonished his father, who was now wrapped in white bandages from head to toe. "This time, just stay at home and rest. In such hot weather, infection is no trivial matter." Li Weiguo remained silent. "By the way, Dr. Chi said no alcohol either." As they turned back, one remarked, "You can just smell it nearby? Get lost." They laughed. As a Kun passed by the supply and marketing cooperative, he heard someone calling his name from a distance. It was Lu Qingfu, the deputy director of the police station. Chapter 30, A Clash Between Them. Upon seeing Lu Qingfu, Li Weiguo's heart began to race. Qingfu. Has the second one caused trouble again? Although Lu Qingfu held the position of deputy director, he was, after all, the son-in-law of Zhuangtuing village. As an elder, Li Weiguo felt justified in addressing him by his given name. Lu Qingfu was taken aback and quickly clarified, No, I just got off work and wanted to greet you. Uncle, what happened to your head?" Li Weiguo averted his gaze. The story behind his injury was rather unsightly, and he preferred not to disclose it. Li Chun found it amusing but thought it prudent to preserve some dignity. "I had an accident while working at home," he replied. "How serious is it?" "It's nothing major. I just came from the health station and was about to head home." Lu Qingfu nodded. "That's good to hear. Don't rush off. Why not come to my house for dinner first?" Li Weiguo waved his hand. "That's not possible. Your aunt is waiting at home. We'll do it another day." "All right then." Li Weiguo's reasoning was sound, and Lu Qingfu felt it inappropriate to insist further. As they parted ways, Lu Qingfu leaned into Li Chun and whispered, "Come to my house for dinner tomorrow night. You must come." Seeing his radiant expression, Li Chun understood and smiled, nodding before cycling away. As they passed the crankshaft factory, they encountered the end of the workday. Li Chun and his father were oblivious, but Zheng Qiming, who was pushing his bicycle towards the entrance, was taken aback for a full 5 seconds upon seeing Li Weiguo's head wrapped in bandages and stained with blood. "What the hell?" Zheng Qiming exclaimed, hastily pedaling home. Once inside, he wiped the sweat from his brow and, breathless, shouted to Gao Yuelon, something terrible has happened. On the way home, he received numerous messages of concern, including one from Xiao Xianjin, the director of the Old Supply and Marketing Cooperative, a regular at the railway hotel. Clearly, the Ma Rin de Pian had garnered high praise during dinner once again, suggesting that it might reach a remarkable milestone that evening. Li Chun suddenly thought that this was not so bad, although it did not compare to collecting satisfaction points in bulk during grand banquets. Accumulating smaller amounts could still yield a significant total. Moreover, this was merely one dish, and as he gradually developed more varieties, the rate of earning satisfaction points could only accelerate. With this in mind, Li Chun felt less urgency regarding the grand banquet business, allowing everything to unfold according to his plan while letting the rest happen naturally. Upon returning to Donggo, the neighbors immediately gathered around to express their concern. Li Weiguo felt deeply gratified but was disheartened to learn that news of his injury had spread throughout the village. His elder brother and sister-in-law rushed back upon hearing the news, and only after confirming that his injuries were not severe did they finally relax. Back home, his sister-in-law prepared dinner, while Wang Huilan incessantly chattered beside Li Weiguo. What have you been up to lately? Did you come into contact with something unclean? Seeing blood twice in a week. How can you be so unlucky? Eldest sister-in-law, tomorrow when you come back with the vegetables, let us go to Yangjiagu to see old lady Yang for your father. Perhaps he has encountered some bad omen? Li Weiguo rolled his eyes. Oh, spare me. She wouldn't know anything. It's just promoting feudal superstition. Didn't she get her fair share of trouble back then? Be careful, or someone might report you and get you arrested. Wang Huilan, upon hearing this, became displeased. What do you mean? I am merely looking out for you. You've sustained injuries to your head twice in a week, each more severe than the last. If it happens again, I might end up a widow. Reporting? That's ancient history. How many people have sought her advice in recent years? Even when Zhao Wu's second son got married, they consulted old Yang Pe. At this point, Wang Huilan's confidence seemed to wane. Zhao Xiaoshuan's wedding was also based on the date chosen by old Yang Pe, yet it still ended in disaster, resulting in old Li getting injured. Reflecting on this, it seemed that the old woman's predictions were not very reliable. Suddenly, Li Hai, the eldest brother, interjected, Mom. Both of Dad's injuries occurred while the second son was around. Could it be that they have been clashing lately? The next moment, all eyes turned to Li Chun. Even the sister-in-law cooking outside tilted her head to listen. The eldest words seemed to hold some truth. Li Chun felt a bit uneasy under the scrutiny and quietly remarked, So what? Are you all suggesting we cleanse the family? Li Weiguo, unable to tolerate it any longer, waved his hand dismissively. Enough of this misfortune, henceforth. Let us embrace good fortune. Stop with the trivialities and focus on the second son's matter. Li Chun lifted his head and stared deeply at his father. With his head bandaged like an Arab, was it worth dwelling on such petty matters? Wasn't it just village gossip claiming I was mad for money? I couldn't care less. Let them say what they will. No matter how ugly their words are, it won't cost me a penny. So what if I am obsessed with money? Who doesn't desire wealth? I earn my living through skill, not by stealing or lacking morals. I stand by my words. My fees start at 20. Before he could finish, Li Weiguo waved his hand again. That's not the issue. Not. Li Chun was taken aback. Then what is it? As soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the room shifted. His father bore no anger, his elder brother wore a silly grin, and his sister-in-law's gaze seemed to carry an additional layer of meaning. Most notably his mother, Wang Huilan. Moments ago, her demeanor had been clouded, but now, she seemed to radiate joy, gazing at him intently, as if he were a rare treasure, which was rather unsettling. What is going on with all of you? What is the matter? Li Chun asked anxiously. Mom, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Wang Huilan offered the gentlest smile and softly replied. I just wanted to take a good look at you. You've always been a handful since childhood, never content with anything. Yet how is it that you have such good fortune? Tomorrow, I'll take you to burn some paper for your grandparents. They must be watching over you. Feeling a chill run down his spine at his mother's peculiar behavior, Li Chun shivered. Mom, why are you being so strange today? Bang. Li Weiguo slammed his enamel mug onto the table, impatiently saying, All right, enough of that. Let us get back to the main issue. The second son. As soon as Li Weiguo opened his mouth, a harsh electric sound blared from the village's loudspeaker. Li Chun from Team 4. There's a call for you from the city. Come to the brigade immediately. Li Chun, at home, shrugged his shoulders and said, Well, I'll go take the call first. We can discuss it later. With that, he turned and left, prompting Li Nan to leap off the Kong. Wait for me. I'm coming with you. Li Chun hurried away. The four of them exchanged glances, feeling quite vexed. Wang Huilan shot him an angry glare and complained. It was just one simple message, yet you dragged it out endlessly, leaving me all worked up for nothing. Li Weiguo looked bewildered. How is this my fault? What did I say? If you hadn't been rambling on about nothing, I would have clarified it long ago. This woman truly lacks reason. Chapter 31. Sarcastic remarks. Second brother, I found a pair of roller skates in the basket, on the back seat of the bicycle. Li Nan leaned against her brother and asked with a tilted head. Last year, when her brother took her to the train station to skate for the first time, she became instantly enamored with it, far more enjoyable than jumping rope. However, her brother was rarely home, having taken her only 3 times. A few days ago, when he went to the city, she had hoped to accompany him, but he didn't agree. Li Nan felt a bit dejected until she discovered while tidying the bamboo basket that he had brought home a nearly new pair of roller skates, which filled her with joy. Nevertheless, being sensible, she knew her brother hadn't said they were for her, so she wouldn't touch them. Although her heart was itching to speak with him about it, Li Chun nodded, pleased with his sister's reaction. Your brother got these for you. You can play in the courtyard or on the elementary school playground. Wow! Li Nan exclaimed excitedly, her arms flailing. You're the best, second brother. But hold your horses, tomorrow. Let the sister-in-law sew a thick strap with old cotton to protect your knees and elbows before you skate. If you fall and get scars, it will be troublesome. Li Nan's face fell immediately. What nonsense, it's a must. Okay, I understand, she mumbled, pouting slightly. Nan, what is it that mom and dad are being so mysterious about? What do they want to tell me? Upon hearing this, Li Nan perked up. Second brother, congratulations. You're going to be a worker. Mom has been so thrilled these past few days, she even dreams about it at night. With a squeak, Li Chun abruptly applied the brakes, bringing the bicycle to a sudden halt. What did you say? Li Nan nearly fell off due to the sudden stop and shot a resentful glance at Li Chun. Why are you so excited? You scared me. No. Who told you I was going to be a worker? What is going on? Li Chun asked, looking utterly confused. Last Sunday, Director Dai and Director Lan came to visit. Li Nan recounted the story of Lan Quan's visit to express his gratitude. Second brother, it's all thanks to sister-in-law. If she hadn't spoken up for you, Mom and Dad wouldn't have even thought of it. Upon hearing this, Li Chun felt no joy, but instead, his head throbbed painfully. Lan Quan has come by and even promised to assist me with my work? My goodness, is that wine-loving fellow truly so righteous? I am profoundly grateful. Had this been in a previous life, I would have been overjoyed to hear such news. However, at this moment, it is truly unnecessary for him. Not to mention a company with mediocre performance. Even if offered a stable government position, I would decline, as I am not from Lu province and lack that fervent attachment. It is inconceivable for me to work a conventional job. Such a notion is utterly unattainable in this lifetime. The real dilemma now lies in how to persuade my parents. A stable and formal income is an aspiration that rural individuals hold in high regard during these times. Any farmer fortunate enough to secure a position as a worker would undoubtedly bring glory to their family. Observing my mother's expression today, I have never seen her smile so radiantly in both of my lives. The thought of directly rejecting this offer terrifies me, as I can only imagine the extreme reaction my mother might have. Second brother, noticing Li Chun lost in thought, Li Nan gently nudged him. Are you not happy? Li Chun forced a smile that was more sorrowful than a frown, gritting his teeth. Happy? I'm absolutely overjoyed. With that, he declared, I must take this call. You can make your way back alone. He then hopped on his bicycle and sped away. Li Nan stood there, momentarily stunned before stomping his feet in frustration. Hey, wait for me. Li Chun did not look back. This sudden turn of events had caught him completely off guard. He had merely been entrusted to accompany Lan Quan back to the city and had no intention of forming any relationship with that wine enthusiast. Yet, to his astonishment, the man had been so genuine, delivering an overwhelming surprise. You truly are my good brother. Are you a blessing or a curse in my life? Li Chun was utterly distraught. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Zheng Qiming's household was exceedingly oppressive. The table was set with food, yet no one touched their chopsticks. Zheng Qiming, head bowed, smoked a cigarette, his brows furrowing as if he could crush a wasp. Upon returning from work, he intended to inform his wife about Li Weiguo's recent injury. But his wife had already received the news and was anxiously awaiting his return for guidance. Just the other day, Li Weiguo assured them that he would be able to attend his second son's wedding, even if he had not fully recovered. However, now with old wounds unhealed and new injuries reportedly more severe, and with only 3 days left until the wedding, it seemed certain that old Li would not be able to attend. This was indeed a predicament. Gao Yuelon shot Zheng Qiming a fierce glare. Having tasted Li Chun's cooking, she genuinely preferred to have him cater the event. It was merely 20 yuan, and they could certainly afford it. Moreover, Li Chun had mentioned that he could adjust the ingredients to ensure they wouldn't incur any losses. What could be better? Yet, her stubborn husband's sudden obstinacy left both families in an awkward position. With old Li injured again, he was no longer stubborn but utterly dejected. You must speak. What shall we do? Should we invite a cook from your unit's cafeteria? Gao Yuelon inquired. Zheng Qiming shook his head lightly. They are not capable. They can only prepare large pot meals, and nothing more. Gao Yuelon plopped down on the edge of the Kong, her face flushed with anger as she inquired. What do you propose we do? Are you truly considering inviting someone from outside the village? If that is the case, we will have enmity with the Lao Li family from now on. Eldest brother Zhang Fuxing suggested. How about I speak to Chun and persuade him to come? Zhang Fulin. The second brother nodded vigorously. I think that's a good idea. Although Chun has a temper, he does handle matters quite impressively. Gao Yulan scoffed sarcastically. That simply won't do. Your father has clearly stated that even if all the chefs in town were to perish, he would rather not hire Chun. The Zhang brothers could not suppress their laughter. Zhang Qiming shot a piercing glare at his wife, admonishing her sharply, stop spewing nonsense. I merely remarked that his prices are exorbitant. I never uttered those ridiculous words. Unfazed, Gao Yulan slammed her hand on the table, making it resonate. Discussing other matters is futile now. The second brother has an event in 3 days. And we still haven't secured a chef for the feast. As the head of the household, you must establish a clear plan. Zhang Qiming flicked his cigarette but to the ground and stamped on it, gritting his teeth. Then we shall contact the Chun. Just then, the announcement for Li Chun to come to the team office for a phone call echoed, as his home was situated just behind the team office. No need to visit his house. Just go to the office and find him. Chapter 32. This time, it's not me who spoke as Li Chun arrived at the team office. Another call came in. It was old Meng, bringing good news. The supply of marine de pien and peanuts had run out. The diners, unperturbed by the cost, devoured the food with abandon. And each one packed a portion to take home, resulting in Li Chun having to surrender even the 10 pounds he had prepared for the following day before 6 o'clock. Old Meng insisted that the goods be delivered before the lunchtime rush the next day, doubling the amount, and subsequently requiring 20 pounds daily. If more was needed, they would discuss it then. Lastly, Old Meng inquired when Li Chun would begin preparing marinated delicacies. Having tasted Li Chun's cooking today, coupled with the favorable response to marine de pien, Old Meng had complete faith in his culinary skills. Moreover, the prepared foods on the market were hardly superior. They couldn't possibly be worse than what they produced. Li Chun, albeit anxious due to unfinished matters, had no choice but to request Old Meng to wait a few more days. After hanging up, the troubles brought by his older brother dissipated, and a smile crept onto his face. Delivering 20 pounds daily would yield a net profit of around 160 to 70 yuan a month, surpassing the combined wages of 2 8th-grade workers. Yet, even this was deemed insufficient for the factory director role. Accountant Chen Yuqing reopened the box, curiously asking, "What good fortune has you so elated?" With a cold chuckle, Li Chun replied, "The higher-ups have stated that your performance as an accountant is lacking, exploiting the benefits of socialism, which is a grave issue, and they are considering replacing you with me." Chen Yuqing nearly choked on his drink, exclaiming, "Hey now, don't pin such accusations on me. If someone hears this, it could become a reality. Have I erred in my words?" As the workday drew to a close, you found yourself lingering in the assembly, tuning into the radio, squandering public electricity, a behavior that, in days gone by, could have seen you confined to a barn. A chill of apprehension swept over Chen Yuqing. "Brother, please don't jest. You know how my wife is. I merely stepped out for a moment of tranquility." Li Chun erupted into hearty laughter. "Just teasing you. I'm off now." In this workplace, there seemed to be no one of good character. What belonged to oneself would eventually return, while matters unconnected to him were merely a means to jest with Chen Yuqing, an outlet for stress relief. As Li Chun turned his bicycle around, Zhang Qiming and his wife approached. "Uncle, Aunt, have you eaten yet?" Li Chun greeted them warmly. Gao Yulan waved her hand. "Yes, we have. Chun, come over here. Your aunt has something to discuss with you." Li Chun's spirits lifted at this. The three moved aside, and Li Chun offered a cigarette to Zhang Qiming. "Aunt, what is it you wish to say?" Gao Yulan wore a broad smile, yet a hint of awkwardness lingered. "Chun, we were discussing the other day, for Erlin's event, we'd like you to handle the arrangements. You don't have any prior commitments that day, do you?" Gao Yulan only mentioned inviting Li Chun, deftly avoiding any reference to Li Weiguo's second injury, which was quite astute of her. Li Chun's eyes brightened as he feigned surprise. "Oh, not at all. Thank you for your trust, Aunt. I assure you, I will make it splendid." His demeanor surprised Zhang Qiming and his wife. Being from the same village, they were aware of this young man's stubbornness, often more obstinate than old Zhang himself. And he had never been one to suffer losses. They had anticipated that, having left in a huff from the Li residence, Li Chun would at least exchange a few barbed remarks upon accepting this task. Gao Yulan had even cautioned Zhang Qiming to temper his temper, considering he had been the one to act discourteously. Yet, they did not expect Li Chun to be so gracious, leaving them quite flummoxed. Zhang Qiming, in particular, felt his face flush with embarrassment. "Chun, about my attitude the other day," Li Chun quickly interjected. "Uncle, please, let us not dwell on that. 20 yuan is not a trifling matter. I completely understand. Besides, you are my elder. Regardless of your demeanor, even if you scold me, I would still listen. I will do my utmost to save you money on the ingredients, but the banquet will be well prepared, at least on par with the Zhao family s." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiming broke into a broad grin, clapping Li Chun on the shoulder. "All right, I want to say another word. You're a good man." Gao Yulan was equally elated. "Chun, you've matured significantly since before. Once this is over, I'll introduce you to a fine young lady. That would be wonderful. Thank you. Li Chun was overjoyed. This was a valuable client, indeed a major one. Clients are akin to deities. What are a few flattering words in comparison? The timely change of heart from Zhang Qiming and his wife was fortuitous, with the Zhao family and their household as prominent clients. Future business endeavors would undoubtedly proceed with greater ease. Moreover, it is certain that individuals from the crankshaft factory will be attending the banquet at the Zhang household. Preparing the banquet well might serve as an opportunity to infiltrate the workforce of crankshaft employees. This endeavor at the Zhang family holds immense significance for us. Uncle, Aunt, let us finalize the arrangements. Erlin's event is on Sunday, and I will come over Friday night so we can settle the menu. Zhang Qiming and his wife nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yes, let's confirm it. I shall take my leave now. I just received a call, and I have yet to have dinner. Gao Yuelon exclaimed. Oh dear, you haven't eaten at this hour? Why not come to my house? I will prepare a bowl of noodles for you. Li Chun waved his hand dismissively. No trouble, I have provisions at home. I must be off. Just as Li Chun was about to depart, Gao Yuelon stopped him again. Aunt, is there something else? Well, Erlin, the rumors circulating in the village about you are not from me, I assure you. Li Chun chuckled. Let them say what they will. It doesn't diminish my worth. Consider it free publicity. Gao Yuelon appeared quite embarrassed. I truly did not spread those rumors. Li Chun reassured her. It's nothing to me. Uncle Zhang, we shall meet again. With that, Li Chun pedaled away, smirking as he left the courtyard. He could hardly believe that Gao Yuelon was not the source of the gossip. In this regard, she was remarkably gifted, unrivaled in the village. In the courtyard, Gao Yuelon was beside herself with frustration, stomping her feet. Old Zhang, I swear those idle tales were not disseminated by me. Zhang Qiming replied nonchalantly. Yes, indeed. Gao Yuelon glared at him. What do you mean by that? Zhang Qiming chuckled. Oh, what could I mean? I must go find Li Shi. I am off now. With that, he strode away, leaving Gao Yuelon grinding her teeth in irritation. This time, it truly wasn't me. Why does no one believe me? If I find out which scoundrel spread those lies, I shall give him a piece of my mind. Chapter 33. The child grows beyond the father. Why were you gone so long after that phone call? The whole family has been waiting for you. Upon returning, Li Chun found everyone had already finished dinner and were not out for a stroll, but rather were waiting for him to finalize the work matters. This was indeed a significant issue. On his way out, he encountered Uncle Zhang and his wife, who had already decided that for Erlin's wedding on Sunday, they would like him to cater the banquet. Dad, now you can rest and recuperate at home. Hearing this news, the family was not overly surprised. During dinner, Li Weiguo had mentioned that after his second injury, it was likely the Zhang family would seek Li Chun's services for the banquet. Furthermore, their focus now was not solely on this matter. Wang Huilon waved her hand. Let us not dwell on that. Has Director Lan confirmed the job arrangements with you? Nan, did you speak to your second brother about the job situation? Wang Huilon felt a twinge of disappointment when her daughter returned with news that she had only hinted at the job matter to her second brother. She shot her daughter a disapproving glare. This foolish girl doesn't understand. Such a significant matter should be conveyed directly by me. Yes, indeed. Quickly tell me what transpired that night with Director Lan. Surely, the words of such a high-ranking official must hold weight. My goodness. It's astonishing how even a quarrel could yield a job opportunity. There truly is no end to the surprises life brings. Li Hai chuckled. The second one is just lucky. Wang Huilon smote her thigh and laughed. Indeed, this lad has always had good fortune, avoiding all the hard and laborious tasks. Mom, guess who just called me? Li Chun swiftly diverted the conversation, sensing his mother's words were hardly self-praise. Oh, I couldn't care less who called you. Right now, we need to discuss work. Nothing is more important than this, Wang Huilon replied impatiently. Li Chun smiled. Actually, this call is indeed more significant than work. Over the past few days, I've been arranging a long-term business deal in the city. Upon learning that Lan Quan intended to assign him a job, Li Chun initially planned to feign disinterest and later politely decline. However, upon further reflection, he deemed this approach inappropriate. Given that his family knew Dai Qingyuan, the potential ramifications if his mother found out could be dire. Fortunately, Old Ming's timely call provided him with the confidence to reveal his plans to his family. Even if his parents struggled to accept his choices, he believed that once he earned money, they would surely come around. Li Chun recounted his arrangement with the restaurant and the anticipated income, leaving his family in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. How much? Just from those peanuts? You could earn over 100 a month? His sister-in-law's eyes bulged in astonishment. Your brother works, and I sell vegetables. Combined, we only make 40 to 50 a month. How can you? Li Chun nodded. Exactly why I want to take a job. As the saying goes, a true man does not earn a fixed salary. It has been 8 years since the reforms, and there are countless opportunities to make money outside. Anything is better than earning a meager salary at a job. This is no longer the era of production teams. In the past, everyone envied Zhang Qiming, constantly praising him. Back then, workers indeed had their glory. Yet now, all that matters is money. People talk incessantly about how the Zhou brothers bought motorcycles or how Yang Wanfu's family purchased a refrigerator and a color television. Who even compares Zheng Qiming to them anymore? Zhu Yinji bought a happy 520, while Zheng Qiming would need to save for a decade without eating or drinking to afford one. There is simply no comparison. Let us not even mention the Zhou brothers or Yang Wanfu. Just consider that delivering sesame pancakes to the restaurant could earn me as much as Uncle Zheng's salary for 4 months. In the future, as I deliver cooked dishes, I will earn even more. Why would I forsake tangible wealth and abundant opportunities merely to maintain a facade of respectability by working a dead-end job? That would be sheer folly. After Li Chun's impassioned speech, Wang Huilan found herself at a loss for words, unable to counter his arguments. Li Weiguo, however, remained steadfast in his beliefs, asserting a stable job at a unit is better. Who knows how long you can keep delivering to that restaurant? If they decide they no longer need you, the opportunity will vanish, and you'll regret it too late. Li Chun responded earnestly, Dad, Mom, I am 22 this year. I am no longer a child. I can heed your advice on many matters, but when it comes to my career and marriage, I must make my own decisions. What did you say? Li Weiguo slammed his hand down, his voice rising in anger. What exactly do you want to do? Are you rebelling against us? Li Chun looked up, his expression serious. I am determined to pursue my path in catering and business. I will not accept a job, and pressuring me will be futile. If you push me too far, I might just wander off. Li Weiguo was on the verge of losing his temper when he was tightly embraced by Li Hai. He turned around and shot an accusatory glare at Li Chun, lamenting, Second son, how could you speak to your father like that? Li Chun shrugged, pouted, and raised his hands in a gesture of indifference, embodying the essence of a carefree spirit untouched by the heat of boiling water. After years of futile attempts at discipline, Li Weiguo found himself at a loss with his second son. Despite all the beatings and scoldings, nothing seemed to have an effect. Frustrated, he pointed at Li Chun and barked, if life takes a wrong turn, you better not regret it. Li Chun nodded resolutely, asserting, the path I choose is mine alone. I will not have regrets. Humph. With a dismissive grunt, Li Weiguo sat back down, choosing to ignore the situation. Wang Huilan gradually leaned against the heated Kong, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss, her heart heavy with emptiness. Fearing that his mother might be distressed, Li Chun took her hand in a comforting gesture and said, Mom, what I just said is true. If you don't believe me, I'll take you with me to deliver goods at the restaurant tomorrow. Let go. Wang Huilan suddenly shook off her son's hand, glaring fiercely at Li Chun, her lips trembling slightly. I'll ask you once more, are you going to work or not? Li Chun resolutely shook his head. Fine, you have your own mind, and I cannot control you, Wang Huilan replied through clenched teeth. However, this job opportunity was requested by your sister-in-law. It must not go to waste. You should plead with Director Lon to give this chance to your elder brother. And you must do it, allowing him to work at the distillery. Li Chun was taken aback, genuinely not expecting such a request from his mother. He glanced at his elder brother and sister-in-law, noticing his brother's eyes sparkling and his sister-in-law's face flushed with anticipation. Wang Huilan slapped Li Chun, exclaiming, Speak up, Mom. What's so great about this job? Why must it be this one? Li Huilan replied, Stop talking nonsense. Just answer whether you will do it. Li Chun did not respond to his mother but turned to his sister-in-law, asking, Sister-in-law, do you also want my brother to work at the distillery? Sister-in-law Hu Li Jun nodded emphatically, saying, Your brother is too worn out working at the brick factory. Since you don't want to go to Director Lon's place, you should help your brother and ask on his behalf. Consider it a favor from your sister-in-law. Li Chun repeatedly waved his hands. Sister-in-law, please don't say that. Since you also want my brother to go, I will inquire with Director Lon in a few days. However, we must clarify some points beforehand. If my brother takes this job, he will have to switch from agricultural to non-agricultural status, which means he will lose his land. Wang Huilan interjected, The job is important. What value does that land hold? Li Chun pulled at his mother, insisting, Mom, this is not a trivial matter. It must be decided by my brother and sister-in-law themselves. While his mother genuinely wished the best for his brother, this well-meaning gesture could potentially become a significant drawback in the future. If his brother were to take this job, and, in a few years, the company were to close, leading to layoffs and land compensation in the countryside, it would not be a blessing but a curse, and at that time, it would be unreasonable for his sister-in-law to blame their mother. Li Chun was aware of the social developments that lay ahead and sincerely did not wish for his brother to pursue this path. Yet, at present, he found no justification to oppose it, nor could he prevent it. Thus, he could only articulate his thoughts clearly, ensuring that if they were to regret their choices in the future, they could not hold anyone else accountable. Chapter 34. A mess Li Chun confirmed repeatedly, but his brother and sister-in-law remained unwavering, and judging by their excitement, it seemed they would likely have a sleepless night. It is hardly surprising that this opportunity for a farmer is akin to a pie falling from the sky. Were it not for his rebirth, Li Chun would undoubtedly dash toward it, refusing to relinquish it to anyone else. His elder brother and sister-in-law returned home with their child. Li Weiguo exited with a teacup in hand, his eyes reflecting a sense of confusion, and his mood somewhat melancholic. Within a week, he had suffered injuries twice. And with the second marriage of Zhang Qiming's second son, he found himself unable to attend. In stark contrast, Li Chun's fortunes had taken a turn for the better. His misfortunes had inadvertently paved the way for his own opportunities, accompanied by a streak of good luck. Was it possible that he was truly at odds with that unfortunate fellow? Perhaps he should consult someone regarding this matter. As they departed, their mother remained in a huff. Li Chun, with a mischievous grin, approached and grasped her arm. "Let go," Wang Huilan replied, her temper unyielding. "If you make your own decisions. What use do I have as your mother?" As she spoke, her nose twitched with an impending sense of sorrow. "Comrade Wang, please don't be unreasonable. I assert that matters of career and marriage are mine to decide, but in other respects, your word is final. You are the head of this household." Li Chun stated earnestly. Wang Huilan turned her face away, yet Li Chun noticed a barely perceptible upward curl at the corner of her lips. Li Nan brought the leftover food to the table and, with a bright smile, inquired, "Second brother, what kind of wife do you envision?" Li Chun squinted thoughtfully, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. "As for a wife, she must be my dream partner, with lustrous black hair. Only such healthy hair will suffice. Moreover, she must be fair-skinned." Wang Huilan rolled her eyes in response. "You can forget that notion. With your complexion, any woman standing next to you would appear fairer." Li Nan burst into carefree laughter. Amidst their mirth, an image of sun shooting suddenly flashed through Li Nan's mind. "Speaking of which, Director Lan's wife is exceptionally fair. I have never encountered a woman with skin so pale." Li Chun retorted. "Her complexion is unreasonably pale. It clearly indicates some ailment." Wang Huilan shot him an irritated glance. "One should not curse others behind their backs. I merely state the truth. No normal person has such pale skin, especially at night. It's rather ghostly and frightening. Additionally, she was merely being polite with us. Do not take it too seriously. Particularly that woman, when she saw me that night. She looked at me as if I were a thief. She certainly looks down on us farmers." Though Lan Quan may have been a bit tipsy and rambling, he was evidently a straightforward and honest man, and Li Chun trusted his promise to arrange work for him. However, the expression of Lan Quan's wife that night left Li Chun feeling quite unsettled. Initially resolved to sever ties with them, he now found his mother insisting that he seek Lan Quan to secure a position for his elder brother. The thought of that older woman troubled Li Chun immensely. Wang Huilan raised her hand and slapped him lightly. "You speak nonsense. Director Lan is straightforward and honest, while his wife, Zhao's son, is a quiet and well-mannered former educated youth from Shanghai. She speaks beautifully." Regarding that incident the other night, Zhao's son even offered an apology, having just moved in. Encountering an unfamiliar young man in the dead of night would naturally induce fear. Moreover, have you taken a moment to reflect on your own appearance? You hardly resemble anything commendable. It is only because I am your mother that I can bear to look at you. Otherwise, encountering someone like you in the dead of night would surely unnerve me. Li Nan rolled on the Kong, laughing until his stomach ached. Goodness. Li Chun was taken aback to discover how thoroughly his mother engaged in conversation with the couple, even delving into their ancestral origins. Her social prowess was undeniably on par with Gao Yuelan's. However, Li Chun was not particularly concerned about the nature of their characters. What mattered was that his mother appeared to be in significantly better spirits now, which eased his mind. He wrapped his arms around her and earnestly declared, "Mother, I understand your frustrations. Rest assured, once I start earning, you shall have ample opportunities to show off." With his words striking a chord, Wang Huilan was momentarily caught off guard. "Get lost. Are you still coming with me to the city tomorrow? Go away. Stop your giggling. If you don't take care of your brother's matters, I won't let this slide." After much coaxing, he finally managed to placate his mother, who then took the large fan to engage in idle chatter. Though he hadn't performed any strenuous labor recently, the back and forth had left Li Chun feeling somewhat fatigued. After dinner, he prepared some hot water for a bath and retired to the West Room for a rest. Lighting a cigarette, he checked the system data. The railway restaurant's dinner service had surged, and his accumulated satisfaction points had exceeded 11,000, allowing for a round of lottery draws. System, let us commence an 11-draw spree. Ding. Congratulations, you have won a pack of matches. Congratulations, you have won 1 pound of cloves. Congratulations. As the lottery concluded, Li Chun wore a satisfied smile. Today had been fortuitous. Out of 11 draws, he had only won matches 3 times. While the remaining 8 yielded substantial prizes, 2 pounds of fine white sugar, 1 pound of rock sugar, and 1 pound each of white pepper, grass fruit, cloves, and angelica. In addition, the final prize unexpectedly included 1 pound of raw walnut kernels. While walnuts can indeed be used in cooking, their price is comparable to that of eggs, making them less suitable for rural banquets. He decided to save them for later, considering he could roast them or prepare caramelized walnuts as a snack. The proportion of valuable items obtained this time was significantly higher than in the previous draw, leaving Li Chun quite pleased. He speculated that the increased likelihood of winning desirable items was perhaps linked to his cleansing ritual before the lottery. Bathing and changing clothes seemed to evoke a sense of reverence. He resolved to ensure he was even cleaner next time, pondering that perhaps the odds of acquiring fine goods would improve further. A grin spread across his face as he chuckled softly. He then lay on the Kong, contemplating his plans for the upcoming days. Tomorrow, he would deliver goods to Old Ming, and upon returning, he intended to seek a suitable house in town. Once settled, he must quickly arrange for the delicacies, as any delay would hinder his earnings. Regarding the necessary capital, Li Chun had already formulated a plan. He would assess the budget after finding a house and determine how much he needed to resolve in one go. In the evening, he would dine at Lu Qingfu's home. Judging by his expression today, he anticipated good news. In his previous life, the couple had shown him kindness, and if he could assist them in return, it would bring him great joy. As for discussing his brother's affairs with Lan Quan, there was no need for haste. The Heya Brewery was located just outside his grandmother's village in Tapingswan, and he was well acquainted with the brewery's situation, despite being a municipal enterprise with an ominous reputation. It is, in reality, a hollow shell plagued by significant operational issues. Just 2 years ago, it owed several relatives a considerable sum for grain, which remains unsettled to this day. The distillery, to put it bluntly, is a mess. When Lan Quan was transferred over, he faced a considerable headache, and for the time being, he would not have the bandwidth to consider other matters. It would be prudent to wait until he streamlined operations before addressing further issues. Chapter 35. Good news never leaves the house. The following morning, gazing out at the sparse drizzle, Li Chun furrowed his brows. The sky was heavily overcast, devoid of any breeze, and the rain showed no signs of abating anytime soon. Initially, she had planned to rise early to prepare the sesame peanut dish to deliver to Old Ming, but given the inclement weather, she would have to resort to making it at the restaurant instead. "Mom, please stoke the fire in my room. It's a bit damp in there," she called out. "You certainly have a lot of requests," Wang Huilan remarked, habitually nagging. "It's raining outside, and you still intend to go out?" Li Chun donned Li Weiguo's heavy canvas raincoat, which weighed nearly 2 pounds. The restaurant was expecting her, regardless of the rain. Even a torrential downpour would not deter her. "What about the 3-wheeled bike?" Li Weiguo shouted from inside. "I'll wait for better weather to take it to the repair shop. If it can't be fixed, I'll simply buy a new one," she replied. As Li Chun exited the house, Li Weiguo muttered under his breath, "Easier said than done. A new one costs quite a bit." Wang Huilan shot him a glare, retorting, "You're the one who broke it, aren't you?" Li Weiguo grumbled, "It's difficult to travel in the rain." The heavy raincoat was suffocatingly airtight. As she faced the downpour, her body was drenched in sweat, despite the rain. What usually took about 40 minutes to cycle took Li Chun over an hour to reach Yuhua Road Market. Disembarking from her bicycle, she felt a tingling sensation in her nether regions, her most prized possession temporarily numb. In that moment, Li Chun envied Old Ming's 3-wheeled bike, which would have been a godsend in such weather. She nearly exhausted her savings to purchase 40 pounds of ingredients, shamelessly persuading the vendor to provide her with a plastic sheet to protect her supplies from the rain. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Old Ming was astonished. "In this weather? I thought you wouldn't show up. This is what you urgently needed, isn't it?" Li Chun replied. Old Ming gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Well done. You've truly changed. With this kind of determination, you can accomplish anything." Just moments before, Meng Xianwei was praising Li Chun, but soon his demeanor shifted. "What the heck? You brought raw ingredients? Goodness, you plan to use our fire and oil to prepare them, and then sell them back to us at a premium? Your calculations are exceptionally astute." "Well, it's raining, what can I do? This is a one-time exception," she retorted. After laboring for over 2 hours, they managed to prepare 40 pounds, and even made an additional 20 pounds for the next day. Weighing out the 40 pounds for Old Ming, Li Chun intended to pack away the remaining half-pound, but Old Ming objected. "Leave it. Consider this change as compensation for the fuel and cooking costs." Li Chun chuckled. "You wish. This is for my sister and niece as a snack. Are you really going to snatch food from children? Have you no shame?" With banter exchanged, they made their way to Old Ming's office to sip tea and settle accounts. "Brother Ming, if other units' canteens are in need of these items, do keep an eye out for me." Lao Ming, with a look of disdain, gestured towards Li Chun. "You call me Lao Ming regularly, but when you need something, it's Brother Ming. Can you be any more obvious?" "Ha. Brother Ming, you are like a sibling to me. Once I earn some money, I shall treat you to a drink. Now that sounds more reasonable. All right, you carry on. I shall take my leave." "Aren't you going to Binzi's place?" Lao Ming inquired. "Not for now. I have matters to attend to at home. I'll come by more often in the future. We can catch up then." After enjoying a bowl of lamb soup at the old residence, Li Chun returned to the town, which was now midday. The rain continued to pour, and Li Chun rode his bicycle aimlessly, akin to a headless fly, in search of suitable housing. As per his requirements, it must be a standalone unit, preferably located on the street for easy transport of goods. Furthermore, it should not be in a densely populated area, as preparing cooked food would produce some rather unpleasant odors. And with too many residents, conflicts were bound to arise. Thus, it was best to avoid such situations. His intentions were clear. Yet after wandering for over 2 hours through the neighborhoods closest to Dashimio village, Li Chun's spirits dwindled. Nowadays, entire families shared the same roof, and the accommodations were hardly more spacious than those in the unit's family quarters, with houses simply insufficient for allocation. Not only was it challenging to find a suitable place, but there were also no rental properties available, let alone standalone courtyards. Li Chun, distressed, mused to himself, what am I to do? As he meandered along the village road in Dashimio, he contemplated that if he could not find anything, he might have to venture a bit farther to Yuanjiazhuang village in search of fortune. Ergo, wow, it really is you. Li Chun instinctively halted, balancing on one foot, as he spotted 2 bare-chested young men approaching with smiles from a nearby alley. The lanky one was Lu Changming, nicknamed Madman, while the tall, well-built man was Yang Limin. Both hailed from Dashimio village and were better off than Li Chun's family. Lu Changming's father was the militia captain, and being the only son amidst 4 elder sisters, he was showered with affection. Yang Limin's family had been raising pigs since 1983, and their financial standing was relatively stable. The 3 of them shared a camaraderie, often idling away their days together. Upon reaching the alley's entrance, Lu Changming offered Li Chun a cigarette and asked, "Are you looking for us?" "I'm just out for a stroll. What are you 2 up to?" Lu Changming chuckled. "Baozhu is hosting a small game of Pai Gao. Let's go and have a few rounds before we drink tonight." Li Chun shook his head with a forced smile. Engaging in brawls, drinking, and gambling with outsiders was the usual routine for people like them. It was a life of aimlessness, squandering youth, and by the time one awakens to reality, the prime of life has slipped away, leaving only regret in its wake. "I one tea per take. From now on, do not invite me to gamble. I have sworn off such activities." "What?" Lu Changming exclaimed in astonishment, his mouth agape. Yang Limin nudged him, saying, "Brother Air Chun here is aiming for improvement. I heard you've been doing quite well with the feasts in the village. What is your plan? Are you going to pursue this path?" Li Chun nodded. "Let us see how it goes for now. You're about to get married, while Madman and I are still single. We can't keep idling away." Yang Limin's mention prompted Lu Changming to recall something. "Second brother, I heard you charge 20 yuan for hosting a banquet. No wonder people say you're obsessed with money. It's almost darker than your complexion. Damn, has this little matter spread all the way to Dashimio in just a few days?" Li Chun asked in astonishment. Good news seldom leaves the home, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. Our 2 villages are so close that if you let out a fart on your side, we can smell it here. By the way, how come I never knew you had such impressive skills? You've been keeping it a secret from your brothers. That's not fair, second brother. Li Chun pouted. My family has always been in this line of work. You know that. Never mind. I'll whip up a couple of dishes another day, and the 3 of us can have a drink. Lu Changming chuckled. Now that sounds more like it. Oh, by the way, Li Min, since you're getting married on National Day, why don't you ask second brother to handle the banquet? After all, your family can afford that 20 yuan. Chapter 36. Bad news travels fast. Lu Changming is a man of integrity. Whenever his friends are in need, he is always the first to step forward. However, he has a notable flaw. His straightforward nature often leads him to speak without thinking. For instance, consider the question he posed earlier. How is Li Min supposed to respond? The arrangements for the wedding are in his father's hands, and it is not his place to intervene. Moreover, nowadays every village has specialized chefs for banquets. And since they all belong to the same village, it is crucial to maintain good relations. Generally, they wouldn't invite someone from another village unless absolutely necessary. Lu Changming's inquiry left Li Min in a difficult position. If he agreed to let Li Chun handle the banquet, he couldn't make that decision alone. On the other hand, refusing might seem disrespectful, leaving him in an awkward situation. Li Chun kicked Lu Changming playfully, saying, Li Min is getting married on National Day. I'm sure Uncle Yang has already spoken with Chef Lao Xia about it. If you don't know the situation, don't just blurt things out. Seeing Li Chun diffuse the tension, Yang Limin sighed with relief. Akun, I truly don't know the specifics. I'll ask my father later. If he hasn't spoken to Lao Xia, I'll definitely have him invite you. We're friends after all. It's only fair that we share the good fortune. Li Chun nodded with a smile. That's settled then. Just give me a heads up if anything comes up. Now, you all enjoy yourselves. I have some matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. What are you up to? Yang Limin inquired. Li Chun recounted his plans to rent a place for selling cooked food, which made Yang Limin furrow his brow. That's going to be tough. I haven't heard of anyone renting out a house in years. Lu Changming, having dismissed his earlier faux pas, chimed in. There's definitely nothing available in the village. But there are a few small abandoned greenhouses in the vegetable garden, those with 2 or 3 dozen pools. Isn't Li Min's family using a converted greenhouse as a pig pen? If you're selling cooked food, that space should be ample. Plus, there's a well. Renting it wouldn't cost much. Just get someone to tidy it up. And it'll provide shelter and a place to stay, right? Li Chun's eyes lit up. Now that's a brilliant idea. After land was allocated to households, the local government, in a moment of enthusiasm, encouraged farmers to build vegetable greenhouses and even provided some subsidies. Village leaders and representatives eagerly responded to the call and began construction. The vision was grand, but the reality was far from it. Under the prevailing conditions and technological limitations of the time, only cold frames could be constructed, those primitive structures heated by coal. The temperature was utterly inadequate, and water was a significant concern. In such greenhouses, the only crop suitable for winter cultivation was large-leaf celery, which yielded low production and failed to fetch a good price. After laboring throughout the winter, one could scarcely recover even the cost of their undergarments. Within just 2 years, nearly all the greenhouses fell into disuse. Some were completely dismantled, while others remained standing, merely draped with plastic sheeting, exposing the crops to the elements. Renting an abandoned greenhouse, spacious enough and devoid of the foul smell of burning pig hair, would require minimal expenditure to restore and would undoubtedly be a wise investment. Yang Limi nodded in agreement. This indeed sounds feasible. Our village has a few dilapidated greenhouses right by the roadside, if you wish to rent one. I can inquire for you. All right, I'll consider it. If nothing suitable arises, I will resort to renting an abandoned greenhouse and will reach out to you when necessary. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. We shall drink together another day. Brother, are you not going to play around? Lu Changming still lingered on the thought of the Pai Gao game. I will not. As I previously stated, no one should summon me for card games in the future. Otherwise, I shall become quite irate. Are you serious? Indeed. I have made it clear that I am sworn against gambling. Farewell. With a backup plan in mind. Li Chun felt uplifted, and the weather gradually brightened as well. Shedding her raincoat, Li Chun felt a wave of relief wash over her as she mounted her bicycle. Intending to visit Yuanjiazhuang village. Since time was ample, she decided to meander and explore, hoping to stumble upon something more suitable. However, such fortune did not materialize. Yuanjiazhuang village mirrored the situation in Dashimio village, offering no suitable housing options. Upon hearing that someone was willing to pay for accommodation, the villagers expressed astonishment. Had it not been for a local acquaintance, they would have surely deemed her a charlatan. Li Chun arrived in high spirits, but departed disheartened, definitively abandoning the idea of renting a house, ready instead to heed Lu Changming's suggestion of renting a greenhouse for the time being. As the clock approached 4 o'clock, Li Chun decided to head home. Upon reaching town and passing the bridgeside vegetable market, she fortuitously encountered Yang Xiaohong, standing at just under 5 feet 6 inches. Yang Xiaohong might not have been conventionally beautiful, yet she possessed a singular virtue, an infectious smile that made her approachable. Having been assigned to work at the Dashimio Street office after passing her high school entrance exams, Yang Xiaohong greeted Li Chun warmly. Sister, why are you off work so early today? Li Chun inquired. With a playful shake of her vegetable basket, Yang Xiaohong replied, I'm inviting you to dinner tonight. So I had to finish early to buy ingredients. I wouldn't want to be remiss in my preparations and have you return to the village speaking ill of me. Li Chun had grown up under her watchful eyes, and she had never held back with him. Li Chun rolled his eyes, as if I would dare. Yang Xiaohong smiled coyly. That is not certain. I've heard you've become quite hard to deal with. Charging 20 yuan for a meal? Why don't you consider robbing someone instead? Li Chun was left speechless, realizing the truth in Lu Changming's words. Good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. Yet, when 20 yuan was the topic of discussion, no one ever mentioned how tough his dishes were. Yang Xiaohong nudged the vegetable basket towards Li Chun. Why are you still standing there? Help me carry this basket, and choose whatever you like to eat. Why don't you just buy it yourself? I was planning to go home and change my clothes. Look at me. I'm covered in mud from head to toe. Li Chun intended to return home to change, and he thought to ask his sister-in-law to pick some fresh vegetables, even though they were acquaintances. Arriving empty-handed would be quite rude. Yang Xiaohong saw through his intentions at once and thrust the basket of vegetables into his arms. When you come to your second sister's house, there's no need for so many formalities. Hurry up. All right, fine. Li Chun knew his second sister's character all too well. Her laughter was merely a facade for her strong-willed nature, and he had no choice but to acquiesce. What do you want to eat? She inquired. Anything will do. Then let us buy a fish. Forget it. It's too much trouble and too costly. Just stir-fry a couple of dishes. Oh, don't worry about that. You won't have to cook. I can cook if need be. Let us not go there. I invited you to my home for a meal, not to cook. Besides, your cooking is too expensive. Your second sister can't afford it. The two strolled through the market, purchasing some pork intestines and a few vegetables, but ultimately, they did not buy any fish. It wasn't that Yang Xiaohong didn't want to, but rather that they did not encounter any fish vendors. At this time, only the Yuhua Road Market sold live fish. If the townspeople wished to have fish, they had to come in the morning to buy what had been freshly caught, which was not guaranteed every day. Previously, when Li Chun had wanted fish, he would go catch it himself, without such concerns. Chapter 37. Acts of Valor. Yang Xiaohong's family resided in a house divided by the streets. Combined with the third courtyard of the crankshaft factory and the supply and marketing cooperative's family quarters, collectively known as the West Courtyard. Located merely over 200 meters from the market, Their small dwelling consisted of 2 cramped rooms with a narrow wooden door, even requiring a bicycle to be maneuvered sideways to enter. The small courtyard, approximately 10 square meters, featured a tiny kitchen and a coal shed constructed from asbestos tiles, making it feel even more confined. Li Chun couldn't help but shake his head. What was so good about being a worker? Not only did one have to meet various conditions to be allocated a unit, but seniority also played a crucial role. After much struggle, they managed to acquire such a small house, yet the property rights were not even theirs. In the morning, one had to rush to the public toilet to queue. And if one happened to have an upset stomach, it could drive one mad. Although farmers' incomes were less stable than those of workers, their potential for earnings was limitless. Securing a piece of land to build upon was far more spacious than the family quarters. In a few years, if demolition occurred, one could easily exchange that for 2 commercial apartments. The value of those 2 apartments was something an ordinary worker could never hope to earn even if they lived a lifetime without spending a dime. Li Chun subtly shook his head. If he were to seek out Lan Quan to ensure his brother's job was secured, they would surely regret it in the future. Chun, I'll go prepare the meal. You should fetch some water to wash off the mud on your legs. After that, go inside and watch television. Your second brother-in-law will be home shortly. Do you need my help? No, I can't afford that. Second sister, if you keep this up, it becomes rather dull. Ha. At Yang Xiaohong's home, it wasn't Li Chun's first visit. After cleaning himself up, he breezily entered the house, not turning on the television. He glanced at several certificates of merit awarded to Lu Qingfu hanging on the wall and casually picked up a stack of old newspapers from the coffee table. Reading one titled Notice on Strengthening Price Management to Maintain Basic Stability in Market Prices. The constraints imposed on individual entrepreneurs appear to be rather insignificant. The regulations concerning the further advancement of technological system reform are utterly incomprehensible to me. The severe fire in the Xing'an Mountains has been thoroughly contained. Yet the disaster has already inflicted considerable damage. This is indeed Fei Xiang's fault. He bears the blame for it all. Suddenly, a sound emanated from the door as Lu Qingfu returned from work. Upon noticing Li Chun engrossed in a newspaper, he made an exaggerated expression. Wow, you can still read? Li Chun rolled his eyes. Who do you look down upon? I graduated from middle school, after all. Lu Qingfu nodded emphatically. I nearly forgot. I heard your graduation certificate was quite hard one. His remark touched upon a rather unspeakable dark history of his own, causing Li Chun's expression to darken immediately. Second brother-in-law, if you wish for me to starve, I shall take my leave at once. Lu Qingfu burst into laughter. If you leave now, you'll be missing out on a great opportunity. As he spoke, he retrieved a net bag from the cupboard and placed it on the coffee table, extracting its contents one by one. Among them was a commendation certificate for bravery issued by the Sub-Bureau, 2 towels, an enameled basin, and a tin mug emblazoned with the words Police-Civilian Cooperation and Bravery in red. This is a reward from the Sub-Bureau. Although it may not hold much monetary value, it carries a degree of significance. Li Chun was unconcerned with the significance, finding it rather stingy to merely receive a certificate of merit without any commendation. However, he was somewhat intrigued by the enameled mug. Just as he picked it up, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has demonstrated bravery and service to the public and is rewarded with a custom set of traditional kitchen knives from Wang Matzi. Upon glancing at the gleaming 3-piece knife set in his system backpack, Li Chun was overjoyed. Oh my, I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. The traditional kitchen knife set comprised a chef's knife, a cleaver, and a boning knife, along with a thoughtful deer leather sheath. Quite the admirable collection. Wang Matzi is a century-old brand, and their knives are certainly not inexpensive. To his astonishment, Li Chun noted that the handle of each knife bore his name, Li Chun, inscribed in regular script at the junction with the blade. Could this be what is referred to as a custom-made item? Ding! The kitchen knife set is specially tailored based on the host's habitual grip, strength, finger spacing, and other factors to ensure an unparalleled experience. Remarkable. Had it not been for being at Yang Xiaohong's home, Li Chun would have been eager to try them out immediately. Lu Qingfu, noticing his distraction, inquired, what is so fascinating about the tea mug? Take a look at the certificate. It bears the seal of the Sub-Bureau. Regaining his composure, Li Chun chuckled. The seal is of no consequence to me, but this tea mug will surely delight old Li. If you gift your father-in-law a mug inscribed with 3rd prize in the grand competition, Yangda will boast about it to old Li while playing chess, which will surely infuriate him. He added, I'll give it to him later. This will provide ample fodder for their banter. Imagining the scene Li Chun described, Lu Qingfu laughed until his stomach hurt. As they conversed, 4 dishes were served on the dining table. Stir-fried pig intestines with hot peppers, scrambled eggs with chives, stir-fried cowpeas with meat, and stir-fried onions with meat. The second sister opened a can of luncheon meat, making the meal quite sumptuous. Lu Qingfu retrieved a bottle of Lianhua buy from the cupboard, and the second sister poured a glass for Li Chun. Chun, you've been a tremendous help to your second brother-in-law this time. Your sister Wan Ti express her gratitude, but tonight, we must eat and drink well. Overindulgence is perfectly acceptable. Lu Yang is at his grandmother's house. His room is empty. So if he drinks too much, he can stay here. Lu Yang, their only son, seemed to be in the 3rd grade now. During winter and summer vacations, he would return to his grandmother's city home for a few days, but in reality, the boy preferred his grandmother's village home, where he had much more freedom to play. Li Chun chuckled. Rest assured, I won't hold back. Although Yang Xiaohong didn't elaborate, it was evident from the couple's demeanor that Li Chun's contribution had been crucial. Li Chun had never anticipated any form of recompense for assisting Lu Qingfu, nor did he feel the need to inquire further. It was just fine as it was. Lu Qingfu remarked, that's the spirit. Here, it's like being at home. However, next time, when there are outsiders present, be mindful of your words. It may not sound good if it gets out. Lu Qingfu felt inexplicably guilty about instigating Tian Li Min to provide false testimony. Whenever he recalled the situation, he would blush, yet Yang Xiaohong was not keen on discussing it. What does it matter? In the bureaucratic world, these are merely commonplace tactics. You're too straightforward. Thankfully, Chun is clever. Otherwise, this opportunity would have slipped by. All right. Let us not dwell on such matters today. Let us drink. Lu Qingfu was eager to avoid losing face in front of Li Chun and hurriedly organized the drinking. Li Chun found it amusing. Lu Qingfu, nearly 6 feet tall and robust, exuded authority before criminals at work, yet in front of his wife, he resembled a timid quail. Utterly under her control. When the time came for him to find a wife, he swore he would never allow himself to end up like that. How embarrassing. Chapter 38. The unfortunate courtyard. As they drank and chatted, they unknowingly reached the hour of the lanterns. Lu Qingfu suddenly recalled something and asked, Chun, yesterday, Lu Shui's wife from your village came to the station to report that 2 hens had gone missing from their home the night before. She suspects you stole them. What nonsense? Li Chun retorted, laughing in disbelief. I'm not a child anymore. How could I do such a thing? I haven't even been back the past couple of days. That woman even came to my house and lifted the pot lid. She must be out of her mind. Li Chun knew perfectly well who the actual culprit was, but he wouldn't disclose it to Lu Qingfu. He wasn't a gossip. Yang Xiaohong supported Li Chun, asserting that it was certainly not Chun's doing. Even if he had done it, it would be impossible to prove. The lad was quite astute. Sister, are you complimenting me? Li Chun inquired. Yang Xiaohong waved her hand dismissively. Don't bother with such individuals. Those hens from her home have likely long been consumed. What is the point of reporting it now? It might only anger the thief and bring trouble upon her. Li Chun nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he would certainly have acted similarly if in her position. Chun, hosting banquets is not a sustainable endeavor. How many weddings and funerals occur in the village throughout the year? If you charge 20 yuan, how many can afford to invite you? You ought to explore other avenues for your livelihood. Aimless wandering is not advisable, Yang Xiaohong remarked. Second sister, I am not aimlessly wandering. Yang Xiaohong scoffed. When I encountered you this afternoon, you had just emerged from the dashimiagu. On a rainy day, why would you not stay at home? What business do you have in the gorge? Your brother-in-law mentioned that gambling has been rampant there lately, and the authorities are preparing to crack down on it. You must refrain from getting involved, do you understand? Though her tone seemed scolding, she was, in fact, imparting vital information. Li Chun was well aware of this. Yet it was clear that she had misunderstood the situation. Second sister, I assure you, I had legitimate business in the gorge this afternoon, Li Chun explained, recounting his plan to rent a space for preparing cooked food. There was no shame in it. Eventually, everyone would come to know. Lu Qingfu chuckled. You should consult your second sister about renting. Her street handles such matters. Indeed, during this period, the street administration was quite extensive in its operations. Property transactions or rentals had to be reported to the street office, and they possessed knowledge surpassing that of modern real estate agents. Additionally, due to various reasons, unclaimed properties would be directly managed by the street. Those eager to sell their homes could, if unable to find suitable buyers, sell them to the street at a regulated price, which had the authority to resell or lease these properties. Yang Xiaohong shook her head. Our street's housing is saturated. There are no vacant rentals. Even if there were, they would be too small and not meet urchins' requirements. By the way, given the size of your yard, why not operate from home? Li Chun filled Lu Qingfu's cup and replied, the railway bridge in Donggo is far too narrow to accommodate anything larger than a tractor. Preparing cooked food requires a considerable amount of firewood, and that bridge does not permit larger vehicles. Moreover, my home is on a steep incline, making transport exceedingly inconvenient. Renting a place in town would allow for easier deliveries to the city. Yang Xiaohong pondered this and found Li Chun's concerns to be valid. Then you will have to rent an abandoned greenhouse. It likely won't cost much. Lu Qingfu's eyes suddenly brightened as he asked Yang Xiaohong, could you not rent that large yard of yours to Chun, since it is sitting idle? Yang Xiaohong resolutely shook her head. Absolutely not. That yard is a source of contention. Director Chun hopes to sell it soon for peace of mind. If we rent it to Chun, what if someone wishes to buy it during the lease? That would be a troublesome situation. Lu Qingfu nodded. Your director is correct in that regard. I merely thought it a shame for the yard to remain unused. Li Chun found himself bewildered by their exchange. What are you talking about? What large yard? What do you mean it's for sale and not for rent? Yang Xiaohong shot him a sidelong glance. Mind your own business. Even if I told you, you couldn't afford it. Second sister, please just tell me, what yard are you referring to? How large is it? And how do you know I can't afford it? Yang Xiaohong rolled her eyes. Even if you could, I wouldn't let you. That yard is cursed. Li Chun felt a surge of anxiety, as if a multitude of mice were scurrying within him, completely agitated. How could a yard be cursed? Had it been the site of a grave? My heavens! What yard could it possibly be? Cough, cough. Lu Qingfu felt that his wife was being overly verbose. Clearing his throat, he remarked, you know that courtyard. You've been there more than once. Which one? The large courtyard next to us. What? That large courtyard is for sale? Li Chun exclaimed, nearly leaping to his feet, as the outline of the courtyard vividly materialized in his mind. To the north lies the second team of Dashimio village, with the first house at the alley's entrance belonging to his sister-in-law, Hu Lijun. To the south, there is the police station, the township supply and marketing cooperative, and the department store. To the west is the staff housing of the 12th middle school, a mere 50 meters from the school. The courtyard is right by the roadside, featuring a double iron gate that is 7 to 8 meters wide, across from which stands the township grain station, boasting an impeccable geographical location. The courtyard is nearly the size of a basketball court, with a red brick path running through the middle, flanked by flower beds adorned with coxcombs, red coxcombs, and ginger lilies. Facing south, it consists of 5 spacious and bright gable-roofed brick houses, built exceptionally tall, at least half a meter higher than typical tile-roofed houses. Even the chimney atop the roof is fashioned into a pavilion-like structure, quite beautiful indeed. Additionally, to the left of the eastern gate, there is a gatehouse, while to the right, a storeroom and a cafeteria spanning over 30 square meters can be found. The western wall is lined with an abandoned livestock shed, and at the corner where the western and southern walls meet stands a spacious public restroom, featuring 5 stalls in the men's section alone. Originally, the courtyard had a sweet water well with a high water level, requiring only 6 or 7 turns of the winch to draw a bucket of water. In recent years, running water was connected, making it even more convenient. Lu Qingfu was indeed correct. Li Chun was well acquainted with that courtyard, and intimately so. A few years ago, during a crackdown, that courtyard served as the police station's office, and Li Chun was summoned for discussions by an investigative team from another area multiple times. Whenever the large courtyard was mentioned, Li Chun understood why his sister-in-law deemed it ominous. The courtyard's former identity was as the Dashimio Commune and Revolutionary Committee, where numerous individuals had endured hardships over the years. Not to mention, Zhang Bin's father had visited there twice, with the latter visit nearly costing him his life. It was rumored that the courtyard had indeed witnessed a death, though Li Chun remained unaware of the specifics. During the most tumultuous years, he was still a child, and adults were particularly reticent about such topics, treating them with reverence and distance. After the commune was disbanded, Dashimio Town selected another site west of the 12th middle school to construct an office complex, leading to the police station taking over the courtyard. With a history of the Revolutionary Committee followed by the police station, both institutions held a certain significance, which is why his sister-in-law felt it was cursed. However, Li Chun held a different perspective. He dismissed notions of misfortune, caring little for such beliefs. He was acutely aware that the courtyard would undoubtedly appreciate in value in the future. Initially, he had always assumed that the courtyard belonged to the state until the development in 2008 revealed it to be the personal property of Yin Guomin, the former director of the supply cooperative. The developer had promised him 4 spacious apartments of 140 square meters, along with 3 million in cash. But Yin didn't even spare a glance at the developer. Subsequently, he rented the space to someone from another county to establish a kindergarten, earning an annual rent of 600,000, a situation that evoked envy from many. Chapter 39. Second expansion. The thought of that large courtyard made Li Chun's mouth water with excitement. As long as we secure that grand courtyard, we will have a solid foundation. Regardless of what unforeseen changes may occur in the future, we will at least possess the confidence to turn the tide. Second sister, is it truly for sale? I believe the courtyard alone is nearly 7 mu, isn't it? 7 mu? Yang Xiaohong scoffed, stating that the entire structure spans nearly 3 acres, with the courtyard occupying 1.5 acres. Upon hearing this, Li Chun furrowed his brow, exclaiming, impossible, absolutely impossible. Although I have never farmed, I can estimate the area, and it can't be more than 7 mu. It cannot be as vast as you claim. Lu Qingfu interjected. You haven't visited that courtyard in over a year. It has changed significantly. An expansion was completed in the latter half of last year, and now the courtyard is more than twice its original size. Li Chun, having not paid attention to the courtyard's current state, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him upon hearing about the expansion. While he was uncertain of property prices during this period, he assumed they wouldn't be exorbitant. Previously, he had seen the selling price for similar areas not exceeding 6,000 yuan, making it feasible for him to scrape together enough funds. However, with the courtyard's expansion doubling its size, Li Chun's confidence began to wane. Wait a moment. The courtyard is surrounded by houses. Where could it possibly expand? Li Chun inquired. Lu Qingfu elaborated, explaining that the expansion was tied to the previous disputes he had mentioned. Originally, the grand courtyard belonged to the landlord Lu Qingfeng of Dashimio village. After the landlord was overthrown in the late 1950s, the courtyard was seized by the street committee. Following the establishment of the commune, the Dashimio commune issued a document allowing the street to temporarily use the courtyard for office purposes. Subsequently, when the commune was dissolved and the town government relocated, the courtyard was borrowed by the local police station. During that time, mutual assistance among various units was commonplace. However, last spring, a citywide survey of vacant and rented properties in each community revealed troubling issues. During the commune's tenure, the courtyard had not generated any revenue. Even the electricity bills were covered by the street committee. Essentially, they had been living rent-free. To make matters worse, a significant portion of the courtyard had been appropriated by the supply and marketing cooperative for storing large barrels. Similarly, the police station had also borrowed the courtyard without compensation, neglecting the property to the point of disrepair. Once the situation was uncovered, district leaders were understandably alarmed. However, the street office director, Guoming Yang, had suffered a cerebral hemorrhage 2 months prior, leaving no witnesses to corroborate the circumstances. Consequently, the leaders vented their frustrations on the newly appointed director, Chun Jinshin, subjecting him to harsh reprimands and mandating immediate rectification to restore the courtyard to its original condition. Chun Jinshin, feeling unjustly scapegoated, was furious. He meticulously organized the materials, severing ties with the town government, the supply and marketing cooperative, and the police station, escalating the matter to the city level and ultimately achieving a resounding victory. All outstanding debts were recovered, along with the area appropriated by the cooperative, and compensation was sought, leading to repairs of the courtyard and buildings. However, upon completion of the repairs, other entities began to covet the property. Some even pressured Director Chun through higher-ups, causing him considerable distress. In frustration, he decided to cease lending to anyone and opted to list the property for sale, thereby eliminating any lingering concerns. Li Chun's heart sank as he absorbed this convoluted tale. With so many complications, who would dare to purchase it? Today, I acquired the property, and tomorrow I shall be embroiled in the tumult of shifting schedules, seeking yet another pretext to forcibly reclaim it. How can the common folk withstand such turmoil? If one were to endure a fate akin to that of Zhao Bingquan in the world, Li Chun would surely meet his demise. Even if he were to survive the oppression, he would inevitably wish ill upon those who turned back to mock him. Yang Xiaohong found his words amusing. The reality is not as grim as he imagines. The property belongs to the street, and the sale will be conducted with proper procedures. Once the property ownership certificate is obtained, it is recognized by the state. Who would dare oppose the government? If the property sits idle, it is considered public property. And if an organization expresses interest, it is merely a public-to-public transaction. When sold to an individual, it becomes personal property, as long as the owner does not consent. No one can intervene. Really? Li Chun still felt a lack of assurance. The current climate is quite chaotic. Lu Qingfu chuckled. Of course it is true. This is not a case of bandits seizing what they desire. Do you think the law is without value? Then why has it not sold yet? Li Chun inquired. Yang Xiaohong shot him a glance. Do you think such a large courtyard is as easily sold as a cabbage? The common people do not lack for housing. Those who need homes cannot afford them, and the wealthy see no necessity for it. Furthermore, they find the place unlucky. It is certainly not an easy sale. Oh, Li Chun exclaimed in realization, cautiously asking, how much do you plan to sell it for? Why do you want to know? She replied, we are merely chatting. Share with me. 2008. How inexpensive. Li Chun's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether his ears were deceiving him. 5 main rooms, along with a gatehouse, cafeteria, and storeroom, not to mention such a vast courtyard, all for merely 2008? The construction costs must far exceed that amount. Well, we initially set the price at 3,000, but there were no inquiries. The only appeal is the spacious courtyard. The houses are decades old, and given past circumstances, the wealthy find it inauspicious. This year we reduced the price to 2008, yet it remains unsold. Our minimal acceptable price is 2006, and we may have to lower it further soon. As Yang Xiaohong concluded, Li Chun's eyes ignited with fervent excitement, his heart racing. So, if someone is willing to offer at least 2006, they can acquire that courtyard? Yang Xiaohong nodded affirmatively. Exactly. It has become a source of distress for our director. He wishes desperately to sell it and be rid of the daily worries. Li Chun took a deep breath, striving to quell his excitement. Sister, if an ordinary person purchases that courtyard, will there truly be no repercussions? Why is your thinking so bleak? Can the government truly act in contradiction to its commitments? Yang Xiaohong jestingly reproached him. After confirming once more, Li Chun felt entirely reassured. Yet one matter still required clarification. Sister, if, just as he began to speak, the room was suddenly engulfed in darkness. Why has the power gone out again? Yang Qiuhong complained, saying, Akan, just stay there. I will fetch the gas lamp. Lu Qingfu also felt a wave of frustration. Well, it seems our plans for tonight's undercover police escapade are dashed. Let us enjoy our drinks slowly, perhaps indulge in a few more. Li Chun suddenly recalled that Lu Qingfu was an ardent admirer of Zhao Jimin. Afterward, he even styled his hair to resemble Zhou's and deliberately mimicked his actions, resulting in a rather awkward imitation that Yang Qiuhong frequently criticized. Before long, Yang Qiuhong returned with a lit gas lamp, illuminating the room once more. Chun, what were you about to say? Oh, I meant to mention that the procedures for buying and selling real estate have become quite cumbersome, haven't they? If someone were to purchase your courtyard, how long would it take to finalize the paperwork? Yang Qiuhong replied without questioning Li Chun's intentions, pouring wine as she spoke. Last year, it caused quite a stir. And that courtyard is now officially listed. Our director personally handled the matter, so if someone buys it, we could have the property ownership certificate sorted in no more than a week. Chapter 40. The ancestral tomb emits blue smoke. The young woman, vibrant and carefree, stepped into the gauzy tent. On the way home, Li Chun hummed a tune, his spirit soaring as if he had just indulged in a bucket of mint ice cream on a sweltering summer day, refreshing and uplifting. The dinner he enjoyed was truly worthwhile, as the information gleaned from his sister was timely and invaluable. Of course, he hesitated to reveal the truth to her, fearing a lengthy reprimand, and disclosing it to his parents beforehand would only complicate matters further. To avoid any unnecessary complications, it would be best to proceed with a decisive action before informing them. Renting an abandoned greenhouse. If he were to secure the large courtyard, there would be no need for such a rental, with such a vast space at his disposal. He could engage in any endeavor he desired. Meanwhile, the satisfaction ratings from the railway hotel had ceased fluctuating. Throughout the day, Li Chun accumulated over 3,400 satisfaction points, a significant decrease compared to the previous day. Overall, while the number of individuals contributing to the satisfaction points remained steady, the value each person contributed had nearly halved. Li Chun had anticipated this outcome. The initial experience was bound to be astonishing, yielding high satisfaction scores, even perfect ones. However, with repeated experiences, the novelty diminished and the satisfaction level correspondingly declined, a natural progression. Though Li Chun was acutely aware of this reality, he could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Nonetheless, this minor letdown paled in comparison to the delight of the evening. Upon returning to Donggo, he found the village was also experiencing a power outage. With no other forms of entertainment available, his family had already retired for the night. Li Chun quietly filled a basin with water to cleanse himself and returned to the west room, still buzzing with excitement, occasionally smoking and breaking into laughter. He busied himself with making pancakes until he finally succumbed to sleep in the early hours of the morning. The following day, before 6 o'clock, Li Chun sprang out of bed, refreshed after washing up. One must admit, youth is indeed a wonderful thing. Chunner, what time did you return last night? Wang Huilan inquired as she prepared porridge. Just after 9, I believe. I didn't check the time since you were all asleep. Did you go to see Director Lan yesterday? The issue of work had become a persistent concern for Wang Huilan, and she eagerly anticipated some good news. No. Didn't I tell you I'd go in a few days? Then what were you up to yesterday? Delivering goods all day? Just a bit of this and that. Don't worry about it. As Li Chun stood before Li Nan's small round mirror, shaving while feigning attention to his mother, Wang Huilan paused her stirring of the porridge and remarked, what else could you possibly be up to? I must advise you to steer clear of that group of dubious friends of yours, always frolicking about with no good to show for it. Li Chun wiped off the soap lather, breaking into a grin. This time, it truly is something good. Just wait, I'll show you. He retreated to his room and brought out all the prizes awarded by the sub-bureau, placing them on the lid of a jar and raising an eyebrow at his mother. Look, upon seeing the brand new enamel basin, jar, and towels, Wang Huilan's face lit up with joy. If these were to be bought, they wouldn't come cheap. Wiping her hands on her apron, she eagerly opened the net bag and examined each item with delight. Everything is new. This basin is quite large, seemingly thicker than what our supply store sells. Where did it come from? Oh, what is this? Wang Huilan picked up the certificate, scrutinizing it several times, but unable to decipher it due to her illiteracy. Just then, Li Nan entered with a bowl of pickled vegetables and, upon spotting the certificate, her eyes sparkled. A certificate? Where did this come from, second brother? It can't possibly be yours. She quickly shook her head. No way, it's absolutely impossible. Even I have never received a certificate, and you, always out and about, certainly wouldn't have one. Li Chun pouted. Why can't I receive an award? It has my name written on it. See for yourself. As their mother and the three of them bickered in the outer room, Li Weiguo emerged, cigarette in hand, curious about the commotion. What is going on? What certificate? Li Nan, not responding to her father, snatched the certificate from her mother's hands and examined it closely. Li Chun, On the evening of July 10, 1987, selflessly assisted local police in successfully apprehending a suspect, awarded by the Public Security Bureau of Chengdu City, Shuangqiao Sub-Bureau. Wow. This truly is second brother's certificate. You are amazing, Li Nan exclaimed, instantly transforming into an adoring fan, shaking Li Chun's arm excitedly. Li Chun squinted his eyes, clearly enjoying the attention. Wang Huilan, brimming with delight, inquired, "So, all these items are rewards for you?" Li Chun nodded proudly. "Indeed, Dad, the enamel jar is for you. With police-civilian cooperation and bravery printed in red. It's far superior to Uncle Yang's. His was just a son-in-law's, while yours is earned by your own son." Li Weiguo examined the enamel jar, turning it in his hands, clearly pleased. It was evident from the barely concealed smile that Li Chun's words resonated deeply with him. Wang Huilan beamed with happiness. Hee, our family has someone who has received an award, bestowed by the Sub-Bureau no less. What an honor. Nan, wipe the certificate clean and place it in the frame in the East Room so that your grandmother can share in our joy. Li Chun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, protested, Mom. Isn't that a bit excessive? Excessive? Not at all. My goodness, who would have thought that fighting could earn you an award? What a peculiar situation. Oh dear. Why is no one watching the pot? My porridge is burning. At the dining table, Li Nan ladled a bowl of cornmeal porridge and placed it before Li Chun, asking, "Second brother, are you still going to the city to deliver goods today? I prepared all that was needed yesterday, so there's no need to go today. Do you have something in mind?" Li Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Will you accompany me to the elementary school to skate later? Have the knee pads been prepared?" "Yes. My sister-in-law finished them yesterday. They look quite shabby," Li Nan lamented, pouting. Li Chun playfully flicked her forehead. "Better to look shabby than to risk injury. You wouldn't want to be left with scars, regretting it too late." "I understand," Li Nan replied, covering her head with her hands, her face a picture of grievance. "I have other matters to attend to today. You can go alone. The school gatekeeper knows you and won't he stop you." Li Chun raised her gaze, inspecting the bandage on their father's head. "Dad, I need to step out for a bit. When I return, I'll take you to the town clinic for a dressing change." Li Weiguo waved his hand dismissively. "The doctor said to change it every 2 days. I'll stroll to the village clinic myself when the time comes." Li Chun set down her bowl and insisted, "That won't do. The weather is too hot. Infection is a hassle. You must listen to me. That is final." Li Weiguo hesitated momentarily, but ultimately said nothing, feeling a sense of comfort within. His second child had indeed changed. She was more sensible and composed than before, which was a good thing. After breakfast, Li Chun hurriedly wrote a note and dashed out. Li Nan tended to the chickens, while Wang Huilan washed the dishes. Li Weiguo meticulously cleaned the enamel cup given to him by Li Chun, brewed a pot of strong tea, and stepped outside with purposeful strides. "I'm off to play chess with old Yang." Wang Huilan rolled her eyes. "Are you out of your mind? Who plays chess at dawn? Get to work. You truly know how to show off." Chapter 41. 2 notes in the 5th team. Just outside Yeshigu, Li Chun, cigarette in mouth, was stretching beside the railway, cheerfully greeting every villager heading to work at the brick factory. "Uncle Sun, have you eaten? Uncle Wu, why are you still holding your waist? Is Auntie wearing you out? Shut it, you brat. You wouldn't understand a thing." The young man, who had never even touched a woman, responded with laughter. Engaging in light-hearted banter with the villagers brought Li Chun immense joy. Approaching her was an elderly man with a receding hairline, slightly stooped, bare-chested, and his work clothes casually draped over his shoulder. His name was Li Jianping, in his 50s, and there were very few at the brick factory of his age still working. Chun, what brings you here?" Li Jianping inquired as he drew closer. "Just finished breakfast. Thought I'd take a stroll. Are you off to work, elderly?" Though sharing the surname Li, there was no familial connection between Li Chun's family and Li Jianping. They simply addressed him as elderly due to his age and position as the second child in his family. "Of course, I can't afford to be idle. I'm just a hard worker," he replied. Li Chun thought to herself, "You brought this upon yourself." With 3 sons, when the brick factory was established, none were yet married, and he should have let the eldest take over the work. However, for reasons unknown, he insisted on doing it himself, making the eldest constantly grumble. Now, with all 3 sons married and the youngest in his 20s, they all eagerly awaited his demise to inherit his position. "Just wait. Those 3 will inevitably clash over this troublesome job." Li Chun chuckled softly, choosing not to respond further. Li Jianping is rather pretentious, always seeking to gain small advantages. A mere greeting would suffice for their encounter, as Li Chun had no intention of fostering a closer relationship with him. Moreover, his early arrival here was not to wait for him. However, unexpectedly, Li Jianping halted, producing a cigarette and offering it to Li Chun. Taken aback, Li Chun never anticipated that Li Jianping would share a cigarette with him. Although it was merely an 8-cent Honghua cigarette, it was indeed a rare act of generosity, as he had never heard of anyone else receiving a cigarette from him. "Second uncle, do you need something?" "Well, my 3rd son is getting married on the 4th of next month, and I was hoping to invite you to the feast. But your asking price is rather steep, nearly matching my monthly wages. We're family. Can't we negotiate a better price? Flattery without cause is often a guise for ulterior motives. No wonder he offered me a cigarette. He must be scheming to take advantage of me. Li Chun chuckled lightly. Second uncle, I'm afraid that's not possible. 20 yuan is my established rate. If I offer you a discount, how will I justify my price to others who invite me in the future? Lian is getting married next month. Did you not discuss this with my father? Faced with Li Chun's resolute refusal, Li Jianping's expression darkened. Of course, I have made arrangements, but can your father even prepare the sesame peanuts? No, he cannot. If you desire the sesame peanuts, you can purchase them from me. 1 yuan per jean, ready-made. You can simply serve them on a plate. 1 yuan per jean? Goodness, peanuts only cost 4 mao 5 per jean. You're charging a whole yuan just for some sesame. Li Jianping protested angrily. Do you think sesame, sugar, and the oil for frying peanuts are free? And my craftsmanship comes at no cost? Li Jianping's countenance grew even more serious. What about those large for happiness meatballs? Can you make those? Li Chun was amused by his frustration. Second uncle, you're inviting my father. I can only sell you the sesame peanuts. Don't expect to get high-quality dishes without paying extra. Why do you always want the best at a bargain? Li Jianping's expression froze. You young man. If you can't help, then don't ramble on about nonsense. Having failed to gain any advantage, Li Jianping scoffed and departed, muttering under his breath. Damn it. That cigarette was wasted. Watching his retreating figure, Li Chun chuckled. Out of courtesy, he engaged him in polite conversation, but he had no intention of indulging his schemes. Such a person would never become his client. Whether he offended him or not, Li Chun was indifferent. After a while, the person Li Chun had been waiting for finally arrived. In the distance, village chief Zhao Weiman approached with a steady gait, hands behind his back. A cigarette dangled from his lips, and he wore his usual simple attire, embodying a diligent and frugal public servant devoted to his villagers. Li Chun discarded his cigarette, and quickly walked up to him. Uncle Zhao. Upon seeing Li Chun, Zhao Weiman's face lit up with the warmth of a caring elder. Ah, Akan, what brings you here? Uncle Zhao, I need to discuss something with you. Oh, you've never sought me out before. Speak freely. If it's within my power, I shall do my best to assist you. Li Chun expressed his relief upon hearing Zhao Shu's words. Yesterday, he had discovered a rather intriguing note outside and now wished to share it. As he spoke, he produced a sheet of graph paper and handed it over. Zhao Weiman received it with a broad smile, curious about what treasure had been found. However, as he unfolded the paper and caught sight of its contents, the latter part of his sentence became lodged in his throat, his smile abruptly vanishing. His right hand, gripping the paper, began to tremble slightly, and a sheen of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. After a few moments, Zhao Weiman slowly lowered his hand, his brow furrowed as he gazed at Li Chun. What does this mean, my friend? Li Chun chuckled. Isn't this a request for you, Zhao Shu? Take a look at this as well. With that, he produced another piece of paper from his pocket, unfolding it and offering it once again. Upon seeing yet another sheet, Zhao Weiman's facial muscles twitched. An uneasy chill creeping up his spine, and goosebumps prickled his skin. After a brief hesitation, he steeled himself to accept the paper, though his hand trembled even more violently. The document was a loan agreement, formatted quite formally. It read, Today, I borrow from village chief Zhao Weiman the sum of 5,000 RMB, in words, 5,000 yuan. To be repaid within 1 year. Team 4, Li Chun, date. Zhao Weiman perused the substantial loan agreement 3 times and exhaled deeply, reaching for his pocket. Li Chun, ever observant, promptly offered him a cigarette and even lit it for him. As Zhao Weiman took a deep drag, his gaze towards Li Chun transformed entirely. When do you need it? Today, Li Chun replied. Zhao Weiman squinted in contemplation before shaking his head, stating, Today won't work, it's too rushed. I can manage for 1,000 at best. Before he could finish, Li Chun interrupted, For 1,000 will suffice. Can you have it for me by noon? Zhao Weiman was taken aback, momentarily stunned before he grasped the situation. Come to the factory director's office by noon. Excellent. I truly appreciate it, Zhao Shu. I'll draft a new note for you right away. With that, Li Chun miraculously produced more graph paper and a sharpened pencil from his pocket. Chapter 42. Truly Ruthless. The meticulous preparations made by Li Chun caused Zhao Weiman's lips to twitch. No need for a note. I trust you. However, Zhao Shu, I have an urgent need for this money, and I assure you I will repay it punctually. I detest complications and would never meddle in affairs that don't concern me. That's precisely why I am drafting a note. Ultimately, Li Chun insisted on creating a new IOU, which Zhao Weiman accepted without a glance, turning to leave for home. The first piece of paper Li Chun had shown him contained a budget for a primary school classroom prepared by Uncle Ma San, Ma Fa. Last year, when the new Jianzi Go primary school constructed new classrooms, they utilized red bricks from the village brick factory. However, the quantity of red bricks used for the school was a staggering 150,000 bricks, more than what had been publicly declared by the village. It was implausible to assert that the excess bricks had been purchased from another brick factory. Such a rationale would not withstand scrutiny. In 1999, due to land compensation issues, several village officials had faced legal repercussions, with these red bricks being one of the charges against them. Last year, the price of red bricks, inclusive of transportation costs, was 5 cents per brick, making the total for 150,000 bricks a mere 750 yuan. In this era, even if money cannot claim his life, it can at least strip him of a layer of his dignity. Thus, leveraging this data as a stepping stone, he was certain he could secure a loan. Chun initially intended to borrow 1,000 to rent a place and manage his inventory. A sum of 1,000 would suffice. However, upon hearing from his second sister last night about the sale of the courtyard, he was compelled to alter his plans and borrow a bit more. A promissory note was essential. With a note, the borrowing would be legitimate. Without it, it would be tantamount to extortion. Should Zhao Weiman suddenly turn hostile, he could find himself in a predicament. In his past life, Chun had undergone transformation, and he possessed some understanding of this matter. The smooth progress of his affairs left Chun in high spirits, humming a tune as he made his way home. The money he borrowed would be repaid on time. He would recover the losses from the brick factory's dividends from other sources. As for reporting or exposing anyone, he had never entertained such thoughts. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Having benefited himself, the losses of others were of no concern to him. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sentiment for Zhao Weiman. Once, Zhao Weiman was the only barefoot doctor in the brigade, and over 90% of the families had benefited from his care. He was once universally acknowledged as a good man until the scandal erupted in '99, when some villagers could hardly believe he could be involved. Chun speculated it was likely due to the tragic loss of Zhao Weiman's 2 sons, both of whom had died young. The only surviving son, Zhao Pengyue, was a ne'er-do-well and coupled with a troublesome wife. It had led to his despair and profound change of character. In short, life is unpredictable. Perhaps this time Chun's borrowing would serve as a cautionary tale for him. If he could truly learn to restrain himself, it might help him evade calamity in the future. On his way home, Zhao Weiman's countenance was ominous, terrifyingly dark. When he occasionally encountered villagers who greeted him, he merely nodded slightly, completely devoid of his usual warmth and approachability. Though Chun had written a promissory note, the leverage he held was in his grip. That so-called note was nothing but a scrap of paper, and the repayment depended solely on conscience. But does that scoundrel even possess a conscience? To demand 5,000 was indeed outrageous. Nevertheless, this was not the time to lament the money. What mattered most was to ascertain the source of Chun's data and who else might be aware of it. Given his educational background, Zhao Weiman would never believe that Chun had calculated it himself. Moreover, he needed to devise a strategy to fill the financial gaps. Otherwise, trouble would inevitably arise. And he could not allow Chun to maintain leverage over him, or he would never find peace. What on earth is happening? As he neared his home, he spotted his son Zhao Pengyue approaching on a bicycle. "Dad, why are you back?" Zhao Pengyue inquired. Zhao Weiman had always viewed this prodigal son with disdain, and after harboring a belly full of anger, he glared at him and barked. After just a couple of peaceful days at home, "What are you up to now?" Zhao Pengyue was unperturbed. At home, he had his mother to shield him, and outside, his father was reluctant to lose face and would not easily unleash his wrath. Even in a fit of anger, he couldn't catch him, rendering the situation nearly insurmountable. "I'm just going out to have some fun. You needn't worry about it." 2 days ago, upon returning from the city, I had not yet reached home when the aftermath of the spicy peppers began to torment me. A searing heat engulfed my insides, particularly my stomach, which throbbed with an excruciating intensity. This discomfort, however, was secondary to the true agony of using the restroom. The sensation was akin to being repeatedly sliced with a small knife, followed by salt and alcohol being poured onto the wounds, truly a fate worse than death. In the past couple of days, aside from the necessity of visiting the lavatory, I scarcely left my bed, enduring both suffering and unbearable boredom. Today, feeling slightly better, I hastened to venture outside. Zhao Weiman, exasperated, pressed his forehead, filled with frustration. "How old are you? Can't you focus on something productive?" Zhao Pengyue shook his head nonchalantly. "What do you suggest I do? Why not retire and let me take over as village chief? Go to hell with your foolish ideas." Zhao Weiman nearly lost his temper over this rebellious son, who, in contrast, wore a smug expression and began to whistle. "Wait, what are you doing?" Zhao Pengyue furrowed his brow. "Leave me the bicycle." "Here you go. I was too lazy to ride it anyway." Zhao Pengyue did not wish to ride. After a brief attempt, the pain flared up again, leaving him hesitant about whether to return the bicycle. Just then, his father took over the situation. "Tell me, did you and your friends steal the chickens from Li Weiguo's family?" Zhao Pengyue paused momentarily, quickly shaking his head. "What chickens? I know nothing about that. Don't cast any aspersions on me." That brief moment of hesitation did not escape Zhao Weiman's notice, causing a jolt of concern within him. Li Weiguo's family had reported 2 missing chickens, and his wife had caused quite a scene at the village office before heading to the police station. Regardless of whether it was you or not, you'd better keep a low profile. If you cause any trouble, I'll break your legs. Report it. Zhao Pengyue scoffed with a sneer. As if losing chickens warrants a police report. Do they think the station is their personal property? It's none of your business if they report it. Just behave yourself. Fine, I get it, stop nagging me. Zhao Pengyue waved dismissively and sauntered away, while Zhao Weiman let out a heavy sigh. What a misfortune to be burdened with such a wayward child. Upon returning home, Zhao Weiman found his wife absent from the fields. He retrieved the bank book and examined it, feeling a pang of anguish. He possessed several bank books, and when he told Li Chun that there were only 4,000, it was merely a bargaining tactic. He regretted not saying less, as that rascal had taken advantage of him. 4,000 was still a substantial amount. Li Chun was indeed a ruthless character. Chapter 43. I prefer to keep a low profile. Li Chun took a shortcut home from the brick factory, only to discover that his father was the only one present, sitting in the courtyard dismantling the rear wheel of a tricycle. Dad, aren't you going to play chess? Li Weiguo glanced up at him with a scowl, replying curtly. What nonsense. Who plays chess early in the morning instead of working? Though he said this, Li Weiguo felt quite disheartened. Shortly after Li Chun departed that morning, he had stepped outside with a brand new enamel mug, but aside from children and women, he hadn't encountered a single man. Li Weiguo, undeterred, made his way directly to Yang Zhitian's home, only to find the door firmly locked. Both occupants were out laboring in the fields. The new tea canister remained unshown, and with a sense of disappointment, Li Weiguo returned home, only to be met with ridicule from his wife, which left him quite vexed. Li Chun internally lamented, wondering why he had to face such disdain for merely not visiting. He questioned who he had offended. He pondered the absence of his mother, noting that only his father was present at home. Where's Mom? He mused, suspecting she had taken Li Nan to school for skating, as she was also not at home. The mention of Wang Huilan further fueled Li Weiguo's ire. Earlier that morning, his sister-in-law had dropped off her child and brought some vegetables, while his mother had taken little Hewer to the big water well to wash the greens. What? Is there no water at home? Why wash outside? As he spoke, Li Chun seemed to grasp the situation and tentatively inquired. Did my mother take the new basin I brought back? With a cold scoff, Li Weiguo replied, that old woman has been nagging me for ages, and now she is parading around with the new basin outside. It's as if only certain individuals are allowed to shine, while the common folk must remain in the shadows. Seeing his father's reaction confirmed Li Chun's suspicions, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Typically, they would not replace old household items unless absolutely necessary. Yet today, his mother had opted for the new one without hesitation, which struck him as rather amusing. Nevertheless, Li Chun could empathize with his mother's feelings. After all, one must maintain their dignity and appearance in society. Dad, let me handle it. You wash up and change your clothes. I'll take you to town to get your medicine. What? We really are going to town? Li Weiguo questioned, having assumed they would manage it in the village. No, that's not going to work. I want to feel at ease in the village. It's just a short walk. I can carry you and be back in no time. Well, if that is the case, Li Weiguo said, rising with a newfound smile on his face, sensing that his younger son was indeed becoming more responsible. Once they were ready, Li Chun pushed the bicycle, while Li Weiguo carried the wheel as they made their way out of the ditch. If it were just Li Chun, he would have hopped on the bicycle right at the doorstep, but with his father along, he felt a sense of caution. Given that his father had been rather unlucky lately, he preferred to ride on the road rather than risk another fall, even if it meant taking a slightly longer route. As they passed the big water well, they saw his mother, Wang Huilan, placing the new basin on the ground, embracing Li Zihui, while animatedly chatting with a group of middle-aged women. Today, she was in particularly high spirits. During her vegetable washing, the others had spotted her new basin, which was distinct from the common one sold at the supply and marketing cooperative, leading to a flurry of inquiries about its origin. Upon learning that it was a reward for Li Chun's act of bravery from the sub-bureau, the women were taken aback, their eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. And after confirming the news, they showered her with praise. The only downside was that the basin bore no inscription. Spotting Li Chun and his father approaching, Wang Huilan eagerly waved them over. Chun, wait a moment. The other women, upon seeing Li Chun, also offered their compliments. Chun has truly made something of himself. Receiving a reward from the sub-bureau, impressive. Indeed, it has come to my attention that there exists a tea mug inscribed with characters. When the opportunity arises, I shall present it for your admiration. Li Chun smiled graciously and expressed his gratitude, stating that the mug had been given to his father, and he would ensure it was shown to you. Mother, what is it that you wish to discuss? Ah, my dear Chun, I recall that the second son of the Zhou family once mentioned that acts of bravery are considered commendable deeds. The police station ought to notify the brigade, and subsequently, the brigade would announce it publicly. Even the town would present a certificate of commendation. Why have you not received such recognition? What my mother asserted was indeed accurate, as that is the established protocol. Last evening, Lu Qingfu sought my opinion on the matter. Should I consent, the police station would promptly report it to the town. Upon hearing this, Li Chun outright declined the offer. This was not due to a desire for modesty. Rather, the incident contained certain delicate elements. Lu Qingfu attaining recognition was the desired outcome, and it was best not to make it widely known. In this regard, he and Lu Qingfu shared a mutual understanding. Otherwise, Lu Qingfu would have summoned him to the station for the award, rather than bringing it home. Mother, indeed, such an event did occur, but I opted to decline. Pardon? Wang Huilan exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment. Why would you decline? Is this not a fortuitous event? While it is indeed a favorable occurrence, the subsequent obligations are rather cumbersome. I have heard that one must even present a report at school, and I simply lack the time for such engagements. Furthermore, I prefer to maintain a low profile. It is the very essence of my character. Wang Huilan, somewhat bewildered by Li Chun's reasoning, expressed her disappointment. Does this mean we have lost out on the town's reward? Oh, it is merely a certificate. Having one is sufficient. My son did not act out of a desire for accolades. Well then, you continue your discussion. I shall accompany my father to change his bandages. As Li Chun and his father walked away, Wang Huilan felt a tinge of disappointment, while the other women nodded in approval. Who would have thought that Chun possesses such high awareness? His words are most eloquent. This child is quite articulate. He would have no trouble delivering a report. It is often said that the son reflects the mother, and in this regard, Chun truly takes after Huilan. Wang Huilan's eyes sparkled with renewed pride, her smile returning. Well, this is simply what he ought to do. 32 yuan. How can it be so exorbitant? Upon exiting the town clinic, the father and son visited Wang Keizi's repair shop, only to discover that the wheel was utterly beyond repair and required replacement. Wang Keizi had none in stock. So they proceeded to the supply and marketing cooperative, where they learned the price was 32 yuan each. Li Weiguo felt a pang of regret. How could he be so careless to take a ride, only to end up not only injuring himself, but also incurring such a hefty repair fee? The losses were indeed substantial. Li Chun, however, remained relatively unfazed. The total value of the tricycle lay within its wheels, and 32 yuan each was a reasonable price. Yet, he found his system lacking. While others received remarkable rewards, he was left with the most mundane items, where a mere bump would cause the wheel to be damaged. The quality was lamentable. Li Weiguo remained undeterred. We do not need the tire, only the rim. Can we negotiate a lower price? The salesperson, recognizing that Li Chun was a familiar presence in the town and appeared somewhat formidable, patiently explained to Li Weiguo, Sir, we sell the entire assembly. Individual components are not available for sale, nor can we negotiate the price. Li Weiguo was left speechless, his face reflecting his distress over the matter. Li Chun pacified his father and smiled at the sales clerk, saying, I'll take this one. Please issue me a receipt. After paying, he held the wheel in his hands, leaving him with only 6 yuan and 30 cents. Anticipating the arrival of a loan by noon, Li Chun intended to spend 3 yuan and 50 cents on a bag of Dakingshan milk powder to provide his father with some much-needed nutrition. But he faced vehement opposition from Li Weiguo and ultimately had to abandon that idea. At the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, Li Chun's gaze drifted to the large courtyard just south, separated by a wall, and his heart raced. Wait for me. As soon as I retrieve the money, I will return to you. Today, you must be mine. Chapter 44. This time, I have the upper hand. Upon returning home, he installed the wheel, and under his father's direction, engaged in some mundane household chores, yet his mind wandered restlessly. Seizing a moment when his father was distracted, Li Chun slipped into the east room, retrieved the household registration book, and tucked it along with his identification card into his canvas bag. During lunch, Li Nan returned, carrying roller skates and protective gear, her hair damp with sweat from a morning of exertion. Upon entering the house, she grabbed a ladle and gulped down a generous amount of cold water before lazily plopping down on a stool. Oh my, I am utterly exhausted. Wang Huilan poked her forehead and began to scold her. You infuriate me. One moment of inattention, and you disappear without a trace. Even if you weren't hungry, you should have come back. You're a big girl now. You could at least help me with some chores, or even just watch the child. Li Nan replied impatiently. I know. I won't go out this afternoon. I can stay home to help you with the child, all right? Still seated, she reluctantly stood up to fetch a bowl. Oh, Li Nan stood up unenthusiastically. Li Chun, who was washing his hands, chuckled quietly to himself. Finding the little old lady quite amusing, there weren't that many chores at home, and she had spent the morning gossiping outside while the actual work was done by him. Even for lunch, he had volunteered to cook. But Wang Huilan had complained that it used too much oil, refusing to let him. What had transpired just now was merely a habitual complaint. She often bore the brunt of the frustrations, and today, Li Nan had caught her off guard. As he chuckled, Li Chun suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Turning around, he saw his mother's piercing gaze firmly fixed upon him. What are you laughing at? Isn't it all your fault? If you hadn't brought back that wheel, she wouldn't have run off like that. Li Chun replied, all right, it's all my fault. He fell silent. And this time, It was Li Nan who stifled a laugh. After a hasty lunch, Li Chun donned his bag and headed out. Wang Huilan craned her neck to ask, "What are you doing out in broad daylight?" "I have something to attend to. Just stepping out for a bit. Remember, I need to go to Zheng Qiming's house to take the menu tonight." "I know." Li Chun pushed his bicycle away from the door while Wang Huilan continued to nag. "You're out all day, just running around." Li Weiguo interjected. "All right, enough. He is old enough to know what he should be doing." Li Nan nodded in agreement. "Exactly. My second brother has been busy with important matters lately. He even brought back awards for you." Wang Huilan glanced at the certificate framed on the wall and smiled slightly. "The second one seems to be more responsible lately." With a light sigh, he mused. "If only he would dutifully attend work, I would feel much more at ease." As the noon shift ended at the brick factory, Li Chun arrived at the office, where only Zhao Weiman was present. The teacup lay empty, the radio was silent, and he sat there, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. "Uncle Zhao, have you eaten?" Li Chun inquired. Upon hearing this, Zhao Weiman cursed Li Chun's ancestors in his heart, thinking, "You truly are one to take advantage and still act coy. How can I possibly eat under such circumstances?" Yet, as the village chief, his demeanor remained composed in front of Li Chun. "Haha, I was just waiting for you. I'll have my meal later," he replied, hastily gesturing for Li Chun to enter and closing the door behind him. Li Chun took a seat across from Zhao Weiman, grinning impudently. "Sorry for delaying your meal, uncle." "It's no trouble, just a matter of minutes," Zhao Weiman said as he opened a drawer and retrieved a newspaper bundle, unfolding it to reveal 4 stacks of cash. Zhao Weiman had expected Li Chun to react with unrestrained excitement, flailing his arms and eyes wide with wonder, for this was a sum of 4,000 yuan. In these times, how many individuals could produce such a large amount of money, and how many had seen so much cash? However, rather than displaying exuberance, Li Chun frowned. Why are they all in large denominations? Wouldn't it be more convenient to have 50 yuan notes? In April, they already had 50 yuan bills. 4,000 yuan could fit neatly into 80 notes, unobtrusive in any pocket. But here Zhao Weiman had presented him with 4 bundles of large denominations. And thankfully he had a satchel, or he wouldn't have been able to carry them all. Zhao Weiman felt a pang of embarrassment, thinking, "Goodness, it's like complaining about the color of a dumpling wrapper when someone offers you a free meal. This is too much." If someone were to give him 4,000 yuan, even if it were all in 1-cent coins, he would be overjoyed, let alone having it critiqued. "Well, the banks in the city only have 50 yuan notes. Our local savings institution only provides large denominations." All right, Li Chun grimaced, reaching for the 4 bundles of cash and carefully counting one of them. When he finished counting the first bundle and reached for the second, Zhao Weiman, growing impatient, remarked, "These are freshly withdrawn. How could I possibly short you a bill or two?" Li Chun shot him a sidelong glance. "A loan repayment must be counted in person. That is the protocol. I certainly trust your character, Uncle Zhao, but who can guarantee that the savings institution won't make an error? If there is a discrepancy of even 2 bills, I would incur a loss when it's time to repay." After saying this, Li Chun resumed counting. Zhao Weiman was taken aback. "You truly intend to repay?" Damn, he had lost his train of thought and had to start counting from the beginning. Li Chun put his hands down, exasperated. What is so surprising about it? Repaying debts is a fundamental principle. If I weren't going to repay, why would I bother with this? Li Chun repeatedly emphasized his intention to repay, yet the more he insisted, the more uncertain Zhao Weiman felt. He held leverage over Li Chun and could easily exploit it. Why would Li Chun want to repay? It seemed illogical, considering the situation from Zhao Weiman's perspective. He would never issue a promissory note, let alone repay a debt. The uncertainty regarding Li Chun's intentions instilled a profound fear within him, likely leading to sleepless nights for quite some time to come. Thus, the human heart must harbor no deceit, lest one frighten oneself into a state of disarray. A few minutes later, Li Chun meticulously counted the 4 bundles of cash, tucking them into his satchel with a smile for Zhao Weiman. "Uncle, thank you. You have been a tremendous help." Zhao Weiman nodded. "No problem. Is the amount correct?" "Indeed, not a single bill is missing." "That's good. You may leave now. The workers will soon be arriving." "All right, I won't delay you any further. Farewell." Upon exiting the brick factory, Li Chun pedaled with great fervor, the chain of his bicycle nearly smoking from the effort. In less than 2 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of the courtyard in town. However, the gate was firmly shut. After calling out a couple of times with no reply from the gatekeeper, Li Chun decided to scale the courtyard wall, perching atop it to peer inside. The layout of the rooms remained unchanged, but the courtyard had indeed expanded nearly double in size. The newly added southern section was devoid of flower beds, presenting only a barren expanse of land, rendering it even more desolate. "Oh ho, it's vast, truly vast. We could easily host 100 or 80 tables here. With merely 2,600 yuan, this grand courtyard could be mine. What a stroke of fortune." Chapter 45. The essence of speed. As the time approached, Li Chun reluctantly descended from the wall and mounted his bicycle towards the street office. Along the way, his heartbeat quickened, akin to having just completed a marathon, his heart racing as though it might leap from his chest. In his previous life, during the urban-rural transformation of 2008, he had received compensation in the form of 2 commercial properties. This marked the first occasion in both his lifetimes that he would independently purchase real estate, in such a prime location with immense appreciation potential at that. Though the deal was not yet secured, excitement surged within him. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he arrived precisely at the street office. Inside, 5 individuals, 3 women and 2 men, had formed 2 small groups. The men were engaged in sipping tea and reading the newspaper, while the 3 women huddled together, knitting and chatting animatedly. As a knock echoed through the room, all heads turned in unison. Li Chun, Yang Xiaohong rose, momentarily puzzled by his presence. Did he perhaps leave something at her home the previous night? Is there something you need? Sister, I'm here to see Director Chun. What do you need from our director? The man seated furthest inside lowered his newspaper and gazed over. He was Chun Jinxin, the director who had been transferred last year. Appearing to be in his early 40s, with a fair complexion and a somewhat stern demeanor, Li Chun whispered to Yang Xiaohong, I'll handle my business first. And then I'll talk with you. He then maneuvered past her to approach Chun Jinxin's desk. Yang Xiaohong instinctively sensed something amiss and followed closely behind. You must be Director Chun. I'm from Zhuangtuing Village. My name is Li Chun. Chun Jinxin furrowed his brow slightly. Not from our street. Li Chun smiled. No? I heard that the large courtyard next to the supply and marketing cooperative is for sale, so I came to inquire if it is true. With that, Yang Xiaohong's demeanor shifted dramatically. She finally understood the source of her unease and felt a surge of anger. This scoundrel had been too astute. No wonder he had been asking questions the night before. It was to buy it for himself. Where could he have found the money? Have you discussed this with your family? Yang Xiaohong asked, frustration evident in her voice. You didn't say a word or even communicate with yourself before coming here. What if they are unwilling? You might end up resented for pushing him to purchase that courtyard. Oh dear. She tugged at him, her face darkening. Akan, stop fooling around and come out with me for a moment. Second sister, I'm not fooling around. Li Chun replied, patting his bulging satchel with a smile. I have all the money ready. As long as the price is fair, we can finalize the deal right now. Oh. Chun Jinxin's reaction stood in stark contrast to Yang Xiaohong's. She was right. That courtyard had become a thorn in his side. To recover his losses, he had offended many. At only 41, he still aspired for progress. To fulfill his superior's demands, he had accepted the enmity of others. After finally recovering the debts and restoring the courtyard, he found himself besieged once more by shameless entities seeking to commandeer it. They frequently applied to borrow it, and while the official requests were manageable, the covert maneuvers were far more revolting. The 12th middle school had clandestinely reported to the district, hoping to establish a tertiary industry and set up a woodworking factory for processing tables and benches. The normal school had also submitted a proposal to open a clothing factory there. It was utterly absurd that a place meant to educate and nurture should be preoccupied with making extra money instead of enhancing teaching quality and student performance. Now, he wished fervently to rid himself of this hot potato, but alas, no one seemed interested. Today, however, someone had finally inquired, and his eyes lit up at Li Chun's mention of having the money ready. Chun Jinxin's excitement propelled him to his feet, his demeanor radiating warmth. Indeed, that is the case. Comrade Xiao Li, please, have a seat. Let's discuss this further. Xiao Yang, hurry and pour a glass of water for Comrade Xiao Li. From the titles exchanged between Li Chun and Yang Xiaohong, along with Yang Xiaohong's reaction, Chun Jinxin surmised that Li Chun had learned about the sale from her. However, it appeared that this Xiao Yang was intent on disrupting his good fortune. Unacceptable. Yang Xiaohong remained rooted in place, attempting to explain to Chun Jinxin. Director, Li Chun is my neighbor. I know him well. Recently, he seems to want to venture into business, and he must have impulsively decided to buy that courtyard. Before she could finish, Li Chun interjected, Second sister, I am an adult and fully aware of my actions. My decision to purchase the courtyard has been well considered. Not made in haste. Chun Jinxin clapped his thigh and exclaimed excitedly, see? Comrade Xiao Li has thought this through, so please do not cause any disruptions. Quickly, pour the water. Yang Xiaohong's face flushed with anger, and she felt an urge to confront him. Even more infuriating was the fact that both Li Chun and the director were ignoring her. It was all intentional, driving her mad. You wait for me, you little rascal. She gritted her teeth and went to pour the water, while on the other side, Chun Jinxin and Li Chun engaged in lively conversation. Comrade Xiao Li, have you seen the courtyard? I have. Are you satisfied? It's acceptable, but I am more concerned about the price. It's impressive that Comrade Xiao Li is so young and already ready to embark on a business venture. You clearly possess great ambition. If you genuinely wish to make a purchase, I shall not hesitate to provide you with the most favorable price within my authority, 2,600 yuan. I will personally assist you with the necessary procedures. Since the information was acquired from Yang Xiaohong, it is evident that the street's bottom line has already been disclosed to Li Chun, thereby rendering any protracted negotiations unnecessary. Li Chun's thoughts align with those of Chun Jinshin. He too desires a swift resolution and promptly agrees. Very well, I can accept this price, but I am curious about how long the paperwork will take, Chun Jinshin inquired. Do you have your personal documents with you? I have my ID card and household registration book, came the reply. Chun Jinshin clapped his hands together, exclaiming. Then it's settled. If you have no other matters to attend to, let us proceed to the city for registration now. The property and land measurements have been previously recorded, and both the district and housing authority have copies. I will personally handle the remaining paperwork, and it should be completed by next Wednesday. Li Chun smiled. I have no objections. Do you have a bicycle? Indeed. Then let us depart at once. In the brief moment it took Yang Qiuhong to pour water, the transaction was swiftly concluded. By the time she returned with the cup, Chun Jinshin had already gathered the necessary documents and was ready to set off. He picked up his bag and addressed everyone. I will be going to the city with Comrade Zhao Li. We shall not return this afternoon. Whoever leaves last, please ensure the doors and windows are secured. Comrade Zhao Li, let us be on our way. Certainly. Yang Qiuhong was left utterly astonished. Li Chun, she shouted, biting her teeth in frustration. Li Chun, with a cheeky grin, raised an eyebrow and said, Sister, I must attend to some business. We can chat later. Without waiting for Yang Qiuhong to unleash her fury, he hurriedly exited. The audacity of that rascal. Yang Qiuhong was nearly driven to madness by him. How could he be so infuriating? Chapter 46. It's all his fault. As the director and Li Chun departed, the remaining colleagues immediately surrounded Yang Qiuhong. Is that young man from the town? Indeed. It is him. What business does he intend to pursue? Can he truly recoup such an extravagant investment in that courtyard? Humph. It would serve him right to suffer a loss. Wang Jia, please keep an eye on things for a moment. I have some errands to run and will return later. Go ahead. If you are late, there's no need to come back. I will lock up when I leave. Thank you. Yang Qiuhong quickly gathered her belongings and left the office with a stoic expression. Outside, she hesitated for a moment as she gazed towards her family home before turning toward the police station. That wretched Li Chun was driving her to the brink of despair. Fuming, Yang Qiuhong arrived at the police station and vented her frustrations to Lu Qingfu, who was in the midst of his afternoon break. Upon hearing her tale, Lu Qingfu was taken aback. That young man has quite the audacity. 2,600 yuan, and he just goes ahead with the purchase. Where on earth did he acquire such funds? Where else could it come from? He must have borrowed it, judging by his demeanor. It is clear that his family is unaware of this property purchase. If they blame me for leading him astray, what will become of my reputation? Yang Qiuhong lamented in indignation. Lu Qingfu shook his head. Those like Li Chun, who mingle in the streets, are particularly concerned with their image. They would not engage in such foolishness. He will surely provide you with an explanation in due course. An explanation, you say? If he truly intended to make a purchase, he should have conveyed his intentions to me directly last night. Instead, he bypassed me and approached our director at the office. Is this how one conducts business? Lu Qingfu chuckled upon hearing this. Had he spoken to you directly last night, would you have agreed to his purchase? You would have undoubtedly lectured him for half the night and even warned his family to keep an eye on him, preventing him from making any rash decisions. Under such circumstances, it would be a wonder if he managed to acquire the property at all. I, Yang Qiuhong, pondered this and found myself at a loss for a rebuttal. Yet, his approach of reporting after the fact is also not appropriate. Lu Qingfu found her expression amusing. Yes, it is all his fault. Yang Qiuhong shot him a glance and asked, what should we do now? Should I return to the village and inform his family? Lu Qingfu shook his head. The purchase has already been made. What purpose would it serve for you to go and say anything? Are you planning to return to the office soon? Not a chance. Just thinking of his earlier demeanor makes me furious. He even asked me to fetch him water. I felt like pouring a whole pot of cold water over his head to cool him down. Yang Qiuhong replied through gritted teeth. All right, enough of that anger. You should go home and rest. If Akun knows how to handle matters, he will surely come to explain himself when he returns from the city. Humph. If he dares to come, I will make sure he regrets it. Meanwhile, Li Chun and Chun Jinshin trudged through the scorching sun, and it was not long before they were drenched in sweat. Chun Jinshin's fair complexion turning a bright red from the sun. Swift and decisive. This is characteristic of Chun Jinshin's working style, though Li Chun was uncertain. However, he could discern that the director harbored considerable disdain for that courtyard. Had it not been for the street office's established limits, Li Chun might have thought the price was too high, given Chun Jinshin's enthusiasm. As they journeyed, the two engaged in lively conversation. According to Chun Jinshin, the courtyard had been tidied up remarkably well. Not only was the garbage cleared away, but broken tiles were replaced. And even the toilet was thoroughly cleaned, truly a bargain. Li Chun expressed his heartfelt gratitude for this. As they passed the train station, Li Chun asked Chun Jinshin to wait a moment while he dashed up to the second floor, quickly retrieving 1,300 yuan from his bag to entrust it to Zhang Bin for safekeeping. Once this task was completed, he intended to visit the large market to procure supplies for the railway restaurant, conveniently arranging the quantities needed for the next couple of days. In the following days, He would be busy preparing for the grand banquet at Zheng Qiming's home, so completing the work in advance would save him the trouble of making another trip. The large market was chaotic and teeming with people, making it quite inconvenient to carry such a sum of money. Zhang Bin's eyes widened in astonishment as he saw Li Chun produce such a large amount of cash. Brother, where did you acquire so much money? As a confidant, no one knew Li Chun's financial situation better than Zhang Bin. It was not surprising for Li Chun to pull out 800 or 1,000 yuan. But here was a full 1,300. Coupled with Li Chun's frantic demeanor, drenched in sweat, Zhang Bin could not help but speculate. Li Chun playfully kicked him. Chiding, what are you thinking? I urgently needed the money and borrowed it. Zhang Bin remained somewhat skeptical. Who did you borrow it from? Why didn't you come to me for the money? It's a pressing matter. If I had come to you, the opportunity would have slipped away. Outside, there are still people waiting for me. Please help me keep the money safe. I will return shortly to discuss matters in detail. Chen Jinxin has some connections in the city, and upon arriving at the housing authority, he directly approached Deputy Director Bai Yunshan with Li Chun. Thanks to the comprehensive documentation prepared by Chen Jinxin, the business transaction proceeded remarkably smoothly. The two emerged from the housing authority just past 3:30 in the afternoon. Shaoli, I will handle the subsequent trivial matters for you. Just wait for my notification. When the housing ownership certificate is ready, you will need to be present in person, he instructed. Through their interactions, Chen Jinxin had taken to addressing Li Chun without the formal title of comrade. Li Chun nodded. I appreciate your help, Director Chen. Not at all. I am quite familiar with them, Chen Jinxin replied. By the way, I live in the city. Why don't you come home with me? We could share a drink this evening. Li Chun smiled and declined. Thank you for your kind offer, Director Chun, but I truly have no time today. Perhaps another day, I shall treat you then. Haha, it matters not who invites whom. Since you have pressing matters, I won't keep you any longer. If you are returning to the town, do try to arrive before dark. That area near the airport is unsafe at night. I heard there were reports of robbers in the vicinity just a couple of days ago. Chen Jinxin was only aware of the robbers, not realizing that the person capable of subduing them stood right before him. Li Chun expressed his gratitude once more, and they parted ways. After purchasing ingredients at the large market, Li Chun returned to the railway hotel, finding that Lao Ming and Danao had gone to the bathhouse for a soak. He inquired with Xiao Zhang, an apprentice in the kitchen, who informed him that they had run out of sesame flatbread at noon, and only less than a pound of sesame peanuts remained, enough for just 2 plates for dinner. The sales remained brisk, but the daily supply of 20 pounds was nearing saturation. Li Chun stoked the fire and began his work. By the time he completed 2 pots, Lao Ming and Danao returned, discovering Li Chun in the kitchen, and could not help but make sarcastic remarks about him taking advantage of the situation. This time, Li Chun had prepared ample raw materials. The final product weighed just over 46 pounds. He generously set aside an extra pound to silence Lao Ming, planning to take the remaining 5 pounds with him. While settling the accounts, Li Chun asked Lao Ming if any other units required supplies, to which he replied that there were none at present. However, he mentioned that the Post and Telecommunications Bureau had hosted a luncheon that day and had taken 2 pounds of sesame flatbread from Lao Ming. Fortunately, Li Chun had replenished the stock in time. Otherwise, there would have been nothing to sell for dinner. Chapter 47. An apology visit. Upon returning to the second floor to collect the money, Li Chun informed Zhang Bin about the property purchase, asking him to provide a cover story. If family members inquired, Li Chun would say he borrowed the money from Zhang Bin, urging him not to let it slip. As for who he borrowed from, Li Chun chuckled, and Zhang Bin refrained from asking further. Second sister called the day before yesterday. She bought a video recorder from Guangzhou, saying she plans to open a video hall. Originally, she intended to invite you to help out, but that won't happen now, Zhang Bin lamented. Li Chun suddenly recalled, almost forgetting the incident. In his previous life, Zhang Yunxiao indeed opened the first video hall in Rihe this year, promising to pay Li Chun an 80 yuan monthly salary to oversee the venue. An 80 yuan salary was quite generous, but Li Chun, with his free-spirited nature, had declined his second sister's kind offer. Li Chun shrugged and smiled. Well, there's nothing to be done. Let my second sister find someone else. What time is it? Just past 4. Observing the bare wrist of Li Chuanguang, Zhang Bin inquired, second brother, are you considering purchasing a watch? In Guangzhou, they are considerably cheaper than here. If you wish to buy one, Sister Air can conveniently bring it back for you. Li Chun hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. Never mind, it serves little purpose. Among the 3 treasures of a man, Li Chun too harbored an affinity for wristwatches. His reluctance to buy was not born of frugality, but rather a lack of appealing designs. The majority of current timepieces were of a silvery, stainless steel hue, which clashed starkly with Li Chun's complexion. He had previously compared it with Zhang Bin's Meihua watch. The gleaming silver chain, when adorned on his dark wrist, created a discordant visual that felt quite awkward even to himself. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Li Chun bid farewell to Zhang Bin. Upon descending the stairs, he encountered a group led by Lin, but noticed the absence of Ma San. A casual inquiry revealed that Ma San's mother had deteriorated significantly, and she was not expected to last long. Ma San had returned to care for her in her final days. Li Chun instructed Delin to inform him immediately upon receiving news of her passing. Whether or not to hold a gathering was secondary. He held a degree of respect for Ma San, who had previously endured humiliation from his uncle for Li Chun's sake. Now, it was his turn to offer assistance in a time of need. Upon returning to town, Li Chun visited the street office, where he learned that Yang Xiaohong had taken the afternoon off, causing a chill to creep down his spine. 10 minutes later, he hesitantly knocked on Yang Xiaohong's door. Upon opening it and seeing Li Chun, her heart lightened considerably. Li Qingfu's conjecture had proven correct. This fellow had indeed come, looking quite disheveled and drenched in sweat, clearly having hurried back from the city to seek her out, demonstrating his concern for his elder sister. However, recalling his earlier conduct at work ignited her ire anew. Yang Xiaohong glared at him, her hands gripping the doorframe, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Have you completed your registration? 2,600 yuan. Without a flicker of an eye, this lad is quite affluent. What brings you to my home? Li Chun, with a grin, attempted to squeeze inside. Sister, you want me to come in? The watermelon is rather heavy, and it would be a waste if it were to break. Get in. Hey, you stepped on my foot. Li Chun boldly pushed his way in, nonchalantly placing his belongings on the coffee table. Sister, I brought you a watermelon to quench your thirst. This is my homemade sesame flatbread, a gift for you, far superior to the sesame peanuts I made for Zhao Wu's family. Having brought back only half a pound yesterday, he felt too embarrassed to take it out, so today he made a point to prepare more, enough for her to enjoy over the next few days. Yang Xiaohong rolled her eyes and turned to pour him a glass of warm water, then began to voice her grievances. What a shameless trickster you are. Making such grand decisions. 2,600. Why didn't you consult me? I told you. Would you have allowed me to purchase it? Li Chun found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The audacity of this rascal mirrored that of her own husband. How infuriating. Where did you acquire such a large sum of money? I borrowed it from Zhang Bin. You truly have some nerve. Your family is still unaware, I presume? My affairs are mine to manage. Before the purchase, Li Chun was concerned about unforeseen complications. Now that the situation has been settled, it matters little, as the truth would eventually come to light. You remain obstinate. Let me assure you that this Sunday, I will take Yang Yang back to his grandmother's house, and I will certainly clarify this matter with Aunt Wang. Otherwise, she might think I am instigating you behind your back. Yang Xiaohong stated candidly. Li Chun shrugged and smiled gently. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Yang Xiaohong's frustration flared up once more. I fail to understand why you are so intent on purchasing that dilapidated courtyard, which costs a staggering 2,600 yuan. You are burdening yourself with debt before even beginning your business. What are you thinking? That courtyard is well located and convenient for various activities. It is inauspicious. Evil spirits fear wicked individuals. I am a wicked person, so what do I have to fear? Li Chun expended over half an hour, wasting considerable breath, until Yang Xiaohong finally calmed down, incessantly praising the deliciousness of the fried dough sticks, at which point he sighed in relief. Today's actions were indeed unscrupulous, but there was no alternative. 2,600 yuan is a significant sum in this era, and lacking the funds, he needed to borrow to make the purchase. Had he been honest with her in advance, the courtyard would have been unattainable, thus he chose to act first and report later. Noticing the time approaching 5 o'clock, Li Chun stood up. Sister, I shall take my leave now. Why not stay for dinner and head back afterward? Your brother-in-law is on duty tonight. Let us simply prepare some noodles, she suggested. Li Chun smiled. Having such a caring sister was truly a blessing. No, I must return shortly to go to Zheng Qiming's house to finalize the menu. Farewell. Upon leaving Yang Xiaohong's home, Li Chun sought out Lu Changming in Deshimiu village. No need to inquire about the abandoned greenhouse. He also reminded him to keep a low profile and avoid frequenting the gambling halls. In rural areas, meals are served early. When Li Chun returned home, his family had already finished dinner and gone for a stroll. His mother was chatting with the other women, while his father played chess with Uncle Yang. A brand new teapot was prominently displayed, seemingly positioned deliberately to face Yang Zhitian. Quite amusing. Arriving home, he found the dishes warming on the stove. Eggplant stewed with green beans, pickled vegetables, and the staple of rice porridge. Li Chun squatted before the stove, quickly preparing 3 large bowls. After a satisfying belch, he felt content. After a moment of rest with a cigarette, Li Chun returned to his room to take out paper and pen, drafting a preliminary menu. Zheng Qiming is a prominent figure in the village. When his family hosts a banquet, it at least matches the standards of the Zhao family, with a minimum of 12 dishes. Zheng's family, being his first genuine client, and a significant one at that, expected him to honor his word, striving to save costs without compromising the quality of the dishes. This menu reflects what he deemed most suitable. However, he could only make suggestions. The final decision rested with the family. Chapter 48. Simultaneously serving 17 tables, Chun has arrived. Have you eaten? When Li Chun arrived, Gao Yuelon was busy tidying the courtyard with her son and daughter-in-law. But Zhang Qiming was nowhere to be seen. Aunt, I have already eaten. Where is my uncle? He has gone to fetch Li Shi and will return shortly. Please sit for a moment. It is cool outside. And Erling, quickly fetch a cigarette for your second brother, and your aunt will serve you some watermelon. Today, Aunt Gao has shown exceptional warmth towards Li Chun. The soon-to-be groom, Zhang Fulin, lit a cigarette for Li Chun, his face adorned with a simple smile. Brother, I will trouble you the day after tomorrow. Zhang Qiming's elder son, Zhang Fuxing, while working in agriculture, also learned carpentry from his father. In his spare time, Zhang Qiming took his eldest son to craft furniture and coffins, earning more than his regular wages. The younger son, Zhang Fulin, lacked the talent for carpentry but found stability working at a brick factory. As brothers, they felt no hesitation in offering assistance. Aunt, if there is any work to be done, just point me in the right direction. Hearing this, Gao Yuelon was delighted. Her own stubborn son, who insisted on doing everything his way, seemed utterly foolish in comparison to the amiable Li Chun. You should take it easy. You'll have plenty to do in the next couple of days. I haven't seen you around lately. You seem much more composed. Focus on doing something worthwhile, and I'll introduce you to a nice girl. To be honest, Li Chun found this bothersome, as if he were incapable of finding a partner himself. Do I really need someone to introduce me? I own a courtyard twice the size of the village office in town. However, recognizing the good intentions behind the suggestion, he could only respond with a gracious smile. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Zhang Qiming summoned Li Shi. Li Shi was the village's appointed overseer for weddings, and the Zhang family needed his expertise for their arrangements. After exchanging pleasantries, the three sat down to discuss the details. They began by confirming some particulars that did not concern Li Chun. As Li Shi spoke, Zhang Qiming took notes. Once everything was settled, they turned to finalize the menu. Uncle, how many tables are you planning to set? Zhang Qiming flipped through a couple of pages in his notebook and replied, Our village has 18 tables. Our unit needs 10, the newlyweds will require 2, and there are a few uncertain attendees. I plan to set 30 tables initially and reserve 2 more for helpers. So many? Although Li Chun was aware of Zhang Qiming's popularity, he was still taken aback upon hearing 32 tables. 32 tables. That would mean an average of over 10 tables per round, which would certainly keep him occupied. Yet, despite the earlier tension, he thought to himself that the 20 yuan labor fee was indeed worth it. While surprised, he did not feel averse. The more people there were at the banquet, the quicker his culinary skills would spread, leading to greater satisfaction. Although 32 tables posed some challenges, he felt it was within his capabilities. Little did he realize, the real difficulties lay ahead. Zhang Qiming expressed his concerns. When I notified our co-workers about the banquet, I didn't think it through. I just told them to come for the second round at noon. It only occurred to me recently that the brick factory doesn't close on Sundays. And they all finish work right at noon. So those 7 tables also need to be accommodated in the second round, with 17 tables being served simultaneously. Do you think you can manage? Oh my. Li Chun could not contain himself and exclaimed, 17 tables at once? He did not have a second or third stove to assist him. This was madness. Before he could respond, Li Shi interjected, though it may seem rushed. I believe a Chun can handle it. On that day, you missed it. This fellow was simultaneously cooking with 2 woks, far surpassing old Li. Li Chun couldn't help but roll his eyes. You really flatter me. I appreciate it. But can it truly be compared? Today, having both stoves lit is merely for show, as the 2 woks are preparing different dishes, aiming to finish quickly and rest sooner. With 17 tables running simultaneously, the workload has more than doubled. A bit of exhaustion is inconsequential, but delaying the service would tarnish one's reputation. Zhang Qiming turned to Li Chun, Brother, do you see? Am I to say it's unfeasible? At this juncture, it is indeed true that when the arrow is knocked, it must be released. Li Chun gritted his teeth and declared, I need manpower, excluding the oil tray, at least 8 assistants. Zhang Qiming chuckled, no problem. I'll have she arrange 10 ladies specifically to assist you. Cough. Li Chun, in the midst of sipping water, nearly choked on those words. Gao Yuelon, standing behind Zhang Qiming, delivered 2 punches. You foul-mouthed rascal. A Chun is still a young lad. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Qiming quickly realized and burst into laughter. You always think the worst. Is that truly what I meant? Moreover, we are all men here. What is there to fear? Li Shi was also in fits of laughter, eager to relieve Li Chun's embarrassment, quickly shifting the conversation. All right, enough of that. Let us get back to business. A Chun, if you have any requests, speak up so we can prepare early. Zhang Qiming and his wife nodded in agreement. Li Chun wasn't truly embarrassed, just caught off guard. The thought of an additional 10 ladies was rather daunting. He hastily took a sip of water to steady himself. After a moment of contemplation, he laid out the menu he had drafted at home. It was indeed challenging, but with sufficient assistance, it could be manageable. However, the menu required thorough examination. In such circumstances, simplicity was key, efficiency was paramount. Therefore, certain dishes had to be regrettably crossed off the list. Upon seeing the items Li Chun had eliminated, Li Shi and Zhang Qiming were taken aback. Candied sweet potatoes? A Chun, you can make that? In the 1980s, it was certainly an uncommon dish, much like sesame peanuts. People had rarely encountered sesame peanuts before, while many had heard of candied sweet potatoes, as they appeared on menus at large restaurants in the city. How many ordinary folks could afford to dine out? Such oil and sugar-intensive, extravagant dishes would not typically grace the tables of common households. Due to their unfamiliarity, there was an element of novelty. As long as the dish quality was acceptable, coupled with a fresh experience, it would undoubtedly stand out. As for the outcome, it all depended on Zhang Qiming and Li Shi. Upon confirming that Li Chun could indeed prepare candied sweet potatoes, the two old men widened their eyes and exclaimed in unison, "It cannot be struck off. Uncle, candied sweet potatoes are easy to make, though they do take time. We cannot eliminate it. Just put in a bit more effort, and I'll arrange for 2 more ladies to assist you, all right?" Zhang Qiming was growing anxious. "I missed the first wave of sesame peanuts. We absolutely cannot discard candied sweet potatoes." Uffed. Was it merely a matter of arranging a few more ladies? It appears that old Zhang has quite a serious fixation on women. Well then, observing the redness creeping into Zhang Qiming's eyes, Li Chun found it difficult to decline. "Very well, the candied sweet potatoes shall be settled upon. As for the rest, you must inform me how many dishes to prepare for each table, the approximate budget per table, and afterward we can discuss suitable combinations." Chapter 49. Finalizing the menu. Zhang Qiming gestured toward the menu on the table. "Isn't this already laid out?" Li Chun replied, "This does not count. The 12 dishes listed here, both cold and hot, are drafted according to Zhao Wu's family standards, merely for reference. Our family will also serve 12 dishes. It must not be less than Zhao Wu's family's offering. Men care about face, after all. The Zhao father and son have made quite a fortune working outside these past few years and have gained a respectable reputation in the village." Zhang Qiming, being the only formal worker in the village and a person of stature, would find it embarrassing if the villagers said his family's banquet was inferior to Zhao Wu's. Li Chun nodded. "And the budget?" "Excluding the cost of home-raised pigs, Zhao Wu's family spends approximately 15 yuan per table. Since your family does not raise pigs, everything except for vegetables must be purchased. I can make slight adjustments to the menu to bring the cost down to around 14 yuan, allowing for a modest saving while ensuring the banquet remains of good quality. Uncle, what do you think?" Li Chun had promised Zhang Qiming to help save on the dishes, and he intended to honor that commitment. Based on Zhao Wu's family standards, saving just 1 yuan per table across more than 30 tables would amount to a month's salary saved. Li Shi nodded imperceptibly. He was well acquainted with the workings of Zhao Wu's family, and he knew that the cost per table was indeed around 15 yuan. He was pleasantly surprised by Urchin's meticulousness. "No need to save for me. Let me first take a look at your menu." This matter pertained to a man's dignity. And Zhang Qiming waved his hand grandly, brimming with confidence. "Yes, there must certainly be fish. Smoked chicken? Isn't that roast chicken? Where can we buy smoked chicken?" "Currently, there are no places in Rihe selling smoked chicken, only stewed roast chicken. The only way to get smoked chicken is to take the train to Jinzhou, where they sell Gabongzi smoked chicken." Li Chun responded, "I can make that. Roast chicken costs 5 yuan per jin, and a single roast chicken will cost at least 10 yuan. We can buy live chickens in the village and prepare them ourselves. For 32 tables, 17 chickens will suffice, saving a considerable amount of money. Moreover, I assure you, it will taste far better than the roast chicken sold in the deli." Li Chun resolved to make roast chicken for the first time in his life at old Zhang's banquet, viewing it as a gesture of goodwill toward his very first customer. In the future, anyone wishing to have smoked chicken at their banquet would have to purchase it as a finished product. Zhang Qiming hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. The success of Zhao Wu's family banquet had bestowed upon Li Chun a label of reliability. Organizing a banquet was crucial for the reputation of the Li family, and since he dared to claim he could deliver, he surely could. "All right, I will follow your lead. Dompa pork? Is this also a hot dish?" Dompa pork only made its way to Rihe City in the late 1990s, becoming a must-have dish at wedding banquets. However, during this period, Zhang Qiming had indeed never heard of it. In the minds of the locals, the traditional preparation of pork knuckle typically involves methods such as braised knuckle or pressed knuckle, both of which are served as cold dishes. However, Li Chun categorizes this dish among the hot offerings, which leaves him somewhat perplexed. After a brief explanation from Li Chun, Zhang Qiming and Li Shi exchanged astonished glances, marveling at the unexpected versatility of the knuckle. Their anticipation grew. "Wait, where's the braised meat?" Li Chun chuckled. "Isn't the knuckle sufficient? A whole knuckle has more presence and is slightly more affordable. Good pork is priced at 1.8 yuan per pound, while the knuckle, with the bone included, costs only 1.3 yuan, a mere 50 cents difference per pound." Zhang Qiming shook his head. "Braised meat is a tradition in our region. It is essential. Then let's add dompa knuckle as well." Zhang uncle declared boldly, "I'm not concerned about the expense." Li Chun relished working with such a straightforward boss. It was refreshingly uncomplicated. After over an hour of discussion, they decided to include the braised meat while preparing the rest according to Li Chun's menu. "Uncle, I require a live rooster, specifically a large male aged between 1.5 to 2 years, Li Qiming stated. No problem, Zhang Qiming replied. We have 2 at home, and I'll have your aunt make rounds in the village tomorrow to gather enough. It was clear that Gao Yuelon had no part in this. She had longed to take a stroll but was unable to leave the house due to guests, which had left her feeling quite restless. Upon hearing this, she eagerly raised her hand. I'll go right now and catch one to feed with cornmeal. Who knows? It might even gain a pound or 2. With that, she set down her thermos and dashed out energetically. Li Chun smiled. My aunt truly has a quick temper. Zhang Qiming, not wanting to expose his wife's eagerness, awkwardly nodded. Ah, yes, yes. Li Chun continued. As for the knuckle, I only need the front part. And it must be ready by tomorrow as I need to prepare it in advance. I doubt our town slaughterhouse can meet such a demand. Li Shi assured him. Leave this to me. I will arrange for someone to purchase it from the city slaughterhouse tomorrow morning. Li Chun nodded, feeling relieved. By the way, Uncle Shi, when you buy the knuckle, be sure to say a few kind words to persuade them to include a bit more meat. The knuckle is inexpensive, and I can trim the excess and chop it into pieces for meatballs, which would save quite a bit of money. Li Shi laughed heartily. You're quite clever. Zhang Qiming joined in the laughter, appreciating Li Chun's resourcefulness in saving money, a gesture he would remember. Finally, Li Chun compiled a list of various seasonings and entrusted it to Li Shi for purchase. With all details finalized, Li Shi suddenly recalled Zheng Laokou and quickly cautioned. Qiming, you must be wary of your cousin. What he did at the Zhao family today was truly disgusting. If he causes a scene at your table with colleagues the day after tomorrow, it will be quite embarrassing for you. Zheng Laokou was 6 or 7 years older than Zhang Qiming, yet they were relatives from the same branch, making Zheng Laokou technically his uncle. Although distant relations do not often become close, Zheng Laokou's notoriety for being unpleasant was well known in the village. To spare Zhang Qiming from embarrassment, Li Shi felt compelled to voice his concerns. He had heard about the incident at the Zhao family from Gao Yuelon, and Zhang Qiming was filled with disdain. This old curmudgeon, despite his age, behaved like a cur. Though his father was also somewhat miserly, he did not evoke the same level of dislike. Zheng Fula, that scoundrel, has brought nothing but disgrace to the Zheng family. Li Chun finds himself at a loss for words regarding this matter. There is also the miserly Zheng Lao and the shameless Wang Min. These two have become the bane of the village. Particularly, Zheng Lao is a nightmare for any celebratory occasion, as anyone hosting an event must be wary of him. Achieving such notoriety is indeed impressive. Zhang Qiming speculates that he will undoubtedly show up, but he must be cautious in my home. I will arrange for my 2 nephews to wait for him at the door, to escort him away first, only allowing him to join the table in the final round. Li Shi does not add further comments. It suffices that Zhang Qiming understands the situation. The 3 of them review everything once more to ensure nothing is overlooked. And Li Chun suggests it is time to take their leave. Chapter 50. Gossip as they depart from the Zheng household. Dusk has settled in. Villagers gather in small groups outside, chatting idly. Upon seeing Li Chun, some approach him to exchange pleasantries, praising his culinary skills. This kind of attention was rare in the past. Previously, his reputation was tarnished, and many would avoid him. However, things are now looking up. Li Chun smiles amiably, even offering cigarettes to familiar elders. These individuals represent his potential clientele. While some may hesitate to part with 20 yuan now, rural development is swift. And in a few years, when everyone has more money, these concerns will be trivial. Thus, it is imperative to treat these future patrons with utmost respect. Approaching the entrance of the small shop, Li Chun suddenly freezes in place. Goodness, what do I see? Across from the shop, in the alleyway, a group of women chat casually, and Wang Xian's wife is nonchalantly nursing her child while lifting her tank top. This is quite commonplace in the countryside. What astonishes Li Chun is that she is nursing 2 children simultaneously. This is not the crux of the matter, however. The pivotal point is that the 2 children are not side by side, but rather one in front of the other. Wang Xian's wife cradles one child in front, feeding him, while she discreetly positions the other, resembling a water-filled balloon, behind her shoulder. Her eldest daughter, holding the other infant, is suckling contentedly, creating quite the sound of satisfaction. This scene completely upends Li Chun's understanding of women throughout his life. It is simply astonishing. In a word, extraordinary. Noticing Li Chun staring in wide-eyed amazement, Wang Xian's wife shows no signs of anger. Instead, she raises an eyebrow at him. Chun, care for a taste? Li Chun's face flushes crimson in embarrassment. The women nearby begin to tease him. Chun, now that you're a fine young man, have you ever seen anything like this? You should be thinking about settling down and not just preparing feasts for others. Remaining single could lead to trouble. Li Chun awkwardly waves his hands. Enough of that. By the way, sister-in-law, your skill is something most cannot replicate. Wang Xian's wife beams with pride. Have you ever seen anything quite like this? Indeed, he replies. Sister-in-law, with the birth of these twin sons, you have certainly fulfilled your mother-in-law's wishes. The Wang family has long favored sons. But with Wang Xian having given birth to 3 daughters in succession, his wife, who values male offspring, has been driven nearly to madness, causing quite the stir. This time, Wang's sister-in-law, having become pregnant, retreated to her maternal home and gave birth to a pair of twins. It is said that upon receiving the news, Wang's mother-in-law fell to her knees, bowing 3 times toward her daughter-in-law's family. However, as reported by Li Chun, Wang's sister-in-law's expression soured. Her joy was of no consequence, for the village had rescinded the job that had been secured for her family member at the brick factory. As if that were not enough, Zhang Suying, the women's director, led a thorough search of her home, reminiscent of a home raid. They took away 2 hens and even seized her half-grown piglet, leaving her family in despair. Zhang Suying, notorious in the village, had become the object of public ire. When family planning was first initiated, she had made an example of someone in the village, earning accolades from the town leaders. Fueled by this recognition, she pursued every opportunity to penalize those who exceeded the birth limits, even eavesdropping at windows in the dead of night. There was not a soul in the village who did not resent her. When Wang's sister-in-law had her 3rd child, she was fined 500, and this latest raid, which included livestock, was a further blow. As her anger mounted, Wang's sister-in-law stormed toward the small shop, unleashing a torrent of curses. Her target was clear, for the shop was situated just behind Zhang Suying's home. Her words were intended for her. Sure enough, Zhang Suying soon emerged, brimming with indignation, hands on her hips, and a haughty demeanor as she shouted, "Qi Xiaoyan, who are you cursing?" Qi Xiaoyan. Li Chun was unaware of Wang's sister-in-law's name, but found it quite melodious, more so than the usual names in the village. Undeterred, Wang's sister-in-law entrusted her children to her daughter and boldly approached Zhang Suying. "Who am I cursing?" "I'm cursing you, you despicable one." Delighted by the unfolding spectacle, Li Chun eagerly joined the onlookers, requesting a handful of seeds to enjoy the drama. "Wang's sister-in-law is from Xinglong, right?" a woman inquired. "How do you know?" "In Xinglong, when people curse, they often use that name." Laughter erupted. "You seem quite knowledgeable. Look at you, blending in with the crowd. You're impressive, give Anne a cigarette." Wang's sister-in-law's fervor was palpable, her words spitting venom at Zhang Suying. "While village officials are meant to serve the community, you, wicked creature, only bring harm. What benefit do you gain from punishing those who exceed birth limits? After all these years, aren't you still merely the women's director?" Zhang Suying, adopting the air of a village official, retorted sharply, "What benefit do I seek? Family planning is a national policy. We must respond to the call of the state. To hell with you. You wield a chicken feather as if it were a scepter. Other villages have women's directors, yet none are like you. You are a scourge. You speak nonsense. You invade my home and steal. You are a robber. If you do not pay the fine, you are indeed a robber, you vile creature, a thief. You, what about you? You, wicked soul, will eventually meet your comeuppance. Your entire family will perish, and when they die, no one will carry your coffin." Wang's sister-in-law's insults grew increasingly heinous. "Enough of your nonsense." Zhang Suying, incensed by the insults, momentarily abandoned her official demeanor and shoved Wang's sister-in-law, causing her to stagger. This was a grave misstep. Wang, the sister-in-law, had been harboring her grievances for quite some time, and at this moment, they erupted in full force. "Ah, Zhang Suying, you audacious wretch, how dare you strike me? I shall not back down." She lunged forward, seizing Zhang Suying's hair, yanking it while simultaneously tripping her, bringing her crashing to the ground. Mounting her, she spat and clawed wildly, causing Zhang Suying to wail and thrash in agony. Goodness, Wang's sister-in-law has some skills. Li Chun marveled at her seamless execution of combat moves, undoubtedly indicative of practical experience. The women around rolled their eyes. Did you just realize? Even her husband, Wang Xian, wouldn't he dare to engage in a quarrel with her. She is genuinely formidable. In the village, when disputes arose, it was customary for bystanders to refrain from intervening, mostly content to observe the spectacle. However, if a physical altercation ensued, intervention became necessary, given the close-knit nature of the community. Yet, as Wang's sister-in-law dominated the women's director with overwhelming force, no one dared to intervene. Moreover, when Zhang Suying's relatives attempted to join the fray, the crowd deliberately obstructed their entry. A testament to the disdain held for this women's director. Li Chun was thoroughly entertained, generously distributing cigarettes to the gathered women, while also playing the role of a commentator, reveling in the excitement. A casual glance revealed that Gao Yuelon had mysteriously appeared by her side. She had not been visible moments before, akin to a phantom. "Dear aunt, weren't you off to catch chickens?" Gao Yuelon nonchalantly shared her peanuts with Li Chun, her eyes fixed intently on the unfolding drama. "Oh, dear aunt, a quick round and I'll have enough. I wouldn't want to hinder your duties." Li Chun, perplexed, thought to herself, "What do you mean, hinder? This is your family's celebration." Gao Yuelon's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she remarked, "Zhang Suying is finished." Despite her broader frame, in a scuffle, she would be no match for Wang Xian's wife. This woman is simply asking for a beating. We're all from the same village, yet she insists on provoking everyone. "Oh look, Zhang Suying's man is coming. You all better hold him back. This is a woman's fight. Don't meddle. Wang's sister-in-law continued her onslaught for a full 5 minutes before she finally released her grip, standing up and spitting in disdain. Huh, Zheng Suiying, you brought this upon yourself. I have 2 sons, and when they grow up, I will have them throw stones at your windows every day. When my sons have daughters, I will have them name her Wang Suiying. I'll make sure they torment you daily, berating you, and at night, they'll have their way with your mother. The villagers erupted in laughter. Li Chun nearly choking on her smoke. Goodness, Wang's sister-in-law is remarkably witty. Gao Yuelon chuckled heartily. This woman is truly fierce. As for Zheng Suiying, she was left in a pitiful state. Her hair was a chaotic mess, blood trickling from her nose, and her face smeared with dirt and spittle, resembling a ghastly specter. Struggling to her feet, she still attempted to maintain her bravado. Oh, Qi Xiaoyan, how dare you attack a government official? You shall pay for this. Some villagers, unable to contain their discontent, chimed in. What sort of government official are you? Given your actions, you deserve this beating. Indeed, we are all witnessing this. It was you who struck Wang's wife first, yet you dare to portray yourself as the victim. Have you no sense of shame? Zheng Suiying trembled with rage, and upon seeing her man in the crowd, she vented her frustration by delivering a couple of punches before being led away by him. What a thrill! The excitement in the village surpasses that of watching movies or videos. Li Chun, feeling quite satisfied, was about to head home when Sister Wang called out to him. Akan, wait a moment. What is it, sister? She replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. To his surprise, after just having celebrated a victory, Sister Wang, Qi Xiaoyan, began to weep, tears streaming down her face like pearls from a broken string, startling Li Chun into instinctively stepping back. Sister, let's talk calmly. I haven't done anything to provoke you. Qi Xiaoyan wiped her tears and choked out. Akan, I would like to discuss something with you. Go ahead. We have nothing left at home, and the 2 children are not getting enough milk. On the days you go fishing, could you bring me a couple of crucian carp or catfish? I could make soup to nourish them. The villagers all knew that Li Chun had 2 remarkable skills. First, he was an excellent swimmer, and second, he was unmatched in fishing. When he had free time, he often fished in the river, bringing home substantial catches, and even sold turtles to restaurants for money. His bicycle was earned from catching turtles and scorpions. However, since his rebirth, his focus had shifted entirely to making money, and he hadn't fished in quite some time. After Sister Wang's request, he felt a twinge of eagerness. Without hesitation, Li Chun agreed. Sure, I'll remember that. Once I finish my tasks in the next couple of days, I'll bring you some fish. This is nothing. In the past, whenever someone in the village was in confinement, Li Chun would willingly deliver the largest fish he caught. Although his reputation outside the village was not favorable, he would always lend a helping hand within his community, striving for peace of mind rather than fame or fortune. Qi Xiaoyan, emboldened by his quick agreement, broke into a smile. Then I thank you in advance. Returning to Donggo, Li Chun found his family gathered at old Zhu's house watching television. After a long day, he washed up and climbed onto the Kong, quickly drifting into slumber. The following morning, Li Chun loaded the family's large frying pan onto his tricycle, along with other household items, stacking them over a meter high. Make sure to be steady when you arrive at Uncle Zheng's place. If anything is missing, let Shizi know promptly to avoid any last-minute chaos. He heard that Zheng's family was hosting a feast with no less than 32 tables, making Li Weiguo itch with anticipation. Such a grand event was a rare sight. Alas, due to an injury, he could only remain at home. After securing the rope, Li Chun offered his father a cigarette. Rest assured, I'll ensure they build a sturdy tent. Cough, cough. Li Weiguo nearly choked on the smoke, wondering whom he was referring to. Get lost, you rascal. Ha ha. Tomorrow is the big day. And today the Zheng family was bustling with activity, with dozens of relatives and friends hard at work under Li Shi's direction. The pork belly and various seasonings were all in place, and Aunt Gao had even brought back a dozen large roosters. Li Chun did not jest with old Li. His foremost request was to ensure the construction of the shed, not out of concern for being uprooted by pigs, but to expand the scale of operations. The candied potatoes must remain intact. Li Chun needed to set up 3 stoves, as tomorrow a pot would be designated for frying potatoes. Chun, are we killing chickens now? Li Shi inquired. We'll do it in the afternoon. It's too hot. If we do it early, they might spoil overnight. What about the hawks? The hawks need to be prepared now. Uncle, you must find a few capable hands to assist me. Li Chun reiterated. They must be sturdy men. Li Shi laughed heartily. No problem. I'll arrange it right away. There was no need for Sister Qiu Yin and her companions today, but a multitude of helpers soon arrived. As Li Shi summoned 6 or 7 individuals specifically to lend a hand. Today, you will follow Chun's instructions. Whatever he asks you to do, you shall do. All right. Being fellow villagers, they were familiar with one another, and their camaraderie fostered a delightful atmosphere filled with laughter. Li Chun meticulously taught them how to pluck feathers, soak, and skin the chickens. As for the excess meat trimmed from the hawks, that was entrusted to Li Shi. Uncle, you decide where to place this. I will need this meat for making meatballs tomorrow. Li Shi pondered briefly and replied, leave it to me. I will store it in Yang Wanfu's refrigerator for now. And we can retrieve it in the morning. Will that suffice? Yes. As Li Shi carried the basin of meat outside, someone called for him just before he reached the door. He answered and set the basin down to attend to the matter. After a quick meal at the Zhang family's, he took a brief nap in the afternoon. Around 2 o'clock, Li Chun rose to begin stewing the hocks. A total of 32 hocks required 3 large pots to accommodate them barely. In the evening, he would need to stew chickens, necessitating at least 2 more large pots, thus requiring the cooperation of neighboring households. Li Chun also intended to prepare the spicy peanut dish in advance, but Li Shi was against it. The situation with Zhao Wu's family was still fresh in memory. Preparing it now would risk it being pilfered, leaving insufficient for tomorrow. Chapter 52. Core Techniques After Dinner. Li Chun commenced the process of killing chickens and organized a team to gather some cypress leaves from the mountains. After dispatching 17 roosters, the rendered chicken fat alone amounted to 4 or 5 pounds, which Li Chun unabashedly packed away. This was a prized ingredient, perfect for frying pancakes, sure to be utterly delectable. Additionally, there was a substantial bowl of chicken offal. Given the heat, it could not be left uncooked. After consulting with Aunt Gao, Li Chun prepared some dried chili peppers and made a spicy stir-fried chicken offal dish, filling 2 lunchboxes for himself and sharing the remainder for everyone to sample, which surprisingly garnered nearly 3,000 satisfaction points, truly a testament to the strength of teamwork. Coupled with the recent earnings from the railway restaurant, the total satisfaction points soared to over 9,000. With 32 tables set for tomorrow, it promised to be a bountiful endeavor. Next came the handling of the dressed chickens, a skilled task beyond the ability of others, who could only serve as an audience, encircling Li Chun to observe his subsequent maneuvers. The chicken wings were crossed and secured with the tips inserted into the beak. The joints between the thighs and feet were forcefully snapped, and the feet were tucked inside the cavity with remarkable dexterity. As the fire blazed, Li Chun carefully immersed each chicken into the pot for a half-minute blanch, then retrieved them to plunge into the icy well water for a brief cooling. This method bears resemblance to the preparation of baikiji, a traditional dish from the Guangdong region. The primary advantage of this approach lies in its ability to render the chicken skin exquisitely crisp and resilient, ensuring that it remains intact during the simmering process, thereby enhancing its visual appeal. The sugar is caramelized, water is added, and the chicken pieces are neatly arranged in the pot. As the water reaches a boil, the scum is skimmed off, and with a wave of his hand, Li Chun ushers everyone out. The atmosphere group expresses their dissatisfaction. Is this not sufficient? Are you afraid we might steal your craft? Li Chun, unabashed, smiles and nods. You are quite right. My family has relied on this skill for 3 generations. How could I allow you to pilfer it? He shooed everyone out as though they were young chicks, slamming the door behind him, causing the temperature in the kitchen to soar. Before long, even his undergarments were drenched. Although uncomfortable, he had to proceed in this manner. 80% of the dishes Li Chun mastered were gleaned from short videos and culinary documentaries of his previous life, yet most of what he learned were mere hollow shells, for they only imparted the superficial knowledge. The essence lies in the proprietary recipes and secret sauces, the core techniques that are never divulged. Similarly, Li Chun's smoked chicken recipe is the result of years of experimentation with hundreds of pounds of chicken legs and wings, refined until perfected. It is his most cherished technique, and should it fall into the hands of outsiders, it would bring him to tears. With the kitchen now vacated, it was time to showcase his true skills. The spices Li Chun required were not as intricate as those used in other marinated dishes. He needed only 17 varieties. However, he instructed Li Shi to procure 25, thereby obscuring his true intentions. One might say he was overly cautious, yet prudence is the mother of safety. Although the spice proportions were not measured with precise weights, he could achieve near perfection by hand, for it was simply a matter of familiarity. The spices were added, and a sieve placed on top to ensure that every part of the chicken was fully immersed in the broth, which required a slow simmer over low heat to keep the skin intact. Once everything was completed and the pot was covered, when Li Chun opened the kitchen door, he emerged as if he had just surfaced from water, a refreshing breeze sweeping over him, bringing immense comfort. As evening descended, the Zhang household became increasingly lively. Zhang Qiming was well-liked, and the people of this era were warm-hearted. After dinner, they would flock to share in the merriment, readily extending a helping hand wherever needed. The kitchen door was the epicenter of activity. A group of young men, including Berlin, Huzi, Zhao Pengyue, and Hu Zhuang, gathered around Li Chun, reveling in the aroma of the simmering chicken while engaging in boisterous banter. Initially, Zhao Pengyue and Hu Zhuang felt somewhat awkward in Li Chun's presence, but as he refrained from mentioning the embarrassing incident involving noodles, they soon reverted to their usual antics, causing Li Chun a headache from their incessant chatter. Unable to endure it any longer, Li Chun fetched 2 decks of cards, setting them up for a game of 510K. In the past, when they played purely for entertainment, Penalties typically involved sticky notes or weights. Today, however, Li Chun devised a more exhilarating form of punishment, drinking cold water. A full enamel basin of cool water weighed nearly 2 pounds, shared by a duo of companions. Initially, these fellows were at odds with one another, reveling in their merriment. Before an hour had elapsed, their eyes grew glazed, bellies distended, and they could scarcely bend at the waist, shuttling between the restroom and the kitchen, their vigor visibly waning. At this juncture, Li Chun felt quite at ease. After simmering for more than 2 hours, he ventured into the kitchen. As he lifted the lid, an even richer aroma surged forth, enticing the young men outside, their mouths watering as they tossed aside their playing cards and hurried inside. How delightful! The scent surpassed that of roasted chicken. Brother Air, could I have a taste of the wing to check the seasoning? Goodness, this is for tomorrow's feast. How audacious you are. I don't want the chicken, just let me sample the soup. Get lost, don't cause a ruckus here. Li Chun pushed a pile of salted pig's trotters aside, using his chopsticks to prod the chicken, finding it perfectly cooked. He retrieved the whole chickens from the pot, cleaned the large vessel, and shooed the others away once more. We're merely here to savor the aroma. It's not impeding your work. So why the rush to expel us? Exactly, we're just looking. Li Chun shot them a fierce glance. What is there to see? Get out. The group collectively rolled their eyes, yet they were ushered out by Li Chun. Hey, do you think Brother Air will indulge himself alone inside? Surely not. The chickens are whole, and even a missing piece of skin would be noticeable. I doubt he would steal a taste, but there is definitely some underhandedness afoot. Isn't there a saying about mischief behind someone's back? Be careful. Brother Air might give you an earful for that. From what I gather, the process seems somewhat akin to the secret methods of a barefoot doctor. Indeed, who knows? Earlier, Brother Air sent Dongzi to the mountains to fetch quite a few cypress leaves. I just noticed those leaves are in there, surely connected to whatever he is concocting. What could it possibly be? It appears to be emitting smoke. Goodness, such a thick smoke. Is it on fire? Brother Air, are you all right? Speak to us. Brother Air, what is happening inside? Open the door, please. Several voices clamored, drawing the attention of everyone from the Zhang family. Goodness, have we stumbled into the wrong place? Wasn't this the kitchen? Why does it now feel like we've entered a foundry? Chapter 53, Nothing Comes Easily. Windows, door crevices, and various gaps were spewing dense yellow smoke, accompanied by a strong burnt odor. It felt as though one were ensconced in the yellow wind cave from Journey to the West. Terrifying indeed. Zheng Qiming and Li Shi were drenched in cold sweat as they rushed to knock on the door. Air Chun, what on earth is happening in there? Open the door. Coughing, Li Chun's voice finally emerged from within. Stop banging. There's no fire. I'm just busy working. Go about your business and don't meddle here. Inside the kitchen, Li Chun was choking and tearing up, feeling as though he were on the verge of being overwhelmed by the smoke. To endure 2 pots of that was truly overwhelming. However, there is no alternative. If one wishes to keep their craft concealed, they must endure this hardship. Thus, it is said that earning money is arduous and consuming excrement is even more challenging. Everything is fraught with difficulty. Once all 17 chickens were perfectly smoked, a layer of fragrant oil was brushed onto their surfaces while still warm, enhancing their aroma and helping to retain moisture in the skin, preventing it from drying out. After completing this task, Li Chun meticulously cleaned out the spices used for stewing the chickens, along with the burnt residue from the pot, and placed it all into an empty water bucket. With a swift leap, he rushed out the door, clutching the bucket. Finally breathing in the fresh air after being cooped up, he felt as if he had just experienced a profound and lingering French kiss. How delightful! Zheng Qiming seized Li Chun's arm, visibly anxious. Man, you nearly scared me to death. I thought the kitchen was on fire. Li Chun chuckled. Nothing to worry about. I was just smoking the chickens. Make way. I need to go to the restroom. Upon reaching the outhouse, Li Chun dumped the remnants into the cesspit, finally at ease. Upon his return, the kitchen was already crowded with people, and before he even reached the door, he could hear a chorus of exclamations. Wow, that aroma is irresistible. I can't take it anymore. I just want to take a bite. Brother Air is back. Brother Air, could you please give me a small piece of meat to taste? Brother Air, I'm not greedy. Just let me have a lick. Li Chun shot back. Get lost. Have some dignity. Hu Zhuang chimed in. As long as I get a taste, you can slap me in the face. What more dignity do I need? Li Chun severely underestimated the audacity of these fellows, which was quite absurd. When Li Chun's refusal fell flat, the group shamelessly turned their pleas towards Gao Yuelon. Auntie, could we just tear off a little piece to taste? If it's not too salty, we could add some seasoning, right? Gao Yuelon found it difficult to deny them directly, awkwardly glancing at Li Chun. Li Chun was not lenient. These chickens are for show. There's no tasting for you. You'll have to wait until tomorrow's feast. Ai Fushun, with a forlorn expression, lamented, what a waste. At my house, it's only my father who gets to feast. I want to have a turn. Otherwise, I'd go back now to let my father have a taste. I think that's a splendid idea. You could still enjoy your father's banquet later. What a profit. After some commotion, the group of young men could only leave, wiping their mouths in disappointment, looking back longingly as they departed. Eventually, only Li Shi and Zheng Qiming remained, and Gao Yuelon could no longer hold back. Chun, is this chicken truly as delectable as you claim? Li Chun replied with a smile. I was just teasing those boys. There's plenty to spare. Auntie, would you like to have a taste? It's just come out of the pot, and is at its most delicious. Gao Yuelon's eyes sparkled. Really? Shall we taste it then? Zheng Qiming nodded. All right. Li Chun handed each of them a chicken wing, while giving Gao Yuelon a chicken thigh. The three of them indulged in the meal with great delight. Ding. Satisfaction value from Gao Yuelon. 100. Satisfaction value from Zheng Qiming. This is delicious, truly exquisite. My goodness, I have never tasted chicken so delectable. It's utterly fragrant. Chun, you should eat too. Don't be shy with Andy. Thanks, Andy. I was overwhelmed by the smoke earlier, so I can't eat right now. Enjoy it. Li Shi swiftly devoured a chicken wing, licking his fingers clean of grease, and gave Li Chun a thumbs up. My friend, your culinary skills are astounding. Far superior to your father's. How come I never noticed your talent before? Li Chun lit a cigarette for both Li Shi and Zheng Qiming, chuckling. I used to know how to do this. I just never considered making it my livelihood. It seems that working in this field is quite rewarding. Gao Yuelon nodded emphatically. Indeed, regardless of the era, a chef will never go hungry. But Hun, don't be picky. Take the remaining chicken leg home for Nan Nan to taste. It's infinitely better when it's warm. All right, I appreciate it, Aunt Gao. You all carry on. I'll check on the pork knuckles. They should be nearly ready. Li Chun inspected the condition of the pork knuckles in the other 3 large pots. After stewing since 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the meat was thoroughly cooked. Yet it had not reached his desired state. After waiting another half hour, he extinguished the flames beneath the 3 stoves, allowing the meat to gently simmer overnight in its broth, ensuring it would be perfectly cooked by morning. He specifically instructed Aunt Gao not to lift the pot lids, concerned about missing any details. After confirming everything was in order with Li Shi, he took the chicken fat and stir-fried chicken off to bid farewell and return home. As for the tricycle, he decided to leave it in Zhang's yard for the night. It would surely be safe there. Given the pitch-black night, riding was less convenient than walking. By the time Li Chun arrived home, it was nearly 10 o'clock. He had assumed his family would be asleep, but to his surprise, his father was still awake, sitting on the threshold smoking. Dad, you're still up? Li Weiguo extinguished his cigarette and stood. You didn't return all day. I was worried. How did the preparations go today? Li Chun sat beside his father on the threshold and recounted the day's events. Li Weiguo nodded. As long as there were no mishaps, that's good. Tomorrow, let your mother help you. She's meticulous and familiar with the process, far better than those other women. All right. I'll have her come over around 9. It's pointless for her to come too early. Also, don't forget to change your dressing tomorrow. I want to have time to accompany you, so ride carefully. Yesterday, Dr. Chi had mentioned that the wound was healing well with no signs of infection, and that a dressing change every 2 days would suffice. I remember, Li Chun replied. What do you have in your hands? I have some stir-fried chicken offal with chili. You can't eat that. This is raw chicken fat. I'll render it soon to use for pancakes. Li Weiguo glanced at it and said, it's too late. Let us leave that for tomorrow. Just sprinkle some salt on it and let it sit overnight. It won't spoil. Finally, Li Chun presented a chicken neck to Li Weiguo. Dad, try this. I made smoked chicken. Li Chun not only brought a chicken leg, but also tore off the chicken neck and head. As Li Weiguo accepted it, the aroma wafting to his nostrils astonished him. What a scent. Chapter 54. That kid is not a good person. Notification. Satisfaction level from Li Weiguo. 100. Li Weiguo gnawed on the chicken neck, incredulously gazing at Li Chun. Where did you learn such skills? Li Chun chuckled. This is a friend of mine from the city. He has a family recipe passed down from his father-in-law, said to have been used for making smoked chicken for the military governor's office years ago. I traded 2 boxes of Evergrande cigarettes for it. What do you think? Not a bad deal, right? Really? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? If I were to trick you, I might as well be your son. Could you not speak so rudely for once? Li Chun laughed heartily as he took a brief cold shower and pulled his father back into the West Room. It's so late, why aren't you asleep? We have to get up early tomorrow. Li Chun laid down on the Kong, inviting his father to sit beside him. Dad, I need to tell you something. What is it? I've purchased the old commune courtyard in town. I plan to start a deli there. Li Chun earnestly explained the process of acquiring the courtyard and his future plans to Li Weiguo. After listening, Li Weiguo remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. Such a significant matter, and you didn't even discuss it with the family beforehand? Li Weiguo sighed deeply, only to realize that he had dozed off. Darn it. After a long day, Li Chun's head hit the pillow, and his eyes closed instantly. He fought to finish what he wanted to say before finally succumbing to sleep. He slept soundly, while his father was troubled. Back in the East Room, Li Weiguo tossed and turned, unable to find rest, and eventually woke Wang Huilan with his sighs. What is wrong with you? Why are you sighing in the middle of the night? Li Weiguo managed a bitter smile. Let me tell you something. And you won't be able to sleep either. Wang Huilan scoffed. Spare me. Moments later, she suddenly sat up, grabbing the broom to storm into the West Room. only to be firmly restrained by Li Weiguo. Let me go? I must confront him. That brat is out of line. Li Weiguo urged, calm down. It's the middle of the night. Do you want the neighbors to hear and make a scene? Are we supposed to ignore it then? Wang Huilong glared, whispering fiercely. Li Weiguo pulled her back, speaking softly. That young man made a compelling case. It doesn't sound like nonsense. Isn't it nonsense? 2,600. What if he doesn't make a profit? How will he pay it back? Worry etched across Wang Huilong's face. Well, he has bought it now. What good does it do to dwell on it? I tasted the smoked chicken he made earlier, and it was quite good. If he can manage that and the peanuts he prepared, he should be able to recoup the costs. It's rare for him to be sensible. Let us not interfere. As long as he puts in the effort, if he does end up in debt, I can help him repay it. Wang Huilong's demeanor softened upon hearing this. And after a moment, she sighed. This stubborn child is truly my nemesis. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Li Chun was pulled from his warm bed by his father. Wake up. There's much to do today. We need to get there early so your uncles aren't kept waiting. What time is it? Almost 5. Get up. Dad, about what I told you last night. You've bought it already. What else is there to say? Li Chun jumped up with glee. Let us prepare fish and meat for stewing. The sooner we start, the better. Understood. Simultaneously managing 17 tables is no small feat. Do not be overly anxious. It is perfectly acceptable for the dishes to be served at a leisurely pace. As long as no errors occur. Rest assured, and do not forget to change the dressings. Understood, my affairs do not require your concern. Li Chun was in exceptionally high spirits, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. He splashed a basin of cool water and swiftly washed up in the courtyard. System. Can I assign a personalized tag to my old apron? Yes. Li Chun did not harbor any aversion to personalized tags. To expand one's influence in a short span of time, one must cultivate a sense of topical relevance. This principle mirrors that of aspiring short video creators striving for prominence and fame. One must produce captivating content to seize attention. Thus, even if it involves a degree of sensationalism, so what? After all, it is all in pursuit of profit, and there is no shame in that. On that day at Zhao Wu's home, time was too scarce for Li Chun to contemplate what to write. However, after a few days of reflection, he found an idea that was rather intriguing. Though somewhat audacious, it possessed a certain topicality. Following his instincts, Li Chun entrusted the apron to the system for processing, exchanged greetings with his father, and departed from home. With a total of 32 tables, opening 17 simultaneously in the second round indeed presented a challenge today. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. Challenges must be embraced. If none exist, one must create them to showcase one's distinct abilities. The banquets at Zhao Wu's and Zheng Qiming's establishments were undoubtedly exceptional in this era, not only in this village, but even across the entire town. Few could compare to their standards. The venue was sufficiently grand, the number of guests ample, and most importantly, it included 10 tables filled with employees from the crankshaft factory. This was not merely an opportunity to build one's reputation. It was the best chance to engage with the factory's workforce, and it was imperative to seize this moment. Li Chun first visited the local tofu shop, intending to enjoy a bowl of tofu pudding. Just as luck would have it, the tofu had just been freshly made. So he asked for a piece of hot tofu and savored it with soy sauce. Having just finished the tofu, he noticed that the soy milk was also ready, and he eagerly poured himself a bowl and began to drink. Feeling satisfied and content, Li Chun stood up leisurely. Old Zhang, who was preparing the seasoning by the tofu shop, glanced at him and remarked, 8 cents for the tofu, 2 cents for the soy milk. Li Chun's hand hesitated as he reached for his wallet. What did old Zhang mean by that? Did he fear that he would refuse to pay? For a mere 10 cents, was it truly necessary to fret? Even if he were to indulge in a piece of tofu, what of it? Hadn't his family helped sell countless blocks of tofu throughout the year? Did old Zhang not have any sense of appreciation for that? Li Chun tossed a dime onto the table and paused at the doorway, turning back to old Zhang to inquire, Grandpa Zhang, I've heard that the tofu makers from Dashimio village often come here to sell. Is that true? After uttering this seemingly nonsensical remark, Li Chun strode out, leaving old Zhang bewildered, holding his ladle in confusion. What did that young man mean? Would the arrival of tofu sellers from another village affect his business? Did he truly need to rely on that brat? Ridiculous. Alas, the marinated sauce has been excessively added. This could spell disaster. Lilar, you troublesome fellow. You are indeed a bane. Just then, Zhang Chunfang, the daughter of Lao Zhang, entered and was startled to see her father in a fit of rage. Dad, what is the matter? Nothing much, just steer clear of Li's second son from now on. That lad's gaze towards you is rather unsettling. He is certainly not a good person. Zhang Chunfang sighed and face-bombed. Her father seemed to think that any man who glanced at her was no good. Honestly, am I truly that attractive? How could I be unaware of this? Chapter 55. Is there poison in the meat? Upon arriving at the Zheng household, the family was gathered for breakfast. Hun, come quickly. Aunt has made dumpling soup. Drink 2 bowls while it's hot. Aunt, I'll come after I finish. You all eat at your leisure while I check on the pork knuckles. Did you really eat? Of course. Would I lie to you? All right then. Since Li Shi is yet to arrive, I'll go greet Aunt. Sure. Li Chun first inspected the pork knuckles in the pot. A gentle touch revealed the skin to be perfectly tender, the timing impeccable. Splendid. He then set about brewing the bone broth and tidied up his workstation. As the clock struck 5:30, Sister Chiu Yin awaited the arrival of helpers, who came in succession. Not only the usual crew, but due to the overwhelming workload today, Zheng Qiming had enlisted several more women to assist. Additional gentlemen were also brought in to help with the oil trays, including Wang Xian. Gao Yuelon, with her warm heart, had approached Wang Xian's wife the previous night after the melon gathering and invited her husband to lend a hand today, ostensibly a request for assistance. Yet those in the know understood the underlying intent. Helping with the grand feast meant partaking in the meal without needing to bring gifts, and at the end, they could take home leftovers. Wang Xian's wife was undoubtedly eager to accept. As the head chef, Li Chun took charge, exchanged a few pleasantries, and promptly assigned tasks. The men were primarily responsible for arranging tables and chairs, while the women washed and prepared the ingredients. Aunt Zhang nudged him with her shoulder and asked, "Akan, will there be sesame peanuts today?" "Indeed. Make more. I didn't eat enough that day." Li Chun shot her a glance. "You can taste. But eating your fill is impossible. With so many people, not even 10 pounds would suffice for your appetite." Laughter erupted as Li Chun retrieved an apron emblazoned with a distinctive design, drawing everyone's attention. "Oh wow. Second brother, how did you get those words on your apron?" "I paid to have them printed. Would I have written them myself?" Li Chun raised an eyebrow at Aunt Zhang, his face brimming with pride. "Aunt, what do you think?" Aunt Zhang chuckled and nodded. "The colors are rather vibrant." Li Chun's expression darkened. "I asked how these two phrases turned out." Aunt Zhang rolled her eyes. "Go to your father. I can't read. What do you expect me to see?" Laughter filled the room, leaving Li Chun feeling quite embarrassed. "Ahem. For those who cannot read, listen closely. I shall recite it for you." Li Chun confidently pointed to the red lettering on his apron and proclaimed with a loud voice. "In Rihe River Township, I am the top chef. Hire me for a feast, and you'll be dazzled." The couplet reads, "Starting fee is 20. How about that?" The moment those words escaped his lips, a collective laughter erupted among all present, including passers-by. Li Chun's face darkened to a hue rivaling that of a charred pot. "What is so funny? Is there anything amusing about it? It's quite catchy." Laughter echoed. "Haha, I can't take it anymore. Spending money to print a catchy phrase on an apron. Akan, what were you thinking?" Li Hu scratched his head. "I think it's all right. Given my second brother's literacy level, coming up with these 2 lines is quite impressive." "Second brother is remarkable." Li Chun kicked him lightly. "Remarkable? This is a couplet." "A couplet? What's so funny about it? From today onward, this couplet will be my signature. If you want to impress with a feast, come to me, and I guarantee your satisfaction. The starting labor fee is 20 yuan. Remember, that's the minimum. If the demands are higher or the difficulty greater, additional charges will apply, the specifics of which I will determine." At this, the laughter ceased. Li Shi, who had just entered the courtyard, inquired, "I've heard people in the village discussing that you will charge 20 yuan for a feast. I thought it was just a rumor, but it seems to be true?" Clearly, Li Shi was unaware that Li Chun's fee had already increased today at the Zheng family's. Li Chun was momentarily taken aback. Didn't Aunt Gao mention it to anyone else? That can't be right. How could she keep it to herself? Ahem. Of course it's true. But 20 is just the starting price. The actual fee will depend on the amount of work involved. Akan, isn't 20 a bit excessive? Most families wouldn't be willing to spend that much. Li Chun smiled. That's fine. If they can't afford it, they can go to my father. He is cheaper. All right, enough of the spectacle. Let us get to work. Uncle Shizi, where did you put the scraps of meat I trimmed yesterday? Hurry and bring them to me. I need them to prepare the filling. I froze them in Yang Wanfu's refrigerator yesterday. This morning at 4. I took them out and soaked them in water. They should be thawed by now. Come with me to check. The two proceeded to the kitchen next door at the Chun family, where the scraps of meat Li Chun had trimmed from the pork knuckle were soaking in an enamel basin. He picked up a piece and squeezed it. It had completely thawed. Just then, a notification chimed. Ding! Detected trace amounts of OO-dimethyl O22-dichloroethyl phosphate in this meat. Ingestion may cause symptoms such as headache, dizziness, nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea. A chill ran down Li Chun's spine, and goosebumps erupted across his body. This meat was toxic? Cold sweat broke out on Li Chun's forehead. The other day at the Zhao family, he had communicated with the system, and due to the limitations of the ingredients, no alerts were prompted as there were no significant issues. Subsequently, including yesterday's preparations, Li Chun had overlooked the food safety inspection procedures. Thanks to the alert now, if something had gone wrong, it would have been catastrophic. Food safety is of paramount importance in the culinary industry and for chefs. If his dishes harmed someone, and he was charging a starting fee of 20, what a disaster. In the future, no one will dare to hire you for any banquet. And that will forever be a stain on the chef's reputation. Li Chun engaged in silent communication with the system. Spare me the cryptic jargon. I cannot comprehend it. Just tell me plainly what kind of poison this is. How can it be so potent in merely trace amounts? Dimethyl O22-dichloroethylene phosphate is a common pesticide known as dichlorvos. Oh my. System. Can you determine how dichlorvos contaminated the meat? The system can only detect food safety. It does not have investigative capabilities. What is going on? Is the meat spoiled? Li Shi, noticing his sudden distraction, gave him a light nudge. Li Chun brought the meat closer to his nose and inhaled. Indeed, there was a faint scent of dichlorvos. As a rural dweller, he was all too familiar with that odor, even though he had never worked in the fields. He remembered how Wang Huilan had frequently sprayed dichlorvos on his head to combat lice, prompting him to get a buzz cut as soon as he was reborn. A wave of dread washed over Li Chun. The scent was so subtle, nearly imperceptible. Had it not been for the system's alert, he would have never discovered it. If someone were to consume this, even if the consequences were not as dire as the system described, it could still diminish their appetite and severely impact his ability to earn satisfaction points. What a loss that would be. Chapter 56. Not sharpened? Li Chun presented the meat to Li Shi. Uncle Shi, take a whiff and tell me what you think. Li Shi took it and exclaimed, spoiled? Impossible. He leaned in to sniff. It's not spoiled, is it? Li Chun insisted, take a closer sniff. Li Shi inhaled deeply and suddenly furrowed his brow. Dichlorvos? How can there be a scent of dichlorvos on this? Cold sweat instantly broke out on Li Shi's forehead. Can this still be used? Li Chun felt a surge of urgency. What? You still want to use it? Uncle, are you out of your mind? If someone gets sick, can you take responsibility for that? Li Shi, startled by Li Chun's outburst, came to a realization. He had been somewhat dazed earlier. Rural folk often save every morsel. Even picking up cornbread that had fallen on the ground and brushing off the dirt to continue eating. How could he let go of over 10 pounds of meat? However, upon reflection, this was a matter of life and death. If someone were to fall ill, his position as prime minister would be jeopardized. You are right. This meat cannot be used. I will arrange for someone to sell it at the town butcher. They will return in less than half an hour. You go prepare something else. Li Chun's expression darkened. What? Is simply buying meat enough? What else is there to do? Uncle, are you confused? This is poisoning. I discovered it today. What if nobody had found out and someone had eaten it? I prepared the dish. If there is a problem, the responsibility falls entirely on me. Uncle Shi, this is not a trivial matter. We must understand how dichlorvos ended up on this meat. Whether it was directed at me or the Zhang family. There must be an explanation. As prime minister, you need to investigate and provide me with an answer. Li Shi slapped his forehead and nodded emphatically. Yes, you are correct. My mind was a bit scattered earlier. This matter must be clarified. The estimation is not difficult. I have handled all the meat myself, and I will retrace my steps to identify the source of the mishap. Leave the investigation to me. You should attend to other matters. It is imperative that this issue remains undisclosed. Otherwise, chaos will ensue. Rest assured, I shall provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Li Chun felt a sense of relief and, lighting a cigarette for Li Shi, said, Uncle, my earlier outburst was not directed at you. This is, after all, a significant matter that could ruin me with one misstep. Therefore, I must comprehend the situation. Even if someone is plotting against me, I must discern who that individual is. Uncle understood the gravity of the situation and reassured him. Do not worry, I will certainly get to the bottom of this. Upon returning to the shed, Li Chun found himself empty-handed. The women inquired, but he offered only casual responses. However, the earlier events weighed heavily on his mind, making every ingredient appear suspicious. Uncertain, he set aside his current tasks and personally examined every item, including seasonings and even the meat and fish simmering in the pot. When no further system alerts emerged, Li Chun finally felt a sense of relief. With 32 banquet tables to manage, the workload was immense, leaving no moment of respite for the helpers. While working, Li Chun also kept an eye on the newcomers, who lacked experience and were oblivious to their tasks. He found himself constantly urging them, his voice growing hoarse from shouting. When the sesame-coated peanuts were ready, the women momentarily abandoned their tasks, each grabbing a generous handful, fearing they might miss out. These are truly delicious when coated in sesame, they exclaimed, savoring the delightful taste. This time, apart from a few who had never tasted them before and thus awarded full satisfaction ratings, the contributions of others diminished. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. Small accumulations lead to greater outcomes, especially with new dishes to anticipate. Oh, system brother, it seems there hasn't been a task issued today. The first task is a minor test of the host's abilities. Subsequent system tasks will be randomly assigned based on circumstances. Li Chun scoffed, hoping for another channel card. But it appeared that today would not yield that fortune. How stingy. Li Xiaomei said, Akan, I still have several plots of sesame in my mountain land. This autumn, I do not plan to exchange them for sesame oil, but I will prepare some peanuts. Could you help your sister-in-law make some sesame peanuts for the children to enjoy during the new year? Li Chun smiled. No problem. My family plans to prepare some as well, and I will notify you when the time comes. Anyone who wishes to join me can bring their ingredients to my house. The women were overjoyed, exclaiming, That is wonderful. How generous. Li Chun added, however, this offer is exclusively for those who work with me. I shall not cater to others. Hey, we are more than satisfied to receive your help. The fish, meat, and bone broth were already simmering, while the meatballs would have to wait for Li Shi to return with the meat before they could be fried. Taking advantage of the current lull, Li Chun retrieved the 3-piece chef's knife set awarded for his act of valor. Ah, these feel substantial, he remarked, as he opened the soft deer leather case to reveal the 3 knives nestled within, their blades and handles made of seamless pure steel, each handle adorned with shallow grooves. Li Chun withdrew the kitchen knife, gripping the handle with his right hand, his fingers perfectly fitting into the grooves. Such a sensation. It felt as if the knife were an extension of his own body, beyond description in its comfort. The junction where the handle met the blade was inscribed with Li Chun in elegant calligraphy, glimmering under the sunlight, elevating its prestige. However, upon inspecting the blade, he realized with dismay that it was not sharpened. What? It's dull? I was looking forward to my first experience today, and it turns out it's not even sharpened? The unexpected revelation nearly caused Li Chun to strain his back. He pulled out the boning knife and cleaver, all disappointingly unsharpened. System, please provide me with a satisfactory explanation. It is common knowledge that new tools are not sharpened upon leaving the factory. Did the host not know this? Li Chun was taken aback. He genuinely had no idea of this convention. It made sense upon reflection. After all, a sharpened tool poses inherent dangers, and during packaging and transport, accidents are bound to occur. Forget it, I'll just put them away for now. One day when I hear the sounds of sharpening knives, I can take all 3 out for a bit of work. It's hardly a significant expense. Chun, where shall we put the meat that has been purchased? Li Shi returned remarkably quickly, having procured it in less than half an hour. Li Chun accepted the meat and handed it over to 2 women for preparation, while he was pulled aside by Li Shi. What's wrong? Has the news spread that quickly? Li Chun asked, astonished. Li Shi wore a grim expression. It's true, it was the child of Fu Sheng's family. But it's all a misunderstanding. Yesterday, as Li Shi approached Yang Wanfeng's house to get frozen meat, he was called to pick something up and casually placed the meat basin on the ground. At that moment, Zheng Qiming's eldest daughter-in-law was in the outhouse spraying pesticide, accompanied by her 5-year-old son. With guests expected tomorrow, the pesticide would eliminate flies and odors, and a sprinkle of white ash would enhance cleanliness. Just after finishing, Zheng Fuxing's wife suddenly felt the urge and dropped the spray bottle to relieve herself. Seizing the opportunity, the child took the spray bottle and began spraying haphazardly, only to notice 2 flies resting atop the meat basin, and with a few quick sprays, chaos ensued. Chapter 57. Li family smoked chicken at that moment. The air was thick with the scent of the pesticide, and when Li Shi returned, he paid little mind. Reflecting back, he quickly identified the root of the issue. Children do not lie, and upon inquiry, they confessed everything. What a waste, all that meat gone in just a few minutes. Li Shi lamented deeply. Li Chun was taken aback. He had not anticipated the truth to unfold so dramatically. Overall, this outcome was preferable, far better than a deliberate act of sabotage. After all, while one can evade a direct attack, hidden dangers are far more insidious. This incident served as a wake-up call for Li Chun, reminding him that accidents can arise at any moment, necessitating constant vigilance. Uncle Shi, did that child get punished? I didn't hear any cries, Li Chun inquired. Li Shi rolled his eyes. You truly enjoy stirring the pot. That child has to help the bride with her face wash today. He cannot be punished now. Such a waste of over 10 pounds of meat. He'll likely face a reckoning at home tonight. Enough of this. Let us not dwell on the past. We have things to attend to. On the women's side, the minced meat was nearly ready, and Li Chun added a thin layer of charcoal to the stove in preparation for frying the meatballs. At that moment, his mother, Wang Huilan, arrived, cheerfully greeting the women. She approached Li Chun, her smile transforming as if by magic, quickly overshadowed by a thick frost. A chill ran down Li Chun's spine, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Hey, weren't you supposed to come later? Before he could finish his sentence, his mother pinched him sharply at the waist, twisting it mercilessly. Li Chun gritted his teeth, sweating from the pain. Mom, what are you doing? Wang Huilan moved to his back and whispered fiercely, You rascal. Your audacity knows no bounds. I'll deal with you later. Hey, where did the words on your apron come from? From the printing factory, he stammered. Oh, you wasteful child. Why on earth would you print such a thing? Doesn't tea that cost at least 20 cents? With all that debt hanging over us, you squander money recklessly. You're driving me to the brink. Wang Huilan continued her tirade, and Li Chun felt a headache coming on, quickly pulling her aside. Mom, I'm busy. Can we talk about this at home? Humph. Wang Huilan shot him a glare, but finally ceased her complaints. What can I help you with? Li Chun glanced around and replied, I don't need your help here. Why don't you assist Aunt Zhang with peeling potatoes? In this era, it was uncertain whether peeling knives were available. Even if they were, people hesitated to use them due to the high cost of wear. Thus, they used iron spoons to scrape the skins off the potatoes, a slower method but one that minimized waste. Today, they needed to prepare 32 plates of candied sweet potatoes, which required a large basin filled with potatoes. Aunt Zhang had been working for half an hour and still had half to go. With his mother's arrival, an extra pair of hands would hasten the process. The first round of the banquet was set to commence at 11, and by around 10, all preparations were finally complete. As for the task of frying the potatoes, that would soon be entrusted to his mother. Li Chun calculated the time and instructed someone to start heating the pork elbow pot, finally allowing himself a moment to sit down and enjoy a cigarette. Guests began to arrive, each bringing gifts, and the courtyard gradually became livelier. Suddenly, the sound of firecrackers erupted, signaling the return of the bridal party. Wow! Where did old Zhang procure that jeep for the wedding? That's impressive. I heard it's the factory director's personal vehicle, which old Zhang borrowed from their convoy. Old Zhang is quite remarkable. The director's car isn't something just anyone can borrow. I'm so envious. When I got married, my husband merely borrowed a bicycle to take me home. I can't even imagine riding in a jeep. Just be grateful. When I got married, I borrowed a donkey cart from the team. It took us 2 hours to travel 17 miles. Alright, that's enough of that. Li Chun noticed the women chattering endlessly and quickly urged them to focus. Today's task was significant, with 8 tables set for the first round. Everyone needed to stop dawdling and start preparing the cold dishes. Okay, everyone put away their jokes and entered a state of readiness. Son, when will we start frying the potatoes? Wang Huilan inquired. At this moment, exercise caution as you carefully slide down the edge of the pot, ensuring you do not scald yourself. I am well aware of that. Do I need your instruction? Having gone through the process, Li Shi shouted excitedly, Open, feast. Li Chun, standing tall, cupped his hands around his mouth and exclaimed, Oil platter. Attention. Though it was their first time participating, Wang Xian and the others had witnessed such scenes before. Once someone took the lead, they immediately fell into rhythm, their voices rivaling those of Berlin and the others. Cold dishes, clear the table. At your service. Pour it on. Turn slowly. Li Chun believed the most distinctive feature of rural wedding banquets lay in this call-and-response dynamic, which could instantly elevate the atmosphere. When it was time to present the smoked chicken, Li Chun instructed, when serving, announced that this is the Li family's smoked chicken. The servers were momentarily taken aback, all gazing at Li Chun. Trust me, just shout it out. Berlin replied, Understood. Here comes the Li family's smoked chicken. Ding. Satisfaction score from Yang Xiuyan. 100, from Qiu Zuelan's satisfaction score. Huh. Li Chun was focused on the reactions ahead, wondering why Qiuyan and the others were accumulating satisfaction scores. Turning around, he noticed several women preparing cold dishes, licking their lips, their eyes fixated on the uncut, smoked chicken. Li Chun felt embarrassed. Have you all been sneaking bites? Yang Xiuyan placed her hands on her hips and glared. Nonsense. Who's sneaking bites? I merely tasted the oil on my fingers. Oh my. Li Chun couldn't help but curse. He never anticipated that his smoked chicken would have such an impact, that merely savoring the flavor could yield such satisfaction. 2 words, impressive. Li Chun had no doubt about Qiuyan's honesty. Sneaking bites was the norm here, and she had no need to fabricate lies. Today, the quantity is limited. We'll eat together at the end. Rest assured, during the new year, bring the chicken to me, and I will arrange everything for you. Wow, that's wonderful, Akun. You are so understanding. The women were overjoyed. Meanwhile, the servers brought the chicken to the dining table, not forgetting to explain, turn slowly. Here comes the Li family's smoked chicken. Villager, Li family's smoked chicken? Is that from the newly opened smoked chicken shop in town? Server, what are you thinking? This is crafted by our master, Li Chun. Just remember, this is called Li family's smoked chicken. The villagers were taken aback. Akun had made such a fuss over a chicken, insisting on the name. How showy. Yet, as they tasted a piece, their eyes widened, and they fell silent, quickly grabbing another piece to hoard in their bowls. Satisfaction score from Chun Yongsheng, 100, from Yang Shikuei, 100. In an instant, satisfaction scores surged, and Li Chun could hardly keep track. However, it mattered little, as he simply smiled broadly. Chapter 58. Who is Dongpa? The smoked chicken on the table was swiftly devoured, allowing everyone to relax and converse briefly, tacitly avoiding mention of the previous indiscretions. After all, they were all in the same boat. No one had the right to mock another. I must say, Akun, your culinary skills are quite impressive. This smoked chicken is far superior to that of the deli. Indeed, not only the smoked chicken, but the spiced peanuts are also exceptional. They pair wonderfully with drinks. Ah, have you heard? The word in the village is that hiring him for a feast will cost no less than 20 yuan. My classmates nodded in unison, clearly aware of the rumor. The village women are remarkably swift in their gossip, and their influence is undeniable. Urchin's culinary skills surpass those of old Li by leaps and bounds. Yet 20 yuan seems excessive. We barely earn that much from a month of farming. Humph. We are from the same village. And he truly dares to ask for such a sum. With a modicum of skill, he seems to have forgotten his own name. How arrogant. However, some possess discernment. In my opinion, Urchin's expertise is undoubtedly worth 20 yuan. It is not merely a matter of money, but one of reputation. Zhao Wu's feasts are still the talk of the village. Just look at today's gathering at old Zhang's. It surely eclipses Zhao Wu's. Indeed, when my youngest son gets married, I shall spare no expense and hire a Chun for 20 yuan. You must be joking. Your youngest is still a child, and by the time he speaks of a bride, a Chun may well demand 200. Ha! As the guests engaged in lively discussion, Li Chun, while delighted, busily sautéed vegetables, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His mother, a devoted assistant, swiftly wiped his forehead, demonstrating an admirable synergy. Sister Chiuyan, take Berlin and the others to fetch the pig's knuckles, but be gentle. If you overcook them, they might fall apart. Yang Chiuyan nodded. Don't worry, I've got it covered. Li Chun glanced over. His mother's fried potatoes were nearly sufficient for 8 plates. So he instructed her to pause. Sister Xiaomei, please bring out 8 plates and lightly grease the bottoms with your fingers. All right. Li Chun then meticulously cleaned the wok, scooped a ladle of water, and added a pound of sugar to start caramelizing. Although using oil would expedite the process, the quantity of food today was immense, and the high heat was unmanageable. One moment of inattention could lead to disaster. The key to caramelizing sugar lies in the heat. Too little, and it will not thread. Too much, and it will taste bitter. Though using water is slower, it allows for better control. As the steam evaporated, the syrup in the pot thickened, forming fine bubbles. When the bubbles reached their peak and the syrup slightly changed color, Li Chun quickly lifted the pot off the heat. His mother handed him a full enamel basin of fried potatoes just as the bubbles in the pot dissipated. This was the perfect moment. He swiftly added the potatoes to the pot, tossing them until each piece was coated in syrup, and quickly plated them. The women watched eagerly, and Li Chun, noticing their anticipation, shook the ladle a few times while filling the 8 plates, ultimately reserving half a plate for them to sample first. The women were profoundly touched. It was indeed Chun. This lad truly knows how to cater to people, far surpassing that stubborn old Li. The dishes were served. Caramelized potatoes. Here they come. The platters were whisked away, and the pig's knuckles were all set. Li Chun began to heat oil to prepare the sauce. The women could hardly contain their excitement as they dove into the caramelized potatoes. Oh, it's so hot. Use chopsticks, don't pinch with your hands. Goodness, it really threads. Wow, it's nearly a meter long. Son, where did you learn this dish? It's absolutely delightful. From Wang Huilan's perspective, satisfaction was at a perfect score of 100. The women, unabashedly indulging in their delight, filled the air with laughter as Li Chun busily remarked. Once the sweet potatoes are harvested in autumn, the candied sweet potatoes and candied apples will be even more delectable. With their mouths full, the women could only nod in response. The atmosphere at the table grew increasingly lively, filled with exclamations of surprise, and even someone standing on a stool to pull the candy, which provoked uproarious laughter and elevated the ambience to a crescendo. Li Chun beamed and began preparing another signature dish, dompa pork. Although merely a name, the dish varies significantly in flavor between the north and south, with the accompanying sauces differing greatly as well. Li Chun alone held mastery over 5 distinct preparations. Today, keeping in mind the local palate and future acceptance, he opted for the simplest composite flavor, a fish fragrant sauce. The vibrant red sauce, drizzled over the quivering whole pork hock, captured the women's attention, including that of his mother, Wang Huilan, whose eyes widened in astonishment. The presentation alone was worthy of full marks, revealing a new way to appreciate pork hock. As the dompa pork was served, gasps of wonder erupted from the diners. Wow, is the entire hock dried up? They marveled at its appearance, noting the skin quivering, appearing tender and succulent. Berlin. Is this dompa pork made by Zhang Dompa from the 5th Brigade? Nonsense. This is made by my second brother. Then why is it called dompa pork? Who is Dompa? He is your second uncle. Hey, you little rascal, dare you challenge me? You all conspired against me behind my back. Leave some for me. Delicious. The hock is exquisite, and the sauce is even better. The skin is the best part, sticky and full of flavor. In attendance, everyone was tasting this dish for the very first time, utterly astonished and unable to resist its allure. Satisfaction scores soared, nearly all at a perfect 100, resulting in an explosive wave of appreciation for Li Chun, who was overjoyed. The final dishes, the 4 happiness meatballs and braised carp, were completed with a whistling flourish. As the last dish was served, Li Chun sat on a stool, a satisfied smile gracing his face. When his mother first arrived, her expression had been stern, but after savoring a chicken wing, she immediately broke into a smile, her eyes sparkling. After cleaning the pot, Wang Huilan sat beside her son, her face radiating maternal affection. My son, how are you so talented? You surpass your grandfather and father. Li Chun raised an eyebrow at his mother and replied with a chuckle, what can I say? It's all for you. Those words struck a chord with her, and her smile was 1,000 times brighter than the sun at noon. Mom, please don't be upset about the house purchase. Get lost. You're aware that I'm angry? That's over $2,000. You didn't even discuss such a significant matter with us. You nearly gave me a heart attack. The 2 women, hidden behind the stove, were whispering, oblivious to Zheng Qiming's arrival, and were startled by his sudden voice. "Uncle, do you need something?" Chapter 59. What is happening in this day and age? Gentlemen, today I owe you a great debt of gratitude. I will properly thank you later. Li Chun comprehended his intent. Zhang Qiming had specifically come to express his gratitude, not merely for the culinary delights that had enhanced his reputation, but primarily for the unforeseen incident with the pesticide that had spared his family from a grave calamity. Had it not been for his timely discovery, the Zhang family would have faced dire consequences. From that point onward, life for Zhang Qiming, both in the village and at work, would be fraught with challenges. Li Chun chuckled. It was the least I could do. If something had truly gone awry, I would have been in trouble too. Zhang Qiming patted Li Chun on the shoulder, nodding. "Uncle, let's not dwell on it. Soon, our colleagues from the unit and the brick factory will gather around the table. And I must get busy. You should rest while you can. I'll head over now." As soon as Zhang Qiming departed, Wang Huilan, brimming with curiosity, inquired, "What did he want from you? What else could it be?" "Compliments on my culinary skills." Li Chun dared not divulge the truth, for if he did, by nightfall, the entire village would be in the know. Wang Huilan's face radiated pride. He certainly has discerning taste. He was dismissive the other day, but now he recognizes your talents. Just look at how delighted your Aunt Gao is. Her back teeth are practically exposed in her grin. Indeed, with the feast your son prepared, their family has certainly earned considerable face, she added. Wang Huilan scoffed. Face is merely purchased with money. A lavish spread of fish and meat, after more than 30 tables. They must have incurred significant losses. During this period in Rihe, the customary gift was generally 2 yuan, with 8 guests per table, amounting to 16 yuan. Today's feast, enhanced by Zhang Qiming's addition of stewed meat, cost just over 15 yuan per table, which, in theory, should not be a loss. However, the calculations were more complex. The 15 yuan only accounted for the cost of 12 dishes, excluding beverages and staple foods. Moreover, not everyone presented cash. At least half of the guests brought gifts such as bed linens, quilt covers, and wash basins. Families with good connections often received so many gifts that they could scarcely store them all, and they could not use them all at once. Selling them at the local convenience store would depreciate their value by at least half. Frugal individuals would hesitate to part with such items, opting instead to save them for future celebrations at other households. Thus, a cycle of reciprocal gifting ensued, while the expenses for the feast were paid in hard cash. Consequently, hosting weddings during this time rarely yielded profit. It was merely a matter of minimizing losses. Li Chun chuckled. You needn't worry about them. Uncle Zhang earns well enough and isn't afraid of incurring losses. It's all about maintaining face. Wang Huilan turned to him, saying hence, being a worker is preferable, stable income and dignity. I truly wonder how you think, my son. Mom, please rest. I'll just step out for a moment. As he observed his mother entering her nagging mode, Li Chun wished he could slap himself and promptly made his escape. The first round concluded much sooner than anticipated. Aside from the newlyweds table, the other 6 tables gradually dispersed within half an hour. The primary reason was Li Chun's exquisite cooking. The dishes, once served, were devoured in no time, truly embodying the essence of a lively banquet. Those who typically indulged in drinking and lingering found themselves in a rather unfortunate predicament today. As he took a sip of wine, the dishes on the table were already reduced by half. With another sip, there was no opportunity left even to lick the plate. What was the point of drinking if the wine remained untouched and the dishes were emptied? What was there to linger for while merely chatting? The guests ate quickly, granting Li Chun and his companions more breathing space. Yet only his mother, Wang Huilan, tirelessly resumed frying potatoes. Li Chun wished to take her place, but his mother, feeling for her son, staunchly refused to allow it. How touching. Just past midnight, workers from the brick factory and the crankshaft factory began to arrive in succession, and Zhang Qiming and his wife stood at the door to greet them warmly. Enough chatter. Everyone get up and prepare to start working. Huzi, this round has many people. Be extra cautious when serving the dishes. Make sure not to spill them on anyone. Sister Yali, please cut the smoked chicken into larger pieces for presentation. It will appear more substantial. Aunt Zhang, please select 17 large plates in preparation for the elbows. In the previous round, one plate was too small, and the broth spilled out. As Li Chun orchestrated the preparations with meticulous order, he noticed passing workers from the crankshaft factory and offered polite smiles and nods. However, it was somewhat awkward. While the older employees were fine, the younger ones seemed quite fearful of him, darting away like startled kittens, some even turning back mid-stride to avoid his gaze. What Li Chun did not know was that these younger workers genuinely feared him. Though the villagers were aware of Li Chun's reckless behavior outside, they knew him well. These workers were different. The crankshaft factory was right in town, and they held a deep apprehension towards Li Chun, who had once been a notorious troublemaker. Particularly the rootless technical school graduates viewed Li Chun as a plague to be avoided at all costs. A group of young people kept their distance, gathering at the dining table to whisper and point in his direction. Isn't that the town's ruffian, Li Chun, cooking? What do you mean I assent that? It is him. Wow. Instead of wielding a cleaver, he's now handling a kitchen knife. Is he changing careers? Shoo, keep your voice down, or he might hear you. Did you see the words on his apron? Top chef of Rehexiang. What a bold claim. Such people are typically arrogant and used to being above others. As the cold dishes gradually appeared at the table, the aroma wafted enticingly. Oh my, this is truly delicious. These are actually peanuts. They taste amazing. Goodness. What has happened in this world? A ruffian cooking better than my wife. This is utterly unbelievable. Just a moment ago, we were criticizing him. Now you are the loudest in your praise. The flavors of the roasted chicken were intoxicating. Hey, this is smoked chicken, not the kind of roasted chicken from street vendors. I wonder where Master Zhang's family sources this smoked chicken. I've had some on the train before, and it was far inferior. Slow down, everyone. In later years, chicken would be prepared in countless ways, with discerning diners offering the highest praise to chefs for one simple criterion: the meat must not be dry. In the present day of the 1980s, the average individual finds great satisfaction in indulging in chicken just once or twice a year. Their expectations are modest, and their minds are devoid of ornate expressions. A simple acknowledgement of delicious resonates from the depths of their hearts. If the dish is accompanied by an exclamation of astonishment, it transcends mere culinary appreciation and touches the soul. The smoked chicken presented at today's table has completely redefined their previous perceptions of poultry. A chorus of praise and exclamations fills the air, and the face of Zhang Qiming at the main table beams with joy, akin to a resplendent chrysanthemum in full bloom. Chapter 60. We have the confidence to be bold, observing the workers devouring their meals with fervor. Aunt Zhang scoffed with disdain. I once thought workers were impressive. But look at their manners. They're akin to our old farmers. Wang Huilan chuckled. Isn't it simply because my son's cooking is exceptional? Aunt Zhang rolled her eyes. Indeed, your son is remarkable. Li Chun, seizing a moment of respite, grinned. My mother loves to hear such praises. Do share more. With laughter echoing, the dishes began to arrive: oil platters and kelp soup. The ordinary stir-fried greens, although enhanced by quality oil, were still commendable but paled in comparison to the smoked chicken and spicy peanuts, leading the atmosphere to gradually normalize. However, this tranquility did not last long. The arrival of the candied sweet potatoes sparked a second wave of excitement, inciting an even more fervent response than the cold dishes, and disputes arose among the guests. What dish is this? Candied sweet potatoes? Incredible. I've only heard of it before. Today is my first encounter. I can't believe Master Zheng's feast includes this dish. Astounding. Wait, hold on. Why is it being taken away? Where are you taking it? We haven't had any yet. Noticing the discrepancy in the number of dishes, a young man could no longer contain himself. He stood up and grabbed the passing Li Hu, asking, Brother, why is our table missing the candied sweet potatoes? Li Hu, startled by the young man's reaction, reassured him, Don't worry, everyone will get theirs. The kitchen is preparing more, and it will be here shortly. With 17 tables, my brother is the only one cooking, so we can only serve in 2 batches. Please be patient. Li Chun was equally at a loss. He could manage 2 dishes simultaneously for the stir-fried meals, but the candied sweet potatoes required precise timing. He had no choice but to serve them in 2 batches, resulting in a scenario where some dined while others merely watched, although they would eventually savor the dish. The sight of others enjoying it, accompanied by exclamations of delight, created a palpable sense of imbalance among those yet to be served. In their impatience, a few young individuals could not resist sneaking over to the table with the candied sweet potatoes, stealthily extending their hands. What are you doing at our table? I must tell you, this dish must be eaten quickly. It will stick together if it cools down. Allow me to help you share the bounty. Get lost. We can barely manage to eat enough ourselves. We don't need your help. Go away. Look at you. If it cools down, it's just like candied hawthorn. As if no one has ever had it before. How stingy. Frustrated, the young man turned away. But his spirits lifted when he noticed that the candied sweet potatoes were finally being served at their table. Now, it was their turn to eagerly anticipate their share. Alas, how astonishingly delightful. One can hardly believe the exquisite length of this confection, surely exceeding a meter. The sweetness is utterly remarkable. As it graced the table, it was swiftly devoured, leaving no morsel for those who had yet to indulge, their palates still tingling with desire. Observing the exuberance at the adjacent table ignited a twinge of envy within me. How amusing it is to witness their naive excitement, as if this delicacy, once cooled, is anything but a mere candied hawthorn. In the shade, Aunt Zhang, ever the watchful observer, exchanged a knowing glance with Li Chun. Li Chun, your candied creation has truly captivated them. They are utterly enthralled. Li Chun chuckled. It's merely a matter of novelty. They've never experienced it before. This sentiment did not sit well with Wang Huilan, who retorted, It is indeed delicious. I could devour an entire platter myself. The women burst into laughter, acknowledging her son's prowess. Indeed, that is a fact. They chimed in unison. As the delectable 4 happiness meatballs and dompa pork were served, the atmosphere shifted. The clinking of glasses was replaced by the fervent enjoyment of the feast. To encapsulate the scene in a single phrase, it was a whirlwind of culinary delight. The camaraderie of co-workers and the bonds of brotherhood faded into the background, eclipsed by the singular goal of savoring the exquisite dishes laid before them. With all 12 dishes vanquished, a chorus of satisfied burps echoed as they returned to a state of relaxation, now able to engage in conversation. Previously, one might have thought of Li Chun and his rowdy companions as mere troublemakers, yet here they were, revealing a hidden talent for exceptional cuisine. Did you know? One exclaimed. I overheard Master Zhang mention that the smoked chicken was also crafted by Li Chun. Is that true? Another queried. If Master Zhang claims it, it must be so. The admiration for his culinary prowess was palpable. No wonder they declare him the finest in Rihe. His skills are indeed impressive. Yet, the price was equally notable. The cost of hiring him for a banquet reached 20 yuan, a sum that dwarfed my half-month salary. One cannot argue with the adage, you get what you pay for. If my family were to host an event, I would certainly wish for him to cater. The presentation alone would elevate our status. Ah, Master Zhang, I hear your son is soon to be wed. Have you considered inviting Li Chun to cater the event? As if the alcohol had reddened his cheeks, Master Zhang offered an awkward smile. Well, my son's wedding is still some time away. I shall discuss it with my spouse later. A hint of hesitation lingered in his voice. However, among the 10 tables filled with workers from the crankshaft factory, he was not the only one tempted by the prospect. After serving 17 tables, Li Chun felt the weight of exhaustion, yet his curiosity about the guest reactions propelled him forward. After washing his hands and lighting a cigarette, he meandered through the gathering, absorbing the myriad of opinions. The quality of the dishes received unanimous acclaim. Yet murmurs about his character and fees circulated among the crowd. This was to be expected, and Li Chun remained undeterred. Those who lacked a genuine interest might speak lavishly, but those truly wishing to engage his services would inevitably seek him out. At the main table, notable figures such as Wang Shihua, head of security, Zhang Shengli, head of infrastructure, Zhang Liguo, deputy director of workshop 1, and Zhou Qinghe, the driver, were gathered, individuals of considerable stature. Upon Li Chun's arrival at their table, he was immediately noticed by Zhou Qinghe. Zhou Qinghe has maintained a good rapport with Li Chun for several years, having met through mutual friends and even shared drinks together, thus establishing a certain camaraderie. Chun, come over for a drink, Wang Shihua called out, being more familiar with Li Chun, given that the security department inevitably has dealings with the ruffians on the streets. Nevertheless, Li Chun had never caused any trouble at the factory, and their relationship was quite amicable. Wang Shihua waved him over, saying, Chun, come here. Just as he spoke, Wang Shihua noticed the words on the apron and silently read them, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. Goodness, Hot River Township chef, you're the best? That's rather bold. Li Chun nonchalantly pulled up a chair and sat beside Wang Shihua. Bold. That's because I've got the confidence to back it up. In the realm of literature, there is no first. In martial arts, there is no second. If anyone disagrees, they can challenge me. He then gestured to Zhou Qinghe, brother Zhou. You've traveled through all 8 counties and 3 districts. You tell me, does our skill fall short compared to anyone else? Chapter 61. I'm up for it. Zhou Qinghe chuckled as he handed a cigarette to Li Chun, saying, setting aside our skills. Did you not notice the latter part of that statement? Hiring him for a feast costs 20 yuan. Goodness. That's about the same as my quarterly travel allowance. Your heart is as black as coal. Exactly. It's only in recent years that conditions have improved somewhat. Back in the 60s, one wouldn't need so much money just to find a bride in the countryside. Zhang Shengli glanced at Zheng Qiming and inquired, Master Zhang, is it true that Li is charging you 20 yuan for the feast today? Absolutely, Zheng replied. You decide whether it's worth it. Upon hearing this, the others found themselves at a loss for words. You see, don't be so short-sighted. Spending 20 yuan to have Chun cater is not just a fair deal. It's an absolute bargain. Oh, the crowd expressed their astonishment. How so? Zheng Qiming looked at Li Chun and chuckled. Initially, when Chun mentioned 20 yuan, my reaction was just like yours. I thought, this kid is audacious. That amount is my half-month's salary for a meal. But Chun assured me he would do his utmost to save on ingredients. At first, I was skeptical. Yet this lad possesses that remarkable ability to create extraordinary results from seemingly inconspicuous ingredients. According to the expenditure standards of other households, he saved me far more than 20 yuan while ensuring everyone enjoyed the meal thoroughly. In the end, I profited immensely. The high price paid for Li Chun's services was a reluctant necessity due to Li Weiguo's second injury, but now Zheng Qiming was thoroughly convinced of Li Chun's capabilities. The 20 yuan spent was exceedingly worthwhile, and the exceptional value was something only those who utilized his services could truly appreciate. Is he really that impressive? Zhou Qinghe and the others turned their gazes towards Li Chun, who remained remarkably composed. Well, if we didn't have such skills, would we dare to charge 20 yuan? Gentlemen, whenever you need assistance, feel free to seek me out. I assure you, your money will not be wasted. Now, enjoy your drinks while I prepare for the next round. We shall chat later. Li Chun raised a cup and toast, and then excused himself. As the second round and the new banquet table concluded, Li Chun washed his face, gearing up for the final round. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a crankshaft factory uniform approached him. Master Li. Li Chun raised his head and realized he did not recognize the man before him. Hello, may I ask who you are? The man, in his 40s and quite robust in stature, produced a cigarette from his official pack and lit it for Li Chun. My name is Feng Zhihai. I specialize in crankshaft heat treatment. I would like to inquire if the charges could be reduced a bit if there are only about 10 tables for the banquet. Li Chun's eyes brightened. Brother Feng, are you hosting a banquet? My apprentice is getting married. If Master Li could lower the fee, we would be inclined to hire you. Li Chun smiled apologetically. Brother Feng, I truly regret to inform you that, as you can see, our village typically charges 20. Even if I were to offer you a discount, the villagers would not agree to it. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. May I ask, regarding such a significant event as your apprentice's wedding, are you truly in a position to make decisions? Feng Zhihai nodded firmly. Of course. My apprentice is from Zhao, and there aren't many family members left. He is alone here for work. I assist him with many matters and can indeed make decisions. However, being a young person who has only been working for a few years, his salary is modest, and he hasn't saved much. Brother Feng, as I mentioned, I truly cannot offer a discount. This applies not only to you, but to anyone. Just then, a notification chimed. New task released. I can do it all. Li Chun was taken aback. I can do it all. What does that mean? As an esteemed village banquet chef, regardless of the ingredients provided by the employer, I can create an exceptional and satisfying feast. Regardless of the ingredients? If he were to receive a basket of wilted cabbage stems and rotten radishes like Zheng Lao, even a state banquet chef would find it impossible to work miracles. A skilled cook cannot perform without quality ingredients. Is this system trying to complicate matters? Master Li, Feng Zhihai interjected. A discount is certainly not possible, but I assure you, no matter what ingredients you provide, the banquet I prepare will surely satisfy you. Li Chun spoke with a hint of unease. Feng Zhihai could hardly believe his ears. Is this not an overly bold claim, Master Li? Are you joking? Determined to fulfill the task, Li Chun gritted his teeth and replied, I am absolutely not joking. I am confident in my abilities. If you are not satisfied, consider it a wasted effort on my part, and I will not charge you. Brother Feng, this is all I can offer. Please discuss it further with your team, as this is no trivial matter. If you decide to proceed, have Uncle Zheng pass on a message, and we shall discuss the details in person. Very well, you carry on with your work, and we shall meet again. After bidding farewell to Feng Zhihai, Li Chun communicated with the system. Is this task specifically for Feng Zhihai's apprentice? No, it applies to everyone. Li Chun gasped, nearly choking on the cigarette smoke. For everyone? This raises the stakes significantly. Feng Zhihai's apprentice was a worker. Even if his resources were limited, it wouldn't be excessively unreasonable. However, the others might be less accommodating. If they were to present me with a heap of worthless scraps, it would be utterly disastrous. After 2 rounds of serving large banquets, Li Chun felt the strain in his back and legs. Yet, before the 3rd round commenced, he managed to process some leftover dishes for distribution. In the final round, accounting for his own group, there were a total of 7 tables. Li Chun gritted his teeth and persevered. As they prepared the final dish of braised fish, Zheng Qiming and Gao Yuelan arrived with beaming smiles to express their gratitude with customary gifts of sugar, towels, tea leaves, and cigarettes. The process remained unchanged. And as the last dish was served, Li Chun and the others finally gathered around the table. Everyone was utterly exhausted, particularly his mother, who was visibly worn out. Li Chun, feeling a pang of sympathy, rose to massage her shoulders, only to be unceremoniously pushed away by her. Step aside, everyone's watching. I'm not that delicate. She retorted. Li Chun remarked, today's banquet, despite a few minor interruptions, has been relatively successful. At this moment, he finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. Halfway through the meal, he glanced around and noticed old Zheng quietly pouring himself a drink at a distant table. His subdued demeanor was so striking that Li Chun had not even noticed him earlier. Oh, old Zheng isn't causing trouble today? Li Hu chuckled softly. Does he dare to hear? He came for a 2nd round, but before he even stepped in, Uncle Zheng had 4 young men escort him away. The sight was enough to frighten old Zheng out of his wits. It seems Uncle Zheng truly doesn't indulge his nephew. Suddenly, a thought struck Li Chun, and he leaned toward Huzi, whispering, do you think old Zheng's father can hold on for a few more days? Li Hu rolled his eyes. I'm not a fortune teller. How would I know? Realizing the flaw in his question, Li Chun smacked his forehead. Li Hu, looking bewildered, asked, second brother, what are you planning? Why are you so invested in old Zheng's family affairs? Just wait and see, Li Chun replied. Remember what I told you earlier. Make sure to inform me at the first opportunity. Li Hu nodded in agreement. At that moment, Zheng Feline and his wife approached to toast, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. And Feline's wife presented a red envelope with both hands. With a goofy grin, Zheng Feline said, second brother, You know I'm not much for words. I'm just grateful. Xiaoling, let us raise a glass to second brother. Seeing the red envelope, Li Chun beamed. Excellent. I wish you both a lifetime of happiness and early children. Feline, being overly simple and honest, was complimented by his wife, Yu Ling, who was unreserved and candid with Li Chun, saying, Second brother, your cooking is exquisite. My family was incredibly satisfied. Haha, as long as I didn't embarrass you. Li Chun responded, How could that be? It was truly delicious. By the way, my uncle asked me to inquire if you could cater for a wedding in another village. Li Chun's eyes lit up at this question. Which village is your family from? Not far. It's from Zibigu village. After the autumn harvest. My cousin is getting married, Yu Ling replied. Does your village not have a dedicated village cook? There is, but Yu Ling grimaced, he is too old. Slow in his movements, and the food is dreadful. So, my uncle asked me to see if you could help. We know your standards, and my uncle is agreeable. As Li Chun contemplated how to expand his reach to other villages, an opportunity had just presented itself. As for whether attending a banquet in the neighboring village would offend the local chef, he was rather indifferent, since he had chosen this profession. It was a challenge he would inevitably have to confront. Li Chun nodded and said, I will inform your second uncle that there are no issues on my end. If you wish for me to cater the event, it is best to finalize the arrangements quickly, so I can mark the date and not accept other commitments for that day. All right, when you return, please mention it to my second uncle. Thank you. No need for thanks. We are all family. Now you all get back to work. Li Chun sat down, clutching an envelope discreetly as he glanced at his mother. This time, she did not extend her hand for a demand, and Li Chun happily tucked it into his pocket. Everyone, you have all coordinated splendidly today. I raise a toast. Just as he was about to propose a toast, the elderly Zhao, sitting across the table, suddenly collapsed onto the floor. This spectacle startled everyone, prompting them to rise from their seats, even Zhang Feline and his spouse momentarily forgetting their drinks to rush over and assess the situation. It appeared he had indulged too much. The old fellow lay on the ground, clutching his wine glass tightly, his face flushed, occasionally smacking his lips, hardly resembling someone on the verge of death. Damn, that was terrifying. The table had long been devoid of food, with him alone managing to drink himself into a stupor while facing empty plates. What a remarkable man indeed. This is the true Zhang, they mused, having not eaten enough. How could he miss the chance to drink more? By the way, how much did Zhang contribute today? Zhang Qiming ground his teeth in frustration, having kept a watchful eye on this old ruffian all afternoon, dreading potential disturbances. Just as the event was nearing its conclusion, he inadvertently allowed him to steal the spotlight. What a nuisance. The reputation of the Zhang family has been tarnished. However, there was no remedy for such a situation, so he quickly arranged for 2 nephews to carry him back. Fortunately, this was merely a minor incident. The remainder of the banquet proceeded smoothly, with no further mishaps, and all guests left the Zhang residence with praise for the splendid feast, satisfied and in high spirits. Having worked tirelessly, Li Chun suggested his mother take the leftover food home to rest. Once everything was packed into the tricycle, he bid farewell to everyone and prepared to leave, only to be retained by Zhang Qiming and his wife, who invited him inside for tea. After all the helpers had departed, Gao Yuelon retrieved 2 packs of Yujin cigarettes from a cabinet and handed them to Li Chun. Dear nephew, we owe you a great deal today. If you hadn't pointed out the issue with the meat, who knows what might have happened? Before she could finish her sentence, Li Chun quickly interjected, Andy, on such a joyous occasion, we should refrain from discussing anything inauspicious. Gao Yuelon was taken aback, but quickly caught on and spat twice for good luck. Old Zhang, it was wise to invite a Kun. This lad understands all the proper decorum. You wouldn't believe it, but when Li Shi mentioned it to us, your uncle and I were quite taken aback. Here, take these cigarettes as a small token of my appreciation. Li Chun chuckled, then I shan't be modest, Andy. This was indeed fortuitous. While his mother had not accepted any towels or the like, he could keep the cigarettes, saving him from purchasing any for at least 2 weeks. Zhang Qiming offered him a cigarette and said, Akan, my in-laws plan to host a banquet after the autumn harvest. Has Feline's wife mentioned it to you? Yes, she has. Rest assured, since they are your relatives, should they require my assistance in the future, I shall ensure everything is executed splendidly. Li Chun was well aware that it was Zhang Qiming who had facilitated this connection. The price for hosting a grand banquet at 20 yuan per table would leave anyone bewildered, without any introduction. It was nearly certain that Fu Lin's wife would not have spoken so directly. The arrangement was practically set in stone. Today's 32 tables for the banquet were not in vain. Not only was this nearly confirmed, but a worker from the crankshaft department also inquired. And guests returning from the banquet would undoubtedly spread the word, thus enhancing his reputation. This marks a promising beginning. With steady progress, things will only improve from here. After sitting for a while longer, Zhang Qiming and his wife personally escorted him to the door, at the corner of the alley. Just as Li Chun was about to get into his vehicle, Zhao Pinyue and the 4 members of the chili squad suddenly sprang out, startling him. What the hell? What are you rascals up to? Are you looking for a beating? Zhao Pengyue held onto the tricycle as the four surrounded him, giggling. Big brother, it's us. Big brother, have a smoke. You must be exhausted today. Would you like an ice pop? It's on me. Their enthusiastic demeanor left Li Chun utterly bewildered. What on earth do you want? Zhao Pengyue stood at attention, feigning seriousness. Big brother, we want to hang out with you. Hang out? What nonsense. I'm currently engaged in serious business. If you dare to tarnish my reputation outside, I shall break your legs and stuff them where the sun doesn't shine. Ha ha ha. Zhao Pengyue's face turned dark while the other three laughed heartily. Big brother, we're not just messing around in town. We genuinely want to assist you. Zhao Pengyue clarified. Assist me? What could I possibly need your help with? Serving the oil tray. Just like Li Hu and Bo Lin, when you're invited to a banquet. You could take us along to serve the oil tray too. Chapter 63, The Price of Idleness. You serve the oil tray? Li Chun was both amused and infuriated. These fellows, who spent their days idling, couldn't even rely on themselves for household chores, yet they wished to serve others? Who would hire them? Yes, yes. The four nodded vigorously, resembling chickens pecking at grains. Nonsense, you're incapable. Big brother, we can do it. It's simply about calling out the numbers, and I can do that too. Spirit, blast it. Zhao Pengyue shouted, catching Li Chun completely off guard. And the sound rang in his ears, infuriating him further. Had it not been for the kindness of his father, who lent him 4,000 yuan, he would have kicked him. Get lost. If I say you can't, you can't. As Li Chun attempted to leave, the chili squad obstinately blocked his way, whining and pleading. Big brother, please, take us with you. We can truly do it. Oh my goodness. Li Chun was nearly driven to despair by their incessant pestering. I've never seen you all so eager before. What has gotten into you today? Have you eaten too much? Not overindulged. The chili squad is just stimulated. These four idlers had no habit of napping. After lunch, they gathered at the entrance of the convenience store to play cards. As the patrons emerged from Zheng Qiming's residence, their conversations were filled with praise for the delectable dishes they had just savored, which was fortuitously overheard by the four companions. They remained indifferent when complimenting other dishes, lacking any frame of reference. However, when the subject of smoked chicken arose, their composure faltered. This was a dish they were intimately familiar with. They had all been present when Li Chun prepared it. Upon hearing the diner's remarks, vivid images of the smoked chicken flooded their minds, accompanied by an irresistible taste that lingered in the air, tantalizing their senses and causing their mouths to water uncontrollably. The four friends were utterly tempted. Yet they found themselves powerless, as familial obligations kept them from partaking in the feast. No matter how much they craved it, they were left wanting. With each subsequent group of diners that exited, the weight of disappointment grew heavier. It was only when they spotted Li Hu and Berlin leaving that the four companions had an epiphany. If they couldn't partake in the banquet, perhaps they could serve as waitstaff. Serving would not only exempt them from contributing gifts, but would also allow them to indulge freely and even take leftovers. Truly an ideal situation. Brother, please agree to our request. We promise to work diligently. Li Chun, already fatigued, was finally exasperated by their persistence. Get away from me. Who serves the oil trays is determined by the family. Your pleas are futile. Stop following me. If you continue to pester me, I won't tolerate it. Brother, scram. With a fierce glare, Li Chun silenced their protests, and the four reluctantly stepped aside. Once he was out of sight, Yang Sherman muttered, that was a waste of effort. He won't agree. What now? What else can we do? We'll just keep asking him. Keep asking? Did you not see how agitated he was? He seems exhausted today, eager to return home and rest. We can try again tomorrow. Brother is a good man. If we approach him a few more times, he is bound to agree. I find that doubtful. Regardless, I will definitely keep seeking his approval. You can choose to join me or not. After finally shaking off the chili quartet, Li Chun heard the familiar system notification chime. Ding. The employer has paid a service fee of 30 yuan. Fully meeting the requirements. 30 yuan? Li Chun halted his tricycle by the roadside and opened the red envelope, discovering, to his delight, 3 brand new large bills. Initially, he had expected Aunt Gao to reward him with 2 cigarettes for uncovering the pesticide, but she had generously added 10 yuan. The Zheng family certainly had a reputation for their generosity. Although pleased with the extra 10 yuan, Li Chun's earlier contentment was soon overshadowed by anxiety, fearing the system might escalate the required starting fee for future banquets to 30 yuan. Ding. The banquet has concluded successfully. Satisfaction value is being calculated. This banquet has earned the host a total of 73,550 satisfaction points, allowing for 73 entries into the basic lottery. 73,000 points. It was acceptable, but not overwhelmingly exciting. Noting this figure, Li Chun's enthusiasm was tempered. The Zheng family had hosted 10 more guests than the Zhao family, and today he had introduced 3 innovative new dishes. Ultimately, the satisfaction points he accrued were only marginally higher than those of Zhao Wu's banquet, falling short of his expectations and not quite ideal. The cause of this outcome, which Li Chun has already identified, is somewhat ironic. It has little to do with the quality of the dishes, but rather hinges on his character. In the second round of employee evaluations, very few received perfect scores. Particularly among the younger individuals, some even scored as low as 50. Their voracious appetites clearly indicate that the issue does not lie with the food itself. Li Chun observed that many of the younger ones seemed to harbor a certain apprehension towards him. To be precise, they were wary of his previous reputation as a rogue in the town. Thus, the problem appears to be one of personal impression. Li Chun felt a sense of helplessness, realizing that he was still paying the price for his past indiscretions. This issue cannot be resolved immediately and will require time to soften the impressions others hold of him. Counting the gains from the restaurant, his total satisfaction points have now exceeded 84,000, granting him 84 lottery chances, which is quite commendable overall. Not rushing into the lottery, Li Chun decided to return home for a bath and change. He deemed it essential to uphold a sense of ritual. Riding his tricycle home, he encountered Yang Zhitian squatting on the ground, smoking. "Uncle Yang, on such a scorching day, what brings you here?" "Waiting for you." Li Chun pointed at himself, surprised. "Waiting for me? Do you need something?" Yang Zhitian glanced around and spoke in a low voice. "Chunner, my second sister came to your house this morning." Li Chun suddenly understood. Yang Qiuhong had given him a heads up about this. "It's not that I'm blaming you, but you, my child, are quite bold to borrow so much money for the courtyard without discussing it with your family. My second sister went straight to your house without even informing me. Otherwise, I would have certainly prevented her from complaining. Chunner, listen to your uncle. When you go back, speak kindly to your father. If he scolds you, make sure you don't retort. Once his anger subsides, this matter will pass." Li Chun chuckled, surprised that Uncle Yang was waiting under the blazing sun just to give him a heads up. This old man truly has a good heart. "Uncle, my parents are already aware of this. I clarified everything with them yesterday." Upon hearing this, Yang Zhitian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Nonsense. With your father's temperament. If he knew about this, he would have already punished you. I haven't heard a single word about it, so don't try to fool me." Yang Zhitian waved his hand dismissively. "Fine, I'll go back with you. If your father tries to hit you, I can help intervene. It's all your second sister's fault. At over 30, she still resorts to reporting to others. What kind of behavior is that? After complaining, she just walks away as if nothing happened. Can I stand by and watch you get beaten? What are you still standing there for? Hurry up. Convince your father to calm down. I still want to go back for a nap." Chapter 64. The heavy handkerchief bundle. Uncle Yang's stubbornness flared up, and Li Chun's words failed to convince him. There was no option but to let him accompany him back. However, with Uncle Yang helping to push the cart, the journey became much lighter. As they entered the courtyard, Li Weiguo, who had been waiting for some time, approached with a cheerful smile. "Old Yang, why aren't you taking a nap? Have you come to challenge me to a game of chess?" Yang Zhitian was taken aback. Li Weiguo's response was entirely different from what he had anticipated. "Loudly, my dear brother, please step inside and take a seat. The child has been weary from the morning's exertions. Allow me to unload the cart first, and we shall engage in merriment shortly thereafter." Yang Zhitian. Li Weiguo grasped the handle of the cart, his expression stern as he admonished Li Chun. "Truly, child, how could you impose upon your elder Yang, who is of such advanced age, to push this cart? What if he were to injure his back?" Yang Zhitian was utterly bewildered. "Wait, Laoli, are you not angry?" "Angry? What would I have to be angry about? My daughter Qiuhong came by this morning to see you." "Oh, did you say that the second son purchased a courtyard?" "He mentioned to me yesterday that the child has grown and has his own plans and no longer requires my concern." Yang Zhitian. "Is that it?" Li Weiguo. "Not quite. Wait until I finish unloading the cart and then come along." Li Chun nearly burst into laughter, almost causing himself internal distress. Yang Zhitian's nose was nearly contorted with indignation. "What nonsense. I am truly vexed for no reason at all." Yang Zhitian exited the courtyard, leaving Li Weiguo puzzled as to why Lao Yang was upset. The two men gathered the household items into the storeroom, while Li Chun carried firewood into the kitchen. "Are you not going to take a nap?" Li Weiguo inquired. "No, I shall not rest. I need to prepare the goods for the restaurant in the city and deliver them this afternoon." "Does the restaurant not require supplies tomorrow?" "I have time this afternoon to deliver them early, lest I be unexpectedly occupied tomorrow." Li Weiguo nodded. "That's true. Once my wound has healed, I shall accompany you. Should any last-minute matters arise, I can assist with the delivery." Li Chun smiled. "Let us speak of that once you are well again." Li Chun possessed a commendable habit of expediting his tasks to avert any unforeseen circumstances, while grand celebrations for joyous occasions could be scheduled, thus allowing for prior arrangements. Funerals were inherently unpredictable, and should they coincide with other events, they would become quite troublesome. Although no one had yet invited him to partake in a funeral feast, he believed in the necessity of thorough preparations to avoid being caught off guard. Relying on his father to assist with deliveries was not a sustainable solution. The round trip of over 10 miles was no trivial matter, and Li Chun was reluctant to overburden his father. Therefore, once the courtyard's paperwork was finalized, he would need to hire 1 or 2 helpers. The process of making sesame cakes at home was far less convenient than in a restaurant. After more than an hour of labor, Li Chun finally completed the preparation of 40 pounds. After a brief respite, he mounted his bicycle to deliver the goods to the city. The journey was smooth, and upon his return, he arrived just in time for dinner. After a hearty meal, he leaned back on the Kong, savoring a cigarette, when fatigue washed over him, and yawns began to escape his lips. Just as he prepared to retreat to his room for a brief rest, his mother called out to him. "Mother, is there something you need? Please wait a moment." With that, his mother rummaged through the lowest drawer and produced a handkerchief bundle, placing it on the Kong table and unveiling a neatly stacked pile of cash. "Mother, what is this?" Wang Huilong glanced towards the courtyard, lowering her voice as she spoke. "Since your elder brother's departure, our family has managed to save this sum over the past few years, totaling 1,400. Originally, we intended to set this aside for your future bride and house, but it seems you, my dear son, have clandestinely acquired a courtyard. Take this money to settle your debts, repay as much as you can, and we shall devise a plan for the remainder." Li Chun suddenly tilted his head to gaze at the ceiling, feeling as if something filthy had invaded his eyes, causing an incessant irritation, while his nose tinged with discomfort. After taking several deep breaths and forcefully blinking, the sensation began to subside. "Mother, please take this money. I can repay the amount for the courtyard myself. Besides, Zhang Bin is not in urgent need of it." Wang Huilong, with a stern expression, grasped his hand and pressed the money into his palm. "If I say you should keep it, then you shall keep it. Regardless of whether Xiao Bin needs it or not, I cannot rest easy knowing we owe someone." Throughout the exchange, Li Weiguo remained silent, merely gesturing for Li Chun to accept the money. He tightly clutched the handkerchief-wrapped bundle and enveloped his mother in a heartfelt embrace. Wang Huilong, startled, exclaimed, "What are you doing? Mother, let me give you a kiss. Get lost, you brat." Returning to the west room, cradling the heavy stack of bills, Li Chun felt no trace of fatigue. He carefully tucked the handkerchief bundle away and gazed vacantly at the ceiling. After a considerable spell, he rolled off the bed and retrieved paper and pen to document the menus from his 2 meetings with Zhao Wu and Zheng Qiming. This was of utmost importance. Li Chun categorized the dietary demands of ordinary citizens over the coming decades into 5 distinct phases. In the 1980s, amid scarcity, people were content with merely satiating their hunger, provided the food possessed a hint of flavor. From the late 1980s to the early 1990s, during his imprisonment, he remained oblivious to the outside world and refrained from judgment. The mid-1990s witnessed the rise of individual entrepreneurs, marking an era characterized by ostentation among the nouveau riche. The mantra became "there is no most expensive, only more expensive," a mindset that subtly influenced the general populace, who, regardless of their financial state, maintained a robust appetite for indulgence. This was a time of arrogance and flamboyance. From the late 1990s to the early 2000s, the wave of layoffs swept through, leaving virtually no enterprise in Hot River City unscathed. A multitude of laid-off workers sought their livelihoods by introducing various distinctive dishes and snacks from other regions to Hot River. Suddenly, the long-isolated city blossomed with restaurants and eateries. It was an era filled with daily surprises, where people pursued novelty, even at the risk of falling into pitfalls. Consequently, the dining establishments of that time transformed rapidly. Akin to a revolving lantern, the period from 2010 to 2020 was the most intriguing. With greater financial freedom, people became unexpectedly sentimental. A quest for roots, a return to simplicity, and a reflection on past hardships became the trendiest culinary philosophies, giving rise to agritourism, which even rivaled upscale dining establishments. In the final era of self-media, individuals lost their independent judgment. What was deemed delicious was dictated solely by short video algorithms. It can be said that as long as one crafted engaging video snippets and amassed substantial follower traffic, the taste mattered little, for there would always be supporters. Li Chun's objective was to innovate based on the characteristics of these eras, continually transforming dishes while remaining grounded in rationality, always staying one step ahead. This was his greatest advantage and his true golden touch, as Li Chun wholeheartedly dedicates himself to researching the next dishes to be introduced. His remarkable skills showcased today at Zheng's Grand Banquet have already begun to garner a reputation, swiftly spreading throughout the town and the 4 residential complexes of the Crankshaft Factory. Chapter 65. The unfavorable turn of events today. I attended a gathering at Master Zheng's home. Do you know who the chef for the banquet was? I didn't go. So how would I know? Li Chun, the chef, was Li Chun. Which Li Chun? The rascal from town? Indeed, that very one. Surprising, isn't it? No way. He can cook? I was incredulous at first too, but it is indeed true. Not only can he cook, but his skills are exceptionally impressive. He can even make caramelized dishes. Not just caramelized dishes, but also dompa pork, which I had never even heard of before. Cold dishes? No. He specializes in hot dishes, an entire pork knuckle served on a platter, drenched in sauce, glistening and quivering, utterly delectable. Let me tell you, the highlight is the smoked chicken. It's not roasted chicken, it's smoked chicken. I've never tasted chicken so exquisite before. Is that for real? If he's truly that remarkable, I'll have him cater for my son's wedding. His culinary prowess is undeniable, but the concern is whether you can afford him. What do you mean? Li Chun has set clear prices. To hire him for a banquet starts at a minimum of 20 yuan. In the 4 residential complexes of the Crankshaft Factory. The topic of conversation after dinner tonight revolves entirely around the grand banquet at Zhang Qiming's home and the master chef Li Chun, who has traded his cleaver for a chef's knife. In the past, contributing money for such gatherings felt burdensome, filled with reluctance and entanglement. However, today, attending Zhang Qiming's banquet left them feeling it was worth every penny. After dinner, the workers who partook in the banquet could not contain their excitement as they rushed out to share their joy with their colleagues, enthusiastically praising both the banquet and Li Chun's culinary skills, making those who did not attend salivate with envy. Especially those who had a decent relationship with Zhang Qiming but hesitated to spend money and ultimately missed the opportunity, regretted their decision even more. In summary, Li Chun's culinary artistry has thoroughly spread throughout the residential complex, but the exorbitant price of 20 yuan has also become a significant point of contention. After finishing dinner, Feng Zhihai, having discussed matters with his wife at home, rode his bicycle to seek out his apprentice, Yang Baozhong. "Master, please sit down. Have you eaten yet?" Yang Baozhong invited his master into the house, brewed tea, poured water, and offered cigarettes with both hands. Feng Zhihai gazed at his honest and diligent apprentice with immense satisfaction. This young man possesses good character, is quick-witted and skilled. Since becoming his apprentice, he has never failed to observe the 3 festivals and 2 birthdays, and whenever he visits, he eagerly takes on any chores, displaying great respect for the couple. Yang Baozhong hails from Zhangzhou, and since his mother passed away 2 years ago, he has relied on Master Feng as his only support in Rihe. Whenever any issues arise, he proactively discusses them with him, and their relationship is akin to that of father and son. Yang Baozhong was originally set to marry on the 4th of next month, and the master chef of the unit's cafeteria, Master Chun, had already been booked by other colleagues. The two had planned to invite Chef Xie Dongqing from Dashimio village to cater for the banquet tonight, but after witnessing Li Chun's skills at Zhang Qiming's home, Feng Zhihai changed his mind. Although the 20 yuan entrance fee is astonishingly steep, he is more eager to provide his beloved apprentice with a respectable wedding. "Baozhong, there's no need to invite old Xie. Today, I will be dining at Zhang Qiming's home, and the dishes prepared by Master Li from their village far surpass those of old Xie. We shall engage Master Li instead." Yang Baozhong was taken aback. "Master, do you mean Li Chun? How do you know?" he inquired. With a chuckle, Yang Baozhong replied, "I just stepped out to buy cigarettes, and everyone was raving about the grand banquet at Zhang's. However, I heard them say that hiring Li Chun is quite expensive, 20 yuan, right?" Feng Zhihai nodded. "Indeed. It is somewhat pricey, but there is a reason for the cost. His dishes are genuinely delicious. You need not worry about this matter. Just focus on your tasks. Your master and I will cover the 20 yuan." Yang Baozhong was filled with trepidation. "Master, this is unacceptable. Enough of the chatter. Just heed my words. Tomorrow, I will approach Zhang Qiming to convey a message to Li Chun. When the time comes, you can discuss the menu with him." Li Chun assured me that he can prepare any dish. Meanwhile, Li Chun prepared a large basin of warm water, scrubbing himself meticulously until he was spotless. After his thorough wash, he returned indoors to tidy his nails, then sat cross-legged on the Kong, focusing inwardly. System, commence 50 consecutive draws. Ding. Congratulations. You have drawn a pack of bottom matches. Congratulations, you have drawn a pack of bottom matches. Congratulations, you have drawn matches X5. Li Chun nearly choked with frustration. Could it be that being too clean was a detriment? Ding. Congratulations. You have drawn a jar of Tianjin red oil bean paste. Taking a deep breath, Li Chun was relieved it was finally not another set of matches. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn a 12L Shuangxi brand pressure cooker. Wow, this is splendid. Li Chun's lips curled into a smile that even his AK could not suppress. With a pressure cooker, preparing stews at home would be exceedingly convenient. Moreover, the value of a pressure cooker is significant. In the department store, one costs over 80 yuan. This is by far the most valuable prize he has drawn so far. Li Chun's earlier disappointment from drawing matches was swiftly forgotten. After 50 draws, he had accumulated 17 packs of matches. At this rate, he would soon have enough to fill a box. The odds were indeed somewhat disheartening. Nevertheless, he had garnered plenty of valuable items. Besides the pressure cooker, the majority of his draws consisted of spices and condiments, adding 9 new varieties to his collection, including 2 gene of the long-desired cumin seeds. Just the other day, when he visited the wholesale market, he intended to purchase cumin, but the quality there was abysmal. The cumin powder was visibly subpar, and the seeds were shriveled and tasteless inferior products. The system, however, provided top-notch goods from renowned regions. Additionally, for the first time, he drew cooking oil, receiving 1 gene each of sesame oil and peanut oil. Overall, the quality of this lottery was quite commendable. The only regret was that he did not obtain the large iron pot he had most fervently desired. After acquiring the yard, preparations for marinating cooked food commenced immediately. Merely possessing a single large pot would undoubtedly prove insufficient. Li Chun contemplated purchasing more pots, yet after a thorough search through the city, he discovered that only the Nanyuan Supply Cooperative offered a large iron pot with 12 stamps, absurdly lacking a compatible lid. Given the considerable size of the pot, utilizing a handmade wooden lid would be quite impractical. Consequently, with over 300,000 satisfaction points remaining, Li Chun decided to conserve them for the time being. In the coming days, should his satisfaction points accumulate sufficiently, he would continue to try his luck with the lottery. Conversely, he would exchange some of his current satisfaction points with the system for several large pots, prioritizing the establishment of his business and the urgent need to generate profit. The following day, as dawn broke in the east, Li Chun quietly rose and ventured to the storeroom to retrieve his fishing net. The previous occasion, when Wang sought fish for his bride, had rekindled Li Chun's passion for fishing. Seizing the opportunity to cast a few nets in the river, he had long contemplated frying some boat nails. His plan was sound, yet fate often intervenes unfavorably. Just as he prepared to depart, the large black dog from Old Zhu's family began to bark ferociously. Hearing the commotion, Li Chun halted his actions. Old Zhu's household alone possessed a hefty black dog, aged around 7 or 8, which had long since lost its youthful vigor. Typically, the dog was indifferent to the antics of the villagers, but its sudden outburst at dawn indicated the presence of an outsider. Stretching his neck to peer outside, Li Chun discerned a shadow swiftly approaching his home. As the figure drew nearer, he realized it was none other than Li Hu. Setting down his fishing net, he hurried to open the door, whereupon Li Hu excitedly exclaimed, "Second brother, he is dead. He is dead." Li Chun, perplexed, delivered a swift kick in response. "What nonsense are you spouting so early in the morning?" Li Hu soon recognized his slip of the tongue and quickly corrected himself, though his exuberance remained undiminished. "Second brother, old Zhang has passed away." Li Chun frowned slightly. "Who's he?" "Heed my words. One must possess a sense of reverence. Death is a grave matter. Look at your current demeanor. What sort of behavior is that?" Li Hu, with a distressed expression, retorted, "Didn't you want to deal with old Zhang? What does his father's death have to do with us?" "I have no grievances with old Zhang," Li Hu protested. "Nonsense. Have you not eaten their chickens? Were they not pilfered by you?" After saying this, Li Hu turned and dashed away. "Stop right there." Outside the entrance, Li Chun finally managed to catch up with Li Hu, giving him a thorough reprimand, which brought him some relief. "When did the old man pass?" Li Chun inquired. "Just now. Only about half an hour ago," Li Hu confirmed. "I was getting up to relieve myself when I heard a wail from the Zhang household. I peeked over the wall and saw the old man dressed in his funeral attire, while the family was busy preparing a white cloth." "Was it just one cry?" Li Chun pondered. "The old man has been bedridden for over 6 months, with the family taking turns to care for him, eagerly anticipating his passing. That cry was likely a mere facade." Li Chun shook his head. "Something feels amiss. Typically, dressing the deceased and preparing the white cloth would require the assistance of outsiders. It is unusual for family members to undertake such tasks." Li Hu chuckled. Given old Zhang's stingy nature, he must invite outsiders as well. "But, brother, what exactly are your plans?" Li Chun pulled him aside, saying, "Let us not dwell on that. I must go and see for myself to ascertain if the person is truly gone." Half an hour later, Li Chun stealthily descended from the back wall of old Zhang's home. "Brother, what is the situation?" Li Hu whispered. "The person is gone. The eternal lamp is lit, and the soul sail has been raised. What shall we do next?" Li Chun wrapped an arm around his shoulder and whispered a plan in his ear. After the details were conveyed, admiration shone in Li Hu's eyes, akin to the ceaseless flow of the Yangtze River, as he sincerely gave Li Chun a thumbs up. "Brilliant. Truly brilliant. How did you conceive such a wicked idea? Stop your nonsense and get to work. Remember, only seek out the young people of our generation. The elderly need not apply. Rest assured, I shall handle it." The two brothers exchanged a glance and set off on their separate tasks. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in old Zhang's household was exceedingly peculiar. In the outer room lay a door panel, upon which Zhang Wenshan, old Zhang's father, rested quietly, covered with a bright red cotton cloth. To the left of the panel knelt old Zhang and his wife, both clad in mourning attire, while their 2 sons, Zhang Dongming and Zhang Dongfeng, donned matching funeral garments on the opposite side. Not a single daughter-in-law made an appearance. Zhang, still slightly inebriated from the previous night, looked up at his sons with a stern expression and inquired, "Where are your wives and children? Your grandfather has passed. How can they not come?" The younger son, Zhang Dongfeng, scoffed, "My wife refuses to come, and there's nothing I can do about it." "Nonsense. What do you mean you can't do anything? If you can't even manage your own wife, are you even a man?" Zhang Dongfeng retorted coldly, "What good is shouting at me? Don't you know the situation?" On his wedding day, old Zhang had claimed to invite Li Weiguo to the feast, which led Zhang Dongfeng to believe his miserly father had changed for the better, filling him with joy. However, on the wedding day, while Li Weiguo was indeed present, the only food prepared consisted of a meager assortment of vegetables from their own fields. It would be a lie to say there was no meat at all, but it was certainly scant. Early that morning, Old Zhang rushed to the slaughterhouse, frantically haggling for an hour and managing to buy a pound of low-quality meat for 50 cents. That pitiful offering nearly drove Li Weiguo to despair. With great effort, he prepared 8 dishes, but his wife's family barely tasted them before leaving in disgust. Ever since that day, his wife had not set foot in the old house again. If divorce were common in rural areas, she surely would have chosen not to remain with him. As it was utterly embarrassing, seeing his son argue back, old Zhang erupted in fury. "You ungrateful wretch. I've scrimped and saved all my life. The fortune I've amassed will eventually belong to both of you." Just as he spoke, old Zhang's wife, sensing the escalating tension, quickly intervened. All right. Let us all tone it down. The old man is still here. We need to discuss how to proceed. We must hasten the arrangements for the funeral." Mr. Zhang, suppressing his anger, began to assign tasks to his 2 sons. Eldest, go find Yang Zhenhuai to oversee the preparation and consecration. Youngest, seek out a few sturdy young men to lend a hand. We will need to dig a grave on the mountain and assist in carrying the coffin this afternoon. The brothers across from him remained unresponsive, kneeling in silence. "For heaven's sake, I'm speaking to you. Are you both deaf?" Zhang Dongming, known for his temperance, turned his face away. The youngest, however, erupted in anger, standing up abruptly. "Who do you want me to find? Our family's reputation has been tarnished by you. Now the villagers avoid us like the plague. No one will even acknowledge our presence. I can't help with this. Let it be. You insolent brat. Who do you think you're talking to? I could beat you senseless." Mr. Zhang stood up, ready to strike, but his wife quickly intervened, holding him tightly. "You shouldn't speak to your father like that, dear. With the passing of your grandfather, the blessings will now fall upon you too. It is your duty to assist with the arrangements. Mother, please don't lecture me. If money is needed, my elder brother can contribute. But don't expect me to find anyone. I lack the means." The elderly lady turned to Zhang Dongming. "Eldest, how about you?" Zhang Dongming lifted his head, his expression blank as he replied, "It's pointless. You know our family as standing in the village. Even if I were coerced, it wouldn't matter. My father has wealth. If necessary, we will have to rely on his resources to hire help." Chapter 67, The Filial Son. Leaves on the ground. Zhang Dongming suggesting that his father spend money to hire help was tantamount to jeopardizing his father's well-being. Was Mr. Zhang wealthy? Indeed, he was. If one were to compare, his family was far better off than that of Li Chun. Mr. Zhang Wenshan, had been driving carts for the production team since its inception, secretly engaging in private work on the side, providing livestock to other teams, thus accumulating considerable savings through diligent living. However, given Mr. Zhang's frugal nature, he was reluctant to spend money on hiring assistants. Yet he could not simply abandon his father's remains. After much contemplation, Mr. Zhang devised a plan. He would remove his mourning attire and visit Zhao Weiman, the village head, seeking his intervention. "As a villager, my family is in distress. It is only right for you, as village officials, to help us in our time of need." Mr. Zhang had resolved that if Zhao Weiman refused, he would remain there until he received assistance. However, to his utter astonishment, before he could approach the village head, help arrived unbidden. Li Hu and Bai Lin, accompanied by 7 or 8 young men, burst into the courtyard, startling Mr. Zhang. "Li Hu, what brings you here?" Li Hu, adopting a serious demeanor, responded, "Old man, I heard commotion in your vicinity last night and learned of your father's passing. My condolences. I noticed your family could use more hands, so I brought some friends to assist." Mr. Zhang's eyes sparkled with fervor, trembling with excitement. "Really? Just look. They've all arrived. How could it be false? Ah, wonderful, wonderful. You've always been a righteous lad. Huzi, you truly are commendable." Old Zhang was deeply moved. Indeed, a good neighbor is more valuable than distant relatives. Having a supportive neighbor is far superior to having 2 indifferent sons. Li Hu inquired, "Sir, what can we assist you with now?" The deceased remains in the outer room, and the time for the funeral is approaching swiftly. "Huzi, why not take the trouble to fetch Yang Zhenhuai from Team 5? We cannot proceed with the funeral rites without him." Li Hu, upon hearing this, wore a troubled expression and replied, "Sir, we can help you with other matters, but hiring someone must be done by your family. That is the custom." Li Hu spoke the truth, and after some contemplation, old Zhang decided not to press the issue. "You make a valid point. How about you help set up the morning canopy while I personally invite Yang Zhenhuai?" "Certainly, we shall take care of the canopy." Old Zhang was overjoyed and called out to the house, "Eldest, Huzi and the others are here to help. Quickly fetch the bamboo poles and tarpaulin from the storeroom and lend a hand in setting up the canopy." Li Hu and his companions were incredibly enthusiastic, rolling up their sleeves and getting to work immediately. Next door, Li Hu's mother, hearing the commotion, leaned over the courtyard wall and called him over. Her face stern as she reprimanded him quietly. "Are you out of your mind, meddling in someone else's affairs? Hurry back here." Li Hu, feeling exasperated, waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, just leave it be. We have other matters to attend to." "What other matters could you possibly have?" "I can't tell you right now." With that, Li Hu hurriedly departed. "You little rascal, if you have the audacity, don't come back." Noticing Li Hu and his friends were genuinely committed and industrious, old Zhang could hardly contain his joy, and he made an uncharacteristic decision to have his wife prepare tea for Li Hu and his companions. After determining the location for the canopy and gathering the necessary materials, old Zhang was about to fetch Yang Zhenhuai when more visitors arrived. Li Bao entered with 4 strong young men, heading straight for old Zhang. "Sir, we heard about your father's passing. Please accept our condolences." Old Zhang replied, "Li Bao, what brings you here? We are here to lend a hand since we were concerned you might not have enough help." Old Zhang gazed at Li Bao and the others, feeling somewhat dazed. For joyous occasions, it is customary for relatives to personally extend invitations for assistance. However, in the case of mourning, as the elders say, relatives should not bring bad luck by appearing in person. Instead, it relies on friends and acquaintances to come forward voluntarily. As far as Old Zhang was concerned, he did not possess such a good rapport with people. Just moments ago, he had quarreled with his 2 sons over the matter of seeking help, yet now, uninvited guests were arriving, and not just one group. If Li Hu represented the notion that distant relatives are less reliable than close neighbors, what then of Li Bao? This young man, who typically treated him with indifference, had suddenly brought others along today. Nevertheless, it is customary to welcome those who come to help. Given the current lack of hands at home and the politeness of the visitors, it was undoubtedly a positive development. Old Zhang patted Li Bao on the shoulder with appreciation. "Well done. I have always known you to be a kind-hearted child. Dear, prepare some tea." Zheng Laokou turned his face just in time to meet the gaze of his second son, Zheng Dongfeng, and immediately straightened his back. This prodigal son had the audacity to claim that he was ruining his own character. Look at this. He didn't even have to ask. They came to offer their assistance voluntarily, and they were all young and vigorous elites. "You are my son, and your father has not wasted 50 years in this village." Humph. Zheng Laokou was filled with pride when a commotion erupted outside. Turning to look, he was taken aback to see a large crowd, at least 20 strong, bursting in, led by none other than Li Chun, a person he had never expected to see. Zheng Laokou was momentarily dumbfounded. Li Chun asked, "What are you staring at?" Zheng Laokou glanced at Li Chun and then at the group of robust young men behind him. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he nervously replied, Chun, my elder has passed away. You mustn't cause any trouble." Li Chun chuckled. "What are you thinking? We're here to help your family. What is the problem?" Zheng Laokou stammered, Li Chun frowned. "What is with the hesitation? At your age, how can you not understand basic decorum?" "What decorum? The duty of a filial son is to show respect. When people come to offer their condolences for a deceased elder, the filial son must bow in gratitude, regardless of whether the visitors are male or female. Don't take it lightly. Any family facing this situation would do the same." Zheng Laokou's lips twitched. He certainly understood this custom. So he refrained from arguing with Li Chun. He took out his mourning cap from his pocket and put it on properly, kneeling down to bow to Li Chun. Li Chun nodded and stepped aside, revealing Dakai, who was behind him. Without a word, Zheng Laokou also bowed to Dakai. Then came a series of bows, one after another, with the 20-odd individuals. By the time he finished, Zheng Laokou's legs ached, and his head buzzed. Finally, seeing that there was no one left behind, he propped himself up and stood. Chun, you truly are not here to make trouble?" Chapter 68. We are of the same generation. In response to Zheng Laokou's suspicion, Li Chun replied seriously, "What are you talking about? I kindly brought people to help. And you dare to accuse me of causing trouble? Is there such a thing?" Zheng Laokou's mouth twisted in disbelief. "I don't believe it. Our families have had no interaction. How could you be so kind-hearted?" "Of course we have interacted. When I was young, Zheng Dei even bought me candied hawthorn." "You bought me candied hawthorn?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible. While he might forget other matters, he could never forget spending money on goods." "Candied hawthorn? My own son has never had the ones I bought. Am I crazy to buy them for you?" This kid is spouting nonsense, undoubtedly not thinking straight. Li Chun shot him a glare and pointed to the spirit platform being constructed, saying, "I'm talking about my Zheng Di. Why are you taking advantage of me?" Zheng Laokou was taken aback. "Kid, what do you call my father?" "I call him Di. What is wrong with that?" "Wrong? I'm older than your father." Li Chun waved his hand dismissively. Age has nothing to do with generational rank. "Let me ask you, what do you call Zheng Qiming?" "I call him Lao Shu." Li Chun chuckled. "Doesn't this align perfectly? I also refer to him as uncle. And yet he claims we are not of the same generation?" Zheng Laokou's goat beard quivered with indignation as he pointed at Li Chun, his entire being trembling with agitation. Li Chun brushed his hand aside and remarked, "All right. Let us not dwell on generational matters. The task at hand is of utmost importance. By the way, how long do you intend to stay here, old man?" Taking the initiative to shift the topic, Li Chun noticed that Zheng Laokou understood the gravity of the situation and replied with a sullen expression. "The upcoming days will not bear any good tidings. I must head out this afternoon." His reference to heading out was about attending the funeral. According to local customs, the deceased are typically kept for 3 days. However, this is not a rigid rule, and can be adjusted according to the lunar calendar. If the following days are deemed unfavorable for burial, they must proceed with the funeral on the same day. Despite his unsavory character, Zhang Laoku dared not take liberties in this matter. Li Chun furrowed his brow slightly. Afternoon is quite a tight schedule. Have the grave diggers ascended the mountain yet? Zhang Laoku shook his head. I was just about to seek out Yang Zhenhuai when I ran into you. Then you should hurry. I will assist you with the arrangements at home. Li Chun turned to the crowd and called out. Don't just stand there. Get to work. Xiao Chao. You and a few others assist Huzi with setting up the spirit tent. Datsai, go catch a large rooster from the chicken coop. It needs to go under the coffin. And a few more of you. Gather some more paper money. My uncle was thrifty throughout his life, so we cannot allow him to experience hardship in the afterlife. The others busied themselves tidying up the courtyard, moving swiftly. Zhang Laoku stood still, observing the fervor and determination of the young men, his heart pounding. He was acutely aware of his past actions, and, thus, found it hard to believe that Li Chun and his companions were genuinely altruistic. Aside from Li Hu, who was a neighbor and might genuinely lend a hand, what reason did the others have? Was it merely because they had previously attended his family celebrations? Yet, despite his reservations, Li Chun and his companions were indeed laboring diligently, with everyone engaged in tasks. The earliest arrivals, including Li Hu, were already drenched in sweat. Zhang Laoku stroked his goat beard, perplexed, and ultimately decided to let it be. It was best to seek out Yang Zhenhuai, trusting that Li Chun and his friends would not overstep their bounds. After all, funerals are solemn occasions, and causing a disturbance would be a grave breach of decorum, one that the villagers would not tolerate. With this thought, Zhang Laoku found clarity. As long as there was no disruption, having these young men assist was a blessing. Who says I, Zhang Fulin, lack social connections? Open your eyes and see, my family is being aided by such a robust group of young men. Which brings me great pride. With so many bustling about, the atmosphere in the courtyard grew lively. Soon, curious onlookers drifted by, perhaps bringing some gifts. Unable to contain himself, Zhang Laoku broke into a wide grin. However, after an absence of over 40 minutes, his return bore no trace of joy, and a red mark had appeared on his forehead. Yang Zhenhuai was indeed invited, yet he arrived with a scowl upon his face, muttering curses under his breath. One could say that Zhang Laoku was rather unfortunate. En route to the 5th team, his mind was preoccupied with the possibility of receiving a gift. Upon reaching Yang Zhenhuai's doorstep, he noticed the gate ajar and, without calling out, boldly stepped inside. Upon encountering Yang Zhenhuai, he expressed a request for assistance in preparing the late patriarch for burial. Yang, upon hearing this, was instantly incensed. Your father has passed away. Zhang Laoku nodded, and Yang Zhenhuai erupted in fury. Zhang Laoku, what the hell are you thinking? Your family has just experienced a death, and you come running to my house. Do you not understand the customs? At your age, this is simply unacceptable. It was not without reason that Yang was agitated. In such circumstances, it is deemed inappropriate for the bereaved to visit others before the funeral, as it is believed to bring ill fortune. What grudge? What enmity could prompt such a thoughtless act? Yang Zhenhuai merely cursed a few times, but his wife, armed with a broom, was ready to confront him. You old scoundrel. Bringing misfortune to my doorstep at this hour? I shall not let this slide. It was only then that Zhang Laoku realized his blunder. Quickly uttering an apology and making a hasty retreat, though not before suffering a blow to his forehead. Though he managed to escape, the matter at hand remained unresolved. In the entire village, only Yang Zhenhuai possessed the knowledge necessary for such rites, and Zhang Laoku understood that he could not accomplish this alone. He would have to seek assistance from Zhao Wu. This time, he had learned his lesson and did not dare to enter the courtyard, instead calling out to Zhao Wu from outside. Death is a significant matter, and despite Zhang Laoku's shortcomings, they were from the same village. He could not simply ignore the elder's body left to attract flies at the threshold. Zhao Weiman accompanied Zhang Laoku back to Yang Zhenhuai's residence, where they offered an abundance of flattering words, which finally persuaded Yang to lend a hand. The two returned to Zhang Laoku's home, where the morning shelter had already been erected. Inside were 2 long benches, and a thin coffin was positioned correctly atop them, while on the ground sat a bewildered rooster, its legs bound. All necessary items such as yellow paper, brushes, grains, offerings, incense, and candles were meticulously prepared. Observing these arrangements, Yang Zhenhuai's expression finally softened. The morning shelter faced south, with the head of the coffin oriented outward. Everything was in order. These arrangements had been well executed, significantly easing his burden. Chapter 69. The lid of your father's coffin cannot be secured. It was my second brother who organized everything we did. Upon hearing Yang Zhenhuai's praise, Li Hu raised his hands in a quick response, as if he shared in the accolades bestowed upon Li Chun. Yang Zhenhuai chuckled at Li Chun. Well done, young man. You've done quite well. Brother Zheng mentioned he would be leaving this afternoon, so I took the liberty of acting in haste, as long as nothing went awry. Li Chun humbly replied. Having accompanied his grandfather and father to numerous feasts since childhood, He had witnessed countless red and white celebrations, absorbing the customs without the need for deliberate memorization, becoming somewhat proficient in the process. In matters of funerals, aside from his unfamiliarity with the compass, he was well-versed in burial and consecration rites. Upon hearing Li Chun's address to Zhang Laoku, Yang Zhenhuai paused momentarily. What did you just call him? Brother Zhang, of course. Mr. Zhang, filled with irritation, let out a huff, yet Yang Zhenhuai appeared intrigued. How do we determine the hierarchy of our relationships? He remarked. Look at it this way. Old Zhang refers to Zhang Qiming as uncle, and so do I. Does that not place us on the same level? Yang's eyes sparkled, and with a grin, he inquired, so, what shall you call me? Dear Uncle Yang, I assent that how I've always addressed you since childhood? Laughter erupted, and Yang Zhenhuai, in high spirits, patted Mr. Zhang's shoulder, saying, did you hear that? By the lineage from Chun, you ought to call me uncle. Next time you see me, remember to show some respect. The young men roared with laughter, while Mr. Zhang trembled with indignation. However, since he was at fault regarding the earlier incident at Yang Zhenhuai's home and was now seeking assistance, he could only suppress his frustration. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. It is getting late, so we should proceed with the preparations for the burial. Observing Mr. Zhang's discomfort brought Yang Zhenhuai some satisfaction. Indeed, let us attend to the important matters. Where shall we find my elder brother Zhang? Yang Zhenhuai inspected Zhang Wenshan's remains, adjusted the garments, and promptly organized the burial arrangements. The act of burial entails placing the deceased into a coffin and ensuring it is properly positioned. If the family is affluent and wishes to include additional burial items, they may place them according to tradition and positioning. Yet, it was evident that Mr. Zhang had not prepared any accompanying items for his father, not even the wine jug his father had cherished for decades. Once the burial was completed, offerings were set upon the altar, and incense was lit. From that moment forth, the flame must not be extinguished, requiring a vigil to be maintained. With this task concluded, Yang Zhenhuai quickly gathered Zhang Dongming and several young men, taking tools to the family cemetery to dig the grave. Li Chun approached the altar, respectfully offering incense to the late Zhang Wenshan and burning several joss papers, prompting others to follow suit. Li Chun organized a rotation for the vigil, while the rest of the group idly chatted outside the morning tent. Soon, news of Zhang Wenshan's passing circulated throughout the village, attracting considerable attention. However, this attention was far from flattering. Over the years, Mr. Zhang had offended nearly everyone in the village, and there was scarcely anyone who did not harbor resentment towards him. Now that tragedy had struck his family, the villagers were keenly observing, eager to witness his misfortune. Have you heard? Zhang Wenshan has passed away. Are you planning to contribute to the Zhang family? Not a chance. I simply wish to see how that miserly old coot handles this situation. After all these years of him tormenting others during their events, it's finally his turn to face the repercussions. It's poetic justice. Oh, but Zhang Wenshan was a decent man. Though frugal, he never harmed anyone. We should not speak ill of the dead. Indeed, old Zhang was a good soul. But he simply did not have a worthy son. After a lifetime of saving and scrimping, it seems that due to his ungrateful son, there may not even be anyone to assist in carrying the coffin. That old miser truly brought this upon himself. How can you be so sure that no one will help? I heard that right after old Zhang passed, a great number of young men rushed over to offer their assistance. The Zhang household is quite lively at the moment. Is that true? Who is so blind as to offer assistance to his family? How foolish. Am I to deceive you, Chun? Huzi and the others are there, and yet you remain oblivious. Hiss, could it be that Li Weiguo and Zhang Laoku have a history? Would Chun truly lend his help? Surely, there must be other matters at play. Hee. Don't dismiss it. There is a genuine possibility. Why don't we go and take a look? Let us proceed. Curiosity drew a considerable crowd, and soon, Zhang Laoku's doorstep was teeming with onlookers, pointing and gossiping, yet none dared to enter and offer their respects. Zhang Laoku felt a chill in his heart, reflecting on the fickleness of human relationships and the coldness of society. His hopes of receiving gifts were dashed, but at least the presence of so many helped salvage his pride. He could take solace in that. Before long, the spicy pepper quartet arrived, eager to join the commotion, surrounding Li Chun with flattery and pleas for shelter, leaving him with a throbbing headache. As the clock approached 9 in the morning, Yang Zhenhuai and the others returned from digging the grave, and Zhang Laoku hurried over. Old Yang, is the grave ready? Call me Uncle Yang. Poof. Zhang Laoku nearly spat blood in shock. Cut the nonsense. Let us discuss serious matters. Yes, it's finished, Yang Zhenhuai confirmed with a nod. Have you checked the time? What hour did you leave? The burial is at 4 this afternoon, with the procession starting at 2, and the spirit ceremony at 3. By the way, have the bearers for the coffin been arranged? Yang Zhenhuai inquired. Zhang Laoku turned to Li Chun. Chun, what do you think? Uncle Yang, how many people do we need? And are there any specific requirements? 4 to carry the coffin, and 4 to replace them, a total of 8. Those who are unmarried need not apply, and children under 1 year are also disqualified. Furthermore, there should be no conflict with my brother Zhang in terms of attributes. Li Chun replied, "We have plenty of people here. Selecting 8 suitable candidates should not pose a problem. By the way, Uncle Yang, don't we need to give a gift for the coffin bearers? The gift money, also known as the Chengshi money, is necessary to counter the ill fortune associated with carrying a coffin. It is customary to provide red envelopes to the bearers for good luck." Yang Zhenhuai nodded. "Of course. It's required. 2 yuan each. Don't forget Laoku." Zheng Laoku's face fell instantly, his expression more dismal than when his father passed. "What? So much? Wasn't he at only 20 cents before?" Yang Zhenhuai scoffed. "That's an outdated custom from years gone by, since the land was divided. It has been 2 yuan for coffin bearers. And you dare to haggle over this? You're quite something." Zheng Laoku felt as though his heart were shattering, the pain making him convulse. "Akun, you're all young and strong. It's not far. Why not just find 4 people? Do you think that could work? Damn." Both Li Chun and Yang Zhenhuai erupted in expletives, with Yang Zhenhuai pointing a finger at Zheng Laoku, berating him. "Are you even human? How can you utter such words? Take a look around. Your father's coffin isn't even sealed yet. Aren't you afraid he might rise and take you, the unfilial son, along with him?" Chapter 70. I have shown great mercy. Hiss. Zheng Laoku glanced at the coffin of his father in the spirit hall, the flickering candle flames dancing. And he couldn't help but shudder, goosebumps prickling his skin, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "Fine. 8 people it is. I'll cover the expenses." As he spoke, old Zheng's voice trembled, his spirit seemingly waning, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. His heart bled with genuine sorrow. To make matters worse, Li Chun delivered another piercing blow to his fragile heart. "Before the spirit is awakened, you must provide the wedding gift. Returning later. Could I possibly be troubled by such a trivial amount?" Old Zheng's face darkened with displeasure. "That won't do. I cannot trust you. I found the people to assist. And should you default when descending the mountain, how would I explain that to them?" Old Zheng clenched his teeth. "Very well, if it must be given first. So be it. We are not in a position to quibble over such matters." At that moment, a minor commotion arose outside the door. Village head Zhao Weiman and Secretary Wang Yongshan, accompanied by village officials, arrived to pay their respects. Though everyone held a certain disdain for old Zheng, this was a necessary formality. Regardless of whose family was in mourning, village officials were obliged to extend their condolences. The group first lit incense and exchanged a few words of comfort. After the formalities, Zhao Weiman glanced around and inquired, "Where is the accountant? Where shall we record the gifts?" Upon hearing this, old Zheng perked up. "Akun, where are the 2 individuals you assigned to keep track of the accounts?" Indeed, Li Chun had arranged for 2 literate individuals to record the gifts, yet no one had come forth to contribute. Those from old Zheng's family who came to pay their respects merely lit incense and burned paper. Out of respect for Zheng Wenshan, they slipped $1 to his wife, then turned to leave, without a single word exchanged with old Zheng throughout the visit. With no contributions recorded and the ledger forgotten, it took some time to unearth it from beneath the Kai's backside. Each village official contributed $2, and old Zheng, as if rejuvenated, radiated joy in an instant. As they were about to depart, Zhao Weiman cheerfully chatted with Li Chun. "Akun, did old Zheng invite you to the feast?" "Invite me?" Li Chun laughed, shaking his head. "My price is far too high. He wouldn't dare." Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Li Chun craned his neck and shouted at old Zheng, "At this hour, why is there still no food being prepared? With so many helpers, we might need several tables. If you don't get ready soon, it will be too late." Boom. Old Zheng felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue, staggering backward several steps, nearly losing his balance. This was disastrous. He had sensed something was amiss with Li Chun and his crew, but had been preoccupied with the funeral arrangements, failing to realize the true nature of the situation until now. He finally comprehended that they had all been waiting for him. Those who came to assist were not expected to contribute gifts, yet he was obligated to provide the meals. 1, 2, 3, 30. His heavens. 37 young men, including Yang Zhenhuai, would require at least 4 or 5 tables. How much would this cost? This was a matter of life and death. These scoundrels were relentless. "When I attend feasts at others' homes, I must contribute a dime, yet they expect to feast for free," Li Chun shouted. "Surely you haven't truly prepared nothing? I must say, conducting affairs in such a manner is utterly unreasonable." Everyone arrived before dawn to lend a hand, their bodies drenched in sweat. "And you have the audacity to let them go hungry?" Zheng Lao, with an exasperated expression, felt a wave of nausea rise within him, his tears nearly spilling forth as he found himself at a loss for words. Zhao Weiman and Wang Yongshan also furrowed their brows. It was customary to host a meal for those who brought gifts, a tradition upheld for many years without fail. "Old Zheng, surely you wouldn't disregard this convention, would you?" Zhao Weiman's words bore dual significance. The first served as a cautionary note, reminding him that no one in the village had ever breached this custom. Should he dare to make an exception, the villagers would surely not support him. The latter part provided him with an escape, allowing him to claim forgetfulness. But it was imperative to extend an invitation. Zheng Lao, feeling increasingly distressed, understood the weight of tradition all too well in the past. He had reveled in the lavish feasts funded by a mere dime from each household, exploiting the loopholes of custom. There was no rule against contributing a small amount, and he had not violated any norms. Even if his family was displeased, they would have to endure. Now, however, the rules were turning against him, and if he dared to undermine a consensus held by the entire village, he would find himself unwelcome in the community of Zhuangtuing. This was nothing short of coercion. Zhang Lao shot a venomous glare at Li Chun, blaming this scoundrel for his predicament. His momentary lapse had allowed Li Chun to take advantage of him, and he felt utterly betrayed. Faced with the reality of the situation, Zhang Lao, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to acquiesce. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he forced a grim smile, reminiscent of a man who had just undergone a painful medical procedure. Well, I never said I wouldn't host, he stammered. The old man passed away so unexpectedly that I became flustered and forgot. I'll organize something right away. Li Chun chuckled softly, forgetting is no issue. So long as you extend the invitation. By the way, please ensure the meal is presentable. These brothers have put in considerable effort. If they leave unsatisfied, they might resort to smashing your windows, and even I won't be able to intervene. Overwhelmed by grief from his father's passing, Zhang Lao could no longer restrain his tears. Noticing Zhang Lao's disheartened state, Yang Zhenhuai kindly advised, Old Zhang, your family is rather small. You may find it challenging to manage. I suggest you invite a Chun to help. He is a professional and will certainly handle everything with precision. No need. Zhang Lao erupted, as though stung by an unseen force, leaping to his feet. We can manage without him. My family is capable. You must keep a close watch, or time will slip away. Also, have your wife prepare some flatbreads. Everyone should have a bite on their way down, Yang Zhenhuai continued. Zhang Lao, feeling utterly despondent, nodded at Yang Zhenhuai and retreated with his spouse to discuss matters further. Once the village officials departed, Yang Zhenhuai leaned toward Li Chun, a smile playing on his lips, and remarked, Your maneuvering here is quite cunning. Li Chun, bewildered, inquired, What do you mean, uncle? We're merely assisting his family. It is only right that they host a meal for everyone. Yang Zhenhuai playfully nudged him, chuckling. Stop pretending with me. Do you really think I can't see through your antics? Though perhaps this strategy is a tad ruthless? Caught in his scheme, Li Chun dropped the facade. What can I say? I've already been quite generous. If I were truly merciless, I would shout outside for everyone who brought gifts to join the feast. Can you imagine the chaos that would ensue? Yang Zhenhuai, momentarily envisioning the scene, gasped in astonishment. You truly have left a path for the old miser. Otherwise, today that couple would undoubtedly descend alongside their father. Li Chun chuckled. For old Yang is indeed a man of understanding. Over the years, Zheng the miser has disgusted nearly every household in the village with his paltry contributions. However, the rural folk today possess a generally kind heart, lacking the deviousness of Zheng. Were someone to rally them, it would serve as a reminder to repay grievances with grievances. The front door of Zheng's home would surely be shattered. Imagine 100 or 200 individuals converging to partake in a meager feast. Zheng's character would be severely strained by such an event. In the east room of the Zheng household, Zheng and his wife sat on the edge of the calm, wiping their tears. As Zheng wept, he endlessly lamented. I have lost my life. I have lost my life. Zheng Dongfeng, feeling exasperated, remarked, What is the purpose of this weeping? What good does it do? Li Chun and the others are clearly intent on dealing with you. We should swiftly devise a plan. The crowd outside awaits. Wiping a tear away, Zheng the miser gritted his teeth, exclaiming, It's all that scoundrel Li Chun's fault. He is utterly ruthless, seeking to ruin me. Zheng Dongfeng rolled his eyes and retorted with a sneer, What goes around comes around. Had you not deceived his father first, would he have targeted you? This is the consequence of your own misdeeds. How can you still blame others? Enough of your nonsense. You dare to speak to me like that? Zheng the miser bellowed. Why not direct your temper at those people outside? You only dare to shout at me, Zheng Dongfeng countered. If you had the capability, take that anger out on the crowd. Just as Zheng the miser was about to erupt, his wife clutched him tightly, signaling to their second son. You must speak less. Your father is already quite vexed. Zheng Dongfeng replied. Can his vexation resolve anything? A large group is waiting outside for a feast. And we have made no preparations, not even a cook. It is nearing 10 o'clock. We must devise a strategy instead of merely weeping. Upon hearing this, Zheng the miser's fury dissipated like a puddle of mud against the wall, and tears flowed anew. Oh dear, why am I crying again? I must tell you. Those outside are not benevolent souls. If we do not handle them properly, who knows what trouble they might stir? Zheng the miser scoffed. What can they possibly do? Will they consume me? Father, what do you mean? Zheng Dongfeng asked, his eyes wide. You just agreed. Are you truly considering going back on your word? Zheng the miser lowered his head in silence, for he indeed contemplated reneging. Outside, the conversation had escalated, forcing him to comply. Now back home. As he calculated in his mind, the tears were impossible to suppress. His heart ached terribly. Yet, contemplating the repercussions of not fulfilling his promise, He reasoned that it might not be so dire after all. Will they shatter my windows? Who would dare? If they do, I shall place the blame squarely on them and ensure they regret it. If the village's rules are broken, then so be it. They cannot threaten me with their discontent. What can they truly do? Point fingers and curse. I have long since grown accustomed to it. Beyond that, do they dare to lay hands on me? The times have changed, and who would dare take action now? I would simply report him to the police. Zhang Dongfeng immediately saw through his father's intentions and sternly warned. Dad, please don't act rashly. You may not care, but my brother and I still have to make our way in this village. Furthermore, my grandfather has yet to be buried. If you offend everyone, who will carry the coffin? We cannot possibly leave my grandfather buried in the courtyard, can we? This statement seemed to strike at the heart of Zhang Laoco's stubbornness. Zhang Dongfeng continued, Dad, I truly cannot understand your thought process. You are not lacking in funds. When people come to help at the break of dawn, isn't it only right to treat them to a meal? Zhang Laoco rolled his eyes and replied, It's easy for you to say that. With so many people, at least 5 tables are needed. When all is said and done, it won't be less than 60 or 70 yuan. That is a considerable sum. How much do we earn in a year? Zhang Dongfeng was nearly beside himself with frustration. I truly cannot comprehend why you always focus on these trivial expenses. How about this? I will discuss with my elder brother, and we can share the costs equally among the 3 of us. Will that work? Zhang Laoco's eyes lit up. Really? Wait, I will go find my brother. A few minutes later, the family reached a consensus. Zhang Dongming, fearful of potential trouble, agreed to share the expenses with his brother and father, alleviating some of Zhang Laoco's concerns. Next came the issue of catering. The 2 daughters-in-law need not be considered. They had not even come to pay their respects, let alone help with the cooking. Relying solely on the elderly spouse for the meals for 30 or 40 people would be utterly exhausting for her. As for relatives, Zhang Laoco was thoroughly disgusted with them. Those who came to pay their respects did so out of respect for the old man, and expecting them to assist with the meals was out of the question. This presented yet another dilemma. Time was of the essence, and Zhang Dongfeng suggested, How about we ask a Chun to help? We can split the 20 yuan, which would be less than 7 yuan per family. Zhang Dongming, with a mournful expression, trembled his lips, but ultimately said nothing. Zhang Laoco's eyes darted as he proposed, Let us do this. Each of you give me 7 yuan, and I will cover the rest. Zhang Dongming calculated in his mind and exclaimed, So you're saying you will pay less than us? Zhang Laoco retorted, This isn't complicated math. Besides, I am your father. What is wrong with me taking a few cents from you? Zhang Dongming, unwilling to concede, attempted to argue with his father, but Zhang Dongfeng quickly intervened. Forget it, elder brother. Let us just go with this. We need to hurry and arrange for the meals. Otherwise, chaos will ensue. Zhang Dongming gritted his teeth, but ultimately acquiesced. A rare smile appeared on Zhang Laoco's face, then it settled. Second son, go fetch that good-for-nothing Li Chun. I need to speak with him. At this point, they were still sitting around. And surely they weren't planning to shirk their responsibilities regarding the meals, were they? Li Chun entered the room, and, upon noticing they were unprepared, immediately began to complain. Zhang Dongfeng forced a smile. Everyone has come to our home to help. How could we not provide for them? It's just that there are too many people for my mother to handle alone. We discussed it as a family and decided to ask for your assistance with the catering. What do you think? Ask me to cater? Li Chun looked incredulously at Zhang Laoco. Are you all joking? Given the nature of your father, do you really think he would spare any expense to invite me? What a ridiculous notion. Today, Li Chun summoned people over, simply to provoke the miserly Zhang Laoco and allow my father and elder brother a chance to vent their frustrations. His intentions were not overly malicious. He merely sought to set the stage for a gathering, enabling everyone to partake in a feast while causing this old miser a little discomfort, nothing more. Li Chun swore to the heavens that he never intended to profit from Zhang Laoco's funds. This old fellow would mourn for a lost coin as if it were a tragedy, enduring stomach pains to suppress his discomfort until he could unleash it at home. For him to spend money on my feast would be akin to a knife through his heart. Zhang Laoco's wife quickly interjected, clarifying that it was no jest, but rather the truth. Zhang Laoco waved her off, instructing everyone to leave as he had matters to discuss with Chun. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dongfeng voiced his discontent. Why should we leave? What is it that we cannot hear? Zhang Laoco insisted. Out you go. I have private matters to discuss with Chun. Chapter 72, Matai? Li Matai? The Zhang brothers were reluctantly ushered out by their father. Li Chun plopped down beside Zhang Laoco, raising an eyebrow, and smilingly inquired, Now that it's just the 2 of us, what mischief are you concocting this time? Zhang Laoco scoffed. What could I possibly do that would rival your schemes? You've already put me through hell. Such words are ungracious, Li Chun retorted. I must ask, has everyone been working for your family? Zhang Laoco fell silent. If you have no intention of employing us, you could have stated that upon our arrival. Now that the work is done, do you really expect us to go unpaid? Are you only considering your own interests? Enough of this nonsense. Zhang Laoco waved dismissively. Just get to the point. There are not many tables. Can we negotiate a lower price? Absolutely not, Li Chun replied firmly. That price is exorbitant. Are you trying to extort me? How about $10? You may as well eat dirt. 15. Not a chance. Zhang Laokou glared at Li Chun, haggling for a while. But Li Chun remained steadfast. Do not drag this out. My fee is $20, not a cent less. And let me remind you, time is of the essence. If you do not prepare soon, do not blame us for any delays regarding your father's burial. Li Chun was impervious to any negotiation, leaving Zhang Laokou at a loss. If you want to lower the price, can I offer something in exchange? No, I want cash, and it must be upfront. I do not trust you. Li Chun was solely focused on cash, hoping to seize this opportunity to earn some satisfaction value. Although the number of guests was slightly lower today, even the smallest of insects still bore some flesh, and it would certainly yield more satisfaction value than an entire day's contribution at a restaurant. Moreover, he had little faith in Zhang Laokou possessing anything of real worth. Do not be so quick to refuse. Allow me to show you what I have. Zhang Laokou then pulled from beneath a cabinet a dusty green wooden box, laden with cobwebs and containing grenades. Li Chun's heart raced. Goodness, this old man can't possibly be contemplating a mutual demise with me, can he? Zhang Laokou picked up a feather duster, brushed off the dust, and produced a key to unlock the box. Li Chun seized the canister bottle used by old Zhang for drinking water, approached him from behind, and craned his neck to peer inside. If the situation proved unfavorable, he would promptly incapacitate the old man. Upon opening the box, he discovered 3 cylindrical objects wrapped in old newspapers, uniformly thick, which assured him that they were certainly not grenades. Li Chun felt a slight sense of relief. Old Zhang retrieved one of the objects and closed the box. What is this? Li Chun inquired. Old Zhang squinted and smiled. A fine treasure. With that, he placed the object onto the Kong and unwrapped the newspaper, revealing the item's true appearance. As he discerned the nature of this object, Li Chun maintained a facade of composure, though a tempest of emotions surged within him, causing his left eyelid to twitch repeatedly. To his astonishment, it was a bottle of liquor. The bottle was encased in a layer of beeswax, yet through it, the faded label was still discernible. The shape of the bottle was rather unappealing, resembling a straight cylinder with only a slight protrusion at the cap, which seemed somewhat disproportionate. At the top of the label were the red letters Lomu, followed by an illustration of a majestic eagle perched upon a globe, and beneath it, a blue rectangular background emblazoned with the traditional characters for Lai Mao. At the bottom was a line of small red traditional characters reading Mutai Village Hengxing Distillery. The back of the label was densely printed with fine text, the script indecipherable to Li Chun. The cap bore an inscription indicating a production date from the 32nd year of the Republic of China. To his utter astonishment, this was indeed a bottle of Lai Mao liquor from the 32nd year of the Republic. Li Chun was genuinely taken aback. He had never imagined that old Zhang's household possessed such a fine item, and it was likely not the only one, given the shape and packaging. The other 2 wrapped in newspapers were likely the same kind of Lai Mao liquor. Wow, incredible. Li Chun's heart raced with excitement. But what old Zhang said next nearly caused him to choke in disbelief. Open your eyes, boy. This is a genuine treasure. It's an old-style Matai liquor that my father has preserved for decades, never even daring to take a sip. How about this? This bottle should suffice to cover your $20. Old Zhang boasted with a smug expression. Matai liquor? You call this Matai? Li Chun scoffed. You must think you're quite clever. Do you take me for a fool? I may have merely graduated from middle school, but I can at least recognize the characters. It clearly says Lai Mao. How dare you try to pass it off as Matai? You truly are something else. Old Zhang's face flushed with embarrassment. In his eagerness to deceive, he had forgotten that Li Chun possessed a modicum of education. Cough, cough. Regardless of the name, it's undoubtedly good liquor. My father, who adored drinking, never opened a bottle. You wouldn't be at a loss if we settled with this. Li Chun waved his hand dismissively. Save it. With your family's stingy nature, you'd never dare to open a bottle of liquor. No matter what, this is an old liquor. The older the wine, the more valuable it becomes. Enough of this chatter. In the supply and marketing cooperative, a bottle of Maotai is merely priced at 11 yuan. You think you can barter it for 20? How absurd. Spare me the chatter. If you wish to use my services, payment is required. I have no desire for this worthless item. Old Zhang grumbled to himself, realizing that this young man was not easily deceived. Pecan, I assure you, this is indeed fine wine. It was a gift from the director of the cooperative to my father when he worked there years ago. Just consider it. A director of such stature must have given something of value. He chuckled, suspecting it might have been a mere consolation to his father. Blast it. Old Zhang scowled, gritting his teeth. Fine, I'll concede a bit today. How about I trade you 2 bottles of this wine? Li Chun's heart raced, but he managed to maintain his composure. Old Zhang, it's getting late. Let us not drag this on forever. Here's the deal. In light of your esteemed elder, I'll accept those 3 bottles as equivalent to the 20 yuan for my services. If you feel that's unfair, just give me cash. What do you say? Old Zhang's goatee twitched with indignation. You're quite the shrewd one. Li Chun retorted with a smirk. Neither of us can truly claim the moral high ground. You think a bottle of unheard of swill can match my 20? I'm only rushing this along due to time constraints. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother engaging with you. After a few more minutes of back and forth, Zhao ultimately decided against parting with cash, begrudgingly agreeing to the exchange of 3 bottles of subpar wine for his debt to Li Chun. Chapter 73. Why does this feel like stealing? Having successfully traded 3 bottles of obscure wine with Li Chun, Zhao felt elated. He had saved 20 yuan and considered himself fortunate. As for the wine's actual worth, he was blissfully unaware. However, he was acutely aware of his father's peculiarities. Just as Li Chun had claimed, his father would never dare to open a bottle of liquor. Years ago, when his father received a bottle of Red Star Erguo as a gift for doing odd jobs, he cherished it as though it were a treasure, cradling it as he slept. The bottle sat atop the cabinet for over 20 years, polished repeatedly but never opened, until it was accidentally shattered, leading to his father's heart-wrenching lamentation. If he treated a bottle of Erguo that way, then these 3 bottles collecting dust would surely be worth even less. Furthermore, his father was merely a cart driver. What service could he possibly render that warranted the gift of fine wine? Thus, those 3 bottles were undoubtedly worthless trash. And Zhao reveled in having outsmarted the foolish young man. Despite his inner joy, Zhao maintained a stern facade, feigning grievance. You've taken the 3 bottles, surely. That resolves everything, right? Li Chun bit his lip, forcing a calm demeanor. Not quite. You need to write me a note. A note? What kind of note? Simply a written acknowledgement that you willingly agreed to this arrangement, complete with your signature. Zhao was taken aback. What do you mean? With a smirk, Li Chun replied. I don't trust your character. I'm concerned you might deny this later and demand the bottles back, leaving me with nothing. Zhao pointed at Li Chun, gritting his teeth, and said, You dare speak about me? I believe you are the one with a heart as rotten as they come. Enough with the nonsense, just tell me. Are we going to do this or not? Zhao waved his hand impatiently. Fine, I'll go along with it, but what if I can't write? I'll write it. And you just need to put your thumbprint, Li Chun replied. Zhao shook his head. That's not going to work. You're too cunning for my liking. And I can't trust you. Not a problem. We'll find a few literate witnesses, then you won't be able to back out, Li Chun suggested. Zhao pondered for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. No, this matter must remain our secret. He proposed to settle the account with 3 bottles of liquor, stating that he would pay in cash directly, and could even split the 14 yuan with his 2 sons. If anyone else found out, that 14 yuan would vanish. And he wouldn't agree to a losing deal. Li Chun furrowed his brow. So what do you suggest? If that's the case, I won't take the liquor. Just give me cash instead. Zhao wrestled with himself for a few seconds before finally relenting. All right, I'll trust you this once. You write it down, and I'll put my thumbprint. Li Chun rolled his eyes. You should have agreed sooner. Now look at the time wasted. Where are the pen and paper? Hurry up. Zhao shrugged. I don't have any. No one in my family reads, and that stuff is useless. Fine. Wait here. I'll borrow some from the convenience store. When I return, hide the pen and paper well. If my wife or sons ask, just say you're buying something else, Li Chun instructed. Zhao was taken aback. What do you mean? Are we doing something shameful here? How could that be? I call the shots at home. But I'm just worried they'll ask too many questions and delay things. Now hurry. Li Chun thought for a moment, deemed it reasonable, and nodded in agreement. Within 2 minutes, he returned with a neatly written note. Zhao had him read it aloud, and he counted the words in his head, ensuring they matched before he felt at ease. Without ink, they used some black paint as a substitute. Just pressing his thumb wasn't enough. Li Chun insisted that all 5 fingers be imprinted for satisfaction. Once everything was settled, Li Chun returned the 3 bottles to the grenade box, preparing to carry it home, but Zhao objected. You can't just carry it out like that, others will see. Li Chun was at a loss for words. We're not stealing, why be afraid of being seen? Zhao shook his head vigorously like a rattling drum. No, I dislike the hassle of their questions. What do you propose then? Zhao contemplated and rummaged through a cluttered fertilizer bag, dumping its contents on the floor before carefully repackaging the 3 bottles inside. I'll pass the bag out through the back window. You can collect it later. This feels just like stealing, doesn't it? Is it really necessary? Li Chun exclaimed. Just trust me and hurry, Zhao insisted. Fearing that Zhao might accidentally drop the bottles, Li Chun quickly moved to the back of the house to wait. They smoothly completed the handover, and Li Chun placed the bag next to the chicken coop, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Goodness. It's not easy to snag a deal like this. When Li Chun returned to the east room, Zhao had already ushered his wife and children inside. This old fellow appeared unfazed, while Zhang Dongming and his brother exchanged wary glances, their suspicions rising, yet they could not discern any obvious flaws. The next order of business was to finalize the menu. For a wedding, we need an even number of dishes. For a funeral, an odd number. Shall we arrange 11 dishes? Li Chun inquired. 11? Isn't that a bit excessive? Zhao grimaced. 7 dishes is still an odd number, isn't it? Li Chun chuckled in exasperation. Let us not even discuss the past. Ever since our village's brick factory was established 7 or 8 years ago, there hasn't been a funeral here with fewer than 9 dishes. Today, the young men assisting your family are all robust fellows. 9 dishes might not even suffice. And you dare suggest 7? Old Zhang wore a sour expression, grumbling in irritation. Fine, 9 it is, but make sure not to include anything too extravagant. My family cannot compete with Zhao Wu's. Old Zhang had come to terms with the situation, realizing that with 2 sons to share the expenses, he wouldn't be out of pocket too much. With the contributions from a few village officials, they would have more than enough. However, he was wary of the young men outside. They might indeed cause a ruckus if provoked further. Li Chun nodded, recognizing that it was a significant concession for the old man. One must not push too hard, for extremes often lead to backlash. Yet, when it came to organizing the feast for their family, Li Chun was cautious not to overextend himself, as he could not gamble on old Zhang's sense of fairness. Thus, he made a straightforward request. For our funerals, tofu and bean sprouts are essential. Given the current circumstances, securing fish may prove challenging. Let us purchase a bit more meat. Ultimately, chicken must be included. Old Zhang felt a surge of anxiety and quickly interrupted. Tofu and bean sprouts are fine. I'll pick fresh greens from my garden. Whatever we have will suffice. I'll prepare 5 pounds of pork. As for the few hens at home, I'll need to buy more, but I can only manage 2. I also have some dried mushrooms to stew with them. Chapter 74. The Weasel Visits the Chickens. Old Zhang was scheming to save every penny. Li Chun retorted with a smirk, if you don't wish to host, just say so outright. I'll inform everyone to leave. You gentlemen can manage the coffin yourselves. Don't be so insufferable. Zhang Dongfeng was visibly displeased with his father. He and his brother had already agreed to share the costs, yet their father insisted on pinching every penny. Was it not discomforting for him if they did not create some commotion? Chun, ignore my father. He is merely jesting with you. Everyone has worked hard today. Though we may not be affluent, we should at least strive to ensure everyone is well fed. Li Chun nodded, appreciating the sentiment. Subsequently, he bypassed old Zhang and consulted with his 2 sons, smoothly finalizing the menu. Li Chun was reasonable, aside from the mandatory tofu and bean sprouts. The other vegetables would be gathered from their garden, using whatever was available. However, he increased the pork to 15 pounds and the live chickens to 3. The staple food would be steamed buns made from 2 measures of flour, prepared by his mother. Given the warm weather, the dough would rise in just 40 minutes, leaving ample time. Upon hearing this figure, Old Zhang rolled his eyes incessantly, his breath quickening in agitation. Li Chun, feeling disinclined to engage with him, compiled a list of the seasonings she required, instructing the 2 brothers to prepare the ingredients promptly while she ventured to the backyard to retrieve her cooking utensils. Upon returning to the front yard, Li Chun found herself surrounded by a group led by Huzi. Second brother, when will the meal be served? I'm heading home to fetch the cooking supplies now. I assure you we can eat by around 1 o'clock. Don't just stand idle, Bao Bao. Go to your home and boil a pot of water. Soon, we'll be plucking chicken feathers. At the mention of chicken, everyone's eyes lit up. Zhao Pengyue squeezed through the crowd to Li Chun's side, excitement evident on her face. Second brother, are we making smoked chicken? Smoked chicken? With Zhang Laoca's stinginess. Do you really think he would provide that? Don't let your hopes soar too high. Zhao Pengyue appeared slightly crestfallen. Then what will we eat? Chicken stewed with mushrooms. Zhao Pengyue licked her lips and chuckled. Well, chicken stewed with mushrooms is quite delightful too. Li Chun glared at her. What are you laughing about? What business do you have here? You haven't lifted a finger, and yet you expect to mooch a meal. How shameless can you be? Zhao Pengyue, flustered, replied, No, I can work. Just assign me something, and I promise to complete the task. Li Chun disregarded her and turned to Li Hu. It's too late to set up the stove and rekindle the fire. Huzi, you need to go discuss with my third aunt whether we can temporarily use your family's large pot for the chicken. Li Hu's father, Li Weiguo, is the 3rd son in the family, a direct relative of Li Weiguo. Don't worry, second brother. If Zhang Laoca's family refuses my mother, using your pot will definitely be no problem. Li Hu turned and left, and Li Chun called after him. Grab a handful of straw from the woodpile and burn it at the front door before entering the yard. I understand. According to local customs, when returning from a funeral, one must burn a bit of straw to ward off ill fortune before entering their home. Li Chun continued delegating tasks. Zai, Belan, go fetch Aunt Zhang and the others. Just tell them I need their assistance. When inviting those few, it's essential to use my name. If it were Zhang Laocu, even if he offered money, they might not show up. Before Zai and the others could move, Zhao Pengyue leaped into action. Second brother, leave this to me. I'm fast. With her movement. The other 3 members of the Chili Quartet followed suit, demonstrating their eagerness to contribute rather than merely consume. Li Chun was unable to halt their rapid response. You all stay outside, just call out to them. Do you understand? Understood. As soon as she finished her sentence, they vanished at the doorway, eager to secure the hard-won opportunity to work. Once all instructions were given, Li Chun seized a generous handful of straw, stuffing it into her bag. and briskly made her way home. Upon exiting Zhang's yard, Li Chun removed the bag from her shoulder, clutching it tightly in her arms. Unable to suppress the smile on her face. She had never anticipated that such a treasure would be found in Zhang Laoku's household, and in such an unexpected manner. It had come into her possession. It is not entirely surprising that Mr. Zhang, known for his frugality, lacks an appreciation for fine goods. Generally, individuals from the northern region struggle to acclimate to the taste of sauce-flavored baijiu, with the sole exception of Matai, which has gained prominence due to its status as the national liquor and the government's mandate for its availability in every region. It is no wonder that even someone like Li Chun, who often loiters about the streets, only became aware of the name Li Matai after 2010. Were it not for his rebirth, Li Chun would have certainly dismissed the 3 bottles of liquor as utterly unremarkable, their aesthetic far too unattractive to be considered high quality. As for the future value of this liquor, he remains uncertain, yet he can assert with confidence that it will undoubtedly be significant. Matai from the 1980s commands prices in the tens of thousands decades later, let alone this particular vintage from the 32nd year of the Republic of China. What year was that again? Regardless, it is certainly a pre-liberation spirit, aged for decades and preserved with beeswax. He plans to store it carefully, intending to impress others when he showcases it in the years to come. Today, he feels fortunate to have stumbled upon such a bargain. After taking a roundabout route, Li Chun did not head towards Donggoku, but rather returned via the hill behind the brick factory. The courtyard was empty, and the house was tranquil. It was still too early for lunch, and his parents were likely outside chatting. This was fortuitous, as it spared him from their incessant inquiries. He ignited some straw, carefully scorching it from top to bottom before retreating indoors to conceal the bag and hasten to the granary to tidy up. Today, he would be cooking on Mr. Zhang's large stove, which required no stir-frying utensil. The cutting board, knife, and seasoning jars were all minor items, and collectively, they barely filled a tricycle's compartment. As he exited the village, he passed by the large willow tree where many were engaged in conversation, and indeed, his parents were present. Wang Huilan halted Li Chun, holding on to Li Zihui. We haven't seen you all morning. We later heard you went to help Mr. Zhang. What were you thinking? You know how foolish he can be. Why meddle in his affairs? As she spoke, Wang Huilan noticed the cooking items in the tricycle, her expression momentarily startled. What are you taking all this for? I'm going to help Mr. Zhang prepare a meal for those assisting him. I can't chat now. I need to hurry, Li Chun replied. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, leaving everyone in stunned silence. What did you say? Mr. Zhang is hosting a meal and invited you to help? My goodness. Is the sun rising in the west today? It costs 20 yuan to hire a Chun for a meal. My family can barely afford that. That old miser wouldn't spend that kind of money. A Chun, this is certainly not a benevolent act. You must not be deceived. Have you forgotten how he tricked your father? Chapter 75. We must not dig deeper. As Li Chun walked away, the villagers beneath the willow remained entrenched in their astonishment, unable to comprehend the situation. Did I hear correctly? Did a Chun say Mr. Zhang has already paid him? I can't believe it. Mr. Zhang is the type who would count every last penny. Making him part with 20 yuan is like asking for his life. I suspect there's something amiss. This is certainly not the kind of thing Mr. Zhang would do. Huilan, why don't you accompany me to take a look? That old scoundrel harbors malice. And at such a tender age, a Chun is surely no match for him. Wang Huilan was consumed with worry. It wasn't that she feared Zhang Laoku's treachery. If it were her, she could simply endure the loss and avoid such people in the future. Her concern lay with Li Chun's foul temper. If Zhang Laoku dared to deceive him, with Urchin's character, he would undoubtedly beat Zhang Laoku to a pulp, and that would spell trouble. The more Wang Huilan pondered, the more anxious she became. She pushed her granddaughter towards Li Weiguo and said, I will go take a look. You keep an eye on the child for a moment. When I pass by the school, I will call Nan back. Li Weiguo was equally apprehensive. He had suffered at the hands of Zhang Laoku and knew precisely what kind of scoundrel he was. Then you should hurry. If anything seems amiss, promptly bring Chun back. That 20 yuan is not worth the trouble. Wang Huilan nodded and hurriedly dashed off. Upon Li Chun's return to the Zhang household, Zhang Dongming had already delivered 3 large roosters and was off to the market to sell meat. In the countryside, aside from vegetables, purchasing chickens was the most convenient option. Aunt San next door agreed to lend her large stove, and Aunt Zhang along with 5 other women had already arrived, busily plucking feathers from the chickens. When the spicy pepper quartet approached them, upon mentioning that they were sent by Li Chun, Aunt Zhang and the others did not hesitate. Working with Li Chun was a pleasure, and they could enjoy a free meal at noon. Only a fool would decline. Hadn't they seen how the spicy pepper quartet was eager to join the endeavor, their mouths worn from coaxing? Aunt Zhang winked at Li Chun, grinning slyly, and asked in a low voice, how did you manage to persuade Zhang Laoku? I still can't believe that old fellow was willing to host a feast for you. Li Chun chuckled. I didn't persuade him. He approached me with the proposal. As he spoke, he gestured towards the spirit house. Aunt Zhang paused momentarily, but quickly grasped Li Chun's meaning, flashing him a thumbs up with a smile. You are truly impressive. Did you not see Zhang Laoca's expression when we arrived? His eyes were practically green with envy. Of course, he was delighted. 6 more mouths to feed would naturally bring him joy. Aunt Zhang laughed heartily. I couldn't care less whether he was angry or not. The more furious he is, the more delightful it is for me. Li Chun grinned in agreement. With no time for idle chatter, he greeted the women and sought out Zhang Laocu for mushrooms. The two went to the west room, and within half a minute, Li Chun emerged cursing vehemently. What the hell? Is that even called a mushroom? A mishmash of meat mushrooms, pine mushrooms, hazelnut mushrooms, and grass mushrooms. Totaling less than 2 pounds. Quantity aside, they were infested with bugs. Upon opening the bag, a swarm of tiny flies escaped. Looking further inside, he found insect eggs and cobwebs, which had reduced the mushrooms to clumps. Li Chun didn't even bother with the system check and kicked it far away. Standing in the courtyard, he closed his eyes and pondered before turning back to Zhang Laocu. Have you planted potatoes this year? Zhang Laocu wore an equally displeased expression. Those mushrooms had taken years to accumulate, and he had never dared to eat them. What is wrong with a few bugs? A quick dip in hot water will kill them all, and they are still edible. 3 years of disaster have led even the grassroots to take action. These mushrooms can indeed be exchanged for brides. Darn it, these young people nowadays seem to lack the ability to lead a life. With a few ridges cultivated in the mountains and 3 ponds in the vegetable garden, what is it that you wish to accomplish? Zhang Laocu replied, somewhat irritably. Li Chun ignored him and called out to the group of young men. Does anyone know where old Zhang's vegetable garden is? At this query, nearly all hands were raised. Li Chun singled out Zhao Pengyue, who was quick on his feet and an excellent errand boy. You, hurry to his vegetable garden and find Zheng Dongfeng. Ask him to dig up 20 pounds of potatoes for me. Sensing Li Chun's trust, Zhao Pengyue was overjoyed, promptly agreeing and dashing off. Upon hearing this, Zhang Laoca became agitated, shouting, You can't dig them up, they haven't matured yet. Li Chun turned around and shot him a fierce glare, sternly commanding, Shut your mouth. If you utter another word, I swear I will leave you to deal with this mess yourself. Startled by Li Chun's intensity, Zhang Laocu reconsidered the consequences, hunched his back, and retreated into the spirit shed, becoming entirely submissive. This scene was witnessed by Wang Huilan, who, seeing her son take control of the situation, felt a swell of pride as she conferred with Li Hu for further details. With several family members waiting for a meal, Wang Huilan advised Li Chun to temper his temper and avoid conflict, entrusting Aunt Zhang to keep an eye on him before she returned home. After the women had prepared 3 chickens, Li Chun chopped them into small pieces for later use and grabbed a large handful of dried chili peppers. Heading over to Li Hu's house with the chicken. By 10:30, the Zhang brothers had gathered all the ingredients and seasonings. Li Chun meticulously inspected everything. Nothing was amiss. And all necessary items had been procured. The pork they had brought back was exceptionally fresh, featuring a large slab of pork belly and a cut of second-grade meat. With ample fat, gazing at these substantial portions of meat, Li Chun conceived a new plan. He selected the prime cuts and divided them into 2 large pieces, placing them in a big pot to boil, using only water, a few seasonings, and coarse salt. The remaining meat would suffice for stir-frying. Covering the pot, he entrusted Sister Qiuyan to watch the fire while directing the others to get to work. The women washed and prepared the vegetables, while the young men peeled the potatoes. It was still too early for the potato harvest. For the banquet that Zheng Qiming and Zhao Wu were organizing, they had to purchase them from the market. The potatoes dug up at this time were mostly the size of ping-pong balls, and the 20-odd pounds filled a large basin, making the peeling a significant task. Fortunately, with over 30 young men present, everyone pitched in to help peel the potatoes. If there weren't enough iron spoons, it was no trouble. They could utilize broken tiles found in the corner, hitting them with force to create makeshift tools. While everyone was busy, Li Chun selected some seasonings and headed to Aunt San's house to place the chicken into the pot. Meanwhile, over at the neighboring area, Huzi had already ignited the large stove, and Aunt San was assisting with pot washing. Chunner is here, just in time. I've just finished cleaning the pot. And you can use it right away, Aunt San greeted warmly. Aunt San, I apologize for the trouble today. Do not bother cooking any longer. My third uncle will return from the field shortly. Kindly ask him to wait a moment while I prepare the dishes for you to enjoy first. Third aunt chuckled. Is that appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? The stove and firewood are there for a purpose, after all. Haha, then I shall not be polite. Huzi has often praised your culinary skills, and today I consider myself fortunate to partake in your cooking. Chapter 76, An Unexpected Complication. Speaking of third aunt's name, it is quite amusing. Her full name is Jean Shumi, which, in rural terms, is rather pleasant and easy to pronounce. However, a few years hence, when the game of mahjong permeated the villages of Rihe, complications arose. When mahjong first became popular, all the women eagerly learned to play, and third aunt was among them, albeit with an unfortunate record of losing 9 out of 10 games. Eventually, someone suggested that her name was ill-suited for gambling, as Shumi phonetically resembles losing. It seemed rather logical to her, and in pursuit of fortune, the nearly 50-year-old third aunt took it upon herself to change her name at the police station without consulting anyone. Although her attempt was unsuccessful, her mother learned of the matter and was nearly driven to despair. As the moisture evaporated from the bottom of the pot, I heated oil and poured in sugar to caramelize. Once the syrup turned a rich reddish brown, I swiftly added a full bowl of chicken and stir-fried it. When the chicken turned golden, I added Sichuan pepper, star anise, cinnamon, dried chili, along with scallions, ginger, and garlic to continue stir-frying. With the spices added, the aroma immediately filled the air. Li Hu inhaled deeply, his face reflecting sheer delight. It smells divine. Second brother, why did you add so many chilies? Li Chun replied. The more chilies, the better it complements the rice. Li Hu nodded in agreement. That makes sense. After all, it was that old miser who was too stingy. 3 chickens would hardly be sufficient for so many people. Be content. Those 3 chickens nearly gave Zhang the miser a heart attack. He laughed heartily. Thinking of Zhang's miserly expression brought immense satisfaction to Li Hu. Second brother, you truly are something. The villagers despise Zhang the miser, yet none can confront him. Only you can handle him. Li Chun chuckled. It's not that we cannot confront him. It's just that we are too proud to stoop to his level. Over the years, Zhang the miser had offended nearly everyone in the village with his paltry gifts. Today, when his family was hosting an event, it was the perfect opportunity for revenge, yet everyone remained outside, merely spectating, rather than taking action. Initially, Li Chun assumed that the villagers simply hadn't considered the opportunity. But their hushed conversations revealed otherwise. Some wished to retaliate but lacked the audacity of Zhang the miser and felt embarrassed. Li Chun found it perplexing. After all, isn't it merely a matter of retribution? Having been subjected to his odious ways, why continue to indulge him? In truth, it was the villagers' repeated leniency that emboldened Zhang the miser, allowing him to grow increasingly adept at his schemes. With such a thick skin, he had taken full advantage. Li Chun, however, refused to indulge him, believing that this experience would instill a lasting caution in the old miser. The chicken is almost stir-fried. Add a generous amount of water and cover the pot to let it simmer slowly. Huzi, please keep an eye on the pot. There's no need to rush the fire. I'll be over there for a moment. Rest assured, it's in my hands. In the neighboring courtyard, all the vegetables have been thoroughly washed. There are bowls of bean sprouts, cucumbers, green peppers, zucchini, string beans, and onions, along with a freshly delivered block of tofu. Aside from the chicken simmering in the pot and 2 large pieces of pork, these constitute the entirety of the ingredients. Li Chun calculated in his mind and made arrangements. The zucchini, green peppers, and onions would be used for stir-frying with the meat. The tofu, being simple, would be boiled in water to maintain its pristine white color, symbolizing stability and balance. It would be served with soy sauce as a dipping condiment, enhanced with a sprinkle of chopped scallions and cilantro, finished off with a drizzle of chili oil for added flavor. The cucumbers would be prepared as a cold dish. The local favorite method is smashing the cucumbers. However, to avoid the expense of sesame paste, only minced garlic and salt would be added, mixed together, resulting in a rather one-dimensional taste. After contemplating, Li Chun decided to adopt a different approach, preparing a tangy and spicy cucumber salad that would be crisp, sour, and refreshing, far surpassing the simplicity of smashed cucumbers in both texture and flavor. As for why bean sprouts are an indispensable dish at a white affair, it is actually a play on words. Locally, the process of growing bean sprouts is termed sheng, which also denotes the act of ascending. Thus, sheng dia refers to bean sprouts, and at a white affair, this signifies the departed's ascension to a better place. It suffices to have bean sprouts at the banquet. There is no stipulation as to whether they must be stir-fried or served cold. To save time, Li Chun resolved to prepare the bean sprouts and string beans as cold dishes. The layout of the Zhang family kitchen is similar to others, with a large pot in both the kitchen and the outer room. The large stove in the outer room connects to a heated bed, rendering it nearly unused in summer. Today is a special circumstance. Since the kitchen pot is occupied with meat, only the outer room's pot can be utilized. As for whether the elderly couple would suffer from the heat while sleeping at night, that is not a concern for Li Chun. The large stove is ignited to boil water for blanching the bean sprouts and string beans. Once these 2 cold dishes are prepared, the meat in the kitchen pot will be perfectly cooked. After removing the meat to cool, Li Chun was about to begin stir-frying when Berlin rushed in. Second brother. The Zhang brothers went out to borrow tables, chairs, and plates, but came back with insufficient supplies. What should we do? Li Chun stepped outside and saw Zhang Dongfeng and his brother looking distressed. How much more do we need? Li Chun inquired. Zhang Dongming, with a sullen expression, replied. We're short 3 sets of tables and chairs, and not a single plate or bowl has been borrowed. Between our 2 families and my dad's side, we only have enough for 2.5 tables. Damn, Li Chun couldn't help but exclaim, this is far too inadequate. This morning, he had invited over 30 people, including Yang Jinhuai and the 4 from the Chili group who had shamelessly joined, as well as 6 women from Aunt Zhang's group. Not counting the Zhang family, there would need to be at least 6 tables. Moreover, It must be noted that none of the relatives from the Zhang family were eager to dine at their home, or else there would be even more guests. Now that the hot dishes were nearly ready, yet the plates were still insufficient. What kind of situation is this? Surely, we cannot let everyone eat with their hands. Zhang Dongfeng was quite disheartened. His father had offended too many people, which unfortunately affected both brothers, leaving them unable to even procure a smoke in the village. After a fruitless tour around the village, they found themselves unable to borrow even a plate or bowl, which was utterly humiliating. Second brother, what do you think we should do? Zhang Dongfeng inquired with a grim expression. What do you mean by asking me what to do? Are you expecting me to intervene on your behalf and assist you in borrowing? Li Chun sighed. If we cannot borrow, we will have to rent from the supply and marketing cooperative in town, but you must hurry. I am already preparing to cook. The cooperative had initiated a rental service for dining utensils many years ago, although it was typically utilized only by non-agricultural households. In rural areas, borrowing from neighbors was the norm. Once used, the items were washed and returned promptly. If something was accidentally broken, one would simply replace it with a new item, a practice that applied to both joyous and solemn occasions alike. Having lived for over 20 years and attended countless feasts, Li Chun had never encountered anyone in the village who could not borrow tables and chairs. The Zhang family was the first. Such social connections were undeniable. Chapter 77. Unending good fortune. The brothers Zhang Dongming convened and concluded that since they could not borrow from the village, their only option was to rent from the cooperative. To expedite matters and ensure their guests would not be delayed in their meal, Li Chun generously offered his tricycle. With great enthusiasm, Zhang Dongfeng set off. Li Chun, meanwhile, could not afford to wait idly. Lacking sufficient plates, he decided to utilize bowls instead. The hot dishes would be poured into the bowls initially, and once Zhang Dongfeng returned, they could be plated. This hardly resembles a grand banquet. It feels more akin to a communal pot meal. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Satisfaction value from Zhang Lihua, 51. Li Chun stood frozen in place. Had he truly heard that correctly? Zhang Auntie had contributed a satisfaction value? Glancing back, he saw Zhang Auntie, who was helping in the kitchen, with her cheeks bulging as she paused mid-chew, exchanging wide-eyed glances with him. After swallowing, she chuckled. I just had a taste. You know, it's quite delightful with its sweet and sour notes, complemented by a hint of spiciness. Li Chun smiled. It's quite simple. Just add a bit of salt, vinegar, chili oil, and a touch of sugar to enhance the flavor. You can easily replicate this at home. Zhang Auntie nodded. It is indeed simple. I shall give it a try at home. Just a few bites will suffice. The quantity is limited, and if we don't keep an eye on it, it won't be enough to serve. Shall I have this last piece? Go ahead, he replied with a grin. Li Chun was not particularly concerned about Zhang Auntie's pilfering. Rather, he was puzzled by the emergence of satisfaction value. Today's banquet was not a paid service, but a barter for 3 bottles of Limao liquor from Zhang Laoku. This arrangement did not align with the system's stipulations, and he had not anticipated accruing any satisfaction value today. Nevertheless, the 3 bottles of liquor already constituted a significant profit. System, I didn't charge for today's banquet. How is it possible to receive satisfaction value? Ding. The host has exchanged 3 bottles of 1943 vintage Limao liquor, a value exceeding the minimum standard of 20 yuan, thus fully compliant with system requirements. Wow. Li Chun was overjoyed. So, it was permissible to barter as long as the value surpassed 20 yuan. Indeed. Nice. With the dual pursuits of seizing opportunities and earning satisfaction points, Li Chun felt invigorated. System, is 1943 indeed the 32nd year of the Republic of China? Indeed. Then do you know the value of those 3 bottles of Limao? This Limao liquor symbolizes an era of fragrant baijiu before the era of public-private partnerships, with its limited availability bestowing upon it considerable collectible value. The system does not recommend the host to sell it. If the host is not fond of it, the system can redeem it for 600,000 satisfaction points. Goodness, there's a redemption feature? Li Chun calculated, converting the satisfaction points into currency at a ratio of 10,001 to 1. 600,000 satisfaction points equated to a mere 600 yuan. At 200 yuan per bottle, one might as well resign to fate. I want tea exchange. 650,000 satisfaction points. Really, are we haggling now? No exchange. 700,000 satisfaction points. That's the highest I can go. Stop trying. I'll keep it for my collection. By the way, do you accept foreign bottles or plastic bottoms? How about leftover food? Hello? Respond. So stingy. 3 cold dishes and 3 hot dishes were prepared. A block of tofu was halved horizontally and placed in boiling water to warm. This dish, boiled hot tofu with dipping sauce, could be considered a warm dish. The chicken had been stewing for over 40 minutes, and Li Chun adjusted the seasoning, adding 20 pounds of diced potatoes and several diamond-shaped slices of green peppers into the pot. The moment the potato chunks were added, the pot was filled to the brim, with the broth just covering the potatoes, a perfect outcome. He covered the pot and instructed Huzi to reduce the heat. while he returned to the adjoining room to handle the 2 pieces of boiled pork. The selected pork pieces, a perfect blend of 2 parts fat to 8 parts lean, with distinct layers of streaky pork, represented the finest cuts, making them somewhat regrettable for stir-frying. An idea struck Li Chun. He decided to boil them and prepare a garlic sauce pork dish. He carefully cut out large pieces over 20 centimeters, envisioning thin, translucent slices for each person. Though the quantity was limited, these sizable portions would still provide a delightful experience. However, the reality diverged from his expectations. The unchilled cooked meat quivered and was difficult to manage, proving quite fragile and challenging to slice. He focused intently and cautiously, taking over a minute to produce a single slice, and even then, the thickness was uneven, yielding unsatisfactory results. At that moment, Li Chun felt an immense disdain for the technologically advanced era of his past life. Early in his culinary career, he had diligently practiced his knife skills. Although he had not reached the pinnacle of expertise, he was competent enough to produce passable results. In later years, the advent of mechanical devices such as graters, slicers, and shredders supplanted manual labor, leading to a decline in his knife skills. While these machines had liberated him, they simultaneously hindered his progress, and now, in moments of reflection, he regretted the lost time. Li Chun pondered that he must indeed hone his knife skills again. In the village, he could conceal any flaws. But should he encounter an expert outside, his lack of finesse would be exposed, bringing embarrassment and potentially damaging his reputation, which would be a steep price to pay. Not solely reliant on culinary skills, one must not rest on past laurels. Rather, it is imperative to engage in research and innovate new dishes suitable for grand banquets. Only by staying ahead can one secure a firm foothold. Disregarding distractions, Li Chun divided the 2 pieces of meat in half. The large cuts, measuring over 20 centimeters, were cumbersome to slice, so he transformed them into smaller pieces of just over 10 centimeters, making the task significantly easier. 1 piece became 2, yet the portion size per person remained unchanged. Remarkably, the smaller slices not only enhanced the presentation but also effectively concealed any imperfections in cutting, resulting in a speed increase of more than 2-fold. Once the meat slices were prepared, Sister Chiao Yan was tasked with crushing garlic, to which soy sauce, vinegar, and chili oil were added, culminating with a drizzle of the original broth to elevate the flavors. The aroma was intoxicating, prompting Sister Chiao Yan to surreptitiously dip her finger to taste, her eyes lighting up as she awarded Li Chun a satisfaction rating of 65. With the garlic sauce for the boiled pork ready, all 8 dishes were completed, leaving only the chicken from Hu Ji's pot yet to be served. However, even once it was ready, they could not indulge, as the tables and chairs had yet to return. Checking the time, it was already a little past noon. Just as Li Chun was about to head to the neighboring courtyard to check on the chicken, Zhang Qiming waved him over at the door. "Uncle, have you just finished work?" Li Chun inquired. "Yes, I just got back. Haven't Tea even entered the house yet. I came over to discuss something with you." "What is it?" Li Chun asked, offering him a cigarette. "Yesterday at my house, did Master Feng Zhihai from our workshop come to see you?" Zhang Qiming asked. Li Chun nodded. "Yes, he did. Did he ask you to relay a message?" "Indeed. He came to the carpentry room this morning as soon as he arrived at work, and asked me to inform you that his apprentice Yang Baozhong is getting married and would like you to cater the banquet. He wanted to know if you were available that day." Chapter 78. Grand Chicken Dish. Upon hearing this news, Li Chun was overjoyed. The banquet he catered for Master Feng's apprentice's family was not merely a matter of earning a 20 yuan service fee. The implications were far more significant. This indicated that his reputation as a caterer had thoroughly spread throughout the town. Furthermore, his business had successfully penetrated the vast employee community of the crankshaft factory. Although the factory was situated in Dashimio town, it is directly affiliated with the municipal government of Rihe City. Following the upgrade of the Rihe steel plant to a provincial-level enterprise, the crankshaft factory emerged as the largest enterprise in the city, bar none. The crankshaft factory primarily produces agricultural machinery crankshafts and connecting rods, and during the 1980s, the state vigorously promoted agricultural machinery, leading to a continuous influx of orders. Presently, the factory employs thousands of workers and boasts 4 residential complexes in the town. With such a substantial demographic, weddings and celebrations occur incessantly throughout the year. Li Chun had long dreamt of expanding his business within the ranks of the crankshaft factory's employees, and now, the opportunity had finally presented itself. "Uncle, when is Master Feng's apprentice's banquet?" Li Chun eagerly asked. "It's on the 4th of next month, the 10th day of the lunar calendar. Are you free that day?" "The 4th? Li Chun recalled that Li Jianping had mentioned his son Li and was also getting married on that day. Although he had invited his father, Li Weiguo. "I'm available. Uncle, do you know where Master Feng's family resides? I must discuss this matter with them face to face. Are there any taboos to consider? How should the seating arrangement be organized? There are numerous details to address, which cannot be succinctly conveyed in just a few words. Feng Zhihai resides in the western compound, the same residential complex as Chiu Hong and her family. His apprentice, Yang Baozhong, seems to live in the second compound of Dashimio village. However, both master and apprentice work in shifts, making it uncertain when they will be home. Zhang Qiming pondered for a moment and continued, "Let us do this. I'll speak to him this afternoon when I return to work, and find out when they will both be at home. I will then confirm with you after I return home in the evening." Li Chun chuckled. "Will this be too much trouble for you? We are family. Let us not speak of trouble." Zhang Qiming gave Li Chun an approving glance and replied with a smile. "You are quite impressive, integrating into our unit so swiftly. Huh, I have you to thank for that. If you hadn't invited me to prepare the meal yesterday, who would have known I could cook?" Zhang Qiming, not wishing to indulge in pleasantries, said earnestly, "Akan, you must prepare Yang Baozhong's meal with utmost diligence. For most of our unit celebrations, we usually invite Master Chef Shen Lianhe to cater. His skills are far inferior to yours. The dishes from Yang Baozhong's family are exquisite, and surely more people will seek your services in the future." Li Chun nodded. "Rest assured, uncle, I know my limits." "Very well, you carry on. I shall return home for dinner." "Wait." Li Chun seized Zhang Qiming's bicycle and said, "Why go back? I have already prepared the dishes. Let me serve you some hearty food right here." Zhang Qiming glanced into the courtyard with a look of disdain, shaking his head. "No, I find it unappetizing. My aunt came by this morning and contributed a bit of money. Wouldn't it be a loss not to eat? Humph. That 1 yuan can be considered as feeding a dog. I'm leaving." Zhang Qiming had no desire to linger for even a moment at the doorstep of the Zhang family. He finished his words and turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Li Chun smiled to himself, noting the man's rather strong temperament. Nonetheless, Zhang uncle has shown great kindness towards him, and it is essential to maintain close ties moving forward. Upon arriving at Li Hu's home, Li Chun lifted the pot lid to check. The chicken was tender and the potatoes well cooked. He instructed Huzi to increase the heat to reduce the sauce, while he kept a watchful eye. Before long, a commotion arose next door as Zhang Dongfeng and Damon returned. Li Chun shouted over the wall, "Did you bring back enough supplies?" Zhang Dongfeng approached and called from across the courtyard, "We have enough tables, plates, and bowls. But we didn't rent any stools. The tricycle couldn't accommodate them." Li Chun waved dismissively. "That's all right. As long as we have enough plates and bowls, we can manage without stools. Everyone can stand and eat. They'll eat even more." Zhang Dongfeng smiled shyly. "It may seem a bit neglectful to the guests. No worries. Time is of the essence. As long as we have warm food, that's what matters. Quickly have them wash the plates and bowls. The chicken will be ready shortly." "All right, I'll take care of it right away." Li Chun nodded, though we are from the same village. "This is the first time we're working together after all these years. You are doing better than your father." After Li Chun turned to return to the house, Zhang Dongfeng stood frozen for a moment, glancing at his ailing father in the makeshift shelter before promptly resuming his tasks. In the kitchen of Li Hu's home, as the broth thickened, Li Chun carefully selected the meat and filled a bowl to the brim before handing it to Aunt San. "Aunt San, is this enough for you too?" Aunt San, Jean Shumi, smiled broadly, her eyes sparkling with delight, and nodded repeatedly. "It's more than enough. Chunner, you always pick out the meat for me. What about everyone else?" Li Chun replied with a grin, "Never mind them. You are my Aunt San. Your satisfaction in eating is far more important than anything else." This sentiment warmed Aunt San's heart, making her beam with even greater joy. "Oh, it's our Chunner who knows how to speak. Huzi, you ought to learn from your second brother, with that long face of yours. You could choke someone with your words. With your demeanor, no matchmaker would dare introduce you to anyone." Li Hu, bewildered, interjected, "Why are you dragging me into this?" "Aunt San, can you fetch me another bowl? I want to serve you some potatoes. They taste even better than the meat," Li Chun suggested. "Oh, this is more than enough," Aunt San exclaimed. "What are you being polite for? It's fine, just take it." Li Chun filled another large bowl with potatoes and handed it over. "Aunt San, this chicken is a bit spicy. Make sure to drink some cool water afterward to avoid any discomfort." Aunt San chuckled. "No worries, I love spicy food. I wonder where your Uncle Sen has gone today. He hasn't returned yet. Otherwise, you two could sit and enjoy a couple of drinks together." "Well, there's always time to drink. It's not a problem if it's delayed a bit," Li Chun replied. "Aunt San, you can tidy up the stove later. Huzi and I will head over first. You two go ahead, I'll manage here. After I'm done, I'll prepare some watermelon for you." "All right then, thank you, Aunt San," Huzi said as he lifted the dishes. The two brothers had just left the kitchen when a system notification chimed. Ding. Satisfaction rating of 100 from Jean Shumi. Li Chun smirked, realizing that Aunt San could hardly contain her excitement. "Second brother, what has got you smiling?" Li Hu queried. "Nothing much, hurry up. Everyone is waiting." "What is this dish called?" "This is chicken stew with potatoes, and it has quite a bit of chili in it. I've never seen it made this way before. I wanted to try a bite, but Mom wouldn't let me," Li Hu remarked. Li Chun casually replied, "It's called Dapanji. This is my first time making it. So it's no wonder you haven't seen it before." Ding. Nationally first created Dapanji, a beginner channel card has been awarded. Upon hearing the phrase nationally first created, Li Chun's hands trembled, nearly causing the bowl to slip from his grasp. This was quite the joke. System. Please don't play tricks on me. Dapanji is certainly not a new dish. It has been around for a couple of years in Xinjiang. While unsure about other dishes, Li Chun was well aware of the existence of Xinjiang Dapanji. In his previous life, Zhang Bin's third wife hailed from Shihizi, Xinjiang. That woman was quite the chatterbox and had an audacious nature, never treating herself as an outsider. Every time she visited with Zhang Bin, she would showcase her culinary skills in front of Li Chun, the serious cook, and she would always prepare the same dish, Xinjiang Dapanji, which was her lifelong favorite. The woman incessantly reminisced about the first time she savored the grand plate of chicken at a roadside restaurant in Shan in 1985, claiming it brought her to tears of delight. Although she possessed a thick skin, she never resorted to deceit. Moreover, from the glimmer in her eyes as she spoke, Li Chun could discern her deep nostalgia for that bygone era. Now, in 1987, it was evident that the grand plate of chicken had existed in the Shan region since at least 1985. How could she lay claim to its invention? Li Chun dared not recklessly affirm such a notion, fearing the embarrassment of being confronted by someone who knew the truth. In response to Li Chun's curiosity, the system provided a comprehensive explanation. It turned out that this dish first emerged in 1983, crafted by a chef at a restaurant along Shan Road. Though its name had not been firmly established, initially dubbed spicy stir-fried chicken, it was later renamed potato stir-fried chicken pieces. According to the trajectory of Li Chun's past life, it was not until 1989 that the dish was officially designated as Xinjiang Grand Plate Chicken, and in 1992, the proprietor of the Shan Xinghua Village Grand Plate Chicken restaurant preemptively registered the trademark. Li Chun began to comprehend. So, I was the first to create this dish and name it Grand Plate Chicken, thus earning national recognition for its inception? Yes, the system confirmed. The host could preemptively register the Grand Plate Chicken trademark, making it a distinctive dish of his own. After a moment's contemplation, Li Chun decisively declined. The Grand Plate Chicken is one of the hallmark dishes of Xinjiang, possessing immense influence in later years. Arguably, it could be considered a regional characteristic of northern Xinjiang. Having been reborn, he simply wished to live his life well, never intending to alter anything. In the past, when asked about the new dishes he had introduced, he always claimed to have learned them externally. As a chef himself, he understood the arduous task of developing a dish that would satisfy diners. Consequently, he never contemplated appropriating the fruits of another's labor, as that would be profoundly unethical. His scant conscience would not permit such an act. Regarding distinctive personal dishes, Li Chun would develop these himself, having successfully devised a smoked chicken recipe in his previous life. He was confident that with time to accumulate experience and delve deeply into research, he could do so again. Creating one's own recipes is a source of pride, while deceiving others is utterly shameless. A rogue may be unfeeling, but he must never be devoid of integrity. Rejecting the system did not leave Li Chun with regret. Rather, he felt an immense sense of relief. After all, the basic channel card was already in his possession, and he felt quite satisfied with his gains. Upon returning to the Zhang household, the table had been set, and the nearly invisible white flour steamed buns had just been taken out of the pot. As for beverages, at Li Chun's suggestion, they decided against any. It wasn't due to a fear of drinking interfering with affairs, but rather because everyone was acutely aware of Zhang's miserly nature. He would dilute even his own drinks with cold water, let alone offer them to guests. Li Chun enlisted the help of several women to arrange the dishes on the table and promptly organized everyone to begin the feast. The women were fine, but the young men who had accompanied Li Chun had arrived at dawn, and by this time, they were famished, their stomachs pressing against their backs. Finally, the meal commenced, and one by one, they rolled up their sleeves and devoured the buns with ravenous appetites. For a moment, the satisfaction scores surged. Yet Li Chun soon realized that the majority hovered around 60 or 70 points, with not a single perfect score to be found. Li Chun was bewildered. Something seemed amiss. It was reasonable to expect a decline in satisfaction after a second tasting, but today's dishes, spicy chicken and garlic pork, were both newcomers. And yet not one of them received a perfect score. It was clear where the issue lay. Li Chun scrutinized the situation, witnessing Dakai devour a slice of pork, contributing a mere 35 points of satisfaction. This was decidedly abnormal. Dakai, wasn't the meat delicious? Li Chun inquired, brow furrowed. Dakai swallowed his bun with effort, pondering for a moment before offering a sincere response. Well, I ate too quickly. I didn't really taste anything. Li Chun nearly choked on his own frustration. How could his meticulous preparations be squandered so carelessly? This was utterly unconscionable. Could you all please slow down? Don't you care about your stomachs? You're eating like you're starving. However, his words fell on deaf ears. The young men were too eager, shoveling food into their mouths with reckless abandon. Impervious to any advice, Li Chun was at a loss. He never anticipated such a scenario, and the losses were mounting. He turned his attention to the women who had arrived just before noon. They must have eaten breakfast at home, so why were their satisfaction scores also so meager? He glanced at Chunyali, who was savoring her chicken, and asked, "Sister-in-law, is the dish not to your liking?" Chunyali smiled and replied, "It's quite good. But it's just too spicy." Well, that was a valid point. He chided himself for not considering such details. Next, he approached Aunt Zhang, who was enjoying the garlic pork, and asked, "Aunt, how does the pork taste?" Aunt Zhang squinted and smiled, "Delicious. All of today's dishes are quite good, but what? It's just that compared to your smoked chicken, it falls a bit short. I do love your smoked chicken. Next time someone hosts a gathering with smoked chicken, you'd better invite me." Li Chun understood now why Aunt Zhang didn't give a perfect score. The previous feast had spoiled her palate, making even garlic pork seem less appealing. It was evident that the devil lies in the details. He had overlooked seemingly insignificant particulars, which had now culminated in such severe consequences. He certainly deserved this. Li Chun, though hungry himself, found his appetite extinguished, replaced by a burgeoning sense of defeat and discomfort. Ding. Satisfaction score of 1 from Zhao Pangyue. Satisfaction score of 1 from Yang Sherman. What the heck? Upon seeing the meager contributions from Zhao Pangyue, Li Chun's eyes turned crimson. These ingrates, who had been flattering him all along, had now plunged a knife in his back. Were they seeking their own demise? Chapter 80. Not eating is just disrespecting me. The meticulously prepared dishes had fallen far short of expectations, and with Zhao Pangyue and others' betrayal, Li Chun's frustration only intensified. Li Chun raised his head in search of a target, his gaze sweeping across the room until it landed on the table behind him, where the spicy pepper quartet was seated. However, upon witnessing Zhao Pangyue's expression, Li Chun found himself unable to contain a chuckle instead of feeling anger. If anyone had a reason to be disheartened, it was Zhao Pangyue, who had shamelessly infiltrated the gathering, expecting to indulge in a delightful feast. Yet, once the meal commenced, he discovered that the dishes were anything but welcoming to their palate. The most formidable dish was undoubtedly the large plate of chicken, poised for consumption. Yet within it lay a considerable quantity of green and red peppers, the sauce itself tainted with a faint crimson hue. In the past, such a level of spiciness would not have deterred them. But a recent harrowing experience at a noodle stall on Yuhua Road had instilled a profound fear of peppers within them. The agonizing memory of the following day's restroom ordeal lingered vividly, and upon seeing the peppers, beads of cold sweat instinctively broke out on their foreheads, accompanied by a reflexive twinge of discomfort, especially as they observed others gasping and sticking out their tongues in response to the heat. They were even less inclined to take a chance. Among the 9 dishes presented, only 2 were purely meat-based, and the most appetizing of those was one they dared not touch, leaving them in a state of dismay. But what of the other meat dish? The garlic sauce pork? Alas, the dipping sauce for this dish also contained chili oil. Was this not supposed to be simply garlic sauce? If it was indeed garlic sauce, then garlic alone should suffice. Why add chili oil? It felt as though the universe were conspiring against them. With a grimace, Zhao Pangyue lamented internally, feeling like a scapegoat. Utterly disappointed by the organization's choices that day, resigned to the fact that they could not touch the dipping sauce. It seemed the only option left was to consume the plain pork, which, although not perfect, was certainly preferable to bean sprouts. Zhao Pangyue had made up his mind. But upon glancing up, he was taken aback. In the brief moment of hesitation, the plate of pork had vanished, claimed by others at the table. These gluttons were utterly insatiable. Beside him, Yang Sherman shared a similar plight, while Hu Zhuang and a man fared much better, though they too shunned the peppers. Their lack of hesitation served them well. Having decided against the chicken, they quickly moved on. When it came to the garlic sauce pork, the 2 boys shared the same thoughts as Zhao Pangyue, but the key difference lay in their swift action, where Zhao Pangyue and Yang Sherman hesitated. Hu Zhuang and a man seized the moment, swiftly devouring what rightfully belonged to Zhao and Yang. As they watched Hu Zhuang and a man relish the pork, their mouths glistening with grease, Zhao Pangyue and Yang Sherman exchanged a glance, on the verge of tears from their misfortune. With no other recourse, they resigned themselves to the stir-fried greens. In truth, the greens that Li Chun had prepared were far more delectable than the dishes their mothers would concoct. Yet, burdened by their grievances, the 2 could only rate them poorly. Seeing their woeful expressions, Li Chun's spirits lifted considerably. Approaching with a warm smile, he gently patted Zhao Pangyue and Yang Sherman on the shoulder, his demeanor radiating kindness and concern as he inquired, "What is the matter? Is the food not to your liking?" Zhao Pangyue managed to force a smile that was more painful than tears, replying, "It's just a bit spicy." Li Chun widened her eyes, leaning back with an exaggerated expression, exclaiming, "You cannot handle spicy food? Surely not. Last time I saw you devouring that pulled noodle dish. The bowl was overflowing with chili peppers. Compared to that, this slight spiciness is nothing. Second brother, please don't be shy. There is plenty of food here. Go ahead and indulge. If you don't eat, it would be a slight against me." Zhao Pangyue and Yang Shi felt their eyes welling with tears, their bodies trembling. Completely overwhelmed by the day, this day had been exceedingly challenging. The meal progressed at an astonishing pace, akin to a whirlwind. In less than half an hour, every dish on the table, including the nearly white dough buns provided by the Zhang family, was completely devoured, leaving not even a drop of soup behind. During this time, an even more disheartening situation arose for Li Chun. After the initial ravenous consumption, these individuals, having established a foundation in their stomachs, began to lavish high praise on the day's dishes. The food prepared by Chun is truly delectable. Even the cucumbers taste far superior to what we make at home. Today was worth the trip, one remarked, and the chicken, though a bit spicy, was absolutely delightful. I have never tasted such fragrant stewed chicken before. I shall certainly add some chili next time I cook it. Not only the chicken, but the potatoes were also quite delicious, and the soup had a richer flavor. Even without any vegetables, I could happily dip the buns in the soup and consume 3. Hearing these comments, Li Chun rolled her eyes in exasperation. The initial impression had been established. Now, what was the point of their compliments? Once everyone was satiated, they all began to tidy up the remnants of the meal. At that moment, Zhang's wife timidly entered with a water ladle, visibly trembling. Li Hu inquired curiously, "Annie, I didn't see you during the meal. Where have you been?" Zhang's wife nodded at Li Hu. "I just went out to deliver the rice water. Have you finished eating?" Delivering rice water is a local burial custom. Before a funeral, at mealtime, one must go to the crossroads to offer food to the deceased. This act symbolizes filial piety. And there is also a belief that it prevents the spirit of the departed from lingering in hunger and causing mischief at home. Moreover, there is a specific rule that men must not participate. It is a task designated for the female members of the household, with both of Zhang's daughters-in-law absent. This duty fell solely upon Zhang's elderly wife, which proved quite taxing for her. After toiling for over 2 hours to steam the buns, she immediately had to prepare the rice soup to deliver. In the midday heat, the elderly woman arrived at the deserted crossroads with a ladle of rice soup, drawing a circle on the ground and then walking around it, chanting softly, "Father, please eat." This phrase was repeated continuously as she circled, never pausing. While pouring the rice soup into the circle, she walked around 6 times in total, 3 times in one direction and 3 times in the other, before the ritual could be deemed complete. Yet, as she began her 5th circuit, a sudden chill swept through the air. Being alone in this act, speaking to the departed, felt unsettling, and the eerie cold sent shivers down her spine. With a startled cry, she turned and fled in fright. The delivery of the watery soup left me utterly terrified, and upon returning, I discovered that lunch had concluded, with even the plates and bowls thoroughly washed and packed away. Entering the kitchen, I found not only the dishes had vanished, but also the steamed buns were entirely gone. My wife, overwhelmed with emotion, sat on the floor and wept inconsolably. Chapter 81. Desolation. Old Mr. Zhang had taken his wife to deliver the watery soup, leaving her solitary in the yard, unnoticed by most, save for her 2 sons, Yang Zhenhuai and Li Chun. Yang Zhenhuai, a master of funerals, was tasked with reminding the elderly lady of the details regarding the soup delivery. Li Chun was aware of the custom that the meal could only commence once the soup bearer had departed, thus he remained particularly vigilant. Understanding the nature of the young lads, Li Chun thoughtfully reserved a bowl of green pepper stir-fried pork and a bowl of zucchini stir-fried pork for the elderly lady, saving 3 buns for her, which were kept warm in the large pot outside. Upon learning of Li Chun's generosity, the elderly woman expressed her heartfelt gratitude, praising his attentiveness. In her hunger, the elderly lady devoured the food with fervor, even surpassing the appetite of the young men, contributing an impressive 200 satisfaction points. With both hot dishes receiving perfect scores, leaving Li Chun somewhat astonished. During this grand feast, Li Chun amassed over 9,300 satisfaction points, with only a few, including Aunt San, Sister Chiuyan, and Zheng Dongfeng, having awarded perfect scores. The rest were rather lackluster in their assessments. Indeed, Zheng Dongfeng also gave perfect scores to both meat dishes, which surprised Li Chun. He discerned the reasons behind the lower scores from others. Some had eaten too hastily to savor the flavors, while others, who typically shunned spicy food, found the boldness of the big plate chicken too intense. Additionally, some, like Aunt Zhang, had become accustomed to a more refined palate, instinctively comparing today's offerings to smoked chicken, which, although delicious, felt somewhat lacking. Yet, despite the ravenous pace at which the elderly lady consumed her meal, indeed, even more hurriedly than the likes of Dakai, why had she awarded both dishes perfect scores? Li Chun remained nearby, observing her as she ate. Once she had her fill, he inquired, "Annie, how did you find the dishes?" The elderly lady nodded enthusiastically, declaring, "Delicious, truly exquisite. It has been many years since I have tasted such delightful fare. Oh dear, this meal is rather rich. I hope it won't upset my stomach later." Was such praise truly warranted? After all, it was merely the most ordinary stir-fried pork with green peppers and zucchini, with hardly any meat to speak of. Furthermore, today's cooking had utilized minimal oil, as old Mr. Zhang's household constraints dictated, with even the oil used for frying being less than a third of what Zheng Qiming's family would typically employ. Could this be deemed rich? Observing the contented expression on the elderly lady's face, Li Chun suddenly comprehended that old Mr. Zheng was not only frugal with outsiders, but also quite stringent with his own family. However, this could not be entirely detrimental, while it indeed suggested nutritional deficiencies. It also meant a reprieve from the troubles of high blood pressure and cholesterol, each circumstance possessing its own merits and drawbacks. Outside, the pots and pans had been meticulously cleaned, and Aunt Zhang and the other women returned home from their work. As the time for the funeral ceremony approached, the Zheng family members were required to attend. Li Chun contemplated allowing the man to ride the tricycle alone to the supply and marketing cooperative to return some items. However, noticing Zheng Dongming's hesitant demeanor, it was evident that he harbored some concerns, especially since a significant deposit was still held at the cooperative. Consequently, Li Chun decided to relinquish his oversight, reasoning that the tricycle would inevitably be returned by someone. Thus it was their responsibility to manage its return. Li Chun did not partake in the funeral ceremony, while many others chose to witness the spectacle. Upon their return, Zhao Pengyue quietly reported to Li Chun, "Brother, I never anticipated that miserly old man Zhang would display such filial piety towards his father." "What do you mean?" "Oh, you should have seen it." While guiding his father, the fellow was sobbing inconsolably, tears and snot streaming down his face, nearly collapsing from grief. Li Chun nearly burst into laughter, wishing to inquire whether Zheng Laokou was genuinely sorrowful or merely lamenting the loss of money. After the funeral ceremony, they awaited the precise hour of 3 to commence the rites at the cemetery. A few individuals remained at Zheng Laokou's home to dismantle the spirit shed, marking the conclusion of the event. Although Li Chun had no further obligations, he chose to stay, as these young men were his recruits. It would be inappropriate for him to depart while they remained. When it came to selecting the bearers for the coffin, enthusiasm was palpable, as it promised a modest cash reward. In the Heihe region, coffin bearers were categorized by groups of 4, 6, or 8, corresponding to the size and weight of the coffin. The largest, weighing the most, required 8 bearers, while the medium-sized coffins could be managed by 6. The smallest, colloquially referred to as dog heads, were light and thin, easily carried by 4 individuals. Moreover, given that Zheng Wenshan had been bedridden for over 6 months and had lost considerable weight, as noted by Yang Zhenhuai, he weighed no more than 70 pounds. The lightest coffin would yield 2 cash rewards, making it highly desirable for the eager participants. However, this task was not merely about eagerness. It entailed numerous taboos and required thorough vetting. Ultimately, only 7 individuals met the criteria, necessitating a last-minute recruitment from the village. As 3 o'clock approached, Yang Zhenhuai presided over the opening ceremony. At the appointed time, the dutiful son Zheng Fulin shattered a basin, and the procession commenced towards the Zheng family cemetery. Zheng Laokou led the way, with Zheng Dongfeng and his brother following closely behind, scattering paper money as they went. Following them were the 8 coffin bearers and Yang Zhenhuai, with no one else in sight. The conclusion of a life is marked by such a somber procession, and given Zheng Wenshan's popularity, it should have drawn a larger crowd. Yet, one could only blame his sons for alienating the entire village. Initially, Li Chun's intention was to take advantage of Zheng Laokou, hoping to inflict financial pain and offer some satisfaction to his father and elder brother. However, in reality, Li Chun provided substantial assistance to Zheng's family. Without his efforts in gathering the bearers, Zheng Laokou's family would likely have struggled to find anyone willing to carry the coffin, leading to an even greater embarrassment. Inside Zheng Laokou's courtyard, Li Chun organized the dismantling of the spirit shed, adhering to the elder lady's instructions to tidy up the area. Thus, this endeavor of assistance reached a fulfilling conclusion. Li Chun instructed everyone to disperse and return to their respective homes. He grabbed a handful of straw, mounted his tricycle, and was poised to leave when he was once again accosted by the spicy pepper quartet. "Second brother, how did we perform today? Are you satisfied?" they inquired eagerly. Yes, I am satisfied. Now, there is nothing more to discuss. You all can head home," Li Chun replied dismissively. "Wait, second brother, don't leave just yet." Zhao Pengyue chuckled. "Is there anyone else hosting a banquet in the coming days? Please include us. As you saw, we don't just eat for free. We can genuinely contribute to the work. Just give us a task, and we promise to follow your lead." The dishes today had been rather unkind to them, but after a brief discussion, the spicy pepper quartet unanimously concluded that it was merely an unfortunate occurrence, given the meager ingredients prepared by the stingy Zheng family. The fact that second brother managed to create such a meal was impressive. After all, a skilled cook cannot work miracles without proper ingredients. Chapter 82. The Notebook. Although the meal was unsatisfactory, being with Li Chun was undeniably entertaining, especially seeing how well he managed the Zheng family men. It was far more enjoyable than their aimless wandering outside. Moreover, just because they didn't eat well this time didn't mean there wouldn't be future opportunities. As long as they held on to Li Chun's coattails, they would have many chances to partake in future feasts at no cost. On the other hand, Li Chun found their incessant pestering quite bothersome. Haven't I already told you? The oil tray is handled by the family's hired help. I have no say in it. So stop bothering me, he said, trying to maintain his composure. Second brother, with your popularity and skills, surely you can arrange it with just a word. The family will definitely give you face. Just bring us along. These fellows were like stubborn adhesive plasters, nearly driving Li Chun to despair. Are you all too energetic? Can't you find something to occupy yourselves with? Li Chun's remark was intended as sarcasm, yet unexpectedly, the spicy pepper quartet took it as a compliment. Exchanging knowing glances and nodding in agreement, Li Chun was taken aback by their reaction, but then realized that these youngsters truly embodied such traits. They spent their afternoons playing cards under the scorching sun instead of napping. At night, they couldn't sleep and would sneak around causing mischief. Indeed, they were bursting with energy. All right then, if you're restless, I shall find you some work, he said, nodding. The spicy pepper quartet perked up. Second brother, what kind of work? As the evening cools down, see if anyone has a pig pen and help me dig for some red worms under the manure. I need the thicker ones. And plenty of them. Tonight, I plan to use the lazy hook by the river. Having neglected to prepare bait in advance, Li Chun had intended to use a spinning net for fishing that morning. However, to catch larger fish, the lazy hook was essential. This was the prime season for catfish and carp, and with over 20 lazy hooks at his disposal, he could expect to yield 4 or 5 pounds in a single night. If luck were on his side and he caught a turtle, that would be even more delightful. Upon hearing Li Chun's plan to fish with the lazy hook, Zhao Pengyue and the others grew even more excited. Second brother, can we join you for the lazy hook? If you have nothing else to do, you may go along. Just don't create a ruckus. All right, we'll handle the worms. There is plenty under Xiao Man's pig manure pile. Li Chun nodded. All right, once we dig up the earthworms, come to my house around 8 this evening. Why so late? If we go earlier, wouldn't we catch more? The man inquired, puzzled. What do you know? Just come at the time I tell you. No need for so much nonsense. Li Chun retorted, finally freeing himself from the group's clutches. Upon reaching his doorstep, he followed his usual ritual of scorching his body with straw before entering the courtyard. At this hour, his family was napping, so he quietly stored his belongings in the barn, removed his sweat-soaked tank top and shorts, rinsed himself briefly, and returned indoors. A glance at the untouched sack of rice assured him. Reclining on the Kong, he meticulously replayed the details of the grand feast in his mind. Extracting his ledger to document the dishes he had prepared that day. Turning the book over, he inscribed the date of August 4th on the back, particularly marking the words Crankshaft Factory. Closing the ledger, a smile crept across Li Chun's face. He now possessed his own appointment notebook, a promising beginning. He anticipated that it wouldn't be long before he would add more special annotations, eventually marking all the suitable wedding dates for the entire year. Lighting a cigarette, Li Chun calculated his current satisfaction level. Today he had amassed over 9,000, combined with less than 2,000 from the restaurant and the leftover from yesterday's lottery, totaling over 44,000. This number seems rather inauspicious, he mused. System, give me 14 consecutive draws. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn 1 pound of jujube flower honey. Congratulations. You have drawn 1 pound of original dried fermented black beans. Congratulations, you have drawn 1 pound of sesame paste. Oh my. With the conclusion of the 14 consecutive draws, Li Chun sprang up from the Kong. He thought he might have been seeing things. Every single draw yielded valuable items. Not a single pack of worthless matches. Who said this number was inauspicious? That's all superstitious nonsense. This number is extraordinarily lucky and powerful. Jujube flower honey is considered top-notch honey in the region of Rihe. He looked forward to preparing honey water for his mother. It might not be clear how beneficial it is for health, but it certainly tastes sweet and delightful. Dried fermented black beans are also a great ingredient, frequently used in cooking, and sesame paste is a consumable item. The more, the merrier. This lottery yielded not only 1 pound of honey, but also 2 pounds of dried fermented black beans, 1 pound of sesame paste, 5 types of spices, 1 pound each of granulated sugar and cotton candy, 2 pounds of brown sugar cubes, and 1 pound of peanut oil. Truly, all valuable items. What a delightful haul. By the time he finished his cigarette, the excitement faded, and Li Chun unknowingly drifted off to sleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was to the sound of Li Nan calling him for dinner. Big brother, did you bring anything delicious back today? Li Chun shook his head. Did you even see how they behave? They didn't even give me a thank you gift. What good food could I expect? Huh. Li Nan frowned. How can they do that? A thank you gift is an old tradition. How could they neglect it? Big brother, you shouldn't have accepted it if they didn't offer. Li Chun waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I no longer expect to maintain relations with their family. If they don't give, they don't give. I can't be bothered to argue with them. It's not worth it. During dinner, Wang Huilan persistently inquired about the affairs of the Zhang family, while Li Chun patiently provided answers. When it came to the news that the Zhang family had voluntarily offered to pay Li Chun for a banquet, Both Wang Huilan and Li Weiguo found it hard to believe. It was not in Zhang's nature to act so generously. You didn't agree to any other conditions, did you? Li Weiguo asked, his tone reflecting a lingering distrust born from past experiences. Not at all. It was actually handled by his younger son, Zheng Dongfeng, who is far more capable than his father. He pays up front and imposes no additional conditions, Li Chun replied. Li Weiguo nodded in relief. That's good to hear. Actually, their family isn't too bad. Although Zheng Wenshan is miserly, he is not a bad person. The real troublemaker is Zheng Felin, whose actions have tarnished the reputation of the entire family, Li Weiguo remarked. Enough about them. It's not our concern. By the way, Dad, I need to tell you something. Tomorrow, I plan to buy a few more frying ladles from the supply and marketing cooperative, and I also need to prepare some enamel jars for spices, Li Chun said. What for? Don't we have enough ladles at home? Li Weiguo queried. It's not that. On the 4th of next month, you're going to lead Giant Pains for a banquet. And coincidentally, I have a banquet to attend that day as well. We'll need more utensils, Li Chun explained. Chapter 83. It seems not to be a loss. Wang Huilan was taken aback by how quickly her son had received another job, exclaiming. It seems there are more wealthy people these days. With such high prices, it's surprising that so many still want you to host their banquets. I wouldn't be able to part with such sums. Li Chun chuckled. They just don't see the full picture. When they first hear my fee of 20, they are taken aback, but those who have used my services know that the money spent is truly worthwhile. Just look at the Zheng family. The savings I provided on ingredients exceeded $20, and it elevated their status. They benefited immensely. Li Weiguo interjected. Are you implying that if someone pays $5 for my services, they lose face and suffer a great loss? Li Chun felt overwhelmed. When had his father become so sensitive? Look at you, always overthinking things. When did I ever say that? Li Weiguo shot him a sidelong glance, but chose not to dwell on the topic. Since we're all in this together, let us buy 2 ladles. We can each use one, and keeping one as a spare at home should suffice. After all, the banquet at Qiming's involves over 30 tables, which is quite rare. Li Chun agreed. He thought it wise to purchase 2 for immediate use, and perhaps in future draws, they might win additional ladles. After all, it was not uncommon to win large cooking pots or pressure cookers in raffles, so winning ladles wouldn't be surprising. Which family is inviting you for this banquet? Wang Huilan inquired. I haven't heard of anyone from our village hosting a banquet on the 4th, she added. They're not from our village, it's the crankshaft factory. Li Chun replied. My goodness, even the crankshaft factory is seeking your services? Wang Huilan exclaimed in astonishment. After all these years of Li Weiguo being the village cook, he had only ventured to Dashimio village once. It was remarkable that after just a few days of work, her son had already expanded his business to the crankshaft factory. It was quite a rapid progression. Li Chun said proudly. This is quite normal. After all, your son's skills are evident. Yesterday, he visited my Uncle Zhang's house for a banquet and immediately took a liking to my culinary talents. Upon returning home, he discussed it with his family, and today, Uncle Zhang has informed me. The employees at the crankshaft factory are just the beginning. In the future, many more will know of my skills. And I shall surely receive invitations from other establishments in the town, perhaps even from the city. Li Weiguo rolled his eyes. Look how smug you are. Why don't you go to the capital to cater? Hey, if you say that, you're just being contrary. I see you've gotten a bit carried away. Just because you've worked a few days doesn't mean you can forget your place. Wang Huilan waved her hand. All right, enough of that nonsense. Son, when are you going to visit Director Lan regarding your elder brother's job? This matter had become a source of anxiety for her. She thought about it daily and couldn't sleep soundly until it was resolved. Li Chun paused. Let's plan for this Sunday. He works during the day, and it wouldn't be appropriate to disturb him at home in the evening. Wang Huilan nodded. All right, just remember this. Yes, I won't forget. The family shared laughter and finished their meal. While Li Nan was washing the dishes, Li Chun noticed the water barrel was running low. He grabbed a water bucket and a yoke, preparing to fetch some water. Li Nan's eyes widened. Second brother, have you taken your medicine today? This is quite unusual. In the past, unless Dad forced you, you wouldn't budge. Li Chun shot her a glance. You're the only one who can make snide remarks. Would you rather take my place? You go ahead. I'll scrub the big barrel. It's grown quite mossy. Remember to fill it up. As Li Chun labored to fetch water, the village was abuzz with discussions about old Jing's frugality and the grand banquet held at his home for a recent funeral. Zhao, what were you thinking? Why did you help out at old Jing's house? What's wrong with that? It's a free meal without spending a dime. It's a win-win. Long Lin and the others who carried the coffin got even more, earning a couple of extra bucks. With old Jing's stinginess, what good food could he possibly provide? True enough, the offerings were modest. Only a few pounds of meat and 3 chickens, the rest being freshly picked vegetables from his garden. Yet, under Li Chun's skilled hand, those simple ingredients transformed into a delectable feast that left many unaware of the culinary magic. Some skeptics were still doubtful, but those who attended the banquet returned raving about the food, leaving others in the village feeling a pang of regret for not having the audacity to join in. A few villagers, with time on their hands, calculated the expenses based on the descriptions from the banquet attendees. The pork and chickens were the main costs, while the remaining expenses included tofu, bean sprouts, and essentials like oil, salt, and vinegar. Adding to this was the 20 yuan paid to Li Chun for his services, making the cost per table approximately 10 yuan. In the context of the village, this was considered a moderate expense, and no one expected old Zhang to be willing to spend so much. Even more surprising was that the quality of the mid-range banquet surpassed that of last year's high-end banquet, which cost 16 yuan per table when the village contractor Yang Wanfu's father passed away, yet still faced complaints. Today, none of the guests at Zheng Laoca's home expressed dissatisfaction with the meal. The stark contrast in opinions can be attributed to Li Chun's exceptional culinary skills, which transformed the mundane into the extraordinary, creating delectable dishes from ordinary ingredients that leave everyone content. When one considers this, it seems that spending 20 yuan to invite Li Chun to cater is not as unreasonable as it might initially appear. Reflecting on this, many villagers have altered their perceptions of Li Chun, with some even eager to try his cooking themselves. Ultimately, a consensus emerged that Li Weiguo's catering pales in comparison to that of his son. Meanwhile, Li Chun filled the water tank and began to meticulously inspect his fishing hooks. The lazy hooks, characterized by their convenience and simplicity, consisted of 30 meters of quadrilateral fishing line, each line adorned with 2 large, crooked iron hooks, and weights made from 14mm nuts. As he examined them one by one, he promptly replaced several broken hooks and addressed 2 lines that had frayed, ensuring they would not snap while fishing. Just then, the chili quartet burst in. "Ergo, do you think we have enough worms?" Li Chun looked up in astonishment at the sight of them bringing a full jar of worms. Were they planning to use them for bait or for a feast? "How did you find so many?" Li Chun inquired. Hee, there's plenty under the pig manure pile at Xiaoman's place. You just have to scrape with a stick, and you'll find them. Is this enough? Zhao Pengyue replied with a grin. It's far too much. We won't use them all. As long as we have enough, we can feed the leftovers to the chickens. Nothing will go to waste. When shall we set off? Why the rush? Didn't Ti say to come by around 8? Why are you here so early? Li Chun asked. We had nothing to do at home and thought it best to come early and leave sooner. Why wait until 8 when it will already be dark and difficult to cast our lines? The man queried. What do you know? The upstream Shaowa hydropower station usually releases water around 7. If we arrive too early and the current washes away the lazy hooks, it would be a waste. This is all experience. My hooks have been swept away 3 times before, leading to significant losses. It took me time to understand the patterns of the power station's water releases. Li Chun retained only a third of the worms in the jar, taking the remainder to the backyard to feed the chickens. Today, the old hens would feast. If they didn't lay eggs properly, they would be turned into meat. As Li Chun continued organizing his hooks, the chili quartet stood by, engaging in lively banter. Just as he was about to finish, Wang Huilan entered the yard, calling out, Chunner, come quickly. Your Uncle Zheng and some folks from his unit are here to see you. Li Chun stood up to find a middle-aged man accompanying Zheng Qiwen, none other than Feng Zhihai. Beside him stood a young man of similar height, with strikingly large eyes, whom Li Chun surmised must be Feng Zhihai's apprentice, Yang Baozhong. Li Chun wiped his hands and hurried over to greet them. Uncle Zheng, Master Feng, please come in. Have you eaten? The phrase have you eaten possesses an enchanting quality, serving as a versatile greeting suitable for various times of the day. Locally, it has become the customary salutation among acquaintances. Remarkably, even in unexpected encounters, such as at a public restroom, it often elicits spontaneous exchanges, leaving one both amused and bewildered. Feng Zhihai nodded with a smile, saying, I just finished my meal and came over. Masterly, allow me to introduce my disciple, Yang Baozhong, who is getting married on the 4th of next month. Li Chun shook hands with Yang Baozhong and promptly invited everyone into the courtyard. A square table was set up. Small stools were brought out, and Li Chun's mother entered the house to pour water as everyone took their seats to converse. The spicy pepper quartet squatted at the door of the storeroom, their ears perked up like rabbits. Li Chun distributed cigarettes to everyone. Zheng Qiming remarked, I mentioned to Master Feng at noon that they just happened to be on the day shift today. After dinner, we came over to finalize the arrangements for the banquet. Li Chun, who preferred to avoid unnecessary delays, got straight to the point. Master Feng, he began, but Feng Zhihai interrupted, saying, let us drop the formalities. My age is similar to your father's. Just call me Uncle Feng to avoid complications. Baozhong, you're of a similar age, so it doesn't matter what you call me. All right then, Uncle Feng, Brother Yang, let us get down to business, Li Chun responded. Indeed, it's getting late. Let's talk about the matters at hand. Feng Zhihai agreed with a hearty laugh. So, have you two agreed upon the 4th for me to host the banquet? Feng Zhihai inquired. The mention of the banquet made Zhao Pengyue's ears perk up excitedly from a distance. Hey, brother, you're hosting a banquet again. The 4th is just around the corner. Let us make sure you take us along this time, Zhao Pengyue whispered. Are you blind? That is from the crankshaft factory in town. Do you think they would ask us to serve the dishes? That is preposterous. Yang Shimon's comment deflated Zhao Pingyue's enthusiasm. But what if? Zhao Pingyue pressed. What if? Don't get your hopes up, Yang Sherman replied dismissively. Yang Baozhong had long known of Li Chun. But like many young workers, he was wary of Li Chun's notorious reputation. Whenever they crossed paths in town, he would quickly avert his gaze and had never interacted with him directly. To be honest, he felt a bit nervous upon arrival. However, after a few exchanges, he found Li Chun to be quite polite, straightforward, and refreshingly candid, which was not off-putting at all. Li Chun's culinary prowess was well known in the town. It was said that he not only cooked deliciously but also had a keen sense of detail and efficiency. I will discuss with my master. And if you have time that day, I would be grateful for your assistance, Yang Baozhong said. Please, no need for the formalities. Just call me Li Chun. It sounds much better to me, Li Chun replied. Since we have set a date, I must clarify a few things. I heard that you are not from around here, and I am unfamiliar with the customs of your hometown. If there are any taboos, please inform me in advance to avoid any mishaps on the day of the event. Li Weiguo subtly nodded in agreement. It was prudent for the second son to be meticulous. There are many taboos and customs associated with joyous and solemn occasions that vary by region, and it is essential to clarify these matters beforehand to avoid potential conflicts with family members. Yang Baozhong responded, I have been working here, and the guests will primarily be my colleagues from the unit. After discussing with my master, we have decided to proceed according to local customs, without any particular taboos. Will people from your hometown attend your wedding? Will they adhere to our customs, or will they find fault? Li Chun inquired. There are hardly any people left in my hometown, just an aunt and 2 cousins. I did send a telegram home, but my wedding date coincides with the harvest season, so they are uncertain if they can make it. Even if they do come, it is of no consequence. They are not particularly particular. Yang Baozhong replied. Li Chun said, as long as we follow local customs, there should be no issues. I understand the regulations, and there shouldn't be any problems. How many tables are you planning to set? About 10 tables, even if we need to add a few more at the last minute. It will only be 1 or 2. Yang Baozhong responded. Please wait a moment. With that, Li Chun returned to his room to fetch his notebook and recorded the number of tables. Observing this action, Li Weiguo felt more at ease. A sharp memory is no match for a written note. Even the most astute mind can overlook details. In occasions like weddings and funerals, mistakes cannot be afforded. Even a single error can tarnish one's reputation, leading others to reconsider inviting you for future events. After noting the table count, Li Chun further inquired, will these 10 tables be served in 1 round, or will there be 2 rounds? Feng Zhihai responded, the 4th is a Tuesday, and the workplace is open. Thus, we can only serve it all in 1 round, starting at noon when work concludes. Yesterday, at Master Zheng's place, we had as many as 17 tables in 1 round. Baozhong, 10 tables should be manageable for you, right? Li Chun furrowed his brow. Serving it all in 1 round is feasible, but you must find skilled workers to assist me. Relying solely on myself would be unmanageable. How many assistants will be required? Feng Zhihai inquired. The number of people to carry the oil trays is not critical. The main tasks, chopping vegetables, washing, scrubbing pots, require at least 6 individuals. Most importantly, they must be proficient. If they cause delays, my efficiency will be of no avail. Chapter 85. You are different. The affairs in the employees' family quarters are quite similar to those in the countryside, also relying on neighbors for assistance. Feng Zhihai remarked, it's no problem to find 6 people to help. I will ensure they prepare early, so it shouldn't delay anything. Then I have no issues on my end. You can set the budget for the meal, and once agreed, we can finalize the menu. Li Chun stated. As for the budget, Yang Baozhong and his apprentice had discussed it at home, keeping the cost per table under 20 yuan. This 20 yuan budget appears to be several yuan more than that of Zheng Qiming's family, yet Zheng's has their own vegetable patch, saving on greens. Conversely, Yang Baozhong must purchase everything, and all expenses must be included in the budget. Although the budget is higher, it is certainly not as economical as Zheng Qiming's. Therefore, Li Chun cannot proactively suggest anything like Zheng Qiming did, to avoid exceeding the budget and causing embarrassment. He can only allow them to prepare the ingredients themselves, while his task is to ensure that the ingredients they provide are of the highest quality. This aligns perfectly with the system's requirements. Whatever you have, I will do. Li Chun candidly expressed his perspective. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Zhihai remarked, I believe we should include the sesame peanuts, caramelized potatoes, and smoked chicken from Master Zheng's banquet. Those dishes truly stand out. Just consider the costs involved, and we can discuss the remainder later. Oh, and let us not forget the pork knuckle. Li Chun found it amusing that old Feng, with such a modest budget, desired everything. It was rather greedy of him. I am open to discussing anything with you, but if your budget falls short, I cannot contribute financially, he replied. Uncle Feng, you can forget about the pork knuckle. Your courtyard is quite small, likely accommodating only 1 large pot, which isn't practical. The caramelized potatoes are certainly feasible. As for the sesame peanuts and smoked chicken, I can prepare them at home and bring them over fresh on the day of the event. The sesame peanuts cost 1 yuan per pound, and the smoked chicken 5 yuan per pound. You can decide how much you require. Upon hearing this, Feng Zhihai and his apprentice frowned in dismay. It was not what they had anticipated. Shaoli, do we really have to purchase the sesame peanuts and smoked chicken? When Master Zhang hosted the banquet, didn't he provide the ingredients for you to prepare? Li Chun chuckled. I am currently in the business of cooked foods. In the future, anyone who requires my sesame peanuts and smoked chicken must pay. If I were to provide them for free, my business would suffer, wouldn't it? Moreover, do not feel shortchanged. If I were to prepare the sesame peanuts on site, once they are served, everyone would want to grab a handful to taste. What would you do then? If you refuse to let them eat, you risk offending your guests. If you turn a blind eye, the consumption could escalate, and costs would spiral out of control. Furthermore, regarding the smoked chicken, the spices alone require over 20 varieties. My uncle Zhang typically prepares 17 chickens at once to save costs, but you have only 10 tables of guests. At most, you'll need 5 chickens. If we arrange them nicely on the plates, 4 would suffice. Just consider, the cost of the spices could surpass that of the chickens themselves. Does that not make sense? Additionally, I must be candid. Your situation differs from that of my uncle Zhang. This is our first collaboration. While Uncle Zhang has watched me grow, he is my elder. Even within our village, there exists a hierarchy of relationships. Wouldn't you agree? Initially, Feng Zhihai's comparison to his own circumstances left Zhang Qiming feeling slightly displeased. Yet after Li Chun's explanation, he felt a surge of happiness. This child is quite sensible and articulate. While Li Chun declined, he elucidated the pros and cons clearly, ensuring Feng Zhihai and his apprentice felt no embarrassment. After pondering, they acknowledged the validity of his points. Very well, we will proceed with the prices you suggested, Shaoli. Let us settle on 4 smoked chickens. How many sesame peanuts do you think we will need for 10 tables? Are you renting plates from the supply store? Or borrowing from neighbors? Li Chun inquired. We plan to borrow from neighbors, but the varying sizes make it difficult to estimate, came the reply. Renting from the supply store is preferable. They provide standardized 9-inch plates, which makes calculations straightforward. This way, it's less of a hassle. Preparing 4 pounds should suffice, as each plate can hold approximately 3 tails. Even if we add an extra table or 2 at the last minute, it should be adequate. We can hand the plates over to the chief steward for safekeeping, and when the banquet begins, simply bring them out to serve, which will minimize waste, Li Chun advised. Feng Zhihai and Yang Baozhong briefly conferred and ultimately resolved to agree with Li Chun on 5 pounds, adding an extra pound as a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. The rest was straightforward. They would eliminate these 2 expenditures and assess the remaining budget, allowing them the freedom to decide on the materials they desired. Once everything was prepared, on the 3rd, they would coordinate with Li Chun to finalize the menu. Feng Zhihai and his apprentice did not linger, promptly taking their leave after concluding their business, with Li Chun's family escorting them out of the courtyard. At the entrance, Feng Zhihai pulled Li Chun aside and quietly inquired, Little Li, are you truly open to any dish? This question made Li Chun feel somewhat uncertain. Uncle Feng, you are from our locality, right? Indeed, Li Chun continued. You must be well aware of our customs. As long as it's not too extravagant, I am agreeable. Feng Zhihai replied with a smile, it won't be extravagant. I was merely thinking of economizing a bit, since Baozhong is not exactly affluent. How many dishes are you planning to serve per table? Li Chun asked. In our unit, we typically have 10 dishes. It is rare to see 12 like at Master Zheng's house. Li Chun counted on his fingers. For happiness, meatballs, fish, and shredded kelp are essential. Adding sesame peanuts and smoked chicken, that makes 5 dishes. Should we include stewed meat? Feng Zhihai nodded. We must have stewed meat. Then that makes 6 dishes. The remaining 4 can be assorted, and that would already be a splendid feast. All right, with your calculations, I feel reassured. We shall take our leave now. We will meet again to chat, gentlemen. Sure, take care on your way. After bidding farewell to Feng Zhihai, his apprentice, and Zhang Qiming, Li Chun's parents regrouped under the big poplar tree, as they were to visit old Zhu's house to watch a television drama shortly. Just as Li Chun returned to the courtyard, Zhao Pengyue rushed over excitedly. Second brother, did that person ask you to host the feast? They can't expect you to serve the oil tray, so give it up. Zhao Pengyue pouted. I didn't ask that. Huh. Li Chun chuckled darkly, scrutinizing him, which made Zhao Pengyue feel uneasy. All right, I'll tidy up the things. Let us get going. The mention of leaving immediately dispelled Zhao Pengyue's earlier gloom, and he eagerly helped Li Chun gather the fishing gear, voluntarily taking charge of carrying the bags. The bait was handed to the man, the flashlight to Yang Sherman, and Li Chun felt unburdened. Second brother, aren't we bringing the fish basket? We'll collect the hooks tomorrow morning. What use is a fish basket now? I thought we would be spending the night by the river. Hee. If you wish to help me keep an eye on the hooks all night, I have no objections. Chapter 86. Brave and resourceful. Traversing through the vegetable field, the 5 arrived at the riverbank. They were at the confluence of the Luan River and the Wuya River, a site abundant in resources. While it could not be said that one could scoop up fish effortlessly, Li Chun always left with a bountiful catch each time he visited. However, this positive trend would not endure for many years. In the mid-1990s, 2 pharmaceutical factories were established upstream, leading to significant pollution of the Wuye River, causing a catastrophic decline in the fish population. The species Li Chun adored, such as boat nails and huazi fish, vanished for decades. Li Chun illuminated the water's surface with his flashlight, revealing no discernible debris or silt, and the water level showed no significant rise, indicating that the power plant would not release water tonight, ensuring safety. A total of 22 fishing hooks were arranged approximately 15 meters apart. Li Chun estimated the distance and began to set the hooks from downstream. Zhao Pengyue carried a bag, Yang Sherman wielded a flashlight, and Hu Zhuang handed over the worms, while Li Chun merely needed to bait the hooks and secure the wooden board connected to the fishing line on the riverbank. With the assistance of the Chili Quartet, efficiency soared, and within an hour, all 20 hooks were set. After washing his hands by the river, Li Chun shook them dry and declared, "All right, everyone head back home." "What? We're leaving just like this?" The Chili Quartet had anticipated spending the night with Li Chun, but were somewhat disheartened by the abrupt conclusion. "What else should we do? Stand here feeding mosquitoes? Aren't we supposed to keep an eye on the hooks? What if we lose them?" Hu Zhuang inquired. Li Chun lit a cigarette and glanced at them. "In this village, you few are the only ones with sticky fingers. As long as you refrain from thieving, no one dares touch my belongings." The 4 fell silent. Zhao Pengyue, frowning defiantly, retorted, "What are you implying, second brother? We haven't stolen anything. Don't make baseless accusations." Li Chun chuckled, "Is that so? Then who pilfered the chickens from Lu Xue's home? Damn it, you sold them for money to eat noodles. And now I'm the one left holding the bag. Do you realize that woman has already reported it to the police?" Initially, Li Chun had no intention of engaging with them, and he had little interest in the chicken theft. However, after being forced into contact with them these past few days, he found that these boys were not entirely insufferable. Despite their boisterousness being somewhat annoying, they had a certain earnestness about them. Thus, Li Chun felt compelled to give them a warning to stay out of trouble. If they were caught red-handed, Lu Xue's wife would revel in it, having already suspected him and causing trouble for his mother. Li Chun had no desire to see her pleased. Her joy would inevitably lead to his mother's discontent. Whoever upset his mother would find themselves facing his ire. Yang Sherman, Hu Zhuang, and a man lowered their heads, clearly feeling guilty. Zhao Pengyue clenched his teeth and puffed out his chest. "Indeed, I stole Lu Xue's chickens. That woman has a foul mouth, slandering my father behind his back. Stealing her chickens is a mild reprisal. I even contemplated breaking her windows." "Oh," Li Chun's eyes lit up. "What did she say about your father?" "Lu Xue's wife spreads rumors in the village, claiming my father embezzled money from the brick factory. Otherwise, each family would have received a larger share last year. She tarnishes my father's reputation, so it's only fitting I wreak havoc on her household. Isn't it?" Li Chun had expected to hear other neighborhood gossip, but was somewhat disappointed to find it was merely this trivial matter. "Since when did Lu Xue's wife speak ill of your father?" "I was unaware of this." The man interjected, "It was last autumn. You were always away from home. So you likely didn't know. Last year. Why wait until now to strike at her family?" Li Chun queried. Zhao Pengyue, along with 2 others, cast their gazes towards Yang Sherman, who slightly lifted his head, exuding an air of triumph. Xiaoman remarked that one should not seek immediate revenge, for her family would surely deduce their involvement. "So, you endured an entire year?" "Indeed," Xiaoman replied, stating that a gentleman avenges himself after 10 years. Zhao Pengyue nodded in agreement. Li Chun, astonished, stared at Yang Sherman and exclaimed, "I never expected you to possess such talent. You truly have the potential to be a strategic mastermind." Yang Sherman modestly scratched his head and chuckled. "Hee, I learned it from storytelling." "Impressive." Li Chun generously gave him a thumbs up, acknowledging that the ability to apply knowledge is indeed remarkable. "But why isn't this matter spread throughout the village? Otherwise, even if I were to return occasionally, I would surely be aware of it." "Humph," Zhao Pengyue scoffed. "She wishes to make a commotion. But who would believe her crazy claims? Everyone knows what kind of person my father is. If he were greedy, there wouldn't be a good soul left in our village." Zhao Pengyue's discord with her father stemmed from his incessant nagging, which she found bothersome. In truth, she harbored deep admiration for her father's character. Anyone who tarnished his reputation would face her wrath. Li Chun genuinely wanted to inform her that Lu Xue's wife had not been blind, and her father was no longer the man he once was. Initially perplexed by the discrepancy of 15,000 red bricks, a significant sum, Li Chun wondered how no one had noticed the irregularity. It turned out that it was not a lack of suspicion, but rather Zhao Weiman's good standing and high esteem in the village that rendered idle gossip ineffective. It seems that public opinion, no matter the circumstances, remains merely opinion. Without evidence, it holds little sway. "Brother, I truly did not intend for you to bear the brunt of this. It is merely a misunderstanding. Rest assured, if the police come looking for you, I shall gladly turn myself in." "You pretend to be so noble," Li Chun rolled his eyes. Zhao Pengyue thumped her chest, declaring, I speak only the truth. I, Zhao Pengyue, shall take full responsibility for my actions. Enough with that. You can't lay this on me since I haven't stolen your chickens. But I must admit, your execution of this plan was quite impressive. Hee, it was all Xiaoman's idea. All right, enough chatter. It's getting late. Let us all head back. So, brother, what time will you come by tomorrow to collect the fishing hooks? What, do you all wish to tag along? Li Chun inquired. Of course. We want to see how many fish these lazy hooks can catch. Through this incident, Li Chun found himself less averse to the younger ones. His principle of interaction had always been to trust what he could see and hear. In his previous life, he had little interaction with them, only knowing that they were quite raucous, yet they had never troubled him. Having returned to this life, Zhao Pengyue was no longer present. And amidst the myriad of accounts regarding her troubles, Li Chun had not witnessed the events firsthand and refrained from judgment, regardless of what the future held. At least now they harbored no ill intentions towards him and were relatively obedient. Moreover, Li Chun found the quartet rather intriguing. They were energetic, resourceful, and having them around during leisure would certainly stave off loneliness. Very well, if you are eager to join, come to my house at 5 in the morning tomorrow. Chapter 87. The flashlight. A group of friends walked back, chatting and laughing. As they reached the middle of the vegetable field, faint calls echoed from the north. Li Chun halted and gazed in that direction. Under the shroud of night, a vast area of dark shadows emerged. This was a reed pond bordering Deshimio village. A place of fortune for Li Chun. Brother, those calls must belong to the wild geese and the black-legged white geese, right? In spring, I often see you collecting wild goose eggs and even hunting geese. What do they taste like? Are they delicious? Li Chun nodded. Delicious, truly delectable. Especially the salted eggs made from wild goose eggs, so rich and fragrant. In the middle of the reed pond lay a water area about the size of 2 basketball courts, which every spring attracted a flock of wild geese and black-nosed white geese to settle. They spent the entire summer here, fishing and grazing, migrating around the autumn equinox in a remarkably regular pattern. The pond's surroundings were entirely muddy, a place most dared not venture into. After many attempts, Li Chun had finally discovered a route inside, and since then, it had become his personal sanctuary. Every year, in May and June, he would collect over 30 pounds of wild goose eggs to pickle. In autumn, he would occasionally shoot a few geese to satisfy his cravings. As for the black-nosed white geese, their taste was not deemed worthy of consumption. It took Li Chun many years to learn their true name, swans. Reflecting on it now, he realized there were not only wild geese, but also even tastier delights within. Since his rebirth, he had yet to explore that area, and he resolved to take a stroll there when time permitted. Oh my, brother, please do tell us when you catch one. We would do anything to taste it. Li Chun's vivid description had the 4 members of the chili gang salivating. Not now, but around mid-next month should be perfect. That's when the geese are plump and juicy. Then, when the time comes, brother, please endure the trouble of getting one for us to taste. We've never had the pleasure. I'll take care of the wine. We shall discuss it later. Now let us go. Upon returning home, Li Chun retrieved a piece of paper and leaned over the calm, writing and sketching. Although Yang Baozhong's 10 tables were not many, this was, after all, his first grand banquet for the workers, and he needed to give it his all. Peanut candy, smoked chicken, and caramelized treats would still be showstoppers, but some workers had already tasted them at Zheng Qiming's place, diminishing the element of surprise. He needed to introduce something new to dazzle the crowd. While 6 dishes had already been decided upon, the remaining 4 needed budget constraints, which meant using the most ordinary ingredients, limiting his operational space somewhat. However, creating an impressive presentation from simple ingredients would leave a lasting impression. Though the ingredients for the last 4 dishes were not yet finalized, they would likely consist of a few common vegetables. Li Chun needed to contemplate several possibilities in advance. Waiting until the menu was drawn up would be too rushed. The next morning, the 4 members of the chili gang arrived punctually. The net was entrusted to Zhao Pengyue to carry, and the fish baskets and bags were distributed, leaving Li Chun feeling light and carefree. Indeed, having a pack-carrying subordinate was quite delightful. By the riverbank, Li Chun did not rush to retrieve the lazy hooks, but instead sought a shallow area with a swift current to begin securing some boat nails. Zhao Pengyue and his companions merely observed as Li Chun unfurled the fishing net, deftly manipulating it with both hands. With a slight twist of his hips, he effortlessly cast the net into the air, where it fully expanded, forming a perfect circle that enveloped the water surface within a radius of 4 to 5 meters. Goodness! Is casting a net truly this simple? Brother, let me try it too, they exclaimed. Look, there's a fish. I see a sizable crucian carp thrashing about in the net. Incredible. And there's not just one, but several boat nails as well. Quiet down, will you? Li Chun retorted with an eye roll. The catch comprised a crucian carp weighing around 3 tails and 7 or 8 boat nails measuring over 10 centimeters. Their commotion might lead an outsider to believe they had netted an extraordinary haul. Li Chun collected the fish and placed them into a basket. clearing the pebbles from the net before taking a few steps upstream to cast again. Brother, let me cast a net. Fishing is exhilarating. I wish to try. Try what? You're not cut out for this work. Perhaps another time. This fishing net had been painstakingly crafted over 3 months through the efforts of a friend. And Li Chun cherished it dearly, unwilling to let them misuse it. After casting the net several times, they had accumulated 3 to 4 pounds of boat nails, all exceeding 10 centimeters, sufficient for a family meal. A few crucian carp over 3 tails were also caught, and should no larger catches materialize shortly, these would be gifted to Wang Xian to aid his wife in nursing, a promise Li Chun intended to keep. Despite Li Chun's refusal to let them try, the group felt slightly disheartened, though their spirits were soon lifted by the bountiful catches from the lazy hooks. A big fish. Wow. The first hook pulls in a sizable catch. What good fortune. Wait, it's a white mullet. How disappointing. The first lazy hook yielded a white mullet weighing around 3 pounds. Its numerous bones eliciting grimaces from the quartet. Li Chun, however, showed no disdain, cheerfully placing it into his bag. He continued to retrieve lazy hooks, yielding various catches. With only 2 hooks coming up empty, another white mullet was caught, though smaller than the first, weighing around 2 pounds. 4 crucian carps were also caught, one weighing approximately 7 or 8 tails, a considerable size among wild crucians. Additionally, a few catfish and other small creatures weighing 3 to 4 tails were caught, all of which Li Chun welcomed into his collection. As he reeled in the next hook, Li Chun felt an unusual weight. This is heavy, he thought, sensing a slight struggle, indicating it was not merely snagged on a branch. This could be a significant catch. He walked along the current, reeling in the line and feeling the heavy pull, estimating it to be at least 10 pounds. The frustrating aspect of lazy hooks is their poor sensitivity. After being submerged overnight, most of the hooked fish were either dead or exhausted. Even when catching something substantial, the thrill of battling a large fish was entirely absent. As the fish neared the shore, it finally came into view. A catfish. Incredible, it's a large catfish. The first time I encountered such a colossal catfish. Its head was larger than the mouth of a bull. Brother, this catfish must weigh over 10 pounds, right? Observing this magnificent catch, Li Chun felt a surge of excitement. However, as the moment grew closer, one could not afford to be careless. The quality of the fishing line and hook during this period was indeed questionable. A moment's inattention could lead to a snapped line or hook, and Li Chun would regret it for a fortnight. Demand, please hold the fishing line taut. But do not pull too hard. After handing the line to Demand, Li Chun swiftly shed his clothes and leaped into the river. Goodness, it's enormous. No kidding. My eyesight isn't failing me. This is the largest catfish I have ever seen. I'm not referring to the fish. What then? That thing is massive, resembling a flashlight. Chapter 88. Outrageously shameless. Although the giant catfish was still alive, it was utterly exhausted. Li Chun plunged into the water, gripping the gills with both hands. And the catfish slowly swayed its tail before finally conceding. Successfully dragging it onto the shore, Li Chun measured it with his palm, estimating its length to be approximately 1 meter and 20 centimeters, with a head larger than a bowl and whiskers thicker than chopsticks. My goodness, what a colossal specimen. Brother, how much do you think it weighs? Li Chun, brimming with joy, exclaimed, at least 20 pounds. We'll stew it for lunch. You all must come over. The other's eyes lit up. Really? Just kidding. If you don't come, it's fine. Of course, we're going. Eating such a large fish will be a tale worth boasting about for 2 months. The remaining catches were decent as well, but with this enormous catfish at the forefront, the smaller ones paled in comparison, and even the quartet no longer made a fuss. 10 minutes later, they prepared to head back. Zhao Pengwei, as usual, carried the fishing net, Demand held the fish basket, and Yang Sherman carried a bag for the smaller fish. As for the largest catfish, fearing they could not manage it, Li Chun took it upon himself to carry it, placing a branch on his shoulder with the great fish hanging behind him. What a sight! The fish's tail extended beyond his hips, truly an impressive catch. Hey, do you think brother is a bit off? The bag could hold it. Yet he insists on carrying it. Isn't that like pulling down one's pants to fart? Come on, are you out of your mind? If it's in the bag, how will others see it? Ah, I see. Wait, brother, why are we taking this route? This way leads to Team 2. Isn't it a detour? Zhao Pengwei inquired. Yang Sherman rolled his eyes. Is that a serious question? Of course, Team 2 will take this way since it's the most populated. How else can one show off if we go through less crowded areas? Li Chun shot him a glare. Are you that clever? Do you think I'm the type to flaunt? I promised Wang Xian's wife a few crucian carp, and this way is simply more convenient. Hey, Uncle Zhang Lin is out working. Spotting a familiar face, Li Chun turned and greeted him warmly. It's a Chun. Have you eaten? Huh. Indeed, this fish was just caught. It weighs no less than 20 pounds. I haven't caught such a large catfish in years. Zhao Chonglin and the quartet exchanged glances. Did brother not just claim he wasn't one to show off? Zhao Pengwei muttered under his breath. Hey, you really are a fool. Throughout the journey, Li Chun greeted everyone with an unprecedented warmth, leaving the quartet in a state of astonishment. As they passed by the elder brother's home, they coincidentally encountered the sister-in-law, who was preparing to send the children to Donggo. Upon seeing the large fish carried by the second uncle, Li Weiguo exclaimed with excitement, "Wow! Fish, big fish! Uncle, I want to eat the big fish." She bounced over, grabbing the fish's tail and getting her hands covered in slime. Eating, that's all you think about. Oh, please don't wipe it on my shorts. Li Weiguo pleaded. Uncle, put the fish down. I want to touch it. Her antics almost caused Li Chun's shorts to slip down, prompting a desperate call for the sister-in-law's intervention to restore order. Dear sister-in-law, what shift is my elder brother working today? He worked a late shift last night and hasn't he risen yet? He on the night shift tonight. Perfect. Let's do the fish for lunch, and you all return home. All right. As they left the elder brother's doorstep, Li Chun found himself with a lively Li Weiguo perched on his shoulder, while the branches and catfish were entrusted to the quartet. Unexpectedly, a dispute arose within the quartet over who would carry the fish, nearly leading to a scuffle. After Li Chun's mediation, they reached a consensus to alternate responsibilities. Li Chun then made a special trip to Zhang Qiming's home, where only Aunt Gao was present, feeding chickens. Aunt, are you alone at home? Yes. Your uncle is at work, and the heir Lin couple has returned to their family today. The second daughter-in-law mentioned that she would discuss the banquet arrangements with her uncle, and she would let you know tonight. Gao Yuelon assumed Li Chun was inquiring about the banquet, so she offered an explanation. Oh, Aunt, that is not why I'm here. I caught a large fish this morning and wanted to let you know not to cook. Come to my house for fish with my uncle at noon. Only then did Gao Yuelon notice the massive catfish that Yang Sherman was carrying outside. Wow, such a big one. It must weigh over 10 jin. Li Chun replied with a smile. There's more than just this one. There are others in the bag. I'll personally cook at noon, so come over early. I'll have someone wait at the ditch for my uncle to take him directly to my house. Gao Yuelon, feeling appreciated, happily agreed and personally escorted Li Chun outside. At the entrance of the Zhang family, they coincidentally ran into Wang Xian's mother, Chu Dia. Li Chun called out to her, Aunt, wait a moment. Seeing Li Chun, Chu Dia frowned and asked coldly, what do you want? Known for her peculiar demeanor and unwelcoming attitude, Li Chun had no intention of arguing. Aunt, a few days ago, my sister-in-law asked me for fish. I caught some today. So take these back with you. Li Chun had prepared 6 crucian carp, strung together with grass, including one weighing around 7 or 8 liang, totaling nearly 2 jin, more than enough for a fish soup. Upon hearing that she would receive free fish, Chu Dia's demeanor transformed dramatically, her face lighting up with joy. Oh, Scallion hasn't he had enough milk these days, and the 2 children are crying out of hunger. This fish is just in time. Thank you so much. Chu Dia, filled with exuberance, eagerly took the fish. Upon turning her head, she was taken aback by the sight of a large catfish behind Yang Sherman, her eyes widening in astonishment. Chun, did you catch that enormous catfish as well? Li Chun nodded affirmatively. I just caught it this morning. Chu Dia hurried over for a closer look, exclaiming in wonder. Goodness, I have never seen a catfish grow this large. Catfish are splendid. They are even more nourishing. Chun, would you consider giving me this catfish? Goodness. Li Chun was utterly bewildered by the audacity of the old woman. Before he could decline, Aunt Gao interjected, What nonsense is this? I am perplexed by your shamelessness in uttering such words. I have not asked of you. Why must you meddle? Chu Dia rolled her eyes. Chun is my nephew. If I find something amiss, it is my duty to intervene. Nephew my foot. What connection does Chun have with your family? He hasn't even spoken. So why should you concern yourself with matters that do not involve you? Their quarrel attracted the attention of neighbors, and soon a crowd gathered to witness the spectacle. Just as Li Chun intended to mediate, Sister Wang, cradling a child, squeezed her way in. Upon grasping the situation, her face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Chapter 89. Too many missed opportunities. Qi Xiaoyan's face burned with shame as she continuously apologized to Gao Yuelon and Li Chun. The day prior, at a banquet hosted by the Zhang family, Gao Yuelon had graciously offered for her son Wang Xian to serve. When the banquet concluded, Li Chun had generously packed extra leftovers for their family, providing a rare improvement to their meals. Yet today, as Li Chun brought fish to his family, he was met with disdain from his mother-in-law, leaving Qi Xiaoyan wishing to vanish into the ground. Seeing her daughter-in-law apologize to Gao Yuelon, Chu Dia felt indignant and pulled Qi Xiaoyan aside, demanding, Why are you apologizing to her? She is simply meddling. Qi Xiaoyan, teeth clenched in frustration, retorted, Have you had enough of this nonsense? Come home with me at once. If this continues, I shall wean your 2 grandsons. This threat struck a nerve with Chu Dia. Her beloved grandsons were her heart's treasure, cherished beyond measure. Faced with Qi Xiaoyan's ultimatum, she begrudgingly complied. Returning home, the excitement dissipated, and the onlookers dispersed. Qi Xiaoyan once again apologized to Gao Yuelon. I'm truly sorry, Annie. My mother-in-law is simply unhinged. Please do not take offense. The 2 households were mere steps apart, and Gao Yuelon was well aware of Chu Dia's nature. Thus, she bore no ill will. Moreover, she herself had held her ground in their earlier exchange. so there was little reason for anger. It's all right. You are you, and your mother-in-law is your mother-in-law. I am not blind. Now take the fish back home before the child starts fussing again. Scallion expressed her gratitude to Li Chun before finally carrying the fish home. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuelon sought to comfort Li Chun, saying, Kun, do not let that old woman get under your skin. She is simply not in her right mind. And it is not worth your trouble to be angry with her. Li Chun chuckled lightly. Rest assured, Annie, I am not so petty. By the way, I often hear people say that Wang Xian's mother is quite peculiar. Aside from her lack of shame, what else is abnormal about her? Li Chun took the initiative to inquire, and Zhao Yuelon's eyes sparkled. Her spirit invigorated threefold as she leaned close to Li Chun's ear and whispered conspiratorially. Your aunt is not one to gossip behind backs, you know. Since you asked, let me tell you, that Chuda girl is quite peculiar in every way. It's truly a stroke of luck that you can see her today. She rarely ventures out. Initially, it was tolerable, but as Li Chun listened, an eerie chill began to creep over him. According to Aunt Gao, Chuda not only possesses a strange temperament, but is also prone to talking to herself. There are days when she simply stares into space in her yard for hours on end. However, the most alarming aspect is her peculiar habit of raising chickens and rabbits. Not for profit or consumption, but merely to keep them at home. Once, on the 15th day of the lunar month, Lu Yongli from the neighboring Wang Xian's house suffered from a stomachache and ventured out to the latrine around 10 o'clock at night. Curiosity piqued. He peeked over the courtyard wall and beheld a bizarre scene in Wang Xian's backyard, illuminated by the silvery moonlight. There knelt Chuda, solemnly burning paper in front of the rabbit hutch, muttering incantations. The bright red eyes of the rabbits reflected the flickering flames. And along with the sight of the madwoman burning paper, Lu Yongli was so startled that he lost control of himself, causing a near altercation between the two families in the dead of night. She raises rabbits without selling them, tending to them until death. The chickens are also not for consumption, merely kept as is. When Scallion, in her confinement, craved chicken, Chuda preferred to spend money buying it from elsewhere rather than allowing Wang Xian to slaughter a chicken. In the end, it was all for naught. As before Scallion could complete her confinement, Zheng Suiying arrived with a group, sweeping through and leaving no trace behind. Chunner, I must implore you not to share this with anyone. Zhao Yuelon lowered her voice further. I've heard many say that Wang Xian's family seems to be haunted. Perhaps Chuda is destined to become a medium. Li Chun inhaled sharply, realizing he had been absent from home for too long and was unaware of many village happenings. His mother, too, incessantly nagged about trivial matters, neglecting to share these intriguing tales. Zhao Yuelon wished to continue their heartfelt conversation, but Li Zihui tugged at her uncle's ear, demanding to return home to play with fish, and Zhao Yuelon had no choice but to relent. The sun was high, already making little wheater glisten. Chunner, you all should head back first. I'll visit your home shortly, and we can chat more. All right, if there's nothing else, do go over early. Li Chun's words were sincere. He felt he had missed out on too much and was in dire need of enlightenment. Aunt Gao was like a universal charging station. Precisely what he required. In the future, he indeed wished to seek her counsel more often. Upon returning to Donggo, the big catfish once again stirred excitement, with everyone praising Li Chun's prowess, and Wang Huilon's face beamed with joy when Li Chun mentioned inviting a group of 4 for dinner, including Zheng Qiming and his wife. Wang Huilon had no objections, stating, You handle the dishes, your mother will prepare steamed buns for you. Li Weiguo then suggested inviting Yang Zhitian for a drink, to which Li Chun readily agreed. Mr. Yang is indeed a kind-hearted person. Just the other day, he was contemplating how to assist me. Even without my father's suggestion, Li Chun had intended to invite him to dinner. Upon returning home, Li Chun emptied the catch of fish, selecting 2 smaller ones to give to Li Zihui for her mischief, while he opted to handle the white catfish himself, entrusting the remaining fish to the 4-man team for cleaning. Before they began, Li Chun weighed the large catfish, which came to a hefty 20 pounds and 3 ounces, eliciting a chorus of astonished gasps from the group. Son, white catfish are full of bones and not particularly palatable. We might as well chop them up and feed them to the chickens. Wang Huilon, always meticulous with her resources, felt no remorse in wasting fish, as they could be procured at no cost. Whenever she desired fish, Li Chun would simply take a net and catch enough from the river. Mother, do not worry. Today I shall prepare the white catfish in a novel way that will surely delight you. Though the fish are bony, their flesh is more tender than that of carp or grass carp, and today's catch of 3 substantial white catfish, totaling over 8 pounds, would be a waste to feed to the chickens. Li Chun had already devised a culinary plan during the fishing expedition. He would create a dish that most northerners had never tasted, white catfish balls. After gutting and scaling the fish, he divided them, carefully removing the spine. Li Chun resolved to practice his knife skills, seizing this opportunity to hone his technique. He was not concerned with speed, but rather with precision, aiming to minimize any loss of flesh. Once the spine was removed, he took an iron spoon, scraping the flesh away in a counterclockwise motion. Meanwhile, Li Zihui, who had just been busy turning 2 small fish into bait for ants, was captivated by her uncle's actions. Clapping her hands, she approached with her little legs. "Uncle, I want to try that too. I'm working, dear. Please don't cause trouble." "No, I want to play. If you cause trouble, I won't let you have any of the delicious food later. If you don't give me food, I'll tell Grandma, and she'll punish you." Humph. In Chapter 90, the little rascal was determined to challenge Li Chun, ignoring all reasoning and insisting on causing mischief. Li Chun stood up to stretch, chuckling as he said, "Huier, does it seem to you that there is a hole in the back of Uncle's pants?" Li Weiguo circled behind him to inspect, shaking her head. "No, there isn't. Look again closely, I feel a draft." Li Weiguo, adopting a serious demeanor, scrutinized carefully, even poking with her finger. At that moment, a gentle breeze caressed her face, and her hair fluttered. She sniffled. "What? Grandma, your son is bullying me. He farted and scared me." The group erupted in laughter, while Wang Huilan, both amused and exasperated, approached and playfully slapped Li Chun twice. "How can you be so unkind? Huier, do not cry. Grandma will deal with him." Li Weiguo pouted, sniffling. "Yes, punish him. Stinky uncle, I won't play with you anymore." Humph. With the little troublemaker taken away by her mother, Li Chun finally found peace. He scraped all the flesh from the fish and placed it on the cutting board, finally mincing it with the back of his knife while meticulously extracting the tiny intermuscular bones. Meanwhile, the 4-man team completed cleaning all the miscellaneous fish. Li Chun then retreated indoors to retrieve 5 yuan, sending the strong man on a bicycle to the market for 2 pounds of pork. As Zhao Pengyue prepared to start the fire for the fish stew, Father Li Weiguo approached. "What are you up to? Trying to steal my skills?" Li Chun teased. "Get lost. I don't need to learn from you when I'm making fish stew," he retorted. Yet, despite his words, Li Weiguo lingered by Li Chun's side, showing no intention of leaving. Li Chun chuckled softly, continuing to prepare the fish, slicing ginger, garlic, and chopping dried chili for later use. The stove was ignited, and oil was poured into the pot, a blend of soybean oil and lard, which would render the fish all the more fragrant. Once the oil reached a moderate heat, in went the ginger, garlic, dried chilies, and spices. When the scallions turned a golden hue, a generous spoonful of local yellow bean paste was added and sautéed. As the aroma of the paste fully developed, a splash of liquor was introduced along the rim of the pot, its alcohol evaporating with the steam, effectively eliminating any fishy scent. "Dad, if you were to make fish, what would be your next step?" "Add water, of course," Li Weiguo replied casually. At this point, "When do you add the soy sauce?" Li Chun inquired. "Soy sauce is just for color. You can add it anytime. I usually add it when the pot starts to boil," Li Weiguo explained, then turned the question back to Li Chun. "When do you add it?" "I add it now," Li Chun said, pouring half a ladle of soy sauce into the pot while stirring. "Dad, your method is flawed. Adding soy sauce isn't merely for coloring. By adding it earlier, the high temperature of the oil can fully release the sauce's aroma, achieving a completely different effect." Before Li Chun could finish, he was interrupted by his father's stern expression. "You've only been cooking for a couple of days, and look at you, acting all proud. I've been cooking for decades. Do I need your guidance?" Li Weiguo scoffed, turning away with his hands clasped behind his back. Li Chun smirked. This old man has quite the ego. Once the rich aroma of the sauce was released, Li Chun added water to adjust the seasoning and carefully placed the fish into the pot, starting with the large catfish. When preparing the catfish, he chose not to fillet it, as home cooking prioritizes flavor over presentation. Instead, he cut it into chunks, ensuring it would absorb the seasoning well and be easy to eat. The catfish formed the base, topped with carp and a few small crucian carp saved for Wang's future bride. Some might hastily cover the pot as soon as the fish is added, but that is a grave error. It is crucial to wait until the fish broth reaches a rolling boil, which allows a significant amount of the fishy odor to evaporate with the steam. One must also observe the fish's eyes when they turn white. It indicates that the fish is thoroughly cooked and the undesirable smells have dissipated, leaving only the freshness behind. At that point, the lid may be placed on the pot. Stepping out of the kitchen, Li Chun noticed Zhao Pengyue and the others chatting in the shade, which made him feel as though he were merely serving these youngsters. An uncomfortable sensation. He promptly sent them to fetch water, and they complied without complaint, quickly organizing themselves. Wang Huilan watched this scene with astonishment. These kids, who hardly lift a finger at home, are so easily commanded by you. It's quite a rarity. Li Chun chuckled. That's the charm of your son. "Oh, you and your vanity." She laughed heartily. Before long, Aunt Gao arrived carrying half a bucket of approximately 5 kilograms of loose white liquor. Wang Huilan abandoned Li Chun and cheerfully went to greet her. "Oh dear, why bring alcohol when you come? Our home is hardly lacking in spirits." Though she feared Aunt Gao might be tired, her words were courteous as she swiftly took the liquor to relieve her of the burden. "Oh sister, what's with the formalities? It's merely a few kilograms of white liquor. It hardly matters whose it is. Sister, is there anything I can assist you with today?" Li Chun was in charge of cooking while Wang Huilan's sole responsibility was steaming the buns. The dough had yet to fully rise, leaving her with little to do. The two sisters took Li Zihui to a shaded spot for a chat. Before long, the man returned with the meat. Having purchased a slab of pork belly and a small piece of lean back meat, as per Li Chun's request, the two types of meat were chopped separately, with the pork belly needing to be minced more finely. This would not only eliminate any fishy odor, but also infuse the fish meat with a delightful richness. The fish was seasoned, and an egg white was added and beaten until well blended. This process could not be rushed. The beating did not require speed, but it was essential to maintain even pressure. The rhythmic thumping produced a sound that drew everyone's attention. Chun, what on earth are you making? Why all the thumping? Aunt Gao inquired. Huh, I'm making fish balls, Annie, just wait and see, they'll be delicious. Very well, Auntie shall await the pleasure of your culinary skills. Sister, your Chun has truly come into his own. Wang Huilan smiled gently. Oh, he just loves to fuss about. Li Chun continued to beat the mixture for over 20 minutes, working up quite a sweat until the fish paste was no longer sticky. Finally, he added a precise amount of starch and mixed it thoroughly, deeming it ready. The lean meat was minced, seasoned with salt, monosodium glutamate, soy sauce, and sesame oil, and then formed into small balls the size of a thumb, prepared to enhance the flavor of the fish balls. In truth, omitting the meat filling would not detract from the dish, as the white catfish is a surface-dwelling fish, possessing a milder earthy taste compared to carp or grass carp. However, Li Chun preferred them with a meat filling, relishing the moment when the fish ball bursts in the mouth, releasing a savory broth that brings immense satisfaction. Chapter 91. Consistency in appearance and essence. With his left hand, Li Chun grasped a portion of fish paste, gently pinching it between his thumb and forefinger, allowing a small amount to emerge from the space between. As he pulled back his thumb, the fish paste gracefully spread out. He then placed a meatball atop the spread fish paste. Simultaneously, he pushed the fish paste over the filling, completely enveloping it, and with a gentle squeeze, a perfectly rounded fish ball, the size of a ping-pong ball, was formed. With a spoon in his right hand, he carefully scooped the fish ball and placed it into warm water, where it initially sank to the bottom before slowly rising to the surface. Having been reborn, this was Li Chun's first attempt at making fish balls. Initially, his hands felt a bit stiff, and his pace was neither quick nor fluid. Yet even so, the four onlookers were captivated by his efforts. Zhao Pengyue even extended her left hand, mimicking Li Chun's motions, her eyes wide with disbelief. My goodness, ergo. Are you performing magic? Just a little push here and a little push there, and a ball appears. It's smoother than a hen laying an egg. Ha ha ha. The other three burst into laughter, and Li Chun shot him a fierce glare. If you can't articulate, then kindly keep your mouth shut. Li Chun continued. And after performing a series of actions, he gradually found his rhythm, connecting the steps more fluidly and increasing his speed. Zhao Pengyue attempted to follow along, but soon gave up, her attention shifting to the floating fish balls. Brother, those fish balls are off limits. I haven't finished my sentence. Heh. I know exactly what you're thinking without you saying a word. Damn it. Brother, are you a parasite in my belly? Get lost. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Go find my dad and have him take you all to Grandpa Yang's house to bring back his tables and chairs. That inept fellow was infuriating. Li Chun was eager to send him far away lest he lose his temper and lash out. Once all the fish balls were prepared, he added a generous handful of sweet potato noodles to the fish stew and let it simmer on low heat. The tofu, having been boiled multiple times, and the fish, cooked to perfection, were essential. When it comes to cooking fish, there are two extremes. Pursuing ultimate tenderness requires precise timing. Just cooked or barely done is ideal. On the other hand, the farmhouse-style braised mixed fish seeks to absorb flavor. As long as the pot does not scorch, the longer it simmers, the more delectable it becomes. Covering the pot, Li Chun finally had a moment to rest. Before long, Li Nan and his brother and sister-in-law returned, and the quartet's eyes widened at the sight of the roller skates Li Nan was carrying, their mouths watering. If they were in Li Chun's possession, they might shamelessly ask to play, but with Li Nan, they could only watch with envy. By noon, Yang Zhitian and his wife arrived. Elder brother Li Hai picked up Zheng Qiming from the roadside, and upon learning that Li Chun had prepared a large fish and invited him over for drinks, Zheng Qiming was elated. Li Weiguo was equally pleased. 2 large tables filled the house, which hadn't been this lively in quite some time. However, when it came time to pour the wine, Li Weiguo's joy faded. I'll just have one drink. Li Chun firmly shook his head. Just hold on a bit longer. You can have some fishball soup once I finish. Li Weiguo protested. Your Uncle Zheng and Grandpa Yang have come all this way for a meal. How can I not drink a little? Yang Zhitian waved his hand with a smile. You don't need to accompany me. No one is being polite here. Li Weiguo and Zheng Qiming echoed. I can't drink much this afternoon since I have to work, so just listen to Kun. Once you get your stitches out, come to my place, and we can drink to our heart's content. Li Hai added, Dad, listen to the second one. I'll drink with Uncle Zheng and the others. Li Weiguo's happiness vanished. He had longed for a drink for over a week, and his family had been watching him like a hawk to prevent him from indulging. He had hoped to enjoy a little today with guests, but that wish was dashed. This ungrateful child, it seems I truly clash with him. In the West Room, the quartet also wanted a drink, but Li Chun refused. It wasn't that he was stingy with the alcohol, it was just that these rascals were too rowdy. And if anything went awry after drinking, he would have no way to explain it to their families. Come on, make way, the braised mixed fish is here. Today's main dish was fish, with a generous portion for each table, ample and satisfying. As the fish was served, the rich aroma of the sauce wafted through the air, causing everyone to involuntarily sniff in delight. The fish stew prepared by Akon remains untouched, yet the aroma alone assures its excellence. The vibrant hue is enticing enough to whet one's appetite. No more staring. Let us dig in while it's hot, cautioned the host, reminding everyone to be wary of fish bones. As the alluring scent wafted through the air and the thick, crimson broth beckoned, anticipation grew, and soon, several pairs of chopsticks plunged into the pot simultaneously. Delicious, well-seasoned, and truly fresh, they exclaimed. Remarkably, this fish stew bore no trace of the earthy taste often associated with such dishes. Simply exquisite. A notification chimed. Satisfaction rating from Yang Zhitian, 85. Followed by satisfaction rating from Zheng Qiming, 91. Wow. Urg's fish stew is absolutely delightful. My mother's version pales in comparison, resembling mere swine fodder, one remarked. At least your mother's swine fodder is edible. I can't even stomach my mother's fish. It's far too fishy, chimed in another. As Li Chun prepared to make fishball soup, he felt quite pleased with the contributions of the group of four. The elder gentleman in the East Room praised the dish repeatedly, yet none awarded a perfect score. In contrast, the group of four was refreshingly sincere. Their words of praise echoed their inner sentiments, a true reflection of their appreciation. Another notification pinged. Satisfaction rating from Li Weiguo, 33. Huh, only 33. Li Chun paused, doubting his eyes before confirming the rating once more. Indeed, it was the lowest in the room. Puzzled, he pondered why his father was dissatisfied. Glancing towards the East Room, he noted that despite Li Weiguo's beaming smile as he encouraged everyone to eat, his forced cheerfulness was evident to his son, contemplating his father's discontent. A realization struck Li Chun. His father's gaze, whether eating or socializing, seemed fixated on Zheng Qiming's wine glass. Never mind. A lower score is just that, one less to worry about, he thought, returning to the stove. As the pork fat melted, he added the heads and bones of the white catfish to fry until golden brown before pouring in pre-prepared boiling water. The broth gradually transformed into a milky white hue under fierce heat. Moments later, the fish bones, having surrendered their essence, were removed, leaving only the plump fish balls to tumble about in the pot like playful sprites in a lively dance. This pot of fishball soup required only a pinch of salt to enhance its natural flavor. Any additional seasonings would be a sacrilege to its purity. Chapter 92. Reluctance to indulge. Li Chun approached the East Room, hoping to serve everyone a bowl of the fishball soup, but he was met with silence. Is the fishball soup not to your liking? He inquired, feeling awkward. He had dedicated over 2 hours to perfecting this dish, and had hoped for genuine compliments in simple, yet heartfelt terms, such as delicious. The absence of enthusiasm left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Dad, aren't you all going to have any? Li Weiguo waved his hand dismissively, observing. Can't you see that Uncle Yang and the others are enjoying their drinks? Who drinks soup while sipping on liquor? Li Chun, eager for everyone to savor the dish, overlooked the local culinary customs. Unlike the revered status of soup in the south, in the north, particularly in the region of Rihe, there is a general disinterest in soups. Unless the table is devoid of dishes and only dry food is available, soup is prepared to make it more palatable. In formal banquets, even if soup is served, it is typically the last course, and finishing the bowl signifies the conclusion of the feast. Serving soup prematurely is considered impolite, as guests might misconstrue it as a signal to leave. Fortunately, the guests at home today are unlikely to misunderstand his intentions. Since his father had spoken, Li Chun refrained from further inquiries about the drinkers and turned to Gao Yuelon. Aunt, let me serve you a bowl of this delightful soup. Gao Yuelon's expression turned somewhat awkward as she forced a smile and replied, Well, I've had enough to eat. Perhaps I should pass on the soup. Li Hai, a straightforward man, oblivious to Gao's discomfort, continued to persuade her. Aunt, please don't be shy. Here, you should feel at home. You can't just eat this little, otherwise people might think we're treating you poorly. Gao Yuelon truly wished to decline, but found herself confronted by Li Hai's earnestness. Concerned that further polite refusals might lead to misunderstandings, she decided to speak candidly. Oh, please don't worry about me. I really don't enjoy fish soup. I'm quite sensitive to the smell. When I gave birth to my eldest, there wasn't enough milk, and my mother-in-law insisted on making fish soup with crucian carp to help. The smell was unbearable for me, yet she forced me to drink it. For the sake of my child, I endured it for over 10 days, and it ended up harming me. For the next decade, I couldn't eat fish at all. and only recently have I managed to eat a few bites. But fish soup? I truly cannot bear it. It was evident that Gao Yuelon was genuinely apprehensive. This was understandable, as during that era, rural housewives often struggled to prepare even simple dishes, let alone fish soup. While it was common knowledge that fish soup could enhance milk production, there were no reliable recipes or guidelines available, leaving them to experiment in the kitchen. Their findings likely boiled down to 3 basic steps. First, place the fish in water. Second, bring the water to a boil. And finally, let it simmer for an hour or so. Moreover, the milk-enhancing soup required minimal salt, or even none at all, which made the prospect of such a fish soup utterly unappetizing. Li Chun felt a wave of sympathy for Gao Yuelon. Enduring such a poorly prepared fish soup for over 10 days was indeed a considerable ordeal. Wang Huilon chimed in. Hearing you say that makes me shudder. When we stew fish at home, we use soy sauce and bean paste to mask the fishy smell, making it quite palatable. But a fish soup with nothing added? It's bound to be bland and fishy. Li Chun rolled his eyes discreetly, deciding not to press further. If you don't want to drink it, so be it. There won't be much left if you change your mind later. Uncle, I want fish soup. Li Zihui, nestled in her sister-in-law's arms, exclaimed, raising her little enamel bowl high. You? Have you decided not to play with me anymore? Li Zihui pouted, declaring, I'm not angry now. I simply want fish soup. The humorous exchange between the two brought a smile to Wang Huilon's face, as it reminded her of the moment when Li Zihui was brought to tears. Unable to contain her laughter, she turned her head away, chuckling heartily. The others looked on in confusion, but as Wang Huilon recounted the antics of Li Chun, everyone erupted in laughter, joining in on the playful scolding of Li Chun. Feeling quite embarrassed, Li Chun hastily grabbed Li Zihui's small bowl and fled to the stove, filling it with 3 fish balls and pouring another bowl of soup to deliver. Sister-in-law, the fish balls contain filling. Be sure to open them and eat slowly, so you don't burn yourself. There's chopped cilantro on the counter. Feel free to add it to your soup if you like. As he promoted the dish, the 4 friends and Li Nan eagerly clamored for their share. Are the fish balls ready? Let's eat. Why aren't we eating? I can hardly wait. I want some too. I'll serve myself. The group lined up at the stove, with Li Chun first filling Li Nan's bowl, reminding her once more to be cautious with the hot filling. Those unfamiliar with stuffed fish balls could easily get burned, but he felt it necessary to ensure his sister was well informed. Meanwhile, Zhao Pengyue had already filled her bowl to the brim with both soup and fish balls, eagerly taking a sip. Ouch, it's hot. This soup is absolutely delicious. What did you put in it to make it taste so good? Ah, that burnt me. The oil from the fish balls splattered all over my face. Why didn't you tell me there was meat filling? Hu Zhuang complained. Didn't you see me adding the filling while making the fish balls? Li Chun retorted. I forgot. You deserve that burn. Li Nan, having never tasted fish soup before, was brave enough to try it and had complete faith in her brother. Taking a sip, she found that Li Chun did not disappoint. The soup was rich and sweet, while the fish balls were tender and chewy. The combination of juicy filling and savory meat was simply irresistible, and she found it hard to stop. Just as she finished one fish ball, Zhao Pengyue and the others had already devoured an entire bowl, prompting Li Nan to feel anxious. Brother, please serve me another bowl to hide for later, or they'll eat it all. After whispering to her, Li Chun watched as her eyes sparkled with delight, savoring her meal slowly. It was no wonder Li Nan was anxious. The 4 friends had an alarming appetite, each of them yelping as they burned their mouths, yet refusing to slow down, wolfing down their food while casting wary glances at one another, fearful of losing their share. At this rate, even another pot wouldn't suffice for their ravenous appetites. Realizing that many others had yet to eat, Li Chun had no choice but to order each of them to take another bowl of soup, limiting the fish balls to 2 per person.